What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. The Buck and I are here until 10 o'clock. Still recapping plenty from the sports weekend that was. We'll also talk about some of the sports happenings from yesterday as the Raiders pick up the Monday Night Football win over the Green Bay Packers. We'll talk some Major League Baseball playoffs as well. What a finish in Atlanta in Game 2 of that NLDS. The LA Dodgers are in some serious trouble out in La La Land. Of course, the Astros and Rangers get back in action today. We'll continue to recap Texas and OU. Steve Sarkisian met with the media yesterday to give some more thoughts on what went wrong for the Longhorns at the Cotton Bowl this past Saturday. We'll talk some NFL. We'll talk some other college football. Plus, we'll have some fun like we always do on Bucky and BK. What's going on, Buck?
How you doing this morning, BK?
I'm good, my friend. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic. And good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do for us. We do appreciate it. And thank you to your families for providing you to us. We do appreciate that also. Thank you.
Yes. And don't forget, because today is Tuesday, we will have another patented Bucky's Tips for Kids our line coming up in about 20 minutes. So if you're getting the kiddos ready for school this morning and they're looking for some advice, make sure you are tuned in to Bucky's Tips for Kids, brought to you by Relax the Bag, coming up at about 8:20 today. All right, Buck. Steve Sarkisian, I lied to the people yesterday. I was wrong. I did not think he was going to meet with the media yesterday because it was an off week. He did. The players did not meet with anybody yesterday. So that's where my mix-up happened. So we've got nothing from the players, but we do have some things from the head coach following Texas's loss to Oklahoma this past weekend. We'll start with it was a long opening statement from Steve Sarkisian. He went full Brent Venables and talked for like 5.5 minutes.
Little fire hose action.
Before he fielded any questions yesterday. But we'll start with some of that opening statement. Here's Steve Sarkisian just kind of talking about all of the things that went wrong in Texas's first loss of the season.
Obviously, the turnovers were a factor, not necessarily because of the points that came off of it. I thought our defense did a great job of minimizing 3 turnovers to only 7 points. But those are momentum plays, right? They create momentum for you when you can generate them. And so 3-0 in turnovers was an issue. The 9 penalties were an issue because that's out of character for us. You know, I think we're averaging just about 4 penalties a game, and to have 9 in the game. The pre-snap penalties were an issue. Obviously, the unsportsmanlike conduct after the block punt, roughing the punter, which in turn they end up scoring on that drive. So those were issues in the game. 3 red zone trips for us to only come out of those 3 trips with 3 points. Quite frankly, is probably the biggest deciding factor in the game. Because our ability to move the ball wasn't in question, but our ability to put the ball in the end zone was. And then conversely, they have 6 trips into the red area, and they score 34 points. So if you just look at it that way and do the math, that was an issue. Obviously, the end of the half and end of the game defense, our inability to get stops there were issues in the game. 5 sacks, that came a variety of ways, putting us behind the chains offensively hurt. And then conversely, not having very good rush lanes on our end to allow their quarterback to move in the pocket, move up in the pocket, keep his vision was a factor as well.
Well, yeah, your team made a lot of mistakes. That's what that means. We were in a game and winning a game, and your team made a lot of mistakes, and you lost the game because your team made a lot of mistakes. With the penalties, the turnovers, so there was a penalty on that blocked punt. When I saw the kid with his helmet off and I saw a flag go up, those are things we talk about this team being a mature team, BK. Those are things that show lack of maturity still. You can't get that excited in the game. You can't take your helmet off you can't take your helmet. You've been told a million times to go celebrate with your team on the sideline, take your helmet off. In a field of play, you can't take your helmet off. So to get excited about a punt block and all that stuff, it just can't happen. That's just a part of your deal. That's a part of being a football player. It's like going out there without your helmet actually and playing in a play. You can't do that.
Yeah, that's not a Big 12 rule. That's not a,
Yes.
oh, the refs hate Texas rule.
No.
That's a universal rule at every level of football, right? You can't take the helmet off when you're on the field, even
the minute
after
I
the
saw it,
play's
I'm
over.
like, oh my God, this kid is that excited that the official's standing right there and he pulls his helmet off and jumps into celebration. I'm like, no, something's going to happen. And then I saw the flag go up and I'm thinking maybe it was something up, but what is that? That's unsportsmanlike conduct. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Steve Sarkisian basically just did our Monday show
Yes.
right then and there. I mean, it took him a minute and a half to basically talk about everything that we talked about yesterday, right? All of the things that went wrong for the Longhorns, more penalties than they've had in any game this season. A few of them were backbreakers. Obviously, the turnovers were a huge, huge issue. They were -3 in the turnover battle, and you're not going to win very many football games, especially against a good team like Oklahoma, but even against bad teams, you're going to struggle to find ways to win if you're -3 in the turnover battle. And the dumb penalties, the lack of discipline, the end of half defense, right? It was both halves. I mean, Oklahoma should have scored touchdowns at the end of both halves, right? Texas got lucky at the end of the second quarter.
Yeah, they only kicked
OU's running back Tawee Walker dropped what would have been a walk-in touchdown on the second to last play of the half. The last play of the half was the field goal that they got. And obviously, I don't have to tell anybody what happened in the second half on Oklahoma's final offensive possession. So that was an issue. And then the red zone offense. We talked about it. It was 109th in the country going into that game against Oklahoma. Texas now ranks 122nd in the country in terms of red zone touchdown percentage.
Wow.
122nd in the country. If they don't get that fixed, this team is not making the college football playoff. Maybe because the schedule's bad, because the Big 12 sucks, maybe they could still find their way to Arlington. I don't know if they're beating Oklahoma if they get a rematch, if they can't get their red zone offense figured out. They're liable to slip up at least once if they keep coming up empty. I mean, hell, they couldn't even get field goals in this game against Oklahoma. Field goals would have been nice against the Sooners. But if they keep failing to punch the ball into the end zone once they get into the red area, then sorry, this team is not doing all of the things that we had hoped they were capable of doing.
Yeah, he's got to find other ways besides bringing defensive players into his offensive huddle and getting something done. I mean, it is tough all over football in that scoring zone. The defenses have found a way. But when you're at the 1 yard line, you have got to push the ball in. You have got to do something. You don't have to get gimmicky there. You know what I'm saying? That's where you just say, hey, listen, you're supposed to be better and more physical than the team you played on Saturday. But I worry about any team that they play on any given Saturday now, if they're down there at the 2 or the 3, that they don't know how to get it in. They haven't figured out a way. So that's one of the things they need to go back to work. Yeah, it's, the kids that went home with the families and stuff, probably time to come on back here and get back to work and start figuring. I mean, these coaches have been in meetings now trying to figure out what they're going to do. They can't let that just stand. They can't hope that they can bring two defensive linemen in there and punch it in from the one and say, okay, this is what we do. We're going to continue to do that. That would be crazy to think that's what you're going to do. They're going to either have to spread out the defense and give you a running back who's one of the best in the business an opportunity to find his own crease without anybody in his way, for a yard, for a touchdown. They're going to have to think of something. I don't know. They'll spend nights and nights of not sleeping trying to figure out ways to do this. But you don't get a chance to actually do it. You get the chance to do it against your defense. And now, looking at your defensive line, you're going to question, if we punch it in against them at practice, what the hell does that mean? I mean, does it mean that we're going against what are we now? Because there's question marks on the defensive line and this offensive line now, and the play calling in the red zone. So there's questions that come out. Obviously, there's questions that come out if you lose a game, period. But when you lose a game of this importance, lots of questions will come out. People will question everything.
Yep.
I don't question the heart of the football team and what they do in the fourth quarter. I question, Coach, why weren't they ready to play? He hasn't answered that question. Obviously, he thinks that they weren't flat coming out of the gate. They look flat. I mean, as a bystander, somebody that's been around the game, they look flat to me. And that's hard for him to admit that. He's not going to say that to the media. He's not going to say, well, we were flat. No coach will come out and say that, But I thought he would take the blame and say, you know what? I did not have this team excited about this football game. And that's hard to do because you as a player, you have a responsibility in a rivalry game too, to prepare your damn self, and be excited.
You got a responsibility for every game. I don't care if it's a rivalry game. You get 12 of these this season. You got to be bowed up and ready to play. And look, the hope was when Texas got the ball first to start the game that they were going to be able to land the first punch, right? They were going to be able to march down the field and put points up on the board to send a message to Oklahoma that, hey, this is going to happen again, right? What happened in 2022 is about to happen to y'all in 2023. But instead, first play of the game, negative play. Second play of the game, interception. Oklahoma gets the ball, huge momentum shift, and then they're able to land the first couple of punches because they find their way into the end zone a few plays later. And it's just like, yeah, from that moment on, it was just Texas. It took them a while to get going.
Uphill. Yeah, it was an uphill battle for them, and it didn't like it. That second series, that third series was kind of like, and it didn't look like there was any excitement about, okay, we're down 7, let's go. Yeah. No, let's turn it over again. It wasn't a mature football team on Saturday. It was a bunch of guys looking at each other, and they weren't looking at each other who's going to make a play. They were looking at each other because they were questioning what's going on with our football team. We're not playing like the number 3 team in the nation, not just the best in the Big 12, but we're not playing like a top 3 team in the nation. We're just we're not as mature as we think we are. There are a lot of questions that the football players will have to answer some of that stuff themselves. They're going to look at each other and say, what the hell? So.
Yep, comment from Justin. I made the title of this video, Can Texas Still Make the CFP? And Justin thinks there's no chance. I also did this for clickbait, so thank you for clicking, Justin. You did exactly what I wanted you to do. But look, there are still some Longhorn fans out there, and I don't think it's only Longhorn fans. I think there are folks around the country who still believe that there is a shot for Texas to make it to the CFP this year. Now, if they keep playing like they did this past Saturday, probably not. But if they play like they did through the first 5 weeks of the season, there's an opportunity that is out there. And I brought it up yesterday. I think about what Oklahoma did in 2018, right? Sure. Oklahoma was undefeated going into the Cotton Bowl. They lost to Texas on that Dicker the Kicker kick. A lot of people were saying, with that defense, how the hell is Oklahoma going to make it to the playoff? Well, they righted the ship. They figured out their issues. They won out. They won the rematch against Texas in the conference championship game, and they still made it to the college football playoff. So there is still a path for Texas to get there. But, Buck, do you believe that this Texas team is capable of actually doing that?
I think this team is still capable of winning the Big 12 championship. I'm not giving up that part. Remember, I didn't have them as an undefeated team. I had them as a one-loss team. Okay, they've lost. Now they have to right the ship, go back and play this same team again and not let the same mistakes happen to them. Maybe they will be a mature team by the end of the football season and ready to play. But I don't know why. I don't understand why people think that they can't. That's all they were talking about yesterday and all the sports outlets was the fact that this rematch, people are talking about this rematch in the Big 12 championship game. And after what we saw on Saturday, you'd be thinking rematch. What are you talking about rematch? But that's what people that know football are talking about. This rematch. Yeah, there are other people that besides Texas fans that don't believe that there will be a rematch up in Arlington here in December.
Yeah, good point by CB. In 2008, Texas beat Oklahoma. OU played for the national championship, and that was before the CFP, right, when only 2 teams had a shot at the national title. Now, that was BS that they got to play for that title and Texas didn't. But, look, the blueprint's out there. It's been done in this conference before. And losing to a top 12 team that's now ranked number 5 on a neutral site, that's not a bad loss. Like, it's not losing to Houston. It's not losing to Baylor. It's losing to a very, very good Oklahoma team. And Texas absolutely
who I don't believe will lose another game this season either.
Right. Yeah, look, if we don't get a rematch, it's on Texas. Because Oklahoma's not going to lose twice. I don't think they're going to lose once in the Big 12 because the Big 12 sucks and they don't play Kansas State. They do have to play Kansas, but I don't know if Jalen Daniels is going to play in that game. OU is going to be favored. All of the metrics and Vegas and everybody expects them to run the table the rest of the way. So if OU loses once, they're still going to make it to Arlington. They're not going to lose twice. If we don't get a rematch, it's because Texas slips up somewhere else and they've got 2 losses in the Big 12 and somebody else only has 1 or they have 2 and they get the tiebreaker over Texas. So it's on Texas. I don't believe this.
I definitely don't believe that the college football playoffs will take 2 teams from the Big 12. If Texas were to go on and beat Oklahoma in the championship, somebody's not going. Texas would be going because they won the Big 12 championship. They would be the Big 12 champs. They would go. Oklahoma would not. they would find a way. They're not taking 2 teams from the Big 12. I don't believe that would happen.
No, God, they would never do that, but especially not this year, considering how bad this conference is. I mean, there's no chance that that happens. And yeah, I think if Texas does get a rematch and they win the rematch, they're going to get the nod over Oklahoma because, number one, they won the Big 12 title, and the committee likes for conference champions to get in there. But number two, the Alabama game. Like, OU would get punished in that scenario because they didn't play anybody in the non-con, and Texas went to Tuscaloosa and beat Alabama. So, look, we're a long way to go. I mean, Texas has to take care of its business, right? They've got to win these next 6 games.
They got to take care of their daily business, and they've got to find a way to score touchdowns and quit all the fancy dancy stuff down the goal line and get down there and power the ball in from the 1 or throw it. I don't care how you get it in anymore. I'm not even thinking about this big offensive line and doing what they need to do. I'm just thinking of, you need to score touchdowns, Sark. Your job is to figure out, scheme a guy open. I don't care if it's double pass. I don't care if it's reverses. I don't care what it is. But don't bring those defensive guys in there. I don't want to see those guys anymore. That's in my mind. That's silliness. That's novelty stuff. You got away with it once. It's nice. It was cute. It was great for the kid who caught the touchdown pass. It was great to make teams think of it. But now you're starting to jam it up in there and put those big butts in there. No thanks. Let one of the best running backs in the nation find his own crease, and let's go. Let's
hear from Sark. Let's hear from Sark, because you talked about accountability. He did take some accountability at the press conference yesterday. He was asked, here's a Q&A between Sark and Kirk Bowles of the Austin American-Statesman, who you still read a couple of times a week because you're buying the hard copy over there at 7-Eleven. Shout out to our friends at 7-Eleven.
Yes, sir. Sheesh, thank you.
Love those folks. Here's a Q&A between Kirk Bowles and Steve Sarkisian talking about the goal line play calling, namely that sequence early in the fourth quarter where Texas had 1st and goal from the 1-yard line and couldn't punch it in. Here's the back and forth.
The 4 tries from the 1.
That sucked.
Yeah. Do you see that as a toughness issue, and did you just felt like you should have been more creative there?
No, I don't think it was toughness at all. The first down play, their kid makes a really nice play. He kind of shoots the gap and gets into Jonathan Brooks's legs. The second down call, that was the sequencing of those 2 calls, and I knew I was going to go with there. The edge, we just don't get enough of the edge, and we get the ball down to the 1 again. Quite frankly, if I could do it all over again, I would have changed the 3rd down call. I might have ran what I ran on 4th down, on 3rd down, which I don't know if that's creative enough or not, but I probably would have done that on 3rd down and then gone to something a little bit different on 4th down. So, we call it stubborn, whatever it was. I went back to the 1st down call on 3rd down and obviously not effective enough. And I'd love for us to execute it a little bit better than we did, but that's the way it goes sometimes, And so, but yeah, it sucked.
Yeah, that's mumbo and jumbo, and yeah, it sucked. And yeah, we all would like for you to execute that a little bit better. We'd actually like for you not to do that again. That's what we really would like for you to do. I mean, for me back in the day, this is where I had guys like Priest Holmes that were going over the top of everybody. And I didn't need a fat ass in the middle of all that pile to go over anybody. I don't need any extra bodies. They don't go airborne. A lot of teams don't like to do it. A lot of teams don't have a guy that'll leap up there. All they'll do is leap over into the big fat guy and fall on top of him and don't make the 1-yard part of it. They don't have a guy that can do that. I know one thing. I thought of this last night, BK. I'm thinking, well, the one guy is 6 foot, almost 6'2", CJ Baxter. But I talk about him getting too many carries. Am I going to give it to a freshman in that situation? They're all.
No.
Why would
you do that?
Right? Huh?
Why wouldn't you give it to Jonathan Brooks? You just said that.
Yeah. To me, that's my first choice, is to move out all the rest of the big bodies and let that guy find his little crease and tighten up his body and do what he's been doing all year long. I just don't need the gimmicks. And no, toughness. This team is tough enough. They need to find something different. They need to motion. He needs to move people out of the way. I don't care if they put everybody out to the right and give me a couple defenders and let Jonathan Brooks get a yard. He'll find a crease. if you can get a body on a body, he'll make somebody miss in the hole. But you can't come have a linebacker come clean, hit your 360-pounder in the mouth and knock him back into the guy. That doesn't work. Well, it's better for a running back to have a clear vision than to think that you're going to power somebody with the fridge or whatever. I mean, come on.
Yeah, Texas was not tough enough on Saturday. At
most parts of the game.
Right. Sark's going to defend his guys, of course. He's going to wear some of that blame. And the play calling sucked. I'm not absolving Sark for basically running the same play 3 times in a row and not having it work on any of them. But no, Texas lost the battle of physicality up front, and I think that goal line stand by OU's defense was a microcosm of what happened the rest of the way.
Yes.
Yeah. And before we get to your tip for kids, Buck, I mean, there are 3 things that Texas can do to fix the goal line issues, okay? Number 1, do what the Eagles do. The brotherly shove, the tush push, whatever the hell you want to call that. You can do it in college football, just like the Eagles can do it in the NFL. Run that play. Number 2, and you could even combine this with number 1 if you wanted to, but you've got a 6'6", 240-pound quarterback just sitting there on the bench, dude. Put that dude in there, get him under center, and quarterback sneak it. He shouldn't need anybody to push him from behind because he's that big. He should be able to just fall forward and pick up a yard or 2. But, hey, if you want to combine that with number 1, be my guest. Those are easy, man. The QB sneak is the most successful short yardage play in all of football, and the brotherly shove thing is even more successful than just the traditional QB sneak. If you don't want to do it with Ewers because you don't trust him or you don't want him getting hurt, fine. Bring in Malik Murphy. You've got one of the deepest quarterback rooms in the country, if not the deepest. Use that depth right there. And then number 3, if you want to do something different than that, what about Code Red? What about Savion Red? Like, that package has worked this year. Why not try that? Put that dude out there. Put Jonathan Brooks next to him so you've got 2 running options. Hell, we saw Savion Brooks could throw it. That was responsible for a touchdown on that 4th down play. Like, put that dude in the game. Like, do something instead of bringing defensive players into the game for 3 plays in a row in the biggest sequence of the game. Like, there are things, easy things.
I agree, BK, because once again, those 2 players, Sweat and Murphy, are not going up spending time with your running backs on how to block. They're just big bodies that it's a novelty, and Sark thinks, okay, they'll punch the guy down because of their size. But they're not used to blocking. They're used to stuffing runs, not blocking for the run. They don't practice that. They're not spending 15 minutes of practice time. They're over with the defense. Leave them over with the defense. Find somebody else. Find one of these tight ends. Find Helm or Gunnar Helm or somebody who's used to, they block. That's what they do. They're blockers. They know how to angle people and block. Those other dudes are just bodies. That's gimmick football right there, BK. That's all that is.
God, I don't want them to do this because I don't trust a defensive line with the football ever, but would anybody be able to stop
don't give it to him ever. No, Fridge. We're not doing that's going to be the next step. You realize Sark is not giving up on this, right? You realize when they get down there, he's going to prove a point to us all that this works. And the next thing to do is Sweat's going to carry the ball or Murphy's going to carry the ball.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
I think the worst thing Sark said on Saturday after the game was we take a lot of pride in our goal line offense and our red zone offense. It's like, dude, that's what you've been the worst at this year. You shouldn't be taking pride in that. There are tons of things to take pride in with the way this season has gone for Texas, right? But the goal line / red zone offense, that ain't one of them. You should be embarrassed by that because, well, it cost you the game on Saturday, and it's one of the worst in all of college.
Yeah, this is when the coach should throw himself under the bus.
He did. I mean, he did in that cut. He's like, I screwed up. It sucked. I called the wrong plays. I got stubborn. He used that word that I think every Texas fan has used to describe that sequence.
That was stubborn.
It was bad. It was bad by Sark, and they got to fix it. They've got to fix it. All right. It's a little past 8:20 on a Tuesday, which means it's time for another one of Bucky's tips for kids in the car line, brought to you by our friends at Relax the Back. What you got today, Buck?
You know what? Relax the Back. I got them for sure because I'm sitting in this chair. And from my strolls around the fairground park, my back has been crushed, BK, over the last 2 days. But I've been in my Relax the Back chair, and my lumbar area and my thoracic back has felt so good. I have taken this chair out from behind the desk and just sat in it because I need the support for my back. My back was sore. It has been crazy, but thanks to the folks at Relax the Back with their 2 locations, across in the gallery across from the Whole Foods, and in Austin across from the Gateway Shopping Center. You can feel pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back, no doubt. And for kids in the car line, check this out. The difference between ordinary and extraordinary is a little extra. That's the difference, kid. The difference between ordinary and extraordinary is just a little extra. You know who said that?
The dictionary, because that's how it's spelled.
Jimmy Johnson.
Ah, the NASCAR guy.
No, not that guy. Your guy, Jimmy Johnson.
The guy that Jerry fired
How you like them Cowboys?
Oh, man. Is that why that was your tip for kids today? You just wanted to take a dig at me for the Cowboys being awful?
No. It's just a little extra. That's all. You got to give a little extra so you can be extraordinary. The difference. That's important, kids. Just don't be ordinary. Just give that little extra. Be extraordinary.
I like that.
Maybe you need – I'll have to talk to Sark about that little tip right there for his kids in the car line. The
difference between ordinary and extraordinary is not being a dumbass in the red zone.
And calling the same play 3 times. Really?
That's the tip for Sark in the car line. You
don't believe that the guy who puts the fire hose up to his mouth understands what you're doing when you bring those sluggos in? Really? They do know that. They understand what happens. It's almost like when you go motion and Xavier Worthy's to that side, it's going to be a quick screen over to him. It's going to be a swing screen. You do it every time. You don't do anything different off of it. How about something a little different off of that maneuver, so you don't start the game out -2?
The big issue, I went back and rewatched that play. Texas actually had Oklahoma out-leveraged on that play, but Jatavion Sanders couldn't block anybody because he's messed up. And you talked about that. Like, that's Jatavion Sanders, who maybe shouldn't have even been out there on Saturday because he was clearly limited. Now, he gave it a go. I'll give him some credit.
Sure.
I'm sure he was cleared medically, but it was obvious that he was not 100%. Like, he can't be the lead blocker on that play.
No.
Not that Texas has receivers who are great at blocking. That's been an issue that we've talked about at times this year.
But they at least get in the way. That dude didn't even get in the way.
Yeah, he just didn't have the –
You can't put him in that position. That's bad right there. Yeah. To put him in that position, the first play of the game, and you don't even know if he's actually going to play in the game. You know what I'm saying? He's got a bad ankle. Between the tight end coach and the head coach, you got to look at each other and say, did we really just put that kid in there to make a key block out in open space with a bummed up ankle? Yes, we did. That's exactly what we did.
Yeah, that's got to be a Gunnar Helm or a Jordan Whittington.
Sure. Why not Whittington?
Yeah. I mean, it's, once again, you go back and look, and there was only really one Oklahoma defender there. I'm not saying Worthy was about to break it for a 75-yard touchdown, but if Sanders picks up that block, or if
he's not getting -2, it's not -2.
Yeah, it's probably a first down. It's probably like a nice 10, 11, 12-yard gain to open up the game, and boom, you get in rhythm. And
maybe you actually run the ball on the second play.
Maybe you do that instead of throwing an interception, which just completely flipped the game on its head.
And out of all this madness, this team is still good enough to go through the rest of this conference and see that same team in December. But if you play like this and your team comes out flat like they did, because there's not an explanation for that. That's the guys who come out and play. You can look at the coaches, but if nothing happened that throws this deal off, that's the players. You're responsible for getting your own ass up. Your coaches aren't responsible for getting you up in a game like that. You've been playing in this game. You know what this game is about. You get yourself up. You don't have anybody have to pump you up to play Oklahoma. By the way, like you said, or pump you up to play anybody. You're the number 3 team in the nation. Why do you have to have somebody pumping you up to go into that field? In that atmosphere on Saturday, that's a shame. That's a shame for the players.
Yep, it was a sluggish start for Texas, and there was just a lot of mistakes, man. And Oklahoma's too good of a team to make that many mistakes against. They're going to capitalize.
And they underestimated the team, like a lot of us did. Like I did, talking about the schedule. They just didn't have the schedule. No, that game is a different game. I should know better. I shouldn't talk like that. Never will again. I got caught up in the fact that they didn't play a really tough schedule, and that this team, how good was really Oklahoma. It doesn't matter in that game. It doesn't matter how good they were or who they played before. It's who they play that day.
Right. I think Texas maybe got caught up in that too. I think they got caught up in 49 to, they got caught up in 49-0 last year.
Sure.
And look, they heard like they didn't have the same juice or energy that they had in Tuscaloosa back in week 2.
Not even close.
Leading up to that game, it was all, you don't beat Alabama at their place. Like Texas, come on, it's Texas. And it's Alabama and Nick Saban. Texas ain't winning that game. And that clearly fueled Texas. This past week, it was all, Oklahoma hadn't played anybody. And last year was 49-0. And Texas has that win over Alabama. And I mean, a lot of that narrative was going on. And it looked like Oklahoma was pissed off, right? It looked like they used that as motivation to be ready to go for this game on Saturday. And Texas was, kind of sleepwalking at times in that game. So,
can't do it in that game. You can't do it.
No, can't do it. Can't do it. All right, let's give some love to some of our great sponsors before we shift gears. Buck, you and I were talking before the show about the Covert BK vehicles that they lended us and how tough it was to give those back yesterday.
I brought them back safely.
Yeah, well, thankfully you found it in Dallas.
Yeah, the Covert family have been fantastic to us, and they've been fantastic to Central Texas since 1909, serving Central Texas, selling cars and trucks. Folks, they've got a beautiful 42-acre facility out there with carrying 7 brands: Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And folks, they've got 86 service bays throughout the area there, so you don't have to wait around. You're not spending hours waiting for your car to be fixed. And if you bought a Ford anywhere from Covert, if you bought it in Bastrop, if you bought it in Hutto and you need to get it fixed, and you don't want to go all the way out to Hutto, just bring it right back to BK. They'll get it done right there. The folks there have everything that you need, every car, every truck that you need, and there is a variety out on the lot. Now, when you're looking around a lot of lots around town, you look and you say, well, there's 3 nice cars. When can I get a car? At Covert's, the place is packed. The lot is packed with all the cars that you're looking for sure. And I want to say hello to Stacy. I'm glad she's feeling good, and Mike and Dan and the whole gang over there, Jerome. Folks, go to covertbks.com for more information on the great sales that they have out there by the week, not by the month, not by the quarter, but by the week. There's wonderful sales out there, and nobody beats that Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Shout out to Covert BK and the Covert Auto Group. And, of course, shout out to our friends at the Altstadt Brewery. Altstadt beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the state of Texas. Wherever you're tuning in today, you can find Altstadt beer somewhere close to you. All over Central Texas, all over the Metroplex, all over Houston, all over San Antonio. And this stuff is growing and growing like crazy with damn good reason. It is a damn good beer. Make sure you check out the Oktoberfest as well. That's right. The Altstadt Seasonal Oktoberfest is back. I've seen it on tap at a few spots around the state. I've seen it at HEB. I've seen it at Specs. They've got it for you right now. And this stuff is perfect for your football watching. It's perfect for the slightly cooler weather that we're getting here across the state right now.
Oktoberfest. Yeah,
Come
baby.
on now. And if you're looking to celebrate Oktoberfest, get out to the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg for an authentic Oktoberfest celebration. Maybe this weekend, no game for Texas. You're looking for something to do on Saturday or Sunday. How about a trip down to the gorgeous Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg? That place is massive. There's so much to do. It's the perfect day trip for the beer drinkers in your life. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
I'm kind of glad that I did not down that ranch water deal on Saturday. I did like taking 2 cans and guzzling down because I don't have any water available. Can you imagine me staggering around after not having a drink in 23 years, staggering around the fairgrounds? I would have been in jail. I would have had a pouch full of booze. I would have been staggered after probably 1 can of that stuff, thinking it's water, because I would have downed it. It would have been, and by that time, BK, I was starting to get thirsty. So it probably wouldn't have mattered in my mind, because I would have said, hey, it says water. There's no booze in here in this big hat. I would have taken that down and then popped open another one and taken that down. Can you imagine an old 68-year-old man just staggering through the parking lot? I would have been in jail.
People would have thought you were homeless, dude.
Oh, my goodness. By the way, thank you to Sue Patrick, these wonderful polos that we got. And Sue Patrick is a great place right now. They've got tons of Texas-themed gifts out there, wide variety of men and women's clothing. People kept asking me about this shirt, about the little horns all over the place, up at the fair and all over the place. Where do I get it? Well, you get it at Sue Patrick. And go to SuePatrick.com, or you can go over to the store located at 5222 Burnett Road. They've got it all for you. And I want to thank them. They've got curbside pickup. They got online orders, $49. It's free for you. And as I said, 5222 Burnett Road, that's where you have to go. Go to SuePatrick.com.
Yeah, I was wearing that shirt to our live broadcast at Harwood Tavern this past Friday in downtown Dallas. And some guy's like, dude, I need that shirt.
I want to take that off you. Can you give me that? I love that. Can you give me your shirt? I'm like, no, I can't. I mean, like right now, just give it to you.
He bought one for his wife. He pulled up. I was like, it's from Sue Patrick. Check out their website, SuePatrick.com. He pulls it up. He buys one online for his wife at Heartwood Tavern.
Nice.
Yeah, these shirts are great, man. Shout out to Sue Patrick for hooking us up with those.
We love the hats too that we got. That were the TSU hats are fabulous now.
Oh yeah, yeah. Last Stand hats coming through with the Texas Sports Unfiltered hats. Those are pretty slick. Yeah, shout out to Mike Murphy and the team over there for hooking us up with those. And we're working on getting a merch store for you people where you could cash in and get some of your own Texas Sports Unfiltered gear. All right, we'll get back into Texas and Oklahoma and more about what Steve Sarkisian had to say yesterday. But how about Monday Night Football, Buck? The Packers and the Raiders, the game was in Vegas. It felt like it was at Lambeau, considering just how many Packers fans made the trek. But those who did make the trek were left disappointed as the Raiders hold on for a 17-13 win. Vegas snaps its 3-game losing streak. And boy, Jordan Love, who looked really, really good through the first couple of weeks, he got picked off 3 times last night, maybe doing his best Dak Prescott impersonation by getting picked 3 times in prime time. But he looked in over his head. The Packers couldn't get anything going offensively. And Green Bay is now 2-3. And it looks like, Buck, for the first time in a long time, they don't have a quarterback.
You're happy. You're happy about that.
I've been waiting for this day my whole life, dude. I've had to deal with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers beating up on the Cowboys for decades now. And you as a Vikings fan, I'm sure you're loving this.
I'm loving it.
Every Bears fan is loving this. Every Lions fan is loving this. Hell, every football fan outside of Wisconsin is enjoying the fact that finally Packers fans get to experience what it's like to not have a Hall of Fame quarterback under center. And it is glorious to watch them suffer, let me tell you.
Yeah, and if they can't throw it, I mean, the big running back from Boston College is Dylan is good straight ahead, but they need some outside speed. And Jones was hurt; he didn't play last night. But that team is struggling. Plus, you got to. I mean, he's not that young anymore, but you've got a young group of wide receivers trying to get it with a semi-young quarterback. They're struggling desperately right now. That defense can't play the kind of deep. They play good enough defense in Green Bay to hold up to a lot of teams, but offensively, they are awful.
Yeah, the good news for Green Bay, they get to play the Broncos next weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, let's ride. Let's ride.
That should help. Actually, is that next weekend?
Or is it this week? Yeah, it is. It's next week, I believe.
Okay. It says it's the 22nd, which no, they might have a bye next week. They've got a bye next week.
Let's not ride. Let's take a week off.
And then they play the Denver Broncos. So if you're trying to get right, there's no better team in the league to get right against than the Denver Broncos right now. But yeah, now the Packers are struggling. They got boat raced by the Lions last week at home, and then to lose to the Raiders, who were expected to be one of the worst teams in football going into the year, and I still think they might be. That is a bad loss for Green Bay, and yeah, they've got some issues right now, and it's clear that Detroit's the best team in that NFC North. I mean, Detroit, they were the favorites going in, which looked weird, just considering how awful they've been for basically my entire life, and hell, for most of our entire lives. But they were the best team on paper going into the season, and thus far through 5 weeks, it has played out that way. Green Bay's got issues. The Bears still suck. We know that. And Minnesota's 1-4. And oh, by the way, Justin Jefferson just got put on IR, so he's out for the next month. It is a problem.
They're not going to take a chance with him in his hamstring. They're not even going to play games with him. They're just going to, hey, they're not going to put a guy out there to be the focal point of a block there, Sark. I mean, he's out. He's got a little hammy, and they're going to make sure he's 100%. They said, we're making sure that he's 100% before he goes back in the game. That is their number one guy, and they're not playing games with it to bring him back. Well, maybe if he's 70%, we play him. It's like, no, he's out. It's a definite he's out. And for me, Detroit right now is looking like they're in the top 4 or 5 teams in the NFL period right now. They're doing a little bit of everything. They're razzle-dazzling it, double passes. They've got talented players all over, and that defense is for real. That defense can get after you. Remember how bad they were in the secondary last year? That whole thing has changed for them defensively right now, which is a key. But they have talented players on offense. and they can try tricky plays and get away with it. They're doing a good job of that, BK, where others like your Dallas Cowboys, they can't trick anybody. Mike McCarthy in that offense is so vanilla right now, and that's what they intended to be. They wanted to run basic run plays. They wanted to keep Dak from dropping back too far, get rid of the ball real quick. But it's hard to win just being vanilla in the NFL. This isn't like the New England Patriots with Tom Brady, that great defense, the great offensive line, run with a couple scrub running backs and win championships. You've got to trick some people every once in a while, and they've got the talent to do that. The Cowboys, they can't trick anybody anymore. They can't do the basic stuff.
No, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Cowboys. I mean, they've been hot and cold this year, but the teams that they've beaten, and they've beaten pretty good, are some of the worst teams in football, right?
Yes.
The Giants suck. The Patriots suck. Everyone's talking about Bill Belichick being done after this year now, and the Jets didn't have Aaron Rodgers. Of course, they're playing okay. They've held their own. They've won a couple of games with Zach Wilson, and they've been competitive in their other games this season.
And he may start to figure out a little bit too. I mean, week by week, he's getting a little bit better. They're helping him out, and with Breece Hall back, that helps out a lot.
Yeah. But I mean, the Cowboys have played, they've only played one really good team this year, right? Their other loss came against Arizona, who's not very good, and they got embarrassed in that one. But the one really good playoff caliber team that the Cowboys have played this season absolutely boat raced them on Sunday Night Football in front of the entire world.
Can they win a vanilla game? I mean, can they win games like that?
Yeah, of course. I just think they can't beat the best teams doing that type of stuff. Like, they just don't have enough to hang with the 49ers. I think it's obvious. And once again, we said it yesterday, the gap is widening between those two teams. Now, the Niners look like the best team in football right now. So
yes, they do.
They're really good, and nobody's looked great against them this season. But no, the two playoff games where the Niners beat the Cowboys the last couple of years, those were one-possession games. Like, the Niners won. Every win counts the same. Every loss counts the same. But at least the Cowboys were competitive in those two. Like, they're going the other way now. Yeah, they were non-competitive there. So, and for the Cowboys, it's getting worse. Like, a lot of injuries, dude. A lot of injuries in the NFL this week. We talked about Justin Jefferson, the Aggie, Devon Achane, who's been awesome for Miami. He's going to miss a couple of weeks now with an injury. The Cowboys are dealing with it. Leighton Vander Esch is expected to miss the next 4 to 6 weeks with another neck injury. I thought he was one of the few Cowboys who actually played well on Sunday night before he went down. Also, Kevontae Turpin, who caught a touchdown for the Cowboys. He's going to miss the next month or so. So the Cowboys are banged up. They've got issues, but they're banged up, and they're getting more injured by the day.
Those are two key injuries, because Turpin looked like a guy that they could maybe be able to really start to use offensively more than just a special teams player. That injury hurt. That was a really nice route that he ran. Nice route, nice throw by Dak. But and those are the things you can do. That ball right there, BK, you're either going to catch that or it's going out of bounds and the other guy's not catching it, to the corner. For me, when Dak throws in the field of play, I hold my breath every time. When he throws those corner routes and things like that, I'm thinking at least maybe he'll overthrow this and it'll hit the sideline. But, I mean, they can't run the ball. And as I said, Tony Pollard, he's not gotten off to that great start that I thought he would as a runner, because they've been hurt so much on the offensive line. And they finally had everybody together. But having everybody together last week against that team, it doesn't matter. They're just heads and shoulders above the Dallas Cowboys right now. As you said, it's going the other way. It's not close. The gap is starting to increase more than get closer,
Yeah, the Cowboys were given a measuring stick opportunity, and they showed that they don't measure up to the best teams in the NFL. And God, I wonder, like, I'll never root for this, of course, but I wonder if it's better for the Cowboys long-term if they just completely fall apart this season and have an awful season and just start over. Because I don't expect that to happen. I still expect this team to win 10 games. I still expect them to make the playoffs. They're not winning the division. I thought they would, only because nobody repeats in the NFC East, but it's clear that Philadelphia is better than Dallas right now. It's clear that they're the best team in the division. Would you like Bill Belichick, who's saying we're going to start over in New England? If you start over, you still are going to suck. That's that whole thing with Bill Belichick talking about starting over. That dude saying that, BK, means, okay, what does that mean? You're going to start over? You're still going to suck. We're starting over this week. Starting over with what? Getting rid of Bill O'Brien? No, I'm not saying starting over week by week. Like, that's coach speak. I'm saying, like, get rid of McCarthy and maybe do something at quarterback and maybe change the way things are going. I don't expect the Cowboys to be bad enough to where they're going to do that. But they're kind of in purgatory right now, aren't they? Like they're good. They're very good.
They're good enough to beat the average team, yes.
You don't win 12 games in each of the last 2 years and not be good. Like they're an above average team, but they're clearly not San Francisco good. They're clearly not Philadelphia good. They're not Kansas City good.
No.
They're not. I don't know if they're Detroit good right now. Like
I would put Detroit in front of them right now. Yeah,
I would too. I wouldn't have before this past weekend, but now I think you have to. So it's just they're in that purgatory spot where, they're not 8-9 or 9-8, which is really purgatory in the NFL, where you're just like, you're good enough to not have one of the highest draft picks, but you're bad enough to not make the playoffs. I mean, that's a horrible spot to be in, but it ain't much better being good enough to get into the playoffs, but not good enough to not do anything when you get there every year. So it's a mess for the Cowboys, and they've got a big one. I'll tell you what, Monday Night Football against the LA Chargers in LA, like that would be a crushing loss for the Cowboys going into their bye week.
Did they not just go from one of the top secondaries, like number 2 in football, to like number 22 in like matter of weeks? I mean, that thing changed in a hurry.
Well, yeah, I mean, losing Trayvon Diggs doesn't help. He's one of the best corners in football.
Right.
Hell, it was probably just Sunday with the way they made Brock Purdy look. Like they were awesome in the secondary against Mac Jones. Now, that's not that impressive considering how bad he is and how bad the Patriots are right now. But
well, Bill O'Brien play calling compared to the other guy, Shanahan play calling is a little different.
Yeah, no, I mean, Kyle Shanahan's the best play caller in all of football. He's the best offensive mind in the sport right now at any level. Did you see let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Did you see the undershirt that George Kittle was wearing on Sunday Night Football?
I heard about it. Was it a mistake or what?
Well,
he said he just picked the shirt.
Yeah. He was acting like he had no idea that.
Right. He just picked it out of the drawer.
Yeah. It just happened to be this shirt when he was getting ready to suit up against the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, here it is from George Kittle, who had his best game of the season, 3 touchdowns. It was like a Randy Moss Thanksgiving type of performance against Dallas, where he had 3 catches and they all went for touchdowns. And how about the not so subtle undershirt from George Kittle?
Is that an FU Dallas or something?
Yep, it's a full FUCK Dallas shirt that George Kittle was rocking. And hey, when you win 42-10, I guess you can talk your trash, can't you?
Boy, he's a fun guy to watch. He has an awful lot of fun playing the game.
Yeah, that's a fun team to watch, man.
Yes,
it's not fun to watch them play against your favorite team because they'll embarrass the guys that you root for. But man, they are loaded with talent. The linebackers too, with Fred Warner and Drake Greenlaw. I mean, those might be two of the 2 best linebackers in the sport, and they're on the same team.
Right.
And they got Bosa up front, and they got dudes in the back end too. I mean, that roster is loaded. They've got a great coaching staff too. Like it is almost unfair what San Francisco has working right now. And
yeah, they got 2 running backs. I mean, it is unfair.
Yeah, they got to win a Super Bowl, don't they? At some point,
we say this about Shanahan, but he hadn't won a Super Bowl. He's been the offensive coordinator when they blew it, but he hasn't won one. So when he gets that Super Bowl, then I'll give him all that recognition of being the best of the best. But they get close and something happens with them. But right now, I would be picking them as the Super Bowl favorite, even over Kansas City. They're just too physical. They play a physical finesse brand of ball that's hard to see. I mean, when you talk about guys being wide open, this is what we expect to see of Sark when guys are going, forget all that stuff in the red zone. I mean, he would scheme guys wide open. Shanahan does that. Kittle should not be wide open ever.
Yeah.
But that guy and Ayuk, how do they get open like that?
Well, they got so many weapons, dude, and that's the genius of Shanahan, right? Like he schemes guys open. He's Sark on steroids, and he's got all the talent in the world. I mean, McCaffrey's the best dual threat running back in the league. George Kittle's a beast. Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, those guys are matchup nightmares. Like they just have too many guys for you to have to cover.
And Brock Purdy's Joe Montana.
Yeah, I mean, Brock Purdy, he's playing really well. He's doing more than just game managing right now. But obviously it helps when you just have somebody streaking wide open on every single play because the guys around you are that
He doesn't get a lot of pressure. The offensive line is the best right now.
Yeah, no, that team is really, really good. They got to stay healthy. I mean, McCaffrey seemingly gets hurt every season. That hasn't happened this year.
No,
We know what happened to Brock Purdy in the playoffs last year, and they completely fell apart when he went down. So he's got to stay upright.
yeah, and I don't see any glitches or hitches in his throwing motion. I
No.
was thinking, no, that guy won't really be ready to midway point in the season. He's come right out of the gates, BK, throwing full speed. I mean, it's not like he has to, he's not taking, guys aren't close enough to take the hit after the throw. He's clean when he throws.
Yeah, no, it's pretty ridiculous what they've got going on there. And yeah, credit Brock Purdy. He's got a lot of talent around him. He's got a great coach around him. Like, situation matters for the quarterback. There's no doubt about it. But you also have to be good. And Brock Purdy is clearly good, because you don't do what he's done this season, or hell, last season, if you're not a good football player. And sure enough, he is.
Let me ask you about the Cincinnati Bengals. And last week they had to have that win, and now all of a sudden is Joe Burrow. Are they? Obviously, he's healthy enough right now, because a semi-healthy Joe Burrow will really, really help out that football team, because they're loaded too offensively. So if he's back, I mean, that adds another dimension. And of course, the Ravens have lost like 2 in a row. They look terrible. They paid their quarterback $1 zillion, and there's nothing any different about that offense that I watch.
Yeah, they blew it against the Steelers, man. I mean, credit the Steelers for making a couple of huge defensive plays. And then obviously Kenny Pickett, the game-winning touchdown to George Pickens in the last minute.
Hands Pickett, yes.
Yeah, actually made a good throw. Nice. He had to actually shot put it. He put 2 hands on the football and chunked it, because he can't grip it with one hand. Yeah, nice win for the Steelers, and a bad loss for Baltimore, who just had countless opportunities to win and couldn't get it done. We'll learn a lot about Cincinnati over the next 3 weeks. I mean, I think we know that when they're right, they're good. They've proven that over the last few seasons. But how about this 3-game stretch coming up for the Bengals? They host Seattle, who's 3-1, coming off a bye. They go to San Francisco, who we just talked about as being the best team in the league.
That's a loss.
And then they host Buffalo on Sunday Night Football. Those are the next 3 games for Cincinnati. Wow. If they go 2-1 in that stretch, then it's like, yeah, no, the Bengals are still one of the best teams in football. But anything less than that, then I mean, if they go 1-2, we're going to be talking about a 3-5 Cincinnati team going into their game against the Texans on November 12th.
And the Texans will give them a battle. You know that.
Yeah, the Texans look obviously much improved from where they've been the last few seasons. So, yeah, no, the Bengals, they got a good win at Arizona, but they haven't been the same team, and they've got to be ready to roll, because once again, the schedule does not do them any favors.
BK, you're surprised that Jonathan Taylor is with the Colts, the Indianapolis Colts. There were people who are saying he will never ever be with them. Guess what? He's with them. He got some cash. He got what he thought was a good deal, I guess. But he figured he couldn't sit out, and he couldn't wait around for guys to get hurt. Nobody was going to pay him. It's just the way it goes.
What was the contract? It was like a 3-year deal for Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, 3 years.
What are the Colts doing? They give Jonathan Taylor that contract, and then Zach Moss.
I know, Zach Moss,
65 and 2 touchdowns.
Yes.
That's why you don't pay the running backs. Like,
Zach
they were
Moss
so good.
Yes.
They were so good. They were so disciplined, and they just they caved in. I don't think Jonathan Taylor caved in. Like, $14 million a year over 3 years is not a bad deal at all for a running back in 2023. That's a great deal.
I said he'd be with the Colts. Some way they're gonna take him back somehow. The money will be there for him, and it is.
You're right. And look,
now the other dude is just balling.
I gave Jim Irsay, who's an idiot, way too much credit, thinking that he'd actually make the right move here. Now, Jonathan Taylor's still really good, and I'm sure, after a couple of weeks of getting back into game shape and game form, he'll
come up with the ankle. The ankle will come up again. It always does.
Yeah, I was going to say the opposite, but maybe it does. But yeah, I mean, that's why you don't give those long-term deals to running backs, man. Like, the Colts are going to learn same way the Cowboys learned with Zeke, the same way most teams learn. Obviously, there are the anomalies. There are the Derrick Henrys. There are the Adrian Petersons of the world who are worth it and can play well into their 30s. And hell, Jonathan Taylor isn't even close to that. But these guys are replaceable.
Barkley not on the field yet.
No, I think he's still out, isn't he? He didn't play for the Giants against the Dolphins this past weekend. I don't know if it doesn't matter if he plays. They suck, dude.
And it doesn't matter. And they're not going to put him in against the Dolphins anyway. That
No,
track meet, yeah.
that's a waste of time. That's just, re-aggravating an injury against a
You're
team
right.
that you have no chance of beating. Stupid, 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 stupid. Any other NFL takeaways you want to get to? The Chiefs got the win in Minnesota. They're 4-1. They've won 4 straight after their sluggish opener against the Lions. We've talked a lot about the Patriots just being in a horrible, horrible spot right now. We mentioned the Lions being good. Where are you at on this Eagles team? They go to L.A., they beat the Rams. Cooper Kupp was back for the Rams. Didn't matter. Philadelphia 23-14. They're not blowing teams out, but they're just going about their business, and they're not losing.
No, it's a mentally tough team that in close ball games they can just win. They don't have to blow you out. They don't have to cover spreads. They kick field goals for winners. They just now have gotten to the point where they just know how to win. Yeah. And you pay the price for them not even blowing you out. Sometimes just those hardcore wins, it hurts your team because they hurt you physically. They pound you with that defense, and Jalen Hurts is only going to get better as the season goes on. They're going to get more in tuned in the passing game. That'll be a different Eagle team 3-4 weeks from now, and they're still just good enough to beat you. They don't have to hammer you. They just beat you. They just win on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they do. They're doing just about everything right.
And right now the Cowboys are in that other way. They're going to have a hard time just beating you. That's the way I feel about them. But for the Eagles, they just beat you. They just win the games.
Yep, they do. They're 5-0 right now. Them and San Francisco, the only 2 unbeaten teams left, and we might be headed for another collision course between those 2 teams in the NFC Championship game. We'll see.
I'm not coming off the Dolphins as playing in the Super Bowl. I should, because Patrick, why do I slide at the 2-yard line? Because, hey, I want the clock to run out, guy.
Yeah, because I want to win football games and not fantasy football games for jabronis out there.
Hey, he made Cristobal feel good about that. I know that. That's for sure.
That
was you're talking about a sore spot over the weekend. The Miami Hurricanes not taking a knee to end the game. Him thinking, hey, it's better for me just to turn around and hand it to my running back because probably nobody's going for the ball. It's just a simple run play. We do it all the time.
How does that happen?
It should never happen. He didn't take the fall immediately. It took him a day, but when he took it, he's taking all of it now. He should have taken it the minute that thought came into his mind about I don't care what you do. I don't care if you call a timeout and lose seconds on the clock, but the next 3 times you got to go ahead and fall down on the ground and take it. When any chance that you have to kneel down, you do it. I'm not talking about Patrick Mahomes with the ability to shake and get in the end zone for some fantasy points. I'm talking about just the exchange from center. Patrick Mahomes made a mistake for a lot of us.
Yeah, no, he made the right play for him and his teammates, which is who he cares about. And
what about the fantasy people? What about our fantasy teams?
He doesn't care about that stuff. None of the players care, unfortunately.
What?
Yeah, none of them care about your cousins either, which sucks because our cousins make the right bet.
That's
right. Players just don't do their job. They don't execute. Now I sound like Steve Sarkisian. The execution wasn't there. We did the right things. Our bets were correct. The players just didn't go out there and execute when they needed to execute.
Well, Cristobal did the wrong thing, period.
If I'm Uncle Luke or if I'm just a big money donor at Miami,
which there's a lot of them now,
I'm calling the AD and saying this guy cannot be our football coach. Like I know they love.
Is that enough to get you gone?
I know they love Mario Cristobal because he played there and they were super excited that they were able to lure him away from Oregon. And I mean, they were a top 20 team in the country going into this week. But like, if your coach can't get that right, how the hell are you confident that that's the dude who's going to lead you to a national championship, which is what Miami wants?
It doesn't get
not this year.
It doesn't get any easier than that.
Like it's Georgia Tech. They couldn't beat Georgia Tech at home, and then they did that at the end of the game. Are you kidding me? He's got to go. Oh, by the way, the running back, I know it's not his fault that he got the ball, but you know whose fault it is that kid fumbled? That kid. Scholarship pulled. He's gone. Coach gone.
NIL deal gone.
Gone. That guy's got to go. That guy's got to go. You can't fumble in that spot. Now, he shouldn't be put in that position. 90% of the blame goes on the coach for being just a freaking dumbass in that spot. But the kids got to hold on to the football there, right? Like, don't pick up extra yards. Go down.
That's just as bad as putting your tight end out there as your lead blocker.
No, it's way worse.
Come on. No.
That was the first play of the game. It didn't cost Texas the game.
You're not supposed to put your players in that situation. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be looking out for them as players and people. That's not good.
Yeah, it's not good, but it ain't the same, dude. It ain't the
same to
same.
me. No, those are mistakes that you can't make as a coach. You've been there all week. You know how unhealthy the guy really is. You can't do that. You got to look at yourself and say, why am I putting that dude out there? What is he, a decoy or something? No, he's not a decoy. He's the primary guy at the point of contact. He can't run. He's got a high ankle sprain. What are we doing here? And Cristobal, your quarterback needs to fall down on his knee.
Yeah, yeah, they're both bad decisions, but the level of bad decisionness is way higher for Mario Cristobal. All right, we'll get back into some Texas football. We'll talk some MLB postseason. We also have to have some fun. It is a birthday of somebody who I absolutely hate today.
You got any pictures? You got any some videos?
No pictures, no videos.
No playing videos?
No playing videos today. The people are letting us down, you know? We're not getting the good airplane/airport content that we seemingly got by the week for like 2 months straight.
Maybe we're coming to the Halloween season. Maybe there'll be some trickeration coming up here soon, and we'll get some disgusting things that happen on planes.
What, like a defensive lineman in the backfield or 2 of them?
Oh, bring 2 of them into play.
That type of trickeration?
Not just one big ass. Take 2 big asses and stick them in a hole.
Oh, man.
Trick them this time. Give them the ball.
Hey, let's give some love to some of our great sponsors here. Hey, how about a scientific data point from our guy, Tom McKay, over at AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Love it. Love it. By the way, don't forget now, I want the American people to understand I'm still getting myself prepared for the next President's Cup, okay? Or the next Ryder Cup. You guys may have thought we forgot about your Ryder Cup display. We haven't forgot that. I haven't forgot that. I know football season's at hand, but that Ryder Cup that you lost to the Euros, disgusting.
Who are you talking to right now?
I'm talking to the America. We're on YouTube. I'm talking to America.
The America.
The America.
You sound like Miss Teen USA, like such as.
As in maps in South Carolina, such as. Absolutely. And I'm also talking about Dr. Greg Eckert, who is my dentist and should be yours, as a matter of fact. He does everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work. And these beauties right here, see those chiclets? Mm. Those are lovely veneers. And Dr. Eckert did that for me in just 2 visits, and he can do that for you too. But if you're thinking of dental implants and maybe you're a candidate for dental implants, he will turn that frown, which a lot of Longhorn fans have, he'll turn that frown upside down in just 1 day. He'll give you teeth that you'll be proud of in just 1 day. So he's doing a lot of that. Give him a call today at 512-345-3166. And if you're scared to go to the dentist, and a lot of you are scared, I know, BK, you're not scared, but at one time I was horrified of going to the dentist. So I kept a temporary filling for 14 years in my mouth. If you need IV sedation for cleaning, anything, you shouldn't need it. But if you're scared and you don't want to get a big dog, get IV sedation with Dr. Eckert. He absolutely is the very best. 1,400 cases of restoring teeth, 28 years in the business. He's our dentist, and he should be your dentist also.
Amen. And shout out to our friends at Top Gun Lawn and Equipment Rentals as well. Hey, it's an off week. That means you might have some honeydews to take care of around the house. If you need tools, equipment, whatever to get the jobs done, go see our friends at Top Gun Lawn and Equipment Rentals. They offer an extensive selection of rental equipment from everything from small home projects to large construction jobs. They've got all of the biggest brands like Steel, Hustler, Toro, Walker, DeWalt, and more. Brandon Mars, good dude, good friend of all of us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. He's going to take care of you. They are Austin's #1 source for all of your equipment rentals, sales, and supplies. It's not just rentals. If you want to buy stuff, they've got it all too, and they've been that way since 1996. 2 Austin area locations to best serve you. One in Anderson Square up north, the other on South 1st Street down south. It is topgun.net. We will shoot you straight. And you know what? I lied, Buck. We do have some video today.
Now you're talking.
I think it's time because we brought it up. I feel like we have to show the people this, don't we?
Of course we do.
Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our
Dude, that dude holding the mic is about to crack up, such as the Iraq. Oh, no. You know what? She's probably having a wonderful life right now, doing some really fine things in her U.S. America right now. So let's just leave her be. That was classic right there, such as.
Not everyone has maps, okay? I don't know if I have a map, so.
Well, maybe they don't have them in the Iran. You know, who knows?
Our education system failed me because I don't have a map.
That's Miss South Carolina,
South Africa, and the Iraq, and everywhere like such as. And we got to help the Asian countries. I mean, that is special stuff right there.
You just can't put her in that situation. Sort of like if you got a bad ankle and you're at the point of attack, you can't put her in that situation. You can't ask her that question.
You're supposed to. That's the whole part of the pageant. They always ask questions like that to the contestants. That's a part of Miss America. What are you talking about?
Who cares about? No, who uses maps anyway? I mean, going up to Fort Worth and Arlington, I didn't need to take my such as map out of my glove compartment like we used to do, and trying to find my way up there.
Well, yeah, we're not talking about the Iraq, dude.
That's true.
We're talking about a trip that you made. Iraq. You're talking about a trip that you've made 50 times in your life.
Yeah, yes, I probably would need my map, such as if I were in the Iraq
or South Africa.
She didn't win, right? Please tell me she did not win.
No. I wonder how she's doing. I can fix her. I'll teach her.
Oh yeah, you can fix her.
I'll be her tutor. I got her.
Yeah, you got her. You'll take care of her. That was one of the all-time best right there, such as.
Oh, my God. Yeah, thank you for giving us a reason to play that by calling America the America. We appreciate you doing your best Miss Teen USA 2007 impression right there, man. Goodness gracious. All right, more from
my tips in the car line. That's the problem. She never got any of the tips that I gave away. We weren't doing tips for kids in the car line at that time.
What kind of tip are you trying to give her?
No. At her age now, she's probably mid-30s. How long ago was that?
That was 07.
Wow.
So, 16 years ago. Yeah, she's probably
in her late 30s.
30s, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Man.
Such as good tips.
Good tips. Wow. Interesting tips. All right.
Man.
Let's hear more from Sark here. Let's just go big picture. Somebody asked Steve Sarkisian how you get over the loss to Oklahoma and put it behind you and right the ship for the second half of the season.
Losing sucks. I mean, I'll call it like that. Like it's not fun for anybody. It's not fun for the players. It's not fun being a coach when you lose a ball game that you feel like you could have won. But inevitably, you got to focus on the task at hand. And so I don't know if you ever just wash it away. Hopefully you can take losses and it can fuel you to, whether it's work a little harder, help the next person, whatever that looks like. But I'm hopeful we don't just walk out of that stadium Saturday and then back here in Austin and leave the game up there. I hope we kind of carry this one with us for a little bit. And I hope it fuels us to be even better than we can be moving forward.
Well, you can't get that game back. You can get it back possibly by winning the rest and getting a second opportunity to play them. But you can't go in the next game, and I know Houston or whoever the hell they play next, you can't try to get the Oklahoma game back. You have to, you've got to pick up the pieces, move on, play solid, practice solid. But you can't count the Houston game as the Oklahoma game. It doesn't work that way. You lost that game. It's over with. All you can do is, find out some of the mistakes, get better in the red zone, get better in your secondary, make better efforts in tackling. But you can't say, okay, The Oklahoma game is now done. We just hammered the next team. So let's forget about the Oklahoma. You've got to move on. You have a second chance. How many opportunities you get a second chance at a team during the course of the year? That's what would be on my mind. Everything that I did would be towards, okay, I'm going to get better for the next game. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about trying to get back to play that team again.
Of course. No, they shouldn't be hiding that. Maybe publicly, they're not going to say that to the media, right?
No, the coaches won't let you say that. No.
Yeah, I think somebody asked Sark in the post game about a potential rematch, and he basically dodged the question. He's just like, we got to get our stuff figured out, and we got to get better. But now inside the locker room walls, they're going to be like, dude, we need another shot at those fools. And we don't get another shot at those fools unless we win all of the games that we have on our schedule.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, no, I like that mindset from Stark. Like, don't burn the film. You should never burn a film. I've never understood that. Like, even if you get your ass kicked, like somebody asked Mike McCarthy about that after the Cowboys loss on Sunday. He's like, we're not burning the film. Like, we got to figure out what the hell we did wrong and find a way to make sure that something like that never happens again. Like, you should definitely not burn the film, as frustrating as it may be to watch for the Texas players and coaches.
Yeah. All the times I've heard that, BK, I've never known a coach to burn the film. I've never known a coach to say, we're not going to look at this. I know that all I know is I've been around coaches that when you get your ass kicked, you look at the film over and over and over. I've never seen them burn. I've heard them say that before. Now we're just thinking about burning the film. They say they're thinking about it, but they never really do it.
Well, you shouldn't do it in this case, and you've got 2 weeks to look at it, and it should be a painful 2 weeks. But yeah, look, that should be fuel for Texas, what happened in that Oklahoma game. So I like Sark, what he said towards the end of that cut, where it's like, no, we don't want to forget about what happened in Dallas. Like, we want to remember that. And hey, if we don't play our best football, we could lose. And also, use that once again. Like, if we just take care of our business over these last 6 games, then we are going to more than likely get another shot at redemption against those fools. Like, every goal that Texas had going into the year is still there, right? Like, the biggest goal was to win the Big 12. Obviously, after week 2, the goals kind of changed to, okay, let's also make the college football playoff. And oh, by the way, that goal is still there too. But the biggest goals for Texas are still very much there, despite the loss on Saturday. They just have to make sure that they remember what happened at the Cotton Bowl and say, no, if we don't play up to our standard, we are going to lose, and we're going to experience the same god-awful feeling that we just experienced again this season, and nobody wants that.
I think I came away from that game more so thinking, God, this team is not as physical as I thought they were. Well, on one particular Saturday, they just weren't. I that may have surprised me more than anything, BK. Play calling and all those little weird subtleties aside from the actual bone-on-bone, your guy versus my guy. But as you said, those guys have a bunch of 5 stars on their team too. You're not playing against chicken shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what I came away from. They're not as physical as I thought they were. It's not a physical team that played Alabama. It just didn't look the same.
No, the physicality wasn't there. And it's, we knew that going in. I mean, both head coaches talked about it all last week leading up to the game. Just the team that was more physical was going to win. And through 5 games, you would have thought that was Texas who had the edge on paper. But, hey, they don't play the games on paper. There was no debate who the more physical team was on Saturday.
For sure.
Oklahoma, not really with their running back run game, but they were able to win the rushing battle because Texas just couldn't find a way to bring Dylan Gabriel down once he took off and scrambled. So Oklahoma got the win in the rushing yards category, which is huge. Oklahoma had 5 sacks. Texas just had 1. And Texas, look, I mean, the injuries don't help. I know no Oklahoma fan cares because they've got injuries on their side too. But Texas being down to its 3rd-string center didn't help matters for the offensive line too. I mean, think about it. Like, Jake Majors is obviously the starting center. He goes down on the 2nd drive of the game. He's done for the day. The backup center is Cole Hudson, who got hurt a couple of weeks ago, and he was out. So you're on to the redshirt freshman, Connor Robertson, who I think is going to be a good player. And he in that situation, he was fine. He wasn't great. And Sark said it yesterday. There are some plays that he would like to have back, but that's a lot to ask for a guy basically playing his first real college football.
Sure.
Go up against that team in that spot and be the freaking center in that moment. Like that was huge, and Texas's offensive line didn't win the way that it had won through the first 5 games. So yeah, physicality. They didn't have it for whatever reason. They got beat up front, and that was a huge part of why Texas lost.
Yeah, as I said, I was very surprised. At Ford, I had not seen him play like that since he got here. He had been just so rock solid. taking the proper angles, making solid tackles. I didn't see much of that on Saturday.
No, he was really bad. The Texas linebacking core as a whole got picked apart. But, with David Benda, like we've seen it at times, he's just not the best player in the world.
Well, not in open space like that. No, he's gotten better, but he's not against that group.
So him having
quarterback.
Yeah, him having a little bit of an off day, like not the most surprising thing in the world. But yeah, Jalen Ford, maybe his worst game as a Texas Longhorn. I mean, that was stunning. That guy just had no answers. And boy, he got juked out by Dylan Gabriel a couple of times in space where it was just like one-on-one. Hey, Jalen, it's your responsibility to tackle this fool. And he couldn't do it. He took a bad angle or a misstep or whatever. He got picked apart in coverage too. I mean, they were attacking him, which I would have told if Oklahoma's game plan was to attack 41, I would have said,
go ahead.
Good luck. Yeah, there's an interception and there's a couple of sacks and you're going to lose, Oklahoma. Like, really? That's what you came up with? But Jeff Lebby saw something. He realized that Jalen Ford had some sort of weakness in his game, and he kept going after him time and time again. And, the whole Texas defense obviously had its down moments on Saturday, but some guys, okay, you understand it. The corners, no Ryan Watts, you'd understand it, whatever. Sure. But to see it from the best player on this defense and a guy who's been one of the best defensive players in the conference, if not the country, for the last year and a half, to see that happen to him in that moment was discouraging for sure.
Well, I just thought he had a lot to do in that game. As I said, the ball was snapped sometimes, and he had his back to the offense because he was still trying to get guys lined up. With those young guys in that secondary, he had a big workload, but the physical part, like you said, of him tackling in the open field, making plays, just wasn't there. It looked like a guy who was thinking an awful lot instead of playing. That happens when you got a lot of young guys behind you. You got to get them lined up.
Yeah,
it didn't matter. It really didn't matter if they were lined up or not. Those wide receivers from Oklahoma took advantage of the secondary. So
sure. Well, let's hear more from Sark. I guess this one goes to the defensive side of the football. That last Oklahoma touchdown drive, right? Texas takes the lead with minute 15 left. Oklahoma has no timeouts. You're thinking, all right, you're in a great spot. Our defense has been playing well for most of the second half.
Worst we get is a tie.
Yeah, OU got the ball first in the third quarter. They marched down the field and scored a touchdown pretty easily. But after that, they were shut out. From the first drive of the second half to the last drive of the second half, the Texas defense bowed up, made a few big plays. Even after the Quinn Ewers fumbled, right? They were able to hold Oklahoma to nothing on the scoreboard. So maybe you felt some confidence that the defense was going to be able to get off the field. And like you said, at worst, okay, Oklahoma kicks a field goal. We go to overtime and anything can happen in overtime. But unfortunately, that was not what happened. OU got into Texas territory in just 2 plays. Obviously ended up scoring a touchdown with 15 seconds to go. Here's Sark talking really just about that last play. Obviously a huge miscommunication where Nick Anderson was wide open in the back corner of the end zone. Here's Sark talking about what happened on that last Oklahoma score.
But then in the end, they're scrambling a little bit. There's 15 seconds on the clock. We felt like we had a great call, and we didn't execute it. So that part was probably the most disappointing thing, but that was a little bit of a common theme overall, that if you looked at offense, you looked at special teams, you looked at defense, at different aspects of the game, we didn't execute some things that were, I don't want to call them simple, but things that we've been running now for almost 2.5 months. And so I'd like to think that we can operate better than that. And so we've got to get back to executing at a level that is the standard around here.
Yeah, and you have to pressure that quarterback. I don't care what time it is. If he breaks out of the pocket with no time and he runs for 8 or 7 and the clock goes, but that dude was running for first downs. He wasn't running. Yeah. I mean, when he got loose, he was running for first downs in that football game. But I have to pressure him no matter what. I can't let him sit in the pocket. He will tear you apart. He is a talented thrower too. He can throw the ball. They talk about his accuracy not being great. Well, on this particular Saturday, he was good at everything that he did. And I would prefer to go down fighting with pressure than to let him sit back in the pocket and pick me apart. He's going to run me. He's going to run you apart anyway. That was a part of their game plan. He was going to be the leading rusher, and he was. You have to, you got to pressure that kid. Is he not the best in the Big 12 right now when it comes to quarterback play?
Yeah.
No doubt.
Has to be. even though a lot of Oklahoma fans didn't like him that much going into Saturday.
That's right.
He's the best quarterback in this conference right now. And yeah, he was better than Quinn Ewers on Saturday. I mean, Dillon Gabriel played mistake-free football. He didn't turn it over. Quinn Ewers turned it over 3 times. And yeah, with Jalen Daniels being hurt at Kansas right now, it's a no-brainer that Dillon Gabriel is the best quarterback in this conference, and he showed that on Saturday. So Sark talked about this yesterday. As you keep freezing, can you hear me, Buck? Is this my computer messing up? Is this your computer messing up? Can anyone hear us or see us right now? I don't know what's going on. I'm going to keep talking, though, acting like people can hear and see us. If you would comment and text and let me know what's going on here. Let's see if we're even broadcasting right now. All right, people can hear me, so something wrong with the Buck, I guess. There's a lot wrong with the Buck. I guess we've known that for a while. I might text that fool and tell him to leave and come back. As I talk through this, Steve Sarkisian, I wish I cut this from his press conference yesterday. All right, there goes Bucky. He'll hopefully come back here in a second. But yeah, Sark talked about, look, obviously Texas didn't get enough pressure on Dillon Gabriel on Saturday. But Sark talked about something that I brought up yesterday where you've got to be disciplined. And Sark's like, dude, sometimes we're in such a rush to get a pass rush that we just lose our discipline and we don't have our pass rushing lanes where they need to be. And that allows the opposing quarterback to step up in the pocket and take off and run. And I think that's what happened, right? Like I said it yesterday, Texas got frustrated because they weren't able to win up front. And all year long, Texas, they brought pressure. It's not like PK has just brought 4 on every single play and dropped 7. Now, Texas has been able to blitz, but Texas has also been able to bring pressure with 4 pretty much every game this season that they've played. And they obviously couldn't do that against Oklahoma. And I think the defensive linemen who are so used to just kind of imposing their will on other O-lines, they got frustrated and they're like, dude, I got to get after the quarterback. I have to find a way to hit Dillon Gabriel. So I'm just going to go all the way around that offensive tackle and see if I can get to him that way. Or I'm just going to try to twist and stun on my own and see if I can find another way to get to Dillon Gabriel. And by doing that, they lost their discipline, and that gave Dillon Gabriel plenty of lanes to run through. I mean, he had huge holes, especially on the last few drives of the game, where he could just step up in the pocket and there was nothing but green grass in front of them. So pressure is important. It obviously is. There's no denying that, but it's also important to make sure you're doing your job on defense. And I think a lot of Texas guys try to kind of play hero ball on the defense, and that led to some issues with the Longhorns, namely with not being able to contain Dillon Gabriel and his legs. All right, let's hear another one from Steve Sarkisian as I try to stall a little bit to make sure the Buck can get back on the show. The red zone offense, we've got to talk about it. We played the cut from earlier where Sark was talking about the play calling on the 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. Sark said it sucked. He took the blame. He should have taken the blame. That was his fault. I mean, it was just ridiculous, basically running the same play 3 times in a row, even though you moved backwards on the first 2. Here's Sark, just kind of more of an all-encompassing, how do you fix the red zone woes that have been plaguing this Texas team all year long? It's not just a thing from Saturday. It's been an issue for Texas all season long. Here's Sark.
The first aspect of it is, we've already watched every series and every snap we've had all year in the red zone. We watched it in sequence of how it actually has occurred in game. We watched it by concept, the different concepts that we're running. And then ultimately it's, okay, what are we doing to make sure that we're putting our players in the best position to be successful? Sometimes a new style of scheme is in their best interest predicated on what we're getting. Sometimes it's doing what they know really well so that they have answers to the whatever look they could get from a defensive perspective. So there's a lot of levels to that. Then it's looking at the play caller and the sequencing of how I'm calling those plays. But we're drilling down on it to every level. That's what the bye week is really good for. You have more time to do that type of stuff. And I feel very comfortable in the fact that we'll have a good plan in the second half of the season for the players, because like I just told the staff, we're moving the ball too well offensively right now not to have more points on the board, and so we need to be more effective in the red area for sure.
he's right. It's not the red zone, it's the dead zone right now for Texas. It's where drives go to die. And this offense is moving the football way too well to be stalling in the red area time after time like a Cyndi Lauper song. It's frustrating. I mean, I said it earlier. Texas is now 122nd in the country in red zone touchdown percentage. And hell, they couldn't even get field goals against OU this past weekend, right? Like, if Texas just kicked field goals on its 3 red zone trips, they would have won the football game. But instead, they only had 3 total points and 3 trips inside the Oklahoma 20-yard line. You had the Quinn Ewers interception on the second drive of the game, the ball that hit Jatavion Sanders and got dislodged. And then, obviously, the first and goal from the 1 in which Texas turned it over on downs. Like, if they just had 9 points, which we'd be complaining about, because how do you not get into the end zone in 3 trips to the red zone? They still probably find a way to win that game. But because they couldn't even do that, they come up short. And this continues to be something that we talk about for Texas. And, you know, I'll give Sark a little bit of credit, I guess. I feel like I shouldn't, but I'm glad that he openly talked about the red zone offense this week, because at times in the past, you know, he's been questioned about the red zone struggles, right? Texas going into Saturday was 109th in red zone touchdown percentage. So it's not like, one bad game just completely tanked that stat. No, they were already one of the worst teams in the country in terms of converting those red area trips into 7. It got even worse on Saturday. But in the past, I can't remember what game this is from, and I don't even exactly remember what this cut is, but I know there was a reason why I kept it, and I'm glad that I did. This is from a few weeks ago, a post-game or a Monday press conference. Sark was asked about Texas being one of the worst red zone offenses in college football, and he kind of poo-pooed the question. Take a listen.
An old friend of mine said, stats are like something. Once you get them, you can do anything with them. I don't really care about stats. We keep winning. We got to continue to execute better when we're down there. But, hey, I try not to get caught up in what stats say.
Yeah, well, a 180 from Steve Sarkisian basically saying, F you, we're undefeated. Our red zone is fine, to, oh, no, actually, maybe you guys were right for repeatedly asking me about our red zone issues, because clearly it's not right. And we said it, man. Like, Texas won its first 5 games by an average of 23 points per game. They had 5 double-digit victories going into Saturday. It didn't matter that they were having to settle for field goals instead of touchdowns. But if they were going to play a close game, which odds are at some point they were, and reason to believe that it was going to be against Oklahoma, because that was less than a touchdown line. Oklahoma's good. They came into that game 5-0 with 5 double-digit wins themselves. When Texas played a close game, not being able to convert red zone trips into touchdowns was going to come back to bite them, and sure enough, it did. So, yeah, Sark went a little Tom Herman with his answers to previous questions about the red zone offense, and it was a different Steve Sarkisian we got. And look, losing humbles you. When you're 5-0, you're number 3 in the country. You can talk your talk a little bit. You can puff your chest out, and you can dunk on a media question every once in a while. And not every media question is good. Some of them are worth getting dunked on, regardless of how good the team is. But when you're bad, you got to wear it a little bit. And when you lose, you got to wear it a little bit. And Texas has been bad in the red zone all year, and their red zone issues cost them the game on Saturday. All right, I'm going to call Buck right now and put him on speaker so y'all can see what's going on. See if we can get this fool back on.
What you got?
You good?
I'm good.
Can you get back in?
No, I need to get back in. Let me try it again.
Yeah, just click the email link again. I wasn't sure if you were trying to take a load management hour.
No. I was talking all the time.
You've been talking?
Yes, I've been talking. We haven't been on?
No, I've been on. You have not been on. We lost you.
Okay. Well,
That's awesome. I don't know if y'all heard any of that, but apparently the Buck has been talking to nobody for the last 10 minutes. Or what would be hilarious is if like half of you guys can hear Bucky and half of y'all can hear me. Like, that'd be fantastic, but I don't think that's going on. Yeah, phone voice is very faint. Yeah, of course it is. That's why I just said what was happening. Here we go. We've got the Buck back.
The Buck is just talking away and babbling and rambling. No, I wasn't taking load management. I was still talking, and I was not heard. America did not hear me, and I had a lot to say.
What did you have to say? What were you talking about? I wonder if it was the same thing that I was talking about over here.
Oh, I was talking about, why is that guy the focal point of the attack on the first play of the game?
Oh my God. That's not what I was talking about because we've already talked about that 5 times today,
And we need to
dude.
talk about it 5 more times. What the hell is going on there?
All right, here's what I played. I'm going to play it again. I'm not going to play both
Okay.
cuts, but I was talking about the red zone issues, and this obviously
Okay.
has to do with Sark and the play calling, so we weren't too far off here.
No, I was beating that dead horse.
Yeah, that thing is miserable now. I mean, it's died twice because of you. This is from a few weeks ago. After a game, somebody asked Sark about the red zone issues. And once again, this is not an Oklahoma-only issue for Texas. The red zone has been a problem all year long, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is from a few weeks ago. Somebody brought up a stat that said, hey, coach, you're not very good in the red zone. What's the deal? And here's how Sark responded to that question after a win a couple of weeks ago.
An old friend of mine said, stats are like something. Once you get them, you can do anything with them. I don't really care about stats. We keep winning. We got to continue to execute better when we're down there. But, hey, I try not to get caught up in what stats say.
So,
in other words, we'll keep failing as long as we win the game, because it'll never catch up to us. The failures will never catch up to you. So I keep winning the game by the hair on my chinny chin chin. I'll continue to prove you wrong. But when it comes and it bites me in the ass, I don't really have an answer for it, because stats are for losers. Stats suck. You better get out of that habit.
Somebody asked him basically the same question yesterday, and he gave a long answer like, well, we've got to be better. We've got to fix it over the bye week. We've got to be better as coaches, come up with plays that give our guys more of a chance to be successful. We've got to execute better. Of course, he said that too.
Well, that's all the coach speak. Tell me why they weren't ready, why they came out as flat as a pancake. Coach, you're supposed to know your team. They look a lot like you. You said that in the beginning of the season. This is what my team looks like, a lot like I expect them to look. I know them now. I understand them now. Tell me the understanding behind why they look like that in the beginning of the football game, in that particular game. I mean, are you going to look at each individual player? I'm going to look at some individual coaches and say, why? What was it that you didn't understand that your team wasn't ready to come out and get into a battle? They were going to be in a fist. They were going to be in not a fist fight. They were going to be in a knife fight in that particular game. Why were you in a fist fight when they were in a knife fight? Tell me that part of it. If you know your team, you're able to say, this is what happened, or I should have known that they were a little bit flat, or this is why they got flat, or I'm part of the reason. They don't have an answer for that one right now.
Well, the first drives of the game were bad, right? And you throw an interception on offense, and then the defense gives up a touchdown. Now, obviously, OU had a short field to work with. You would have hoped that Texas would have found a way to hold Oklahoma to 3 or something like that. Yeah, they couldn't do it. After that, look, Texas was going to go 3 and out. They run the fake punt. They get into the red zone. Like they bounced back pretty well, but then Ewers throws the interception. Well, right after that, you get the blocked punt. So, I mean, it was an ugly start for Texas on those first couple of drives, but like they bounced back decently. The problem was they couldn't score in the red zone, and they threw that interception on that second drive of the game. So I don't know. They clearly came out flat because the first 2 drives were bad, but it's not like they were awful for the first 30 minutes of the game. Like they were able to figure some things out after that sluggish start.
They're not awful for the game because the coach found a way to actually save this group that was flat, because they should have been down 30-0 by halftime. It could have easily been that way. And he dialed up some good stuff. He made some good decisions. I got to go after this punt. We got to make these things happen, But my goodness, to come out, I mean, I think people could see that they were flat coming out. Not just there was something about that team on Saturday just was really out of character. And as I said, when the coach tells us how he knows the guys, he understands the guys, they understand him. What was it? I don't know if they got that question asked of him yesterday.
Well, let's not act like this is the first game Texas has come out flat. Well, after Rice, what the hell happened in the first half? Why were they so flat?
Yes.
After Wyoming, what the hell happened in the first 3 quarters? Why were they so flat? So it's not like this is the only time we've had this issue this year. I mean, you understand it a little bit more against Rice and Wyoming because they're Rice and Wyoming.
I don't understand this one.
This is Oklahoma. It's the biggest game of the year. So
you just beat them 49-0. You're the number 3 team in the nation. There is no reason for that. They're coming after you. Like I said, you're fighting. They've got knives. They're not playing around. They understand what happened to them last year.
Yep.
As I said, I don't want to think this team underestimated this football team, but they did. They got hung up in. We beat them 49-0. They got hung up on the schedule. They haven't really played anybody. We've been to Tuscaloosa. We've been down to Waco. We've been in really hostile environments. So this is no big deal coming to the Cotton Bowl. Well, it is a big deal. It's a huge deal.
Yep. And now they got to use this as motivation to not let it happen again, right?
No.
I mean, this is the wake-up call. Good news is in this sport, you usually get a mulligan. And you get one. That's the issue. It's not like some of my buddies when we're playing golf. It's like, I'll use a mulligan on this hole, and then I'll use one on the next hole. Can I take a second drive, please? Like that was a bad first one. It's not like our buddies on the course.
This isn't the driving range. This isn't. You can't hit a bucket off the first tee. You get two, and that's it.
This ain't your charity golf tournament where you can pay for a few more. You get one mulligan over the round, and Texas. They used it. They can't use another one if they want to win the Big 12 this year.
Boy, we don't play that crap either. You get one mulligan a foursome at my deal. I know you like to give some extra money, but we're not having you all day hitting balls into the woods and saying, "Can I get one more shot for $10?" No, you get one mulligan for foursome. Here we go. Let's go. We're playing.
That's the deal with the mullet open.
Yes, you don't get to have all these mulligans. We need to move along here.
Brother, I see guys shooting in the 50s. They're taking more than one mulligan out there.
They're quality players that play in the mullet open. These are quality individuals and quality players. We don't cheat. We give out great prizes. We do the things the right way.
I mean, the Texas cheaters, who are known for cheating, they finish in like 15th place every year, which tells you what the other schmucks are doing out there. A lot of cheating going on at the Mullet Open, which will be back next year.
It'll be back. Yes, we're waiting we're trying to finalize on a date, but there will be. And for those that have played in both tournaments, there will not be a Thursday tournament. There will only be a Friday event. I can't do two.
Wow.
BK has me working so hard. I worked too hard to try to put on two events. Plus, the group that we had, the event has not paid us yet from May. So I'm not going through that again. That's not going to happen.
What is this, the old radio station?
No, they're
not paying stuff?
Why do you think, hey, by the way, why do you think that thing has been so successful? I kept them out of it. You know, the ones that lay away rent and things like that and don't go anywhere. I don't know. It's been successful because they weren't involved.
Oh, man.
Sometimes you have to say, that's it, you know?
Yep.
People are probably thinking you taking shots at them it's sometimes, Buck, you just have to give it up and leave it go. Never.
Oh,
I say never. I mean never.
Yeah. All right. Well, you got this platform to do it. So
never say never, but never
again. All
Absolutely.
right. How about some shout outs to some of our great sponsors? How about the fine folks, some of the doctors over there at Texas Orthopedics?
Love those folks. If you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacements, rheumatology, and even more. Dr. Chris Daney, who we saw up at the fairgrounds, and thank you for coming by and saying hello to us, Doc. We appreciate that. And Chris Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons. Their goal is to get you back into good health and back on the back nine for sure. And of course, folks, they want you to have the great quality of life that you deserve. Visit them at txortho.com. Texas Orthopedics is one of the largest independent orthopedic practices in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Shout out to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Our guy Chip Brown sent us in the TSU group text a picture of a Woods Comfort Systems van rolling around town. Someone's got an AC issue. If you've got an AC issue, you got to call our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. They've been in business for 60 years, like half as long as the Buck has been alive, which is incredibly impressive. They do AC maintenance, AC repair, AC installation. Also, starts to cool down. You want to make sure your heater is ready for what is expected to be a very chilly winter.
I'll let you know about winter. Don't you start making those decisions.
I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be a cold winter.
Oh, no. You are not old man. I am old man winter. I'll let you know.
I'm young man winter.
Get those ducts and get all that stuff cleaned out and change those filters for winter for sure.
Yeah.
Because when it comes, it'll be here. And you don't want to have your stuff all clogged up, your filters all clogged up. and having to run out and get this stuff done yourself. Travis will get over. Dave will make sure that Travis and the rest of the gang get out there and get it done for you. They won't spend all day. They'll get their job done, and they'll be in and out of your home in a jiffy.
Yep. HVAC and plumbing services, by the way. So if you've got issues there, they can take care of those too. woodscomfortsystems.com is the website, or give them a call, 512-842-5066. It's Woods Comfort Systems, where comfort is our middle name. And also some love to centextickets.com. Come on now. ACL this weekend, F1 out at COTA. Thanks to COTA for sponsoring the COTA text line, by the way, 512-222-9328.
NASCAR 2024, boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing. Let's go.
All those tickets at centextickets.com. And, of course, the football, college, and pro MLB. Hey, if you're trying to get to Rangers, Orioles tonight inside the Gilf, they can get you inside that warm Gilf.
Probably the last game.
That's the hope. CentexTickets.com. All the tickets, 100% guaranteed. You can buy them right from your phone or right from your computer. They're right there for you. CentexTickets.com. And some love, of course, to Jack Allen's Kitchen. It's been too long since I've been to Jack Allen's. It's been like 2 weeks. That's going to change today. I think today is a Jack Allen's day. Love that spot. 5 locations all throughout Central Texas. The food's ridiculous. Our buddy Jack Gilmore just runs an incredible show. They also have Salt Traders Coastal Cooking as well. You'll hear Chip and Zay talk a little bit more about them during their show from 1 to 3. But Jack Allen's, ridiculous food, full bar, TVs everywhere, fantastic service. I'm telling you, the dining experience you get at Jack Allen's is second to none. A loaded menu. You start off with that house-made pimento cheese. Ridiculous. They've got enchiladas that are to die for. They got barbacoa quesadillas that are insane. They got burgers that'll make your mouth water. Hell, mine's watering just talking about them right now. They've got something for the whole fam. They got something for the whole office. More importantly, they've got something for you. Go see them. Jack Allen's Kitchen. Shout out to Jack. Shout out to B-Rad and the whole crew over there at Jack Allen's Kitchen.
I love Jack Allen's. I love everything about that place. I love the food. I love the people there. I love the service there. On Friday when I was up in Arlington, I went to dinner, and I hadn't been to this place. I've probably only been to this place twice since I've been in the state of Texas. I went to Papa Do's. Wow.
Nice.
Wow. What a nice meal that was. I mean, the first time I went to Papa Do's, all I could remember is it's damn expensive. And the food was, I like seafood, but dude, on Friday, I got after some noodles, some squid and shrimp, and a big old bucket of bread.
Dude, they come through with the bread, don't they?
Wow. They came through with some massive bread. I shouldn't be eating all that bread, but you can't help it when that stuff is, it's throw a little butter on it. I was ready to go. So that was a nice meal. And I took my girlfriend Brock to dinner with me on Friday. So.
Your girlfriend, young Brock?
Young Brock. Yeah, we had a nice fine dinner. So I got a little beef from my wife. She goes, "What? You're taking that guy to there? What's wrong with you? He'd been better off at Mickey D's or having somebody throw fries at him."
Yeah, I don't know if that guy deserves a nice meal like that.
Yeah,
he deserves the fast food.
Well, I tell you, I like what happened up in Arlington for us in that area. I can't wait to get back to the Big 12 championship because it's going to happen. And
better happen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It needs to happen. I'm still looking around and I'm looking at this Big 12. Texas or Oklahoma would have to make some huge mistakes in order to get beat by any of the rest of these sluggos right now. I'm not kidding. I'm not underestimating anybody, but I'm telling you, I watched Tech, though, make a little bit of a rally down there in Waco, but Waco High is just, I know.
I guess the team that you technically have to worry about right now, because if the season ended today, it would not be Texas and Oklahoma in the Big 12 title game. It'd be Oklahoma, of course.
Yes.
It'd also be West Virginia. They have not lost in the Big 12 yet. Like a team that was picked to finish, last or second to last in the conference? They are 3-0 in this league right now, and they've got wins over TCU. They've got a win over. I'm pulling it up clearly. I don't know.
They had a win over Texas Tech, right?
Yeah, they beat Texas Tech, so they're 2-0. Sorry, not 3-0. 2-0 in conference play. this season.
What do they have
And,
on the horizon?
I mean, here's the next 4 games for West Virginia. Now, I don't think West Virginia is good enough to beat these 4 teams because I just don't think West Virginia is very good. But here's the upcoming schedule. At Houston, they suck. Oklahoma State, not good. At UCF, not good. BYU at home.
Ooh, at home, huh?
Yeah, and then they go to Norman. They're going to lose that game. And
They're
then
just
home
lousy enough to win 4 of those games if they,
home against Cincinnati and at Baylor to end the year. So, like, look, West Virginia, they're not good enough to lose only once in that stretch, I think. But, like, as of right now, technically, the team you need to be rooting against is West Virginia.
Oh, I love to root against them.
Texas does not control its own destiny to get to the Big 12 title at this moment. I think that's going to change very soon, but that's just the reality of the situation.
I can easily root against Morgantown.
Yeah.
I don't have any problems with that.
Yeah. The couch burners. Yeah. No, that's and they'll slip up. Like their coach, I think, wants to get fired.
But
he can't even lose right.
But I'm glad that Texas doesn't have to go down there and play them. I
wouldn't mind playing West Virginia this year. That'd be fun to beat them.
I'm just so worried about Houston, I believe.
You're worried about Houston?
Yeah, I have this weird feeling about them.
Well, Houston hosts West Virginia this Saturday, right? The Cougs don't get the bye, so we'll all get to watch and see what this UH team is. But, I mean, if you've watched them this year, they suck. They're awful. I mean, they lost. Let's not forget they lost to Rice, okay, this year. And they got boat raced by your Mark U. Like, they've played 2 conference games. They lost 36-13 at home to Texas Christian. They lost 49-28 to Texas Tech. Okay? That's 3 touchdown losses in their 2 Big 12 games, and they lost to Rice.
We need them this week. We need them to come on strong versus the Morgantowners.
Yeah, I guess so. And West Virginia is only a 2.5-point favorite in that game. Is that a 1,000-unit lock?
No.
Not doing it.
I'm not doing that.
Not doing it.
No.
Okay.
And the Sooners have nobody from this point. They're just better than everybody. Doesn't matter who they play right now.
Yeah, like you never know what can happen in college football, I guess.
They don't play K-State that's had their number for the last 5 years.
Right. I mean, like looking at the schedule, Bedlam is in Stillwater. It doesn't matter. They always beat Okie State. They go to Provo, second to last game of the year.
That's tough. Little tester.
At Kansas would be tough if Jalen Daniels plays.
That guy's not getting out of the 8th. There's something about he may be in the infirmary. He's not coming out of the infirmary, I don't believe, this season.
So it feels like that's a win for OU. They're like Texas. They're going to be favored in all of their games the rest of the way. So could they slip up? Sure. But they have looked very impressive through 6 games this season. So, they're likely going to take care of their business. And, hey, they can afford a loss and still find their way to Jerry World at the end of the year. But they obviously don't want to do.
And as I said, BK, it's not just us talking about the repeat of Texas and Oklahoma. They were talking about it all over the country that everybody's just feeling this is going to happen. This is going to be huge. But I'm thinking, well, if they feel that way, if Sports Talk America feels that way, then you'd have to think then aren't both of those teams with 1 loss good enough to get in the college playoff? And I'm thinking not from this conference. They're not.
No, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Not this conference, not this year. Too many good teams.
The loser, if Texas wins that game, the loser of that Big 12 championship game is not making it.
Yeah, you would think, right? Like if Texas and OU get there with 1 loss, or hey, OU has 0 losses, then the winner you would think would be in, and the loser you think would be out. So Texas knows what it has to do, and the sky is not falling. God, some of the comments and some of the text we've gotten, and some of what I've seen on X over the last couple of days is like, oh, same old Texas. Here we go again. This team is still different, guys. We're talking about a program that's lost at least 4 games in every year since 2010. It's not going to happen. They're clearly moving in the right direction, and it's not ridiculous to think that this team could still make it to the college football playoff. They've got a road win at top 10 Alabama. They've got a close 1-possession loss in the final minute against a top 5 team now on a neutral site. and they're going to be favored to win every single one of their games. The sky is not falling. This can still be a really, really good year for Texas. This isn't the same as what we've seen from this program over the last decade and a half. Like, God, relax.
They have
Aaron
things that they
Rodgers
have to
spelled
fix.
it out for you.
Yeah, they have things they have to fix just like every other team. Just like the Georgia team that starts out their game slow, but they end up mauling teams. But they don't start out – Georgia hasn't started out all their games, that brisk. I mean, they've struggled in some early couple series in their games, which you would think the two-time defending champs should just go and maul people. They've had their struggles too. Texas just needs to find a way to get this red zone deal fixed. And they've got to get their defensive line back to playing the kind of defense that we saw. That was passive football on Saturday. It was very passive by the defensive line. They were not getting off of blocks, and just there were some miscues here. It doesn't matter. You can't have 3 turnovers in any game. It doesn't matter if you're playing your big time rivalry or you're playing Houston or anybody else. You turn it over 3 times, you're going to be in a dogfight to win the football game, or most likely you're probably going to lose the game. Just can't do that.
Yeah, our guy REO thinks Sark sucks and Texas sucks. So. Now this team's better than what it's been the last couple of years. Time will tell, though. Like, maybe you're right, REO. Maybe you're right to doubt, and this team does slip up somewhere else in the regular season, and then, well, it's still 10-2 is better.
There's a lot of people that have them with 2 losses that started out the season. I mean,
10-2 is still better than any year that they've had since 2009. But at this point,
the direction is good. It's just the expectations were so high after Tuscaloosa, just so high. But give the people what they want. Get your ass in there, get things fixed. Coach, find out what's going on in the red zone, and let's go. There was nothing about the way they played football in the beginning of this football season. Now we're in the middle of this football season. Fix your errors and go play.
Yep. All right, we'll talk more Texas OU throughout the course of the week, and we'll continue to figure out what Texas needs to do to right the ship and get to Arlington at the end of the year and obviously still be in that CFP conversation.
Yeah, because the maps and such as are still there to get to the championship.
Yes, they are. And it's a lot clearer than that answer that Miss Teen South Carolina gave. That shit was very unclear. The path for Texas is very, very clear. Take care of your business and things are going to work out for you.
Yeah.
But they got to take care of their business. Speaking of taking care of business, the 2 Texas teams are back in action.
Yes.
In Major League Baseball. The Astros actually play the early game today. 3:07 first pitch in Minnesota, Game 3 of the American League Divisional Series. Of course, this one is tied at 1 game apiece. The Astros took Game 1. They slipped up in Game 2. The series now shifts to the Great White North for Game 3. Christian Javier, Sonny Gray, the pitching matchup in this one today. The good news for the Astros is they've been awesome on the road all year long. 51-30 was the regular season road record for the Stros. Of course, this is their first road playoff game here in 2023. But that's the good news, Buck. And I feel like Astros fans should be pretty confident because of what they've been able to do outside of Houston this year.
Absolutely. They've been fantastic when they've been on the road. Their problem has been at home. So we'll see if their starting pitching gets going. It really has been the starting pitching with all these teams that have struggled. The Dodgers, their starting pitching has been awful.
Yeah.
And Kershaw gets to take the mound again. That scares me with that group. But Astros experience, as I think they're going to be right where they need to be when the time comes. I think they have the ability to get this thing turned around. The Rangers are going. They're moving on. So
don't say that, dude.
They're moving on.
Why are you doing that?
Because it's Baltimore. It's the Orioles. Fly, Orioles, fly. Get out of here with that.
That's not what they say.
No, it's not?
No, that's the Eagles.
Oh, okay. I don't know what the Orioles say. They haven't been around. They haven't been, they haven't been relevant since forever. So
yeah. Well, quick on the Astros. Christian Javier had a very up and down season. More downs than Astros fans would have liked. He did pitch pretty well down the stretch in the month of September, and he's been a solid postseason performer in his past. Sonny Gray pitched against the Astros twice this year. I think one of those games was the second game of the year. He had 13 strikeouts in 7 innings, and then down in Houston in his second start, 6 innings, 3 earned runs. Sonny Gray's very good. Christian Javier is capable of being very, very good. And I'm with you. I feel like this game's going to be decided in the first 3 innings. Which offense is able to get to the opposing starting pitcher? I think that's going to go a long way to who wins this one today. And we'll see if the Stros can get the job done and take a 2-1 series lead against a team they should beat. The Astros were pretty heavy favorites going into the series. I know game 2 fell apart, but I still like the Astros.
And I think the
to win it.
Dodgers have 4 straight losses in playoff baseball right now. Their starting pitcher is just, I mean, just they roll.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who they roll out there. They're just not. They're struggling, and their bats are struggling. That's the real surprise thing.
Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers are pretty banged up with their starting pitchers, with Buehler and Urias not being available. Clayton Kershaw, who's had some postseason struggles in the past, he got, 1 out in game 1. I mean, he got hit around like a piñata in that game. And then, they started a young kid, a rookie last night, who gave up 3 runs in the first inning and didn't even make it out of the second. So,
yes.
The Dodgers are in some serious trouble because it doesn't get any easier for them. And credit to Arizona, man, the 6th team. The last team in the playoffs, they got swept by the Astros. They kind of limped in to the postseason, and they've obviously turned it on. They swept Milwaukee, the NL Central winners, and now they're a game away from sweeping the NL West winners in the LA Dodgers. Everyone was thinking we were going to get Braves and Dodgers in the CS, and the Braves were almost down 0-2 too.
Yes,
they needed a miracle. How about Austin Riley with the home run in the 8th to give the Braves the lead, and then the incredible double play. Michael Harris, the catch, crashing into the wall, turning it into a double play because Bryce Harper was in la-la land.
Was that just – I mean, that shouldn't be happening, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, it's understandable you think that ball would get down and you're trying to score the tying run from first because you're down by 1. But
no, he was going to score. He was ready to go.
Yeah, he obviously went too far. Hell, he had already rounded second base. He was halfway to third, which – it didn't give him enough time to get back to first. So it's an error. It's a base running error by Bryce Harper. You see why he was being aggressive in that spot, but the aggression, came back to get him. Hell of a play by Michael Harris, maybe saving the Braves season right there. And then Rangers-Orioles. You've called a Rangers win tonight?
Yes.
Well, they're going for the sweep at the Gilf in Arlington.
Their bats are alive and well right now.
Yeah, the good news for the Rangers is they've got Nathan Eovaldi going too. Like he's the best pitcher that they have, and he's been awesome in the playoffs over his career in a couple of different spots. He was awesome in that Game 2 win against Tampa Bay a couple of days ago. So, going up against Dean Kramer, who's been fine for the Orioles this year, but you would think the starting pitching matchup favors the Rangers. And like you said, the offense, they just exploded in Game 2. You feel like they're playing with some confidence since they're 4-0 in these playoffs.
Did you say offensive-minded? Well, when you say offense,
how does that make sense?
You say Jeter. I say defense. You say Jeter. That's right.
I didn't say defense. I said offense.
Okay, when you think offense, who's one of the guys that have one of the most amount of hits in baseball playoff history? See this guy right here? It's the little figurine. That's right.
That's not a Carlos Correa figurine. What are you talking about?
Come on now. Come on, Correa. Get that guy out of here too. Here we go. Hello, Cheech. How you doing, buddy? I'm doing fine. I'm not in the post series anymore. No post games for me. That's right. You'll be managing the team next week.
Tanner hits the finally. Yeah, he's mad that you waited till 9:58 to bring out Jeter today. And I'm pissed.
He's talking baseball late. That's all.
Yeah, I'm pissed that we had to see Jeter. I thought we'd avoid him today. We were so close to making it a full 2 hours.
Still getting text messages about why didn't Jeter make the trip. Maybe Jeter could have pumped up the horns. Maybe if he would have gave the pregame speech. That's right. My little figurine would have got that team prepared.
Yeah, once again, that is a little figurine who cannot speak. So I don't know what
Did
type
somebody
of
actually talk to the team on Saturday before they went out? I didn't see that. I didn't notice that in the beginning.
No.
Maybe they gave you a halftime speech. Wow. Jeter could have found his way into that locker room. You know, there's all kinds of little crevices there at that Cotton Bowl. That old thing. He would have found his way to talk to the team in the locker room.
Figurine by himself. He would have walked in there and said something. Like what you're saying. Are you high? What do you want?
Yeah, Jeter. Yeah.
Oh my God. Did you drink a ranch water this morning thinking it was really water?
Dude, I'm glad I didn't do that. That could have been a catastrophe for me. You know, that alcohol would have hit this system after 23 years. That may have shut me down.
You know what can hit your system?
What's that?
Olipop.
Yes.
I gotta get back to the store and get me some Olipop. I still have these 6 cans that I need to give to Trey, and I'm just staring at them every day, and I'm like, why does Trey deserve these?
He doesn't deserve them.
Why don't I deserve these? Like Trey had his chance to get them in Dallas, and he didn't get them, so he shouldn't get them.
No.
This stuff is the best, though. If you haven't tried Olipop yet, you are missing out. This is a Great tasting soda that is actually good for you. Inside of every can of Olipop, you're getting 9 grams of fiber. There's a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. This stuff helps with digestive health. It's not that it's not bad for you. It's actually good for you. And there's only 2 to 5 grams of sugar per can, hardly any calories. You're getting all of the favorite soda flavors that you grew up sipping. The cola, the root beer, the cherry cola, the cream soda, the lemon lime, the Dr. Goodwin. They've got it all, plus some other unique flavors as well. This stuff tastes incredible. It might change your life. This got me back into soda. Shout out to our guy, Daryl. Tried the banana cream. That's a good one, too.
Banana cream.
They've got an orange cream, too. Tastes like kind of the dreamsicle. It's good stuff, man. Pick it up at H-E-B, Target, Whole Foods, Walmart, Costco. Wherever you get your groceries, you can find the greatness of Olipop.
Yes, sir.
One quick shout out to Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click the link in the description below. It'll take you to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. The best looking, the most comfortable, the best built furniture that you can find. It's greatblueheronfurniture.com. All right, it's 10 o'clock. It's time for us to get out of here. Coming up now, our friends with Chaos Theory. It is Rodney. It is Wags.
What's up, boys?
Gentlemen, what's up, G?
Here we go.
What is it like Little Penny? We got like a Little Penny thing going in here. We're gonna let the dolls start talking and shit.
Don't compare Derek Jeter to Penny Hardaway. What is wrong with you?
Get out of here, man.
You can't do those. My figurine way more important than Penny Hardaway.
Is that the only figurine you got?
I don't need to say. I don't need to answer that. That's not.
Hey, where was speaking of pregame conversations? Where was McConaughey the other night or the other day? I saw him on game day. You know, kind of getting the crowd all fired up. They should have had him in the damn locker room because that team came out flat as hell.
Yeah, I saw him on the sideline doing his deal, but
little dancing, all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean that's one of those deals. You don't need to give a pregame speech at that game. That one's not necessary. That's you getting you up, you know.
Rodney, where the hell you been? It looks. I want to be where the hell you have been. It looks like you've been through a ringer, man. What the hell is going on?
What you talking about? My hair?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'll tell you, man. This is old man hair. I may need to go get a cap.
That looks like bed. That looks like sex hair, Rodney.
Unfortunately, that's not what it is. I got up this morning, walked the dogs, did all this other shit. You know what? I'm going to go get a cap. I'm going to get a cap because I got all that shit sitting over there. Yeah, dude, this is what happens when you get old.
This is what happens when you get old.
Well, and that's a funny thing. All of my lady friends over at the cycle place that I go cycle, a bunch of them are hairdressers, and I'm like, how do I fix this? And they're like, just shave that shit off.
Yeah, once you get used to it, it's okay. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks as long as you get used to it.
That's right. That's right. So, I think that's
all right, boys.
We got to go.
Give me a cream soda Olipop.
You got it, Wags. Y'all have a good show.
All right, man.
Y'all be good. My guy, I was just giving you a little bit of grief about your hair,
dude,
man. I wish I had some sex head.
Well, no, but Wags, that's not what I have, dude. I've got old man head. Is what I have.
How was your night, man? Did you have fun watching Monday Night Football?
No, I didn't really care about that. No. You know, we were sitting here talking about, Green Bay, and of course, I got that one wrong. Jordan Love, man, Jordan Love is really filling it. 3 interceptions.
I said wrong team favored, Rodney. I thought they were going to go in there into Vegas and be able to come out victorious, and I was dead wrong. And you're absolutely right. Jordan Love, maybe it'll come to fruition, but it's just been a slow campaign so far. It looked like it was going to be okay in week 1, but it's kind of been like a rocky roller coaster. We'll say that. Welcome to Chaos Theory. You can find me on Twitter at @NotTheFakeWags. I am Adam Wagner. You can call me Wags, please. That's what my mom calls me. I encourage you to do it as well. You can find my partner Rodney at the Rodney R. That's on Twitter, and then the _Rodney R on the gram. If I can get it out of my mouth there. I'm on the Wagner Wire. That's what it is. On Instagram, it's called the Wagner Wire. And pretty much everywhere else, I am the Wagner Wire. On all other socials. We invite you to be a part of the conversation conventionally, too. You can hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328, or keep chatting away like you do in the YouTube chat box, as I like to call it here. We got to get a sponsor for the YouTube chat. Is that even legal? Can we do that?
Man, we can sell anything. We can
That's
sell
right.
anything. Night vision glasses to see me. What's that all
Night
about?
vision goggles.
Well,
I got
yeah.
I
Do
got
I look
some
that bad?
authentic MVGs, buddy.
Holy moly! I might need to check out of here. Yeah, this is getting pretty bad. But yeah, you're talking about your mom calls you, whatever. It's like my dad is like, oh, that's my son. I'm like, all right, thanks a lot.
That's
Dad.
all you got for me is just son.
Yeah, that's my son. In the words of my aunt.
What you were talking about going over there to a damn spin cycle class? What are you spinning out every day?
No, man, the hardcore 45-minute spinning on stationary bike,
like cycling.
Cycle Bar in Cedar Park. I'll give them a shout out. Cycle Bar in Cedar Park. Go on out there and work your ass off. It's 45 minutes. You'll sit there.
CB says he's been shaving his head since high school.
What? Dang.
CB, you look like you would have a good head of hair, bud.
Yeah.
You really shaving that? All right. Well, I'd like to see some pictures, CB.
Do we know what CB looks like? I mean, that's the whole thing. A lot of people, I know back in the day, at the old place, it's like, does he really exist? Is this some kind of robot?
Best producer in all of Austin, bro.
I know.
Best producer in all of, he was on 7 different stations just plugging away, man.
It's like the best historian. This dude is everywhere. And it's like, man. And then every now and then, I get something, I get tagged on Twix.
You know what?
And it's like, it's a racing thing and it's from CB. And I'm like, dude,
CB is Austin radio family. You know what I mean? He never actually worked with us, but he did work with us. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So CB, if you're still listening, brother, you are always family, my guy. That's for sure.
No doubt.
Anyways, man, so about the spin class though, you just sit there and how long do you ride for? About an hour or so?
It's 45 minutes. It's a 45-minute ride.
That's crazy.
It's a 45-minute ride. So what happens right here? There are different ways to do this.
I don't know if I could do it all in just one. Like, I can't ride a bike stationary for that long. I don't think so.
Well, that's where the difference is when you go to one of these studios, because they're sitting there and they're I mean, there's music, it's blasting. But what the thing is, they're telling you to
sightseeing. Good sightseeing.
Dude,
where do you sit in the back? You sit in the back, don't you? You don't lead
front row, dude. Are you kidding?
You don't sit in the front row. You're in the back row, dude.
I am like and anyone that goes to Cycle Bar Cedar Park, they will tell you.
You're throwing the towel at
I am the fucking mascot of that place. And dude, I sit over there and make the race car driver in me comes out because I'm sitting there screaming, making noise, and because it puts you in your own element. And I will tell you this, all bullshitting aside. One of the best parts of this, not only the cardio, because it's 45 minutes, if you do it right, seriously, Wags, if you do it right, you'll knock out about 15 miles if you do it right and you follow what the instructor's telling you to do, because you're constantly you're turning up gear. It's speed, it's hills, and in and out of the saddle. The saddle is the seat.
I know what you're talking. I have two bikes. I have a mountain bike and I also have a road bike. Both of them are Trek, so I am a cycle enthusiast, I would say. I just can't do the studio workouts, man.
No.
You are not. You ever seen that Office episode where Dwight Schrute goes in there and commandeers the damn class, takes over the class, and he's just like, "You're dead. You wrecked. Congratulations, great jump. Turn it up. Here we go."
Here's what I think I'm going to do, and you need to come do one with me. I'll take you with me. You can get a free ride. Just do one, because it's not far from your crib, so you can come do it with me. I think what I'm gonna work with the owner there. I'm gonna set up and we can video this. I think we need a Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yeah, let's
45-minute. They say spin.
Let's get the show. Let's do a show. Let's do a Chaos Series show while we're cycling. You think we could do that? Do you think you have the endurance to do that?
Of course. I mean, dude.
So here's the thing, and I'm going to be completely transparent here, right? Look, when I cycle, I don't know if you feel this too, but I have an extra seat cushion on my cycle or on my bicycles, just because sometimes I feel like I get numb down there when I'm riding. You know what I mean?
Well,
like, and when I say numb, I mean I can't feel a damn thing down there.
Well, what you have to do, I mean, you can buy cycle shorts. I mean, it's all padded down there, and it pads your ass too, because the whole thing is, if you do it right, and here's the other part, Wags. I mean, when we're doing these rides, I mean, it's not just, riding, whatever. I mean, you're doing push-ups.
You're changing your cadence and everything like that.
You're doing tap backs. You might lean this way. You're going to lean this way. I'm going to work on this. I'm going to set
Let's
something
set it up.
Yeah,
Let's
where we go. I mean, with Heather Heather is, I've done 750 rides at that place. And most of them
Heather
have
must
been,
be in phenomenal shape if she keeps doing rides like this.
and look, here's the other thing about her. And I know she won't mind me sharing this because she always brings it up. 44 years old, and this woman will kick your ass. I promise you. That's it. It's on. I'm setting this shit
Let's
up
get it
next
going.
time
Where's
I go.
this at? Where are we
It's
going?
a Cycle Bar Cedar Park. It's right there, right in front of Costco and all that cluster of mess, all that center that's over there. You know where Costco is?
Mhm.
I think there's a deli right there. It's right there off of 183A. You can't miss it. You can't miss it.
So tell Heather to sign me up. I'll be over there, man. I'll be cycling away, dude.
No hemorrhoids.
So do I gotta wear the condom? Do I gotta wear the human condom?
Dude, you can wear
like the
whatever
bodysuit.
You can. I mean, you can. I mean, there are dudes.
Do
There
I
are
gotta
dudes
just
that,
show up showing nothing but moose knuckle?
you can, but that's the thing to remember, Wags. You're going to be sitting on that bike, and like when she's telling you to tap it back, because she'll say tap it back, and you're going back and forth, and you're hauling ass, and it's like boom, 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 boom. Just remember, all your stuff is kind of flapping around right
I know
there.
where my stuff's gonna be. I know where it's going to be.
It's
All
on.
right, man. Let's
It's on.
Let's
I'm
get into
setting it
it. Let's talk a little Monday Night Football, man. We've had the shenanigans rocking and rolling on Chaos Theory here. Again, we remind you to be a part of the conversation on the Coda text line 512-222-9328 or hit us up on that YouTube chat channel as well. You're already in here. Make sure you
Formula One
subscribe,
coming.
tell 5 friends like we always say, and give us a follow on our socials as well, man. All right. Bum, 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 bum. Monday Night Stinker. That's what we got last night, man. 17-13. The under was at 40. I think it was 43.5 for a reason here. Let me check out that under as a matter of fact. Anyhow, my guy, 17-13. The Raiders sneak away with a victory here. And I say sneak away because I thought both offenses were kind of lethargic here. If you take away a little bit of the breakdown in the stats here, not much of lighting it up throughout the yards category. Only 285 of total yardage for the Packers and 279 total yardage for the Raiders. It was, I can't even be friendly and call it a defensive contest or a defensive bout. It was just bad football, Rodney.
Man, the one stat that I had no idea that it had been this long, and I looked on ESPN this morning, just kind of doing some prep. Do you realize the Raiders, wherever they've been, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Oakland again, whatever, they had not beaten the Packers since 1987. Jeez Louise, man. Man, that's a long time ago. But yeah, this, to me, it was a very lackluster football game. And this goes back to, when we talk about UT and Oklahoma, mistakes. 3 interceptions like we talked about.
Love didn't look good at all last night, man. And of course, the Packers are different without Aaron Jones too, right? Like Jones is one hell of a running back. I'm not taking anything away from Dylan. I thought Dylan ran the ball pretty hard last night too, but Jones just gives you that different dynamic of an offensive feature in that Green Bay offense, man.
Well, I think that's the other thing, that when you really look at this big picture, when you look at the Packers, this Detroit is far and above kind of the class right here of the North. And really, when you really look at this, I heard the guys talking about it earlier this morning, and I totally believe them. I think Detroit right now is probably the third best team in the NFC, because in the
entire NFC?
In the NFC, dude.
Hold on.
49ers.
Who's the top two then?
49ers, Eagles, and then Detroit. And then
hold on. You have Detroit over Dallas.
Absolutely.
No way, man. Really?
Dude,
is this for real?
Yes. Look at the Cowboys schedule. Let's go back to
down, man.
They ain't beat nobody. They have not beat nobody. And that's where, talking about the Texas thing, we're wondering, with them going to the end of the season and all that, they've got the one big win right there. Who's Dallas beat?
Dolphins? You got Detroit over the Dolphins?
No. NFC.
NFC. Gotcha.
NFC. Yeah. No, I seriously think that you get mano a mano in a fist fight game, Detroit's going to beat Dallas. And I mean, a lot of it with quarterback play. You know, you're writing off Jared Goff, and Jared Goff was going to be, you know, the big trade right there, you know, with Stafford going over there and winning a Super Bowl. Jared Goff has made himself a damn good quarterback. And I mean, I'm sorry, I just do not trust Dak Prescott. And it becomes more obvious every time you get in a big game situation. And talking about not beating anybody, hell, you got beat by the Cardinals.
Right.
I mean, seriously, I hate to say it, man, but it's the same old song and dance right here with Dallas. And they are not, I don't know, dude. There's problems there to be fixed. This game coming up with the Chargers, man, that is a mirror image of each other. That's the Dallas Cowboys of the AFC, and they're taking each other on. So there you go. Somebody's going to win by default.
To legitimately give Detroit the go-ahead over Dallas.
I'm reading the comment right there.
That's
probably the best comment of them all right there.
Which one right here?
On YouTube. Last one that just popped in from David.
Dak, gotcha. Right on, Vidic. Right on. So I'm trying to give a legitimate praise to Detroit to see if they could actually get over Dallas here. And I don't think I can put them over Dallas. They've been playing great football. They're 4-1. They've only lost one game. Jared Goff's been playing fantastic football. You've already, hit on it a little bit. 1,265, 9 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions on the year, rating at 71.2. That's called managing a football game to success, Rodney. The Fighting Dan Campbells are not just biting both your kneecaps, but they also have an offense that can score. They can put up some points. Just got done putting up 42 last week. Again, consider the opposition. It was the Carolina Panthers. They might be the worst team. They're the second worst team. The worst team in football is the Giants. Let's be absolutely real. The Giants are absolutely atrocious. But look, Detroit's been playing decent football, and I don't think it should be a surprise or a shock. This was one of the most talked about teams in the preseason, in terms of, what they were going to have to do to improve to continue to build off the success that they had, in the latter part of last year. So I think Montgomery coming over there and having a nice 1-2 punch with Gibbs, even though Gibbs was busted up and banged up last week and not available, you saw what Montgomery's able to do once he's able to get past the first wave inside the tackles there, and then he can break out and get you 40 yards after the hit. So Montgomery's a dynamic running back. We saw what he was able to do at Iowa State, and then getting drafted for the Bears, had a couple of really tough good years with the Bears there, and then they traded him out to Detroit. I think it's been great for Detroit. Now look, Reynolds, there's some studs in this wide receiver room that are starting to shine for Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions, and that could be one of the big benefactors of why this Lions team is starting to flourish so well.
Yeah, and I think that's part of when I talk about Detroit versus Dallas, with the head-to-head right there. I mean, if they play, you mentioned the difference right there. Dan Campbell's a football guy. Mike McCarthy. We're sitting here, we're still spinning our wheels around. The quarterback matchup, I give it to Jared Goff. And the other part of that, it's so impressive to me that Detroit with the GM, that comes in, and the first move that he makes is to trade off, the franchise quarterback that has been there, suffering for so long. And it's like, okay, he's letting Stafford go do his thing, and he brings in Jared Goff that, all the questions about him, but he's done what he's done. And you still have here with the Cowboys, like we have watched for so long, Wags, where it's like it's the same thing over and over. It's like a dryer, you throw your clothes in there and it's just tumbling. And
it's
this is
2 steps forward, 3 steps backwards, or 2 steps forward, 2 steps backwards.
Right. And I'm a Cowboy fan, dude. Yes, I'm a Cowboy fan, and it's like I heard Bucky talking this morning, with Dak Prescott and whatever. But I cringe every time he drops back to pass. He just doesn't look confident. I know he has that foot and ankle injury, everything that he's been through. The mere fact that he is still playing is balls out to me. And the dude is a great dude, and I love Dak Prescott. But when it comes to leading a team, it's just not in his wheelhouse, it seems like.
We had some great baseball last night. We'll get some baseball breakdown today as well, coming up in a little bit here. But we're continuing to talk a little bit more about the NFL, the gridiron there in the NFL here. No contest for the Longhorns, but we'll still talk a little bit about Longhorns football, break down a little bit more about that Texas OU bout throughout the week, and then also look ahead towards the future and see what we got to do to get our ship righted, I guess. I wouldn't say that the ship is broken. We just need to kind of fix a little bit of the debacles like we had in terms of tackling.
Yeah.
And honestly, the guys were in the right situation or in the right area to make the play. They just didn't make the play. So that comes down to execution there. We'll talk a little bit more about that to exhaustion. But going around the NFL landscape here, Tua Tagovailoa is leading the league in in passing yards with 1,614. Would you, with those numbers, would you consider Tua to have arrived, so to speak? Or do you think he's arrived, or is he making the reads that an NFL quarterback should? Because I would tell you that he's not. I would tell you and argue that he is benefiting from having two of the fastest wide receivers on the team, in the league. One of the fastest running backs in Hangin, who actually I think he got banged up a little bit, so Mostert will continue to spell him in that backfield, and you're really not losing that much speed. Mostert's still pretty damn good. 30-year-old running back with wheels like that, you still got to love that. But there's a lot of speed on the field for Miami, and I think Tua is reaping the benefits of that. I don't know if he is made the leaps and bounds to success like everyone is claiming that he has. I mean, I just saw him play the Giants and throw into triple coverage for to throw a 102 pick six, and he stared down his target, man. So to me, I don't know if I agree with all the national pundits as Tua's looking great and going through every one of his progressions. That's just a lie. That's not what's going on. I think he is benefiting from the speed.
Well, and I think what they've done there in Miami, and this is, I mean, you see this so often. They put all the pieces around him. I mean, you just reeled off all of those names right there.
For him, right?
Yeah, man, that's going to make you a lot better. And I think the one thing that I am really impressed here with Tua is
right, and that too, Daryl. Yeah, Mike McDaniel's offense.
That doesn't hurt. I mean, that definitely helps. But the other part of that is we're into what was this, week 5? I mean, we just got done with week 5. He hadn't gotten hurt, and because that's kind of been the one knock on him. That he can't. Yeah, I know he's gone off and done jujitsu and all these other things and learning how to fall.
Break fall.
Break that fall.
I'm telling you, man.
But that's the other part. He hasn't had to use that. So, I mean, we did see them. I mean, they got shelled by the Bills. So, there's that. I mean, I don't think that you sit there and put them, at elite status at this point. I mean, San Francisco to me is a class of the league, but Miami is really, really good. And
is San Francisco the best team in the NFL?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Are the best two
I
teams,
think so.
Are the best two teams San Francisco and the Eagles?
Unfortunately, yes, I think so. I mean, because the Chiefs, I mean, I know the Swifties are still winning games, kind of like Philadelphia.
We got to get off of that too. We got to stop calling it this. The Chiefs are not the Swifties. We cannot give this lady so much clout to where she has just taken over and did a sweep of the NFL.
Wags, this thing is rigged. I was thinking about this the other day. So supposedly they had asked Taylor Swift to do the halftime show at the Super Bowl coming up this year, and she turned it down. Because
it's not big enough for her. The Super Bowl. You're telling me that the Super Bowl isn't big enough for Taylor Swift?
Wags, it's a free gig. You don't get paid. This girl likes to get paid.
I didn't know that.
Oh, dude, you don't get paid for that.
You don't get paid to play at the Super Bowl. You're telling the biggest
honor.
money grossing event out there. They don't pay the talent to play.
You do not get paid. It's a free gig.
I am 42 years old. How am I just finding out about this?
Well, that's what happens when you hang out with me, because I know random shit. So, I mean, this is the equivalent of you and I grabbing 2 guitars and going down to downtown Round Rock and sitting on the corner of Maze and Main Street and just, strumming the guitar, and you get nothing.
You don't want to see that happen. We'd actually make it.
I know we would, because we do it shirtless. It'd be like
free advertising. That's right, DJ. It is free advertising, but still, man, it's the world's biggest stage. I get that, but you would think that they would pay a little bit of the talent. I guess that goes to show you why all those talented artists showed up last year at last year's Super Bowl. I was wondering how the hell they paid for all that to happen and still was able to walk away with a profit.
You can't get all those people in there and pay them. So here's my
I agree with you,
conspiracy
Jake.
theory.
Prince should have got paid for his show. I agree with you.
I totally agree. I mean, go back and look who have done these shows, and they don't get shit. So I mean, other than the free advertising. So here's my theory. Here's my chaos theory about this whole thing. So they offered her the gig. She turned it down, obviously, but there was something there where, like, you could kind of show up here, date one of the most
here.
Yeah, I mean,
she's not dating Travis Kelce just because it's a ploy.
Dude, it's a ploy. It's a ploy. I mean, look at him.
Good looking dude.
This girl has dated. I did hear, and here's something else I heard, dude.
She's like dating Ed Sheeran or something like that.
Yeah, she dated Ed Sheehan, and
so
she's
if she's dating that dude, then why the hell, a guy that looks like he's from Fraggle Rock or something? Why the hell wouldn't she date Travis Kelce?
John Mahar. I mean, she has dated
John Mahar. It's
Mahar, whatever the fuck his name is. I mean, she has dated all these dudes, wrote songs about him. I mean, Jake Gyllenhaal. I mean, all these people. But here's the thing.
Gyllenhaal was a Swiftie.
One of them. I mean, one of them, Gyllenhaal.
So she's basically just putting Swiftie stamps on everybody.
Absolutely, man. She is. I'll tell you what. She's good. But here's the other. So here's the other thing. I saw at the end of last week. And again, I read too many tabloids. My wife knows all this stuff. My daughters send me shit on the TikToks and all these different things. So Travis Kelce had a birthday party. He had a birthday party.
Okay.
Guess who wasn't there? There was a blank space. And that's exactly what it said.
When was this?
End of last week.
So you're telling me that Travis Kelce got ghosted by Taylor Swift?
She wasn't there. Dude, this is rigged. This is just like pro wrestling. And the NFL sitting back. Roger Goodell is sitting back like this,
making all the money in the hoopla off of the Swiftie success here, or the Swiftie
didn't have
fandom,
to pay her.
I guess. Whatever, man. Travis Kelce's still one of the best tight ends in the league here, but the receiving leaders right now: Tyreek Hill, Puka Nacua, Justin Jefferson, who is going to be sidelined for about 4 games because of an injury here, and then A.J. Brown and DJ Moore showing up after his awesome wide receiving game last Sunday here with Justin Fields. Look, I've been telling you guys, man, you guys been talking about how Thursday Night Football doesn't really, live up to the performance or whatnot, or it doesn't live up to all the hoopla. Well, maybe on the defensive side of the front, right? Or defensive side of the ball. Well, he talked about how Thursday Night Football can be tremendous success for fantasy football players, right? Or for people that have fantasy football players in Thursday night contest. That showed out on this past Thursday. I think it's going to come to fruition again this Thursday. Look, the defenses just don't have time to prepare. We've already talked about it to almost exhaustion here. And you saw what DJ Moore and Justin Fields were able to expose out of the Commanders there, man. Look for a lot of offense all throughout your season on Thursday Night Football. Just make sure, for all you fantasy goers out there, if you do have players that are on your fantasy team that are playing in your Thursday night contest, regardless of the matchup or what it says your projections are on your paper, do yourself a favor. If you don't have any better options, just throw them out there. It's like throwing a flyer on it, put it in Thursday Night Football, and watch at least 10 to 15 points accrue. It usually happens like that, guys.
No, that's really good. I mean, because you do have that to where those games, while people say they get out of control, if you play that part right, and I'm no guru like you are, Wags, but if you play that right there, pretty much a no-brainer right there. That's where you can make a hell of a lot of points in some of those snoozers.
100%. For your rushing leaders, I mean, it's probably no surprise that Christian McCaffrey, CMC, is the leading rusher, 510 yards already on the season so far. We talked about how nasty this dude would be with a full season underneath Kyle Shanahan and being rested, right? Being fully healthy, not being injury prone. That's kind of been a little bit of the knock on him going forward, but he's been able to kind of right the ship. Zach Moss instead of Jonathan Taylor. How about that? Jonathan Taylor coming back to Indianapolis, but Zach Moss says, not so fast, my friend. The old Lee Corso adage there. I'm going to take off and have myself a nice 80-plus yard touchdown. Looking like an old Jonathan Taylor, man.
Yeah, it's like you hold out. You go ahead and hold out, Jonathan Taylor. I'm gonna do your job. but Jonathan Taylor got paid, so that's a good thing. Hey, I did want to point out one thing that I saw on Twitter from our man Tony Casillas. Championship. Played on those Cowboys Super Bowl teams. He posted a picture. I don't know if he got it, screenshotted off a TV or what the deal was. You mentioned Christian McCaffrey. So after the game on Sunday night, McCaffrey and Micah Parsons are sitting there and they're smiling on the field, trading jerseys, and Tony Casillas. I mean, that's a dude that wins games down in the trenches. He's like, why are you sitting here smiling, trading jerseys after you just got your ass whooped?
I agree with that.
Love that. I love that.
You got any predictions on? Do you think CMC is going to be able to hold the reins there and be able to hold off one A-Chain who's just been hurt and now he's going to have to sit out a couple of weeks, and maybe some other shocking running backs like DeAndre Swift, who we knew in Philadelphia not having to share the load that he was previously doing in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
We knew that having Swift over there, being like a bell cow running back for Philly, was going to be nasty for Philly, but I didn't think that he'd be able to shine like this. I thought maybe, they'd sprinkle a little bit of Gainwell in with it as well, but now they have made Swift the bona fide featured back there. 434 yards on the ground. He's toting the rock pretty nice. Right behind him is Travis Etienne, who also shares a backfield with Tank Bigsby. I think that's a pretty nice 1-2 combo there. Just going over a little bit of your fantasy running backs here for your NFL and your league leaders so far throughout the young campaign. Just some people that you might want to start trading for or start targeting. With Cooper Kupp coming back last week, you're starting to see a little bit of ownership start to dwindle for Tutu Atwell and Puka Nacua, right?
Yeah.
You saw it on the first drive, Rodney. Like the rapport has not been lost with Cooper Kupp and Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford is still Cooper Kupp is still Matt Stafford's number one toy. We talked about, which toy you're going to use out of the toy chest from time to time. And it looks like Cooper Kupp just didn't miss a beat, man. Owners of, Tutu Atwell and Puka Nacua, if you can somehow be able to trade and get some value back for it, I advise you to do so right now, because as much as I would like to say that you found value in it in a sleeper steal, it's probably going to go back to being, minimal payouts or minimal, returns on your investment there, because the prodigal son, the favorite son, has returned for the Rams, and he looked pretty good on that first drive.
And I think that's a really, it's been a quietly good year for Matt Stafford. I think a lot of folks after last year,
not forcing the ball too much either.
Yeah, no, exactly. There was going to be a lot of conversation, is he done? I mean, his biggest advocate is his wife, on her podcast, talking about
he's top 5 quarterback right now.
I know. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, and it's good to see that. I like that, especially in this new NFL where you have some of these quarterbacks. I mean, Matt Stafford, dude, he's old school. I mean, that's an old pocket passer that, again, back to the game manager thing. I mean, that's a dude that just takes care of business and just wins ball games. And it's good to see him doing that. And like you said, with his favorite toy coming back, I mean, you got Cooper Kupp back in there, and that's only gonna open up the outside and open up the middle for you when you have that right there. But something you were talking about there was CMC with McCaffrey, and when I was mentioning him earlier, have you noticed? It's unbelievable to me. Do you remember when he played for the Panthers? Dude was hurt all the time. Hell, he's never hurt now.
He was banged up when he first got to San Francisco, coming off.
He got fixed really fast.
Yeah, he did. Absolutely, he did, man. Well, that goes to show you, it's a testament of the offensive line of the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm on conspiracy alert today, dude. I'm sorry.
Are all over. You are definitely, like, instead of chaos theory, you're on conspiracy theory here.
I know, dude. I should be on like forensic files today with all the shit that I'm coming up with here.
Are you trying? Wait a second. Are you touting yourself out there? Are you trying to make something happen? Or are you giving us a self-fulfilling prophecy? Are you trying to be an actor or a movie star? Is that what you want?
Dude.
You already got the sex head.
I'm just telling you what I think. Yeah, well, when you threw that out, I'm like, look, I'm running with this, man. I'm throwing hot takes out here. I'm going to make everybody just totally dislike me if they don't already.
Do what you need. Yeah, we talked about how Matt Stafford is in the top 5 at the moment currently for NFL quarterbacks that are leading passing yardage on the young campaign so far. We'll give you the numbers 1 through 5 right now. Tua Tagovailoa is 16-14. Captain Kirk Cousins here, 1498. CJ Stroud, the rookie sensation for your Texans there, 1461. And then just behind him, only 10 yards worse, Matthew Stafford, 1451, coming in fourth place. And then Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills at 1407 right now as your top 5 quarterbacks through in terms of yardage throughout the air. Then your wide receivers, you got the Cheetah, Tyreek Hill, no shocker there. This dude's been able to just carve it up all over the place. 651 yards. Puka Nacua, like we were just talking about, might be a little bit of diminishing returns here. 572 yards with 1 yard shy. Justin Jefferson just behind him. But we talked about how he's got a knock. He's going to be missing about 4 weeks here. And then A.J. Brown, 541 yards. And then just below him, DJ Moore, 531 yards. Of course, most of those yards for DJ Moore coming after that victory over the Commanders on Thursday night. Rodney, some good gridiron there on the NFL front. We'll be breaking that down a little bit more moving forward throughout the week. But we got to talk postseason baseball, bro. We got to talk postseason. Let's recap a little bit of what happened last night. The Phillies thought that they were actually. Should we start with the Phillies or should we go down the club? Let's go down the slate here. Let's leave the Phillies for last because that was one of the best games that I saw.
That was the better game. That was definitely
the better game. Diamondbacks and Dodgers here. Man, what can you say, dude? You got the National League, basically the National League All-Stars battling an up-and-coming Arizona Diamondbacks club that is just fighting, man. They are fighting, Rodney. What'd you like out of this contest?
I'll tell you what I like is I like the postseason baseball story that you have. The Diamondbacks that have clawed their way. I mean, you go back and you look, a month and a half before the season was over. I mean, you had a Diamondbacks team that you probably didn't pencil them in. They go in, they drop that final series to the Astros. They get swept with that one. And you start thinking that, well, they're going to limp their way into the playoffs. But, man, they have come in here. And you want to talk, I mean, they win the wild card round, in great fashion. And here they come in with the Dodgers. And again, the Dodgers have had pitching issues. I mean, there are things there, problems with the Dodgers. But I mean, seriously, like I was talking about yesterday with your Orioles and with the Rangers, to see these teams that have rebuilt and put themselves in position, man, they are on the cusp right now of the National League Championship Series. And to me, that's just great baseball when you come in. And that's what makes baseball so different, where you get in and you get hot at the right time. You come in and they're about to knock these guys off. I mean, look at what the Dodgers have to do now. I mean, now they're going. They're going. They really struggled
with their arms last night there, man. I mean, when you only got your starter getting, can't even get out of the second frame.
Exactly.
One inning and 2 outs right there. On the other side, Galen looked fantastic. I thought Galen was cruising, looking pretty nice all throughout the night. He got allowed 2 free passes though, and then he did allow 2 runs. But the Diamondbacks were able to stop the bleeding quick. They were able to get out there and continue their scoring. Putting up a crooked number in the first frame really does help your confidence. Not just all throughout, with the starter getting a quality start, through 5 frames or 6 frames, but I mean, it just allows you to make pitches or pitch to contact. And when you don't have to get, strikeout pitches all the time, you don't have to have that much pressure on your pitcher. And that's why I thought Galen cruised last night pretty well.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's like we were talking about, with the Saturday game, with Texas and OU. I mean, when you come out and you establish in that case the line of scrimmage or whatever, it kind of puts you in more of a commanding position. And when in baseball, when that happens for you, I mean, at that point, I mean, not that you can take your foot off the gas, but damn, you're in charge. I mean, you control the momentum, and that's exactly what we saw last night. It puts the opposition on their heels. I mean, I think the Dodgers were still reeling from getting slaughtered in game number 1. So, I mean, this happens, and there's that confidence level right now. It's like, oh, hell, here we go again. And I really think that's what's going on right here. The Dodgers are put in a position where they're not used to this. They are not used to this. And this may be a sweep, dude. This may be done. I think they play tomorrow. They play tomorrow today.
They play tomorrow. American Leagues today. But, I mean, dude,
this may be done.
Corbin Carroll, all right, Corbin Carroll, 3 walks last night. 3 walks, he struck out, but I mean, he got on base 4 times.
Yep.
And, this is what you want your leadoff hitter to absolutely do. And then behind him, you got Kettle Marte that's being able to just mash, Pham, Walker. You look up and down this, God, a wisdom, Evan Longoria sitting there batting at the bottom of the order, batting at the bottom of the order here too.
Yeah.
You would like to think that the Dodgers, with all their talent and the amount of money that is put together on that roster, you would like to think that they'd just be able to come out here and just dominate the Diamondbacks. One thing I did see that I loved last night was JD Martinez. JD Martinez hitting that Oppo home run last night. I mean, just showing you that he's finally starting to see the ball very well. Again, struck. I think that was his first postseason home run of this postseason, but I think he's got like six or 7 career postseason home runs. I can't remember. I got to pull up that stat, but he looked fantastic last night. That lumber's starting to warm up a little bit for him, just a little bit there for the Dodgers. So hopefully that comes to fruition, but they are in trouble, man. Down 2-0 going into an elimination game tomorrow. And it's a lot like the Birds are today, man, going up against the Rangers.
Yeah. It's so funny that you mentioned Longoria. When we were watching the Astros series with Arizona, he comes up the first time. And again, my wife and I watch baseball together. So that's a cool part about that. She's like, Evan Longoria. She said, what was that guy's name that played for the Rays way back when? I said, Evan Longoria. It's still that same dude. He's been around that long. Hey, you know who else has been around a long time? The Covert family. Covert BK since 1909, the great dealerships. I mean, you've heard of them all, but Covert BK, proud supporters right here. We are so glad that they are on board with us right here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. It's 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands that are covered out there in 42 acres of beautiful dealerships out in the hill country in Bee Cave, the Buick, the GMCs, the Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, and Rams. And then you got the Fords and the Chevrolets out in Hutto, and the Fords and the Lincolns in Austin. All of that, the Covert family is going to keep you taken care of. CovertBcave.com, your new and pre-owned specials, all of that right there. Doesn't have to be Flag Day, doesn't have to be President's Day, doesn't have to be Groundhog Day, doesn't have to be any of those quote-unquote special days. The Covert family, Covert BK, they have those specials every week. Check them out at CovertBcave.com. If you don't want to get online, don't want to jump on the keyboard and be a keyboard warrior, hell, just go over there and say hi to Dan Covert when you get there and let him know that you appreciate that great dealership being a part of what we're doing right here at TSU. They also service all makes and models of your family trucksters, 86 service bays. You're not going to spend the whole day at the dealership. You go in, you're out, you're done, and you got top quality maintenance happening on your vehicle. CovertBcave.com. Check them out online, and don't forget, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, and sure as hell, not ever, friends. Not ever. The Coverts.
And the best way to watch sports or whatever you need to do for your entertainment is to look up audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's the number that you can call, or go to their website at avconsultations.com to see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years as they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation in Central Texas area. You guys see what's behind me. I got one hell of a setup here. I got 2 flat screen TVs, 4K TVs there with an couple of arcade units behind me. I got isolated surround sound system as well with these things. And then downstairs, I have a home theater system as well. Make sure you're calling Tom McKay and asking about the Sonos surround sound system as well. That's something that I need to upgrade to. I'll be definitely trying to get that in this year, right before basketball season and hockey season getting ready to kick off as well, or getting ready to drop as well. 512-255-8678, avconsultations.com, the very best in the business, making them set you up for success. All right, man. We talked about the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers there. Let's get into probably it was the better game of the night. The Braves and the Phillies ending in dramatic fashion. A double at Nick Castellanos up to the plate, hits one back to the warning track there. The Braves able to track it down, get the out, and then able to get the tag up to end the inning there, to end the game, finishing off the game in a double play with dramatic fashion. Probably one of the best defensive plays that I've seen all throughout the year, and it just happened to be in the National League Divisional Series.
Yeah, pivotal win right there for Atlanta. I mean, you have to salvage a game, at home, and I think the hero of the game, Austin Riley there with that huge 2-run homer that brought them back into the game. I mean, you're sitting there watching this game and you're thinking, oh my goodness, the
Yeah,
Bravos
when's the bat's going to wake up for the Bravos?
yeah,
Man?
yeah, and that's the one thing that even with what I saw of game one, I didn't get to see that one, at full tilt, but kind of going back and forth and watching this one last night, I'm like, where is this offense that absolutely plowed through the MLB and finally it woke up, with Austin Riley right there, and what a fitting way to end this thing. I mean, this is October baseball, and we keep talking about the magical season that's going on and on, Wags. I mean, I don't care if you're an Atlanta fan or not, or a Phillies fan or whatever. And what's Bryce Harper doing?
That's what I was going to ask.
Like,
you've already,
hello?
you've already made yourself the superstar, right? You disregard, your third base coach all the time. You don't pay attention to what he's throwing out there, and then you have piss poor base running. All right, and first it looks like Harris missed the cutoff, man, and then it trickles into the third baseman, and the third baseman makes one hell of a flip over to the first place or to first base to end the damn game, man. Just little league base running by Bryce Harper.
Yeah, I mean,
little league base running.
That's a whole thing right there. It's like, come on, man. Yeah, Bryce, great baseball player. But I mean, in these pivotal moments right here, when you get into these ball games right here, and I don't know. We were talking yesterday about mindset with Texas going into Oklahoma. Oh yeah, we got them. They ain't worth the shit. Whatever. I don't know what Bryce Harper was doing right there, but it's like, dude, come on. But here we go. This one is locked up 1-1, and this one, Wags. I think this one might go the distance. I don't know. We can talk about the AL here in just a minute, but I think this is the one that's going to go balls out, and these guys are going to go toe to toe, and this is some good shit right here.
The thing that people aren't realizing, or I'm sure they did realize, but right, Stott comes up the bat after Nick Castellanos. So if Harper just has base running discipline here, he's still in scoring position with Stott up. So I thought Bryce Harper makes a lot of polarizing plays. He is a polarizing baseball player for sure. This was one that he's definitely going to want back, and I think he owes his ball club, he owes that locker room a bit of an apology. Now I know I like being aggressive on the base paths. I'm a fan of that, a big proponent of that. But you got to know the situation. You can't be thrown out. You can't end the game being thrown out on base. That's a cardinal sin in baseball.
And I think the other part of this is, with those bats finally waking up. I mean, this Atlanta offense has just been
Jake too. Brom should have been sent as well.
Yeah, that's right. So with all of that happening, I mean, this is one of the best, if not one of the best, or the best offense that we've seen in MLB. But you come back, and for Atlanta, I mean, you come back and you win it with defense. I mean, you win it with defensive plays right there, those double plays at the end of the ball game right there. I mean, that tells you, was this the wake-up call that Atlanta needed? I saw some conversation where folks are talking about this playoff.
It's going to get them out of it.
Yeah, exactly. And I saw some conversation where, with this playoff system, best of 5 or whatever, it's not really fair to the better team. I'm like, how is it not fair? You get a week off, you get 2 games at home. I mean, it's not the system's fault that the better teams are getting their ass whooped. Yeah. I mean, that's totally something different. I mean, this only benefits these teams. Atlanta seems to be the only one that has kind of woken up here. And, well, I guess Houston did. But this is going to be a lot of fun, dude. And this goes to Philly. You know how those Philly fans are. Not quite like the Eagles. Yeah. Dude, this is going to get out of control, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely nasty. I can't wait to see this. Well, it's an elimination match coming up tomorrow here, but we have an elimination match tonight that we got to talk about, Rodney.
You gonna be all right, my man?
It's the prime time game. Well, I don't want to, blow my load here too fast here. Let's talk about the Astros and Twins before we get into the prime time game on Fox tonight between the Orioles and the Rangers here. Astros travel up to Minnesota to take on the Twins in the Twin City at Target Field, Minneapolis, Minnesota here. Javier and Gray are your probables here going up on the bump. What do you like here, buddy?
Houston on the road. is what I like, because that appears to be where they play well. And Javier, looking at Javier there, I mean, it's like, he hasn't been stellar, but he did kind of come on a little bit right there at the end, and I think he was the one, in that final winning that series there against Arizona that we were talking about. It was Javier that pitched that game and won that game for the Astros. I may be wrong with that, but I mean, I think the thing is Christian Javier, getting him, in that game he pitched 6 innings, so that's solid, and that's what Houston needs to get out of him today. I mean, you need about 6 innings. Don't go to the pin this early. I just like the fact.
Is that pin busted up still? Were they able to get? Is that pin busted up? Were they able to get some rest?
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole thing right there, that you have gotten a little bit of rest, and now you go on the road, and I think. I don't know, man. I just think this behooves Houston really well to go on the road, and you come out, just take care of business today. I mean, get some run support. I mean, that's a whole thing. I mean, if Javier is able to come out and be solid, just get some run support, because that really is the thing that you get one or the other. It seems like with Houston, either you get great pitching and no run support, or you get a lot of run support and the pitching is shitty. So I think this is the one time where you go in there and boom, and you finish this thing off. I mean, you don't win the series today, but you can go in there and establish yourself as ahead in this series. And I love that right there. They are just better on the road. And for whatever reason, I can't figure that part out.
I'm wondering where Alvarez is going to be in the lineup tonight. It's going to be in the 4-hole or the 5-hole here. Looking at this pitching match, I need to look at his PV or a batter versus pitcher numbers between him and Sonny Gray here. Gray's been fantastic all throughout the year. I think he's been one of the better treasures or better gems to find in terms of fantasy managers looking for some arms to kind of clog up a little bit of your innings there. It's going to be a really good breakdown, or a really, really good matchup between Gray and this Houston Astros offense here. I like Houston. I know most of the national pundits are 60% of the nation is taking the Twins here tonight up in Minnesota. I like Houston. I think Houston, like you said, we know the splits that they play very well away from Houston on the road. Yeah. And I don't know, if Ike's right or not about it, but they do seem to be like they're a little bit more comfortable or not much on edge or rigid when they're at Minute Maid. Like when they're at Minute Maid, it looks like they're different.
Just comfortable. They're just comfortable at home. I mean, I guess I don't know, but I mean, I really think the key.
How you can't be comfortable at home. Maybe you got too many distractions at home. I don't know.
Could be. And I mean, you mentioned Yordan Alvarez right there, but I really think the key to the Astros offense, I mean, Alvarez is great. Kyle Tucker. I mean, that's a guy. I mean, 112 RBIs, but when you really go in there and you start digging around with him, 37 doubles, 5 triples. I mean, you got 29 home runs. Yeah, that's great. But you have him sandwiched right there in the lineup. And I mean, that's a dude that really gets that wheel moving. I mean, Alvarez comes out and starts slapping home runs, and Martin Maldonado. I mean, these guys, I mean, it's all there. This really is. I think Houston can come out. Houston comes out and wins today. And I honestly think Wags and Ike, they win decisively today. I think they just take care of business.
56 at game time. That's what the temperature is going to be. 56 up there in Minnesota.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker will have.
Is that inside?
Gloves on.
Does Minnesota? I think they're a dome team.
Yeah,
they're a dome team. Rodney, they got to be a dome team. They have to. They play up in Minnesota. They got to be a dome team.
Like the old Metrodome. Remember when the Metrodome roof collapsed?
Yeah, man.
I think that's an open stadium. I think that's an open stadium, dude. I may be wrong.
They lose at home because they jinx. Oh, my jinxy ass! I got you. It's all Ike. I know the feeling, Ike. I know the feeling.
Don't worry about that.
You like to think that it's not you, but it really is you.
Yeah. Target field is open. That's what I thought, because I remember watching. Yeah. I remember watching some games over there. Distinctly, I think it was 2017. I remember watching. It was like a Memorial Day or Labor Day game, and to me, this is when the Houston Astros turned the corner. They were
It doesn't have a collapsible.
No,
retractable roof.
It's wide open, brother.
Roof?
It is wide open, just like old Metropolitan Stadium. Remember when the Vikings played out there?
Yeah.
Isn't that where you had the Hail Mary, the original Hail Mary from Roger Staubach to Drew Pearson happened in the open Minnesota air?
Look at that memory recall by Rodney Rodriguez there. Hey, make sure you're hitting that subscribe button, smashing that subscribe button, and telling your friends all about us too. You can hit me up on Twitter at @NotTheFakeWags. You can also hit Rodney up there at the Rodney R, and follow our guy Hardball Hardge, who's getting ready to come on here in just a couple of minutes.
That's right.
Talking a little bit more baseball. Got to get into the prime time
about your
game
team.
tonight. Elimination game. Elimination game. Kramer versus Evaldi. Oh, and here we go. Sorry to say, Rodney, I think it's going to be curtains for the Orioles tonight.
You think?
Yep. It's
No.
over after tonight, bud.
Well,
On the road, going into Arlington. Sayonara, man. Globe Life Field will be the last spot for the Orioles this year. And unfortunately, it does end tonight. It was a great season for the Orioles. A lot to learn in the postseason, though, man. I thought they should have brought Jackson Holiday up a little bit 2 weeks ago, maybe to allow him to kind of get into this roster. But hey, I'm not Brandon Hyde and the Orioles. I don't, I'm just a guy that's sitting here in my chair calling games and talking about them, right? Giving a little bit of an analyst on it.
Here it is. I don't know, dude.
Kramer's been looking fantastic over the past couple of times he's been rolled out, but Hyde is not shy about pulling the hook. Like if he's got a better PvP matchup or BVP matchup, he will go with that pitcher, dude. He usually allows his starters to get the quality and go about 5 frames, but if Kramer, to me, man, you're playing for your life now, man. It doesn't matter if Kramer is looking fantastic and you want to save a little bit of the arms of the bullpen. You got to go with what you know. You got to go with your gut feeling tonight, Hyde. And if you got to yank Kramer early, man, do it, dude. It's whatever it takes to play for tomorrow, dude. It's an elimination game.
My man Wags, come on, dude. I look, you sound like me. Every
Wags,
game.
have you seen the Rangers in the playoffs ever? LOL. I cannot have faith in my own team. I get you. I understand, Jake. I understand, but I'm also you're talking to a daunting Orioles fan as well. So misery loves company. Call me up. Let's watch it together. Let's go through misery together. I'll bite my nails. You bite your nails. How about that?
Maybe we got to just do a live stream and watch this game tonight. We'll just Texas Sports Unfiltered, have the game on it. We'll do the Manning cast. Well, we probably can't have the game up, but we can do like the Manning cast. Like they were doing.
We can talk about it and how brutal it is. I do think Kramer's going to be able to give you like at least 5-6 quality frames here.
Well, I mean, seriously,
I worry about the lumber, man. The bats started coming alive 2 nights ago. 9 runs.
Yeah,
who'd ever thought?
This is elimination. This is elimination, dude. I mean, you have everybody ready. You do anything that you need to do. Just get to tomorrow. Worry about tomorrow. Take care of business tonight. I mean, you see it all the time when you get these teams in these scenarios where it's win or go home, where you go out and you've got that bullpen lit up with starters and anybody that's ready, you get them out there and just get to tomorrow. Dude, I wouldn't sell I would not sell your Orioles short tonight. I think they survive. I truly think they survive.
We'll see. Garcia's been lighting it up. Seager's bat's starting to catch fire too, man. And we talked about how potent this offense was going into the postseason. It's top 3. It's a top 3 offense, and it looks like their pitchers have been able to stand. It looks like their pitchers have been able to to stand up on that bump and deliver. So if that happens, usually that combined with some decent lumber, that's a recipe for success, Rodney. And it's a tough hill. It's a tough hill for the Birds right now, man.
Well, I mean, like talking about Texas on Saturday, don't go in there looking all tight. Don't go in there looking like just go in there motivated. Just go in there coached up and ready to win. I mean, just take care of business. That's all you got to do. Baltimore's going to win tonight, dude. I'm sorry to tell you as an Orioles fan, Baltimore's going to win tonight. They are.
And just what Ike says here, all arms on deck. That is absolutely the case here. Rodney, you know what else is on deck and you got to be comfortable for it?
Yes. You absolutely do. If you want to watch the game, there's not, get yourself a Great Blue Heron furniture chair or whatever it is. Put yourself in one of those. I mean, a custom leather company started back in 1991. Like I always say right here on the Chaos Theory, all of these folks that we endorse that are sponsors on this show, I mean, we're talking about 1909. We're talking about 1988. We're talking about 1991. These are companies that have been in business and been doing it right for the longest time. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics, ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. And man, let me tell you, this stuff is absolutely beautiful. It's also the highest quality furniture you can find. And that's a big thing right there. Highest quality. You're not going to find anything more stylish, more comfortable, or more well built. Remember, your chair don't do this when you go to Great Blue Heron Furniture. There's a link in the YouTube video. Check that out, and you can check out the exclusive Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. Yeah, we got our own thing. You may sit down and you look over and there's Wagser Eye right there with our own collection. If you use the code word HOOK'em, that's going to get you 15% off of your purchase. If you're looking for amazing furniture that is built to last and built to be durable, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that link there right here on the screen, or you can call them at 866-247-9688. Old school. Pick up the telephone and give them a call. Tell them you heard about them right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
One more mention for Covert, Covert B Cave and our friends Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations. Let's bring him on, man. The professional baller of our roster here in our lineup. It is Hardball Hardge, my guy.
What's happening?
Let's talk a little
How y'all
baseball
doing today?
real quick, man. How do you feel about the Orioles tonight? It's an elimination game, Hardge. Break it to me.
Well, the only thing that I'm worried about for the Orioles is them not being in this position before. You know,
Right.
Most of these teams, you were talking a little bit ago about the Astros and who they are. They've been here. They've done this stuff before.
Yeah, they got the pedigree.
They never feel like they're out of a game. So for me, I'm just worried to see what the Orioles are going to do heading into this game. It's a big ask of them. Nathan Uvalde, obviously.
Very young club, Mike.
Yeah.
Very young club.
Yeah, and I heard you talking about Jackson Holiday. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day about Jackson. I think they want to they don't want to give him too much. It's too much. It's too much in a short period of time for a young player like that, regardless of the pedigree, regardless of all the moves. It would have been a little bit too much for him to come there, and everybody else that you have in that lineup is unbelievable.
Right.
There's a reason why you won over 100 games.
Right.
You know, so the chemistry is still good.
So Hardge, but when you, because he was dominating at Bowie, right, for in 2A. So when you saw
and in AAA.
Yeah, and when you saw the roster move for him, you know, with like 3 weeks to go before the postseason, you saw the roster move for him to go up to the Tides at Norfolk. I thought that was just a staging area for him to get ready for postseason baseball. I thought he was going to get added to the postseason roster, but that's what Hyde didn't elect to do that. So, anyways, man, can't wait to see you break it down.
Put him though. Where would you?
Yeah,
put
exactly.
Him,
yeah,
you know,
there's just not a spot.
Yeah,
you don't want to rob from Peter to give to Paul. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right.
Well, Hardge, we can't wait to hear what you got cooking coming up on Hanging with Hardge, man. Thank you guys for all the comments and all that you guys do, man, for Chaos Theory and Texas Sports Unfiltered. We got to rock and get out of here, man.
Get it, Wags.
Guys.
Take care, Hardball.
See you guys later. Enjoy it. Hold on, folks. Boom. There it is. What's up, everybody? It's your boy, Hardball Hardge. Welcome to another edition of Hanging with Hardge. I'm your boy, Hardball Hardge, and I am representing the 254, but now I'm representing the 512. That's right. Make sure you follow us on all your social media platforms. You can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Hardball Hardge. You can also follow Texas Sports Unfiltered on Twitter. It is at TSU Unfiltered. And on Instagram at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure that you like, subscribe, and tell 5 friends to tell 5 friends. And if they don't have 5 friends, tell them however many friends they got to make sure they follow us, because we try to bring you the heat. And if you want to be a part of the show, do not hesitate to hit us on our CODA text line, 512-222-9328. That's 512-222-9328. Let's get right into it. What's up? A lot has happened over the weekend. You know, we're still licking our wounds with this Texas football team as they took that L against Oklahoma in a great hard-fought football game. Coach Sark came out yesterday and had a little bit of time to reflect, and if you got a chance to watch the game again, I don't know why you would do that, but we have to because that's our job, and you will see a lot of missed opportunities during that time. Also, Sark went on his show Rewind. He talked about the game and some of the things that they left on the field and how they left a lot of points out there. We're going to focus on a lot of different things this week because it is a bye week, and the next game is the following weekend against the University of Houston in H-Town, 3 o'clock game on Fox. But I want to get into basketball. Also, I'm going to talk about Major League Baseball. The playoffs are starting, as you heard, with Wags and Chaos Theory with Rodney. You heard them previewing the Texas Rangers hosting the Baltimore Orioles. And then tonight, the Houston Astros travel to Minnesota to take on the Twins. It's going to be cold. My man Ike already said it's going to be like 56 degrees at first pitch, which is, woo, that's going to be a little chilly out there, folks. It's going to be a little chilly out there. But I can't wait to get into this baseball because of the fact that you have 2 Texas baseball teams that are participating in the postseason, that they still have a chance to go up against each other as we were possibly hoping. All right. With all that being said, let's talk a little bit about not the Texas Longhorns, but the Dallas Cowboys. And the reason why I want to talk about the Dallas Cowboys is where do they go from here? Oh, joining me in just a little bit, Carolina Teague is going to come on, and she is going to talk about the San Antonio Spurs. So I want to talk a little bit of Cowboy football, but we'll talk about the Spurs and the NBA because Wemby Mania kicked off last night, and I'm sure a lot of Spurs fans are listening and wanting to find out what's going on in San Antonio. But I wanted to talk about the Dallas Cowboys, and I know a lot of Dallas Cowboy fans live in San Antonio. I think every Cowboy fan lives in San Antonio. But to me, I know one game does not decide a season, especially 5 games into a 17-game season. And especially with the demolition, they got demolished Sunday against San Francisco. That was probably the best game that I've ever seen the San Francisco 49ers play. And they've won Super Bowls. They've been in championships. They've participated a lot in these high-powered football games. What up, Sal? What up, Chris? What up, Miss Becky? Icky Ike, what's up, man? But as I sit here as a Dallas Cowboy fan, you had a subpar performance by the offense. The defense got exposed. San Francisco was hitting on all cylinders on both sides of the ball. And like I said against OU, you got to give credit where credit is due. Kyle Shanahan, the head coach and the offensive mastermind, and the DC Steve Wilkes went out there with the ultimate game plan to dominate the Dallas Cowboys. But the real question for me is what type of response will the Cowboys have? We've talked about it before. You can't let one game snowball into 2 games and so on and so on. Dak Prescott turned back into Apple turnover Prescott. And I told you guys the other day, I'm not going to defend it anymore, but I'm not going to beat him up because on all phases of the game, yes, he turned the ball over. I get that. And this is the thing that I want to continue to talk about. The O-line was horrendous. The wide receivers didn't help. There was no separation. And it's tough to make things happen. CeeDee Lamb is having meetings with Mike McCarthy because he's showing his frustration and he's not getting the ball. He's not getting open. He's not getting open. And the ground game isn't much better. Tony Pollard is not what we're needing in a big back because he's not that. Dowdle runs hard between the tackles, but you're not getting him the ball enough. We have my guy, Deuce Vaughn, that is there, that needs an opportunity, that we aren't using some of the people that can make plays on the field. Big Mac's play calling seems to be subpar, and he's not taking He's not taking good ideas from across the league to implement for himself because he still believes that his way is the only way, which is kind of crazy to me when you start to think about it. And I went back and, we got some great folks that cover the Dallas Cowboys. They're in tune to everything that's going on the field. They know what's happening behind the scenes, and they're creating space for themselves. And I wanted to go back to this because my man, RJ Ochoa, blogging the boys, he does a great job. And he posted the Dallas Cowboys possessions against the San Francisco 49ers. Punt, 3 and out. Second possession, 3 and out. They had a positive play, but Tony Pollard fumbled. They got the ball. They punted on a 3 and out. They scored a touchdown. That's the great pass that Dak had to Kevontae Turpin. Then they get the ball back and they go 3 and out again. So they punt. That's 4 3 and outs before halftime. 4. And then they end the half with 2 terrible plays. They come back out. They get a field goal. You're thinking, here we go. Cowboys got a chance. Nope. They get the ball back. Interception, punt, and then turnover on downs. Now, can you put all that on Dak? You could. You possibly could. But do you get the point that I'm talking about? And the Cowboys scored on an 11-play drive, 78-yard drive. The other 6 possessions I just told you about. So we can't always just put everything on Dak if he's not getting help along the way. So when you start looking at this team, who are they? What are they? So I saw a report the other day, are they paper champions? You can't call them a champion because I don't even think on the paper they're looking good. So when you start looking at this, you go, the big picture is, can this team rally? Team morale, they're pros. This should be interesting. Let's see what their leadership is about. When you take a butt kicking like that, you have to question everything and everyone. Did we do pregame right? Did we go through our keys and our cues on what we saw on film? Did we spend enough time on the film? Did they bring in different wrinkles and we weren't able to adjust? Did things that you saw on film not translate when you went out there? And if you're an athlete, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're not an athlete and you break down a lot of film, you understand too that some of the keys may not have been what you thought they were, and they deceived you because that was just a straight up ass whooping. You can say the same for the defense. Dan Quinn, I have a lot of faith in him. I believe that they're going to get this turned around. But Micah Parsons wasn't playing up to his potential. And remember, he was talking about, we got the best defense in the world. We're going to be the number 1 defense in the NFL. No, sir. No, sir. You stop that now. And I know everybody got a show. Everybody got a podcast. All the players now got podcasts and things that they're doing. Cool. But Micah, get back to that savage that we saw before. Teams are running at you because they know that you are not going to be able to take on those blocks. So the game plan moving forward is come at you. So be prepared for that. But I still have faith in Dan Quinn. The best defense in the NFL, though, is in San Francisco. That defense was all over the field. You know, when you were a kid or you've been driving down the street and you see that fire hose, not even the hose, the fire hydrant that's wide open, and it's just water just flying out. It is coming at a very high rate. That's what that defense looked like as they were attacking the Dallas Cowboys offense. The offense could not do anything. It was like they were unprepared for the speed of the game. And that stuff was very, very impressive to watch. So to me, I'm just curious to what the Dallas Cowboys offense is going to look like moving forward against a quality defense. Can they correct their offensive woes? I'm not sure. I'm truly not sure, because the play calling from Mike McCarthy to where the play calling is across the NFL is stressful, bruh. I'm stressed, bruh. I don't feel good moving forward. Now, I'll give my power rankings a little bit later. Cowboys are still in my top 10. I'm not giving up on them yet. But this week, they get to go see their ex-girlfriend. You know, you've been out before, fellas. Things didn't work out with a girl, and you like looking across the club, and all of a sudden you see your ex-girlfriend who was really, really fun, but a little cray-cray. Didn't understand the processes of things. That's what the Cowboys have on Monday night. They're going to see that ex-girlfriend, Kellen Moore, on the other side with Justin Herbert. And I guarantee you, if the Cowboys come in with that stale-ass offense this week, Kellen Moore is going to try to run it up on you. So, Dan Quinn, you better get your defense ready, because they're going to try to run it up. Cowboys don't play until Monday night against the Chargers on Monday Night Football. So just know that on that other side, and if Cowboy faithful is going to be just that, it'll be a home game for the Cowboys in LA. They have training camp out there, so you know there's going to be a lot of folks that are there. But all I'm telling you is this: you have to get this thing figured out, and you have to get it figured out pretty quick. You know what else you need to get figured out? When are you going to get a new car? You need to go over to Covert Ford BK. That's right. Nestled on 42 acres in the beautiful hill country, Covert BK has 3 state-of-the-art dealerships carrying 7 brands. That's Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And in addition to those 7 brands, Covert Ford in Hutto is part of that family, and so is Ford Lincoln in Austin. Nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, not ever. Covert BK has something for everyone. Covert BK services all makes and models with 86 service bays throughout, so your wait time will be minimal. And of course, visit covertbk.com for the latest specials on inventory, or just stop by and see him today. Go out there and see my boy Marcus Washington. He's from K-Town. His son, Marcus Washington Jr. as well. And of course, Ira Clark. Just tell them Hardball Hard sent you out there, and they will make sure they take care of you. And if you need something done at your home, what better way to get your home set up than audiovisual consultations? That's right. Sports are happening. We got NBA. We got MLB playoffs. We got NFL. This is the perfect season for you to get that home theater setup that you've been looking for a long time. Audiovisual consultation and my man Tom McKay. All you have to do is give them a call at 512-255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com. I know everything is trying to get excited. It's that time. You may want to have a lighting setup. You may want to set up something around your pool. He's got you taken care of. Go to Tom McKay at avconsultations.com, and they will make sure that you are taken care of. As we told you before, NBA basketball is right around the corner. And what better person than to talk about the Spurs and the NBA than my friend, Carolina Teague. And you can figure this out. I want y'all to understand who she is. She is the host of her own show. It's called Sports Host, League of Her Own podcast, excuse me. And she's also the Texas Wrestling Ring Announcer of the Year for 2023. She also is a writer for sportsastoldbygirl.com. She is the one and only Carolina Teague.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Hey, I'm excited to have you on the show. You and I have been talking about this for quite some time. We've been trying to get together. We've been trying to find a way to make this all work. And I was like, what better way than to get you on is right after Wemby Mania started last night in the NBA. Thank you for joining me. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really good. It's the morning. I need to eat breakfast still, but other than that, I'm doing really good. I still got my toast, everything.
I know that's right. So tell me about what you saw last night while you were watching this game, because I was following your tweets. I know you were getting excited about it. Everybody's been waiting for this matchup. Even though it's the preseason, you got Chet Holmgren versus Victor Wembanyama, and you finally got a chance to see him on the court in a quote-unquote game. What were your first thoughts?
I mean, he was everything that I expected in them more. He had 20 points in the game. He only played 19 minutes, which is understandable for a preseason game. I hope they don't utilize him too much in the preseason so he can stand out more later during the regular season. But he's everything that we kind of expected and more. Really good on the offensive side. And Pop basically said that he wanted Wemby to just kind of be himself so he can see exactly what he needs to tweak as far as offense, defense is concerned. And that's basically a lot of what we saw. There was a lot of plays where he dribbled behind the ball, passed to Charles Bassey where he wasn't looking. And he made a lot of those type of plays that were not necessarily planned, but they were just off the top of his head. And I was really impressed with his overall play. He did have some struggles on the defensive side, but the Spurs overall, if you look at them last season and compare it to even last night's preseason game, the first half of the game, they really stood out offensively. And that's something that I took away from this game. The Spurs ordinarily, offensively, they haven't really had huge hot streaks or flashes. So it was really good to see them coming out, especially in the first and second quarter where they've had offensive struggles last season, to just come out and just be dominant and have 80 points in the first half. So that was really good. But of course, also kind of a pattern to the Spurs too. The third quarter is where they have those defensive struggles, and that's kind of where you saw that switch. They only had 17 points in the third quarter, which is ordinarily where they kind of seem to tend to fall down that slippery slope where they start losing the game. However, it was a really close game, and I like what I see. It seems like they are way better this year as a team chemistry wise than last year, and I'm excited to see what's in the future.
Yeah, I think a lot of Spurs fans were coming into last night's game with the high anticipation, still trying to figure out what this team is going to be like. Now, I know it's early and the anticipation for everything is there, but coming off of last season and the way that they performed, you saw some moments where you thought this team was really going to push. They were really trying to make that move, but then everybody was like, wait, don't get too good because we're going to lose out on this opportunity to get this guy. But when you've been around this team for a long time and you've got a chance to see Pop up close and kind of figure out this man's mentality, can you ever figure out his mentality?
No, he's kind of a tough egg to crack because when you're behind the scenes and you ask him a question, if you try to dig a little too deep, his answer is really straight and simple to the point where it's like you really can't figure him out. And I think that's kind of one of his things that's part of his game plan. It's kind of like when you watch any type of sport, if you give away too much, they're going to figure you out. And it's funny that you mentioned like some people wanted them to tank, some of them wanted to be team play-in. I was huge on team play-in. I didn't want the Spurs to fail. And looking back, I should have been part of team tank. It was like it was a civil war against Spurs fans. They ended up getting Wemby just like they predicted. So you can't really figure out Coach Pop and what his game plans are. And it's interesting because even as of last year, you saw him play with rotations and you were always wondering, like, why did he take out Keldon when Keldon was on a hot streak? Why did he take out Doug McDermott when he was on a hot streak? Are they purposefully tanking? And we could never really seem to determine that. Maybe it was part of a master game plan to tank for Wemby. But it wouldn't surprise me if during the regular season this year, we see a lot of that similar type of game style where we don't understand why somebody might be performing really well and Pop takes him out. But it could be because if there is a playoff stretch, we don't know what Pop's game plan is to see what rotations work best. Because last night, when Victor Wembanyama was in the rotation, they played really well offensively and defensively. It was when he was taken out is when those struggles started to occur. So we might not see a lot of that with Wemby this season, but who knows? So it's exciting. And also I want to point out too that we also wanted to know as people who follow the Spurs closely, where would Pop put Victor Wembanyama? Is he going to put him at the 5? Is he going to put him at the 4? And I was more so guessing that he would be more of a powered forward than he would be a center, and have somebody like Zach Collins on the center. Last night, when you saw that, it worked really well. So me personally, I like Victor Wembanyama at the power forwards situation, especially when you have big players like Joel Embiid in the league, and just large players much bigger than him at center. It would make more sense to have him at the 4. So I'm excited.
We're talking to Carolina Teague. You can make sure you follow her at A League of Her Own podcast. She does an amazing job. She's all over the place. She's a ring girl. She's done so many great things. So quick question for me. As I look at this roster and the way it's being constructed, there's so many different options. Obviously, Trey Jones is going to be the point guard. You still have Devontae Graham. I actually saw Devontae Graham a couple of weeks ago. He was here for the Kansas game as they played Texas. But you start looking at this team and Keldon Johnson, who is coming into his own. But somebody just got a big payday the other day, Devin Vassell. He's a guy that I've always been kind of fond on because he's one of those streaky type players. What can we expect from him this season?
I think he would be incredible on the defensive end. He's always been that defensive piece, especially last season, to bring the Spurs exactly where they need. When Keldon and Devin were on the floor last year, prior to Keldon getting sick, then Devin having his injury for a while, they were winning and they were on a winning streak. So I think people tend to forget that part of the season where they were winning as a collective when both of those players were on the floor stacking up against one another, or stacking up on top of each other as far as the rotation is concerned. So Devin brings a beautiful piece to the game for the Spurs on defense. So maybe when Victor Wembanyama is not necessarily on the floor, Devin can come out and relieve some pressure. But another defensive sleeper on the team who we saw last night with 12 rebounds is Charles Bassey too. He's also had his flashes of greatness when it comes to the defensive end. And that's where the Spurs kind of struggled in the league, was on the defense. So I'm looking forward for the defense to be drastically improved, especially with Pop as a defensive-minded coach. Who's to say that they're not going to improve? I have no doubt in my mind that they will.
So let me ask you this. Jeremy Shohan, everybody knows him. He's got the crazy hair. He's kind of seems to be taking Wemby under his wing and kind of keeping him along. I don't know how I feel about that if I'm dealing with that, but I do like Shohan. I thought when you guys got him, he was a vital piece of what Pop looks for in those types of players and what he wants to fit into his offense. But tell us a little bit about him. Everybody in the Big 12 knows who he is because of his time at Baylor. But what has he shown you being with the Spurs right now?
He's shown us when we watch him throughout the season that he could be good on both offense and defense, but he's more so stronger on the offensive side. I'm hoping for him to improve on his defensive side as well. And for me to see him as a starter, it doesn't surprise me. He's played really well throughout the season, been consistent, and he's really aggressive and gritty on the floor. And I like seeing that side of Spurs players. Him and Zach Collins are really good as far as really fighting and struggling to get the ball back for the offensive rebound. So I'm expecting more of that, just him developing as a defensive player and developing his one-handed free throw. So
I was waiting for him to do the Rick Barry, the underhand free throw. We'll see if that's next. But I want to ask you this too. When you're watching this team, and I know it's still early, what are some of the names that Spurs fans are going to come to enjoy just from some of the stories that you've heard and what they've been doing at practice?
Oh, that's a really good question. I like all of them. So of course, obviously Wemby's the obvious.
Yep.
Keldon, I think, should get a lot more recognition than he does. He's been criticized really harshly, but even if you see him in the off season, he looks like he's in the best shape of his life.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, people don't give enough credit for being an amazing 3-point shooter. And so even on improving offensively is somebody that I think that people should keep an eye out on, because like I said, I think he was unfairly criticized last year, and I can't wait to see his improvements. Another person is Charles Bassey. He's, like I said, a silent sleeper when it comes to defense as well. So I think Spurs fans will be excited to see Charles Bassey's development. Devin coming back, being fully healthy now, Victor Wembanyama. And also, I want to give a little bit of recognition to Doug McDermott, too. I don't think he's been praised as much as he should be for being very consistent coming off the bench as a three-point shooter. And when he comes on the court, I trust him with the ball when it comes to shooting a three. And he did really good last night, too. So let's not forget about Doug McDermott as well.
I like that. I like that. So somebody close to us, obviously we just talked about the Big 12, Sir'Jabari Rice. We've been anticipating him getting an opportunity. I know he's more likely going to be here in Austin playing for the Spurs. I think that's where he's at. But do you see him as a player that can come up? Because he's unbelievable defensively. I think he's underrated on the defensive end. Everybody knows about his shot fake and how he can get people to elevate quickly. But I know that they picked him for a reason. I think he may have an opportunity to come up and help the Spurs at some point this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Knowing the way that Pop plays, more than likely he will be on the Austin Spurs for a while. We didn't see much of him yesterday either, but he's really good from the 3 points and he has a strong defensive presence as well. So for me, I would see Greg Popovich utilizing him in case somebody were to get injured. That's where I see him having an impact on the team, is if they need somebody, if somebody is struggling as far as injuries are concerned. I would hope to see him a little bit more, but I think when we do get to see him, we're going to see flashes of how good he is on the defensive end of the ball and from the 3 point.
Man, thank you so much for dropping that knowledge on your San Antonio Spurs. Tell everybody where they can find you and where they can find your podcast.
So you can find me everywhere. I'm on TikTok, Carolina Teak Sports, and Twitter at Carolina Teak _. I think I'm going to change my handle to Carolina Teak Sports. I think it just makes more sense. And also on Instagram too at Carolina Teak _. And I'm going to be all over Texas. I do shows in Austin for wrestling too, by the way. I know that's your neck of the woods. I'll be over there too. I'm making my debut in Houston soon. Dallas, I'm doing shows out there. And of course in San Antonio. Plus you'll see me around at some boxing events. So I'm all over the place and I need to slow down because I'm going to.
I saw you in Vegas with my boy Q. He brought you out there to do some stuff. So I see you making your rounds, girl. That's how you get it. That's how you get it. So I'm proud of you.
No, I'm just a hardworking little Mexican. That's it.
I appreciate you. And as the season gets closer, I will definitely have you back on. We'll continue to have you to represent San Antonio and getting everybody with their Spurs fix. I can't thank you enough, and I'll see you soon.
It's an honor to be on a platform. You do such an incredible job and represent the state of Texas well. So it's always a pleasure and anytime.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Have a good one. There she goes. My girl, Carolina Teague. She does unbelievable work, and she will keep you up to date. Make sure you follow her on her social media. She will let you know everything that's going on in San Antonio for making things happen. Once again, I'm your boy, Hardge. Thank you again for hanging with Hardge. Make sure you want to be a part of the show. I see a lot of people checking in right there. Be a part of the show and hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. And also follow us on our social medias at TS Unfiltered on Twitter and at Texas Sports Unfiltered on Instagram. I want to give a shout out to the great folks over at 4 Roofs TX, the number 4 Roofs TX.com for all your roofing needs. Texas has crazy weather at times, from hail, high winds, and heavy rains. And I know a lot of people don't even think about getting their roof checks. Now is the time to do it. Perfect time. The weather's cool, so they're going to be really happy with you. But just do yourself a favor and go to the number 4 Roofs TX.com. Whether it's commercial or residential, they will make things work for you. They've got over 15 years of experience, affordable pricing, and a quick response time. They are thorough and very trustworthy. I use them for my home, and my neighbors have used them too. I know them personally, so you won't be disappointed. I can promise you that. They can provide an on-site project manager on every job to make sure it is smooth. I know Round Rock got hit pretty hard. Don't hesitate. Give them a call at 512-520-5884. That's 512-520-5884. 5884, or just go to the number 4roofstx.com. As we continue the show, I want to talk a little bit about the Texas Longhorns. I don't want to really bug people about the Dallas Cowboys anymore because that can get sad. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Sark's pressure yesterday and what he was able to uncover after he had another opportunity to watch the game. It was a tough go for the Texas Longhorns as they took it on the chin, and they had opportunities to make some plays during those games, and they just didn't get it done. And Sark met with the media yesterday, and he was talking a little bit about everything that was going on when he was thinking about the red zone offense. As you know, I told you yesterday, they've had 24 trips into the red zone and has only had 11 touchdowns during that time. And that was one of the things that you, as the seasons go on, you realize certain things need to happen. And you get those opportunities in the red zone, you got to punch those things in. And so when Sark was asked on how he plans on fixing those red zone problems, he said they had to get back to work.
The first aspect of it is, we've already watched every series and every snap we've had all year in the red zone. We watched it in sequence of how it actually has occurred in game. We watched it by concept, the different concepts that we're running. And then ultimately it's, okay, what are we doing to make sure that we're putting our players in the best position to be successful? Sometimes a new style of scheme is in their best interest predicated on what we're getting. Sometimes it's doing what they know really well so that they have answers to the whatever look they could get from a defensive perspective. So there's a lot of levels to that. Then it's looking at the play caller and the sequencing of how I'm calling those plays. But we're drilling down on it to every level. That's what the bye week is really good for. You have more time to do that type of stuff. And I feel very comfortable in the fact that we'll have a good plan in the second half of the season for the players, because like I just told the staff, we're moving the ball too well offensively right now not to have more points on the board, and so we need to be more effective in the red area for sure.
And he's right. Texas had more yards than Oklahoma did in the game. Texas has continued to have more yards than any other team that they're playing against in any game. So he's 100% right. And I'm glad to the fact that he just said that they went back and looked at every possession when they were in the red zone in trying to figure out what's next. I said it yesterday. They ran a whip route last year in a crucial situation. And I haven't seen it this year at all. That was the game right there where you could have pulled that out. And if it's not broke, don't fix it. Because you have had success previous years in that situation. You've dialed up some awesome plays. We've all talked about your scheme. It's just a matter of making sure that y'all can execute. And again, Sark, I'm not blaming you for any of this because everybody's got to perform. They can't miss blocks in the B gap. They got to make sure that they hold their responsibilities. They have to be precise in what they do. But you're the head of the spear. So you got to take this and get it figured out because you're the offensive coordinator. I mean, let's call it what it is. You call the plays. And I needed to see you in your squat like a catcher. That means you're in your bag when we see that. So I need to make sure that we continue to watch those things and see what they can do within these 2 weeks to make sure that, hey, they execute that. There's some big plays that are left out on that field. A lot of points that are being left there that I know you know it, so I don't have to beat it down. We'll see it adjusted. We'll make those things. But it was interesting to me that there was a question that was being asked. Two questions. Number one, what was the play calling on the goal line? It was a Q&A. And then I'm going to go right into what would you have changed if you would have changed anything on those play calls.
The 4 tries from the 1.
That sucked.
Yeah. Do you see that as a toughness issue, and did you just felt like you should have been more creative there?
No, I don't think it was toughness at all. you know, the first down play, you know, their kid makes a really nice play. He kind of shoots the gap and gets into Jonathan Brooks's legs. The second down call, that was the sequencing of those two calls that I knew I was going to go with there. And the edge, we just don't get enough of the edge, and we get the ball down to the one again. Quite frankly, if I could do it all over again, I would have changed the third down call. I might have ran what I ran on fourth down, on third down, which I don't know if that's creative enough or not, but I probably would have done that on third down and then gone to something a little bit different on fourth down. So, you know, we call it stubborn, whatever it was. You know, I went back to the first down call on third down and obviously not effective enough. And I'd love for us to execute it a little bit better than we did, but that's the way it goes sometimes, you know. And so, but yeah, it sucked.
Yeah. And I love the fact that he brought that up and said that it sucked, because for us as fans that are watching it and understanding the opportunity that was in front of you, it was very disheartening, especially when you're on the 1 foot line. That is the part that hurt. And I didn't like the fact that the question was posed to him, was it a toughness issue? I don't ever question that part. Ever question that part. I know these kids are out there busting their tail every single day, trying to get better, trying to still have their goals in front of them, and they've talked about it, and it's still right there. But when you sit there and you look at it, and you're like, damn, got to get that one in, especially when you know it's this part of the game. You got to get that done. And then Sark was asked, would he have changed anything? And let me know what you think about this answer.
Oh, I would have handled it that drive exactly the same. You know, the first down call, we had an RPO called, which
my fault. This is the call for clock management. They had to make sure that they got everything done.
You know, we had been effective with the RPOs during that drive, and had been really effective all day with them. And, you know, their safety did a good job. Quinn kind of got stuck in the middle of pulling the ball, and then the window wasn't there for the throw, and we took a sack. And so at that point now in my mind, where we were really trying to go score and make that the last possession of the game, what I felt like was really important was we got to make sure we get a field goal out of this, because we were playing second and long football. And so we threw kind of a bubble screen to Xavier, which put us in a third and long. And then coming off that third and long, I knew just where Burt was at. I watched pregame. I knew exactly kind of what we needed to get to. And so the yard marker was really critical for us to get the lead in the game. You throw a pass, it's incomplete. Now you're out of field goal range. You can't make that kick from there. So predicated on the defense they were out there, I wouldn't have changed a thing as it pertained to that drive.
And he's right. He's confident in what he was saying and how he was going about it. And I can't blame him for that. He did what he needed to do, and he understood what the situation was and how it needed to be handled. And I like this from my man Miguel Angel Diaz. Sark is taking stuff personal, it sounds like. I like it. That's right. It's a rivalry, and it needs to be treated as one. And that is what ended up happening to be able to get that done. So I'm fine with his answers this week. And by the way, I just want y'all to know he was very open, honest, and let everybody ask questions. So it was a great, great meeting and a great conversation with Sark, and how he went about it is perfect. But I'd be remiss if I didn't let you hear the opening statement of how he felt after the game and when he went back and watched all of these potential game-changing plays during that time.
Obviously, the turnovers were a factor, not necessarily because of the points that came off of it. I thought our defense did a great job of minimizing 3 turnovers to only 7 points. But those are momentum plays, right? They create momentum for you when you can generate them. And so 3-0 in turnovers was an issue. The 9 penalties were an issue because that's out of character for us. You know, I think we're averaging just about 4 penalties a game, and to have 9 in the game, The pre-snap penalties were an issue. Obviously, the unsportsmanlike conduct after the block punt, roughing the punter, which in turn they end up scoring on that drive. So those were issues in the game. 3 red zone trips for us to only come out of those 3 trips with 3 points, quite frankly, is probably the biggest deciding factor in the game. Because our ability to move the ball wasn't in question, but our ability to put the ball in the end zone was. And then conversely, they have 6 trips into the red area and they score 34 points. So if you just look at it that way and do the math, that was an issue. Obviously, the end of the half and end of the game defense, our inability to get stops there were issues in the game. 5 sacks, that came a variety of ways, putting us behind the chains offensively hurt. And then conversely, not having very good rush lanes on our end to allow their quarterback to move in the pocket, move up in the pocket, keep his vision was a factor as well.
Yeah. Yep. I dig it. I love the honesty, and I love the fact that he is really taking the ownership of this situation. And that's why I respect him in the way that he's gone about his business. Somebody else that I respect in the way that they go about their business is my friends over at Pest Wranglers. Go to pestwranglers.com for all of your pest control needs. It's a locally owned company that is a small family business that's been around since 2006. Its basic principle of great customer service leads to happy customers. The company was started by the owner, who was tired of companies that didn't know how to treat their employees or their customers with respect. If I'm working with them, they must be doing something right. Pest Wrangler services most of the Central Texas area. If you're in need of help with mosquitoes, termites, rodent control, or you need inspections for your residential or commercial properties, please give Pest Wranglers a call at 512-670-7808 or go to the website at pestwranglers.com. Pest Wranglers won't make you sign a contract because they believe if you're a happy customer, you're not going anywhere. They got 5-star ratings on Google, Yelp, Angie's List, and all referral sites. Once again, give them a call at 512-670-7808 or go to the website at pestwranglers.com. I want to talk to you a little bit about baseball. That's right, folks. The Texas Rangers will be playing baseball today, this afternoon. And, wait a minute. I think they play the late game. I don't know. The Rangers play today, and so do the Astros. The Astros will be on the road as Christian Javier will be taking on Sonny Gray. Christian Javier needs to come out and have a damn good game today. He hasn't had success here lately. He's got to mix up his pitches and do some things different. Sonny Gray, he was part of the game against Toronto where he was out there pitching his tail off, and they were making some great plays behind him. So this is going to be a huge, huge matchup. I think today the person we need to be paying attention to is Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa and Max Klepper are 2 guys that are looking forward to these games. I told you before the playoffs even started that Max Kepler was somebody that was going to be a factor for them. And for me, you start looking around at these teams and the opportunity. Before we went to break, before we switched and transitioned between Chaos Theory and Hangin with Hardge, we were talking about the mentality of a team that has been here and one that has not been here. And that would be the Texas Rangers, the Houston Astros going into this situation and seeing what's happening in the postseason before is nothing new to them. They've been a part of this. They've seen it all happen. Yeah, the Astros play this afternoon at first pitch 3:07, and the Rangers play tonight at 7:03 first pitch. But as we were talking about, they are experienced. On the other side, you look at, this is the first time that Minnesota has won playoff games to even be in this situation in 18 games prior to winning the 2 games against the Blue Jays. Now they're sitting here going up against a juggernaut that plays better on the road in the Houston Astros than they do at home. They were a sub 500 team on the road and now, I mean, at home, and now the Astros are 51-30 on the road. That's what it's all about. And as my man Ike said, the defending champions play at 3:07. And Miss Becky told me that the Rangers game is at 7:05. I should know that. I did have that, but I was over here talking about so many other things. It slipped my mind. So I apologize. I am hardball Hardge, ladies and gentlemen. My bad. But as I sit here today, I sit here and look at this matchup. Christian Javier, who has been in these situations before, he needs to have good stuff today. He needs to keep the Twins' bats at bay, because this you will believe that their fan base is going to be excited. They're not used to this stuff. This has been a moment, right? They're ready to see it. And the Astros are coming into town. Carlos Correa is getting them all fired up. Carlos Correa actually has been having a damn good postseason, as he always does. Ike, you can vouch for that. That's how you got some of them rings that you got in H-Town. So this is going to be a fun matchup. Again, it'll be in Minnesota, 3:07, first pitch, and I can't wait to see it. I think it's on Fox as well. I do know that. Going back to this other division, you sit here and you think about the Texas Rangers and Nathan Eovaldi. Nathan Eovaldi was picked up for this reason. He's got postseason experience. He's won the World Series before. He's got a ring for the Boston Red Sox. He's pitched in 12 postseason games. And this is an opportunity for them to play at home, close out at home, and move into the ALCS. This is what it's all about. This is why you went and got this guy. Now, you wanted him to be with Jacob deGrom, and Jacob deGrom ended up getting hurt. So you already know what that situation is about. So now you're sitting and you're thinking to yourself, what is next for this team? You think about those bats in that lineup for the Texas Rangers, but across the way, the Baltimore Orioles, trying to win games and trying to get back to Baltimore so they'll have a chance to play in front of their home fans. This is going to be tough to win in Arlington. I will tell you that. There's that home field advantage. I know Texas Ranger fans, think about where they've been for the last couple of years as well. And now they have an opportunity to get a chance to go to the ALCS. I cannot wait for these types of playoff games. This is what October baseball is all about. And so the Rangers will take it on tonight. It'll be a great matchup. I expect the Rangers to go ahead and sweep this, but I do believe that the Orioles will be out there fighting, and they will fight to the very end. But I would be remiss if I did not bring up last night's epic baseball game that was played in Atlanta. Now, I will bring up the Dodgers. Dodgers, they got their backs against it, and we've seen this happen with the Dodgers before. But when you look at what happened last night in Atlanta, the electricity that was there after my man, I told you, Zach Wheeler, I told you guys yesterday, Zach Wheeler was that dude. He was an absolute monster for 7 innings. 6 1/3, excuse me, for 6 1/3. He struck out 10 batters yesterday. Struck out 7 of the first 9 batters that he faced. And it looked very bad for the Atlanta Braves. Fast forward to the 7th inning, Travis d'Arnaud, home run. Austin Riley in the 8th, off of Hoffman, getting the breaking ball to put him ahead. And then the unbelievable play by the center fielder, Michael Money Harris II, playing center field, goes up against the wall, doing his best Ken Griffey Jr. impersonation, or since we're in the ATL, Andrew Jones impersonation, comes up, Bryce Harper digging around the bases because he didn't believe that there was any way that Michael Harris Jr. was going to be able to get to that ball, and rightfully so. He makes a great play. Bryce Harper's too far around the bag at second. He has to come back, touch second, and he's racing back to first. they make a hell of a strong throw in to first base, into the infield, gets by all the infielders, which is crazy to me because I'm still mad at Ozzie Aldiz, the second baseman. He should have got that ball. He wasn't prepared, and he wasn't in a position to do so. But you know who's there? Mr. Home Run himself, Austin Riley, to make an unbelievable, epic play in the outfield, which was outstanding, by the way. And it was very impressive for them, the Atlanta Braves, to go out there and win. Max Fried didn't have his best stuff yesterday. He only went 4 innings. His curveball was unbelievable, kept Bryce Harper off balance, but he just couldn't find that strike zone consistently with his fastball. He was dealing with a blister. But like I said, Wheeler was throwing absolute missiles all over the place, pitching well, but it was a great, great ending to a walk-off game, walk-off finish in a big, big-time game. Bryce Harper was flying around those bases, and you're supposed to go to the base, FYI, just for all those kids that are listening out there. Fly ball deep to the outfield, you get to the base, and you wait to see if it goes to the ground. If he catches it, you round. If he catches it, you're going back to first base or whatever base you're on, and then you can go back. They messed that up. Bryce Harper will tell you he was playing hard. That's all that matters. I mean, he knows Bryce Harper's done great things, won World Series before, and he's a big-time player. So when I saw that, it was huge on the base running. That was amazing to me. But the play was Austin Riley backing up and still being able to make a strong, effortless throw. Like he was anticipating that. And he saw it, made the throw, doubled up Harper on first base, game over, and what an unbelievable finish. After the game, y'all know that I've had Chipper Jones on this show a couple times to talk about the playoffs and the Atlanta Braves. And I had texted him right after the game, and all he could say was, because he knew his team was up against it. And I told you, the Phillies are a team that is tough. Now they go on the road. Now they go to Philadelphia. Those fans, if you've ever seen Philly fans in any sport, you know it ain't what you think it is. Those folks are crazy. And they know that their team needs them. So you best believe it is going to be a wild, wild scene in Philadelphia tomorrow as they continue this series. But the Braves are 1-1. The Dodgers 0-2. 0-2 at home. And that upstart Diamondbacks team, they got this team on the ropes. And here's why they have them on the ropes. When you got a guy who is a potential MVP in Mookie Betts, who I'm a big fan of, that's batting 0 in the playoffs. And you got Freddie Freeman, who is another potential MVP, batting 167, and they've been up in situations to try to drive in runs in both games of the series, and they haven't had that happen. It isn't that fun right now for them. They're having a hell of a time trying to figure everything out. But that team over there in Arizona, my man Corbin Carroll, Rookie of the Year, told you that too, has played the best baseball for a leadoff guy and a guy that isn't been in these situations for a very long time in the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. I know my man Greg Swindell is just losing his mind right now. I might try to get Swindell on tomorrow, as a matter of fact. We'll see if I can get him on to talk a little bit about this. But what we've seen from them has been exciting. And then you got the old guy, Evan Longoria, that's out there getting these young guys to play at a very high level. So it's been really, really fun to watch these playoff games. I know Dodger fans, this is kind of like the same story that you've seen before. And my question to you, if the Dodgers are swept or don't even make it to the championship round, is it time for Dave Roberts to go? I know, knee-jerk reaction. I kind of get it. But I don't know. I don't know how you feel about that. Well, thanks again for joining me today on another edition of Hanging with Hardge. We had a great show. Carolina Teague, make sure you go and check her out on her social media. It's at Carolina Teague at Carolina Teague _. She does great work there in San Antonio. She also does wrestling. She does boxing. She covers the whole gamut. We will have more conversation this week. I will still be breaking down the Texas Longhorns game against Oklahoma. I'm going to try to put it past me because Sark talked about it. You can't let two of these games play into the same part and lose the next one. Good thing it's a bye week. They got time to get people healthy. I was talking about the injuries earlier. They have a lot of injuries, so this is going to be an opportunity for them to get healthy. We'll have more on the playoffs. I didn't get into the NFL tonight because I'll talk about that a little bit more today, because I'll talk about that a little bit more tomorrow as we head to midweek. I will reach out to Greg Swindell to find out if he can come on with us because he's a former Diamondback. He won the World Series there. I am going to have Josh Sandler on tomorrow to talk about the Texas Rangers and what hopefully they get the sweep, and he will come on and talk about what's next for them and the excitement that they have. All that and more. As always, you can find it right here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am your boy Hardball Hardge, and don't forget, don't believe everything you see because even salt looks like sugar. Peace. Coming up next right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered is the one and only BK, but he will be with Trey as well. BK, man, how you doing, buddy?
You're talking to Jared Sandler tomorrow?
Yeah, man. I'm sure he's probably one of your buddies.
Yeah, you stole one of my guests for later.
Oh, well then, hey, take him.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
I'll get another. Hey, I know a couple people.
Just because we're both Jewish doesn't mean we can only hang out with other Jews, all right? We could spread the love.
I knew that's where you were going to go, my brother. I knew that's where you were going to go. Because the thing was, he wanted to come on today, but he ended up having to go to a funeral. So he wasn't going to be able to do it. So I tried to rearrange some stuff and get some other people on. So.
Nah, hey, talk to him, man. I'm excited to hear that conversation, and hopefully y'all are talking about a 3-game sweep and the Rangers getting ready for a date with the Astros or the Twins at some point in a couple of days.
Well, I'm hoping it's a date with the Astros just so all of Texas can be in a frenzy because both fan bases. Those fan bases are like Texas and Oklahoma. They just don't get along.
No, they don't. And there'd be a lot of trash talk going into the series, a lot during the series, and a hell of a lot after because OU fans have been relentless since that game ended on Saturday. That's how it's going to be for the winning fan base.
And they have every right because Texas fans had 49-0 for a whole year. Now you got to look at this one as well.
Hopefully we only have to deal with this one for 2 months.
There it is. There it is. I like that answer, brother.
Plan. Great show today, Hard. Thanks,
appreciate y'all.
There he goes. The great Hardball Hardge. And here we go on another edition of the award-winning Midday with Trey and BK live until 1 o'clock. We're talking Texas football as Steve Sarkisian met with the media yesterday to continue to recap what went wrong at the Cotton Bowl. We'll go around the NFL, talk a little bit about the Monday night game, but also talk about the debacle in San Francisco for Dallas on Sunday night, a little Texans talk, and just some of the big headlines from the National Football League. We will, of course, talk some Major League Baseball. There's a birthday today of somebody who I can't stand that we have to talk about, and we'll wrap up the show as we always do with a little Where Are We At in Society coming up at 12:50 or so. Trey, good afternoon.
Yes, I guess technically it is afternoon now. So a good afternoon to you as well, sir. You having a good day so far?
Having a good day so far. Busy day, but good busy. Trying to get some more things in motion here for Texas Sports Unfiltered as we continue to grow this bad boy. How about you? How you living?
Can't wait to learn about those things. Busy day on this end too. Made it to the gym this morning. 45-year-old body, not feeling great, but I did something. I guess that matters. And then made the early week grocery store run, typically something that I'm doing on Sunday morning. but because I was still in Dallas Sunday morning, had to wait until early week to hit the grocery store up. I got to say, I don't often go to the grocery store for the week's worth of shopping on Tuesday AM. It was a very pleasant experience. Normally, the grocery store is just rife with people acting like the worst versions of themselves because there's only so much room in the grocery aisles and everybody's trying to get theirs. It's quite funny to just watch everything play out and just to see the lack of spatial awareness that much of society exhibits. But Tuesday didn't have any of that. I felt like I could have done cartwheels in the produce section and been okay.
Lack of spatial awareness, like the Texas defense in a 2-minute drill, right?
Unfortunately, this last weekend, I didn't necessarily think that was a thing until the Oklahoma game, but now it's a concern.
Yeah, I refuse to go to the grocery store on weekends. Won't do it. Saturday or Sunday, it's just too crowded. It's a nightmare. I don't like the grocery store even when it's empty, but when it gets full or anywhere close to that, there's nowhere in the world I'd rather be less than in a crowded grocery store.
Yeah, because you're all about the Instacart bit or the favor bit. I forget what the HEB pickup situation is, but that's typically what you like to do, correct?
It depends. If it's like non-food items, if I just need like paper towels, toilet paper, all that cleaning supplies, then I'll do the curbside and then maybe throw in a couple of food items in there. But if I am like, oh, I'm going to cook tonight, I like to see what I'm actually going to buy. So I will go, but as much as I love HEB, it's the best grocery store in the world. I can't do it. It's too crowded, especially on weekends, but even like weekdays and weeknights, it's like, dude, if there's a Randall's, there's a Target grocery right by where I live now, I'm doing that shit because it's just never as insanely packed as the HEB is.
I am with you on the things that you need to actually put your eyeballs on to then cook, because otherwise I don't trust. Sorry, HEB curbside people. I'm sure you're good people and you judge correctly for the most part. There's always the chance of getting that one person who doesn't recognize the need to stagger how your avocados look. If you want to get 3 or 4 avocados, you don't want all the avocados that are ripe right now. You don't want all the avocados that are going to be ripe in 3 days. There needs to be an incremental process there. And it's also important that you're getting that little stem and the nub of the avocado because that helps with the overall aging process of each avocado too.
How do you tell if an avocado is good? You just feel it? Like if the squishiness of it determines if it's ripe or not?
It's squishiness, but it's squishiness long ways. So you squeeze the top and the bottom, and the amount of give provides a good gauge for where that avocado is with its maturity. But you also have to make sure to turn the avocado. It's a little bit like an apple, like you turn to make sure that it's not really badly bruised up anywhere, because that also will ruin the avocado too.
That's the type of knowledge you get on this show right here. How to check if an avocado is ripe. We got you covered.
Do you know how to check to see if a peach is ripe or not?
Is this like an emoji thing?
No, we're not. This is not code for ass. This is actual like a Fredericksburg peach.
Yeah, if it's on the side of the road, it must be good because it says Fredericksburg peaches, which means they clearly got it from Fredericksburg and not just from the local Randalls.
Well, if you're talking about peach season, I don't dispute that necessarily. But to tell whether a peach is good or not, the field gives a very basic gauge, but you actually have to smell. The peachier that a peach smells, the more ripe it is and ready to eat.
That's a thing?
Yeah.
The peachier that it smells.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that's supposed to smell like.
You know what peach smells like?
Hold on, let me check the emotion. Or the emoji. Nah, not much of a smell there. Let me try the eggplant. Yeah, no, not much there either.
I noticed that you didn't stick your nose into the eggplant like you did. Can I assume that that's because you're a little bit afraid of the eggplant?
Yeah, not as big of a fan of the eggplant as I am the other fruit emoji. Oh, man. Hey, before we really dive into the sports, today is a very unspecial birthday. Today is the 41st birthday of Cupid, who is the singer of the very popular, world-renowned dancing anthem, the Cupid Shuffle, which for
Cupid Shuffle.
I mean, what the hell is the Cupid Shuffle? You know what the Cupid Shuffle is. Everybody knows what the Cupid Shuffle is.
I don't know. Is that like another name for the Macarena or something?
It's something like that. I mean, no, it's not another name for the Macarena. It's a different song and it's a different dance, but it's one of those, like, there's a dance that everybody does to the song. You know, they get it down, down, do your thing, do your thing. To the right, to the right, to the right. Yeah. One of those songs where they tell you exactly what you need to be doing, and just everybody in the world stops what they're doing to listen to this guy tell them exactly how they need to live their life, and everyone just follows orders like we always do in this society. That song, or that guy, is 41. And for me, like, that is one of the worst songs ever made. And we don't need to do a worst song of all time bit, but because I was just at a wedding last weekend, and because that song is a wedding staple, and there are a few wedding staple songs, right? Like, it doesn't matter how old the couple is it's getting married. It doesn't matter what year they're getting married in or where the wedding is. There are certain songs that will play, whether it's a DJ or a live band, at every single wedding, and the Cupid Shuffle is one of them. And I spent some time on the dance floor. Whenever that song comes on, that is my cue to go get another drink or go sit down or do something else. I cannot stand that shit, dude.
I like how you go bitter old man with that song. You're right.
Oh.
There are certain songs that I want no part of. I didn't know that was the name of that song, but that's always my cue to get away from the dance floor also. But some of the classic wedding dance music is good. It's worth being out there for. Like, the all-time number one for me is Shout, without question.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Love that song.
Yeah. Everybody gets involved. Everybody gets excited. That's one where they kind of tell you what to do, but it's
You
good.
tuck down a little bit softer now, a little bit softer now. You see how low you
Yeah.
can get there, then you raise it back up. Yeah, that's a great one.
God, and it feels like every time you hear it, the longer you have to wait before you can get up off the ground, you know? Maybe it's just the older I'm getting, that shit hurts more. It's like, dude, I'm not built to be in a catcher squat for this long. Like, can you please tell me that the music is getting a little bit louder so I can stand up?
Well, get ready, because you will eventually arrive at the point where you can't get into the catcher squat anymore. You're either having to take a knee, Kaepernick style, or just bend further over with your ass in the air to get all the way down.
Ugh, yeah, that one's okay. And he always tells me it's a brand new dance. We got a brand new. It's like, dude, the song came out like 20 years ago. It's not really a brand new dance. It's like Dippin' Dots cannot be the ice cream of the future anymore, because that shit, I mean, the future's here. We're already there right now.
Yeah, and Dippin' Dots went bankrupt a few years ago, so hopefully that doesn't mean the future doesn't include ice cream.
That'd be a disaster. Trying to think, like, what else awful wedding songs. If you want to text in on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Cupid Shuffle sucks. Mumbo number 5. Don't need to be hearing any Lou Bega at these weddings. What's the other popular dance? Oh, the Cha-Cha Slide. Here's something new. That shit ain't new either. That song's even older than the Cupid Shuffle. Stop telling me it's new. Don't tell me how to dance or what I need to do for 10 minutes, please.
Chicken Dance, also on the terrible list.
Is that playing at weddings?
Oh, I don't know. Is it?
Oh, that's like a roller rink birthday party for a 10-year-old where you got to deal with that.
As you can imagine, I don't get invited to many weddings, so I'm having to hypothesize here.
You used to get invited to some weddings. Your wife's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, but I'm such a loser that they choose not to invite her too, because they run the risk of me showing up.
Yeah, I once heard you give love a bad name at a wedding, and I thought that was a little interesting of a song to play at a wedding. I also heard All My Exes Live in Texas during a wedding, and I'm like, is this the type of atmosphere that we're trying to create here?
I can appreciate the irony of those songs because they are good songs.
Yeah. Highway to Hell, probably not one that should be playing at those weddings.
Hell's Bells.
Yeah, another one. All right, keep those coming in.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, well, here's a YouTube comment. We Are Family by Sister Sledge.
That's a good song.
Yeah, I don't hate that one too much at the wedding.
How about this from our guy Steve, a.k.a. Cooter from Pest Wranglers? Trey, you may be old enough to remember when the Cotton Eye Joe and the Texas Shotzi were played at every wedding. I remember Cotton Eye Joe. That one still gets some run. I DJ'd a wedding a few years ago, a country wedding, mind you, and no one had a fucking clue. And I just lost the text message, of course. Nice. So, yeah, thank you, Cooter, for sharing that one. Yeah, Cotton Eye Joe still gets regular run. I don't know about the other song, though. I don't recognize it based on its name.
Yeah, I don't either. All right, keep those coming in. The worst wedding songs that you're used to hearing at weddings, or just the worst songs that could play at a wedding. Yeah, F the Police, probably not the most family-friendly song to be blaring out at a wedding, but a very good song.
Yeah, pick an Eminem song from early in his career, probably not a good wedding song.
Yeah. Like any of the first 3 or 4 albums worth of Eminem or 50 Cent songs, those probably stay at home or maybe stay for the after party when all the kids are in bed. All right. Before we get into Texas, let's talk some baseball first before we hear from Steve Sarkisian. Trey, what's your confidence level? We've got a couple of game 3s in the American League Divisional Series. The Astros play first today. Of course, it was the Rangers who had the early games over the weekend. They have flipped the script for games 3 and 4. The Rangers hoping there won't be a game 4. The Astros will for sure need a game 4 because that series is tied 1-1. We'll start with the Astros, I guess. Then we'll get to the Rangers conversation. Game 3 up in Minnesota. 3:07 first pitch. It's Christian Javier for the Stros against Sonny Gray for the Minnesota Twins. Of course, the Twins took care of Houston in game 2. 6-2 the final score there. Carlos Correa was awesome on offense and on defense. He damn near single-handedly won that game for the Twinkies. They even up the series. The good news, I guess, for the Astros, right? You never want to split at home, but the Astros have been awesome on the road all year. They're 51-30 away from Minute Maid Park. So, Minnesota's thinking, all right, we did what we were supposed to do. We earned the split on the road, but I think the Astros fans and the Astros players, more importantly, are very confident that they're still in a very, very good position here.
They should be. There's a reason why Astros fans were clamoring for them to sneak in, or not sneak in, but grab one of the wild card spots so that they could start every series on the road and just continue winning. As a Rangers fan, it's great to see what they've done up to this point, but I'm suffering a little bit of PTSD with this season and the history of this franchise. So, in baseball, you lose games. Even in series that you win, you tend to lose games. So if Texas loses today, it's not going to be a complete surprise. Would love for them to take care of business here, to gain a little bit of rest, and also to be able to reset that rotation. But we shall see. I mean, they obviously have the guy that they want on the mound right now in terms of healthy pitchers with Nathan Eovaldi, and him having postseason experience and the postseason success and pitching well in the previous round. And this lineup is a force to be reckoned with, maybe only second to the Braves in terms of just how lethal it is this year. So I'm excited to watch tonight. I have not tuned into a ton of baseball this season, but this postseason is turning out to be a really exciting one across the board.
Yeah, well, it has been, especially if you are a Rangers fan, right? It helps when your team doesn't lose. The Rangers are 4-0 in these playoffs. But yeah, we have gotten some good storylines. The wild card round wasn't great. I mean, you did have a couple of upsets. The Rangers, of course, being one of them, but you had 4 sweeps in those series. You at least have a couple of 1-1 ties right now. The Atlanta Braves, what a game last night. Some late inning heroics. Austin Riley, the go-ahead 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th, and then the spectacular double play to end it. Michael Harris Jr., the ridiculous catch crashing into the wall in center field. And then, speaking of Austin Riley, great job backing up the throw into the infield. He was able to scoop it and throw it over to first to double off Bryce Harper, who was wandering into the abyss on that play. So at least you have some more intriguing series, and the fact that things have been more competitive always helps. But yeah, I mean, postseason baseball is a ton of fun, man. And there's a chance we get that Texas-sized ALCS, which would be so much fun for so many different people across the state. It'd be great for baseball. I mean, I think the Astros and Rangers have turned into one of the best rivalries in the sport since the Astros moved to the American League. And the fact that both teams are actually good at the same time. Like when the Astros moved over, it was the Rangers who were great and the Astros were awful. And obviously the Astros got really, really good, but the Rangers have been awful. And now, yeah, we're a combined 3 wins away from getting the Rangers and the Astros in a best-of-7 American League Championship Series for the pennant. That would be pretty spectacular. So, yeah, like you said, if you're a Rangers fan, I mean, you're nervous because we're talking about the Rangers in the playoffs, and they perennially choke. And they've been in this spot before where they've had a 2-0 lead coming back home to Arlington, and they weren't able to close it out. So I don't think you should assume this thing is over by any stretch. But Nathan Eovaldi, you said it. He's been great in these playoffs. He's been great this season. He's been great in his playoff career. The Rangers have the on-paper pitching advantage tonight. We'll see if they can get it done. If they don't, then it'll be a here we go again feeling, I think, for a lot of folks. And then the Astros, Christian Javier, up and down season. He was pretty strong to end the year. But Sonny Gray is Minnesota's best pitcher, probably. So they feel good in the guy that they've got. I think the Astros, Yordan Alvarez is just hitting home runs. It feels like every single time he steps up to the plate. They need more from Breggy. They need more from Tucker. Those guys are too good to be the non-factors that they've kind of been through the first couple of games of this series. But, man, that Astros lineup is deep. They've got the experience. They're not scared of playing on the road. I'd honestly be a little surprised if this series goes back to Houston. I think the Astros will win these next 2 days and find themselves into the American League Championship Series for the 7th straight year.
You know what's funny about that is you're probably right. That's a good analysis, but baseball is one of those sports where the norm and what is the precedent that's been set up to a certain point gets flipped on its head come postseason time.
Yeah.
Watch Minnesota figure out a way to win these next 2 games. Ultimately, I think we see a split with Houston having a chance to clinch this series at home here in 4 days or so.
Yeah. Text on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. Someone says Deep Throat by Cupcake would be a horrible wedding song. I don't know that song, but just based on the name of it, yeah, I do believe that you're probably right, Texter.
You could have just made those words up, attributed them to an artist in a song, and I would just shrug my shoulders because I haven't heard of half the songs that we've talked about in terms of terrible wedding songs.
Deep Throat by Cupcake. Is
that the full name of the song, or is Cupcake the name of the artist?
Yeah, the name of the song is Deep Throat by Cupcake, and it's by the Isley Brothers, actually. I think that's it. I don't know.
Chubby Checker, Deep Throat by Cupcake.
Yeah, one of the more underrated songs. That one never made it out of the Motown studios, but that's all right. Okay, before we shift gears and get into some Texas football, because Steve Sarkisian did speak yesterday, and we've got a few different cuts of Sark continuing to break down what went wrong for the Longhorns against the Sooners this past weekend, and also start to turn the page and talk about the second half of the season, which, of course, starts next Saturday for the Texas Longhorns. Let's give some love to some of our great sponsors. How about a recorded spot first from our friends at AV Consultations?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at avconsultations.com.
I like the NFL film style music that's going on in the background behind that spot. And yeah, Tom's right. Size matters. You need a bigger TV screen. So make it happen. Just call this number and use the promo code MAN, and you'll get a bottle shipped to now we're on to different size stuff. AV Consultations, they can hook you up with a TV setup that you've always dreamed of. Shout out to them. And shout out to our friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture. Love these folks. A custom leather furniture company that started in 1991. Longhorn owned. Most of the manufacturing is done right here in the great state of Texas. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. This stuff is gorgeous. And I'm telling you, you cannot find, and you will not find, more stylish, more comfortable. After all, when you're sitting in a chair or on a couch, you want it to be comfortable. That matters too. You're not going to find more comfortable or more well-built furniture anywhere in the world than you will at greatblueheronfurniture.com. Click the link in the video description below if you're watching on YouTube, and it will take you directly to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em at checkout, you're going to get 15% off your purchase at Great Blue Heron Furniture. I'm telling you, amazing-looking furniture that's going to last you for decades, not years, decades. You got to go to greatblueheronfurniture.com. All right, let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. We'll start with his opening statement from yesterday. He basically did our entire show in like a minute and a half, talking about just everything that went wrong for Texas this past weekend.
Obviously, the turnovers were a factor, not necessarily because of the points that came off of it. I thought our defense did a great job of minimizing 3 turnovers to only 7 points. But those are momentum plays, right? They create momentum for you when you can generate them. And so 3-0 in turnovers was an issue. The 9 penalties were an issue because that's out of character for us. I think we're averaging just about 4 penalties a game, and to have 9 in the game. The pre-snap penalties were an issue. Obviously, the unsportsmanlike conduct after the block punt, roughing the punter, which in turn they end up scoring on that drive. So those were issues in the game. 3 red zone trips for us to only come out of those 3 trips with 3 points. Quite frankly, is probably the biggest deciding factor in the game. Because our ability to move the ball wasn't in question, but our ability to put the ball in the end zone was. And then conversely, they have 6 trips into the red area, and they score 34 points. So if you just look at it that way and do the math, that was an issue. Obviously, the end of the half and end of the game defense, our inability to get stops there were issues in the game. 5 sacks, that came a variety of ways, putting us behind the chains offensively hurt. And then conversely, not having very good rush lanes on our end to allow their quarterback to move in the pocket, move up in the pocket, keep his vision was a factor as well.
Yep. So he hit the nail on the head, right? Turnovers, bad penalties. O-line didn't get the job done. The D-line lost discipline. The red zone struggles, that probably belonged first. The 2-minute defense, all that stuff. Like, it was a number of different things. It wasn't just one thing that you could point to that hurt Texas on Saturday. It was a bunch of different things, some of which we had seen in the first 5 games, but most of them were kind of new. But all of them combined were the reason why Texas came up short at the Cotton Bowl.
I don't know if I feel better or worse that it was, in a way, a complete team failure, BK, because on the one hand, that means it's smaller problems. I realize there were some bigger problems too, but smaller problems all adding up to create a bigger issue versus one group getting gouged over and over again. Like, the offense wasn't terrible throughout the afternoon on Saturday. They picked up more than 300 yards passing. Jonathan Brooks went over 100 yards rushing. There were just specific situations where they failed. The most glaring example is that 1st and goal from the 1 or 2 where they had 4 cracks at it and unfortunately never made it into the end zone. Steve Sarkisian having some weird sense of urgency near the end of the game and not trying to bleed more clock before ultimately settling on a field goal where I would have been okay with him trying to go for it on that 4th down play, knowing that the defense had been a bit of a sieve throughout the afternoon. And the defense, while I do understand his rationale and giving them the benefit of the doubt and making one more stop because they've shown a sort of resiliency this year, the defense failed far too often. And the defensive line was not the group of game breakers that I predicted that they would be in pregame on Saturday, live from the State Fair. Texas Sports Unfiltered, just outside of the Old Mill. And then the linebackers were terrible on Saturday. If there was a group that deserves more blame in terms of position groups than any other, it probably is the linebacking core, because you know what to expect out of Jalen Ford. That was his worst game as a starter for the Texas Longhorns. David Benda was a guy that was targeted by this Oklahoma offensive coaching staff, and rightly so. Even though he had played better throughout the course of the 2023 season, there were still some questions surrounding him. I don't remember Maurice Blackwell in there, and if there's a saving grace for the linebacking core, it is Anthony Hill, the true freshman, really making his presence felt, getting the sack on running Dylan Gabriel out of bounds at one point. But he was either the leader or one of the leaders in tackles for this football team. But 2 other guys that you needed to show up, especially because Oklahoma wanted to attack the middle of the field through the passing attack, but also Dylan Gabriel running the football at times. They were absentees, unfortunately.
Yeah, Anthony Hill had 8 tackles, which was second on the team, had a sack, had 1.5 TFLs. He fared pretty well in his first Texas OU ball game, and hopefully we see more Anthony Hill in the second half of the season, right? Sark did touch on that a little bit where, this bye week I got a chance to get a look at some of our younger guys and see if they can get more playing time. moving forward. And I think Anthony Hill deserves more playing time. Hell, he's very much in the rotation right now. He plays a decent amount, but that guy is too good to keep on the sidelines. He is a special player. Yeah, Jalen Ford really struggled. And I think there was a coaching problem a little bit for why Jalen Ford struggled. He didn't leave the field, dude. Like, I get it. You want your best players on the field a lot, but that guy played every single snap. He and Jahdae Barron were on the field for every single snap. And that's like, it just feels like you got to find a way to rotate every once in a while to take those guys out against a team that goes as fast as Oklahoma does, just to make sure that they're fresh in the biggest spots in the game.
Yeah, and look, Jalen Ford has led this defense in percentage of plays on the field. It was something around 75% last I checked, and like second place wasn't even close. So you expect him to be on the field more than everyone else, but maybe it was a bit excessive. I don't even remember looking at time of possession and if there was that great of a disparity there. Like you said, Oklahoma's offense did find successes here and there, but they were also moving quickly, so I don't feel like they were grinding drives out at all throughout the afternoon.
No. Texas won the time of possession battle, not substantially, but they did. But, yeah, I mean, Jalen Ford, you said was playing 75% of snaps going into that game? Well, he played 100% of the snaps in that game, so that's a little different. I mean, he didn't play well enough. Like, there's no doubt about that, and I think he would tell you that he needed to be better. But yeah, I think maybe that contributed to why he struggled so much late in that game. Just he never got a chance to sit for a single play, which that just doesn't feel like a good recipe for anybody. I know it wasn't that hot, but still that game, that energy, all that goes into it. Feels like there's a snap or two you could find a way to give a guy a rest. No?
You know, look, you're right about that, but we also discussed how there weren't many positions that you didn't feel good about the depth behind who the starters are. Linebacker is one of those positions, more specifically Jalen Ford's position. I don't know who would go in for Jalen Ford. Maybe it's Blackwell. Maybe you see Hill try that other side, or maybe it's Benda who slides over there, but they need to find a solution. Another one of those positions, unfortunately, that we were uncertain of what the backup would look like, especially with Cole Hudson still out with that knee injury, was the center spot. And so unfortunately, when we saw the injury there, that had a detrimental effect on this Texas offensive line, because Jake Majors is obviously the guy who's making all the calls. He's helping the younger guys understand what they need to do, and he is instrumental to the successes of this offensive line over the last few years. When he went out, there was a palpable difference in what that O-line looked like, both run blocking, but maybe more specifically pass blocking. Quinn Ewers under pressure for a lot of the afternoon after that.
Yeah, the injuries were a huge factor in this game, and Oklahoma had some guys down too, I think. But like Jatavion Sanders clearly wasn't 100%. We knew that going in, and then you saw the first play of the game where he couldn't block the guy in front of Xavier Worthy, and it's like, oh, dude, this guy can barely move. He's not the same JT Sanders. Ryan Watts being out at corner. The Texas secondary got picked apart a decent amount in that game. He was missed. And yeah, Jake Majors not only getting hurt, but getting hurt on the second possession of that game. Yeah. Like you said, Cole Hudson, the normal backup center, he's unavailable. So you go to your third string center. You know, I'll give Connor Robertson some credit. Like redshirt freshman, his first real action, he was okay, but he's not 3-year starter Jake Majors. Like that's an impossible spot against that defense, which was a top 10 defense in the country going in that environment, to expect him to play ridiculously well. I mean, that's a pipe dream right there. So him being out definitely hurt too. Yeah, just a couple of guys. I mean, we've raved about Texas's depth, so you would have hoped that the guys who needed to step up could have played a little bit better, but that was definitely a factor in this game on Saturday. And then all the things that Sark talked about, Trey, like there were a lot of bad from Saturday, but a lot of those things were one-offs. Like, that was far and away the most penalties Texas has had in a game this season. I don't think they're all of a sudden going to become a super undisciplined team that commits stupid penalties over and over again. They had 2 offensive turnovers through the first 5 games. They had 2 on the first 2 drives against OU. Like, I don't think that's going to all of a sudden start happening, where they just give the football away at will. 2-minute defense hasn't been a huge issue. Like, I feel like that can be correctable. But there is one thing that has been an issue all season long, and that's the red zone offense. And we said it. Everyone with the brain has said it. Like, shit, if you play a close game, settling for 3 or not settling for anything instead of getting into the end zone is going to cost you. And sure enough, this is the first close game Texas played, and them not being able to find a way to make anything happen in the red zone is what cost them. I mean, if they just kicked field goals on their 3 drives, they win this game. But they only got 3 total points in their 3 red zone trips. And as Sark said, OU had 34. All 34 of OU's points came in the red zones. 4 touchdowns and 2 field goals. That was the difference. I'm going to take you on a trip down memory lane because the ghost of Tom Herman invaded Steve Sarkisian and has invaded him with this red zone crap all year long. I believe this is after the Baylor game or the Kansas game. I can't remember which one, but this is a previous cut, and I kept this for a reason, thinking I might need to play this again on one of our shows. Sark was asked about how Texas was statistically one of the worst red zone offenses in the country. As you're dancing to something.
No, my back's a little bit tight right now. My apologies.
No, I was like, I haven't even started playing the Sark yet. Here's Sark a couple of weeks ago, basically shutting down a question about Texas's red zone struggles.
An old friend of mine said, stats are like something. Once you get them, you can do anything with them. I don't really care about stats. We keep winning. We got to continue to execute better when we're down there. But, hey, I try not to get caught up in what stats say.
I don't completely disagree with what he said right there. It's there's a Mark Twain quote that I think sums it up quite nicely too. There's 3 types of lies: lies, damned lies, and statistics. But sometimes statistics do help to tell the story. And yeah, you could point to some easy drops earlier in the year that would have been walk-in touchdowns that were red zone possessions that would have flipped those numbers. But the reality is, BK, 6 games into the season, so halfway through the regular season, this Texas football team sucks in the red zone. For you, Steve Sarkisian, a guy who has preached personal accountability and looking in the mirror and seeing what you need to do differently in order to help this team to achieve success, you failed miserably on Saturday. And unfortunately, you failed throughout the course of the first 6 games of this season, with the exception of the Baylor game, I believe, where they were actually better than what the percentages say otherwise.
Well, Texas entered Saturday's game as the 109th ranked team in the country in terms of red zone touchdown percentage. Because they scored 0 touchdowns in 3 red zone trips, they are now down to 122nd in the country in that stat. And that wasn't the only example. There was another instance where Sark was asked about red zone offense, and he basically just shut down the question altogether. He didn't even give as much of an answer as he gave in what I just played you. So we had a different Sark yesterday speaking with the media because, hey, you keep winning games. It's fine. I say it all the time. I don't give a what the coach says at press conferences if the team wins, right? Bill Belichick, Greg Popovich, those guys don't say anything ever, but they've won so much. It's like, hey, if you're a fan of their team, who cares? Just coach. Whatever. Sark, 5-0, no problem. The red zone offense, okay, it's not great, but you keep winning games, and you're winning these games by double digits, so it doesn't even matter what happens in the red zone. But all of a sudden you lose, you get that slice of humble pie served, and you got to change your stance. So I'll give Sark a little bit of credit because he at least was willing to field questions and give real answers about fixing the red zone offense. Take a listen.
The first aspect of it is, we've already watched every series and every snap we've had all year in the red zone. We watched it in sequence of how it actually has occurred in game. We watched it by concept, the different concepts that we're running. And then ultimately it's, okay, what are we doing to make sure that we're putting our players in the best position to be successful? Sometimes a new style of scheme is in their best interest predicated on what we're getting. Sometimes it's doing what they know really well so that they have answers to the whatever look they could get from a defensive perspective. So there's a lot of levels to that. Then it's looking at the play caller and the sequencing of how I'm calling those plays. But we're drilling down on it to every level. That's what the bye week is really good for. You have more time to do that type of stuff. And I feel very comfortable in the fact that we'll have a good plan in the second half of the season for the players. Because like I just told the staff, we're moving the ball too well offensively right now not to have more points on the board. And so we need to be more effective in the red area for sure.
He's not wrong. I mean, this Texas offense could be one of the best scoring offenses in the country if they could just punch the ball into the end zone. once they get into the red zone. But the red zone is the dead zone right now for Texas. And I appreciate Sark. I wish he had that mindset earlier. Like, there was no off week, so he didn't have this much time to correct the issues, but I wish he was thinking more of, I should probably fix our red zone stuff before it costs us a game, instead of, it costing you a game, and now I got to reevaluate and rewatch all this stuff and figure it out. That felt pretty Tom Herman, but hopefully we see the anti-Tom Herman, where Sark is a little bit less stubborn and is willing to do things a little bit differently coming out of the bye.
Tom Herman, and dare I say Mac Brown, specifically talking about him refusing to acknowledge a change that needs to be made until after losing to Oklahoma in the Cotton Bowl. Like, that was the song and dance for Mac for much of the early 2000s, oftentimes involved playing a younger guy who very clearly needed more touches. Cedric Benson's probably the best example of that, but it's a bad habit to fall into. And I get that you need to be able to stay the course at times, even in the face of intense criticism. And if there has been an intense criticism of this football team through the first 5 games, it was the red zone offense and then also the third down offense. Well, it just felt like over the last few weeks, they were starting to get one or the other more correct. Even if you do want to punch the ball into the end zone, like, you have to recognize in the moment that you can't do that 3 straight times. I realize one of those was a pitch. You need to try and mix things up and show different looks. You can still assert your will while also making it, not making it as easy for your opponent to match wits in a given situation. And unfortunately, that's what happened on 3 of the 4 of those plays called inside the 2-yard line on Saturday.
Well, let's hear more from Sark, because he was asked specifically about that sequence, right? What we just played was about the red zone offense in general, because that wasn't the only drive where Texas came up empty-handed in the red area. But a little Q&A with Kirk Bowles of the Austin American-Statesman back and forth about the sequence where you talked about Texas had first and goal from the 1, not the 2. Trey, you keep saying 1 or 2. It was the 1. First and goal from the 1-yard line. Texas couldn't punch it in 4 tries. Here's the back and forth about that string of plays.
The 4 tries from the 1.
That sucked.
Yeah.
Do
you see that as a toughness issue, and did you just felt like you should have been more creative there?
No, I don't think it was toughness at all. The first down play, their kid makes a really nice play. He kind of shoots the gap and gets into Jonathan Brooks's legs. The second down call, that was the sequencing of those 2 calls that I knew I was going to go with there. And the edge, we just don't get enough of the edge, and we get the ball down to the 1 again. Quite frankly, if I could do it all over again, I would have changed the third down call. I might have ran what I ran on 4th down, on 3rd down, which I don't know if that's creative enough or not, but I probably would have done that on 3rd down and then gone to something a little bit different on 4th down. So, we call it stubborn, whatever it was. I went back to the first down call on 3rd down and obviously not effective enough. And I'd love for us to execute it a little bit better than we did, but that's the way it goes sometimes, And so, but yeah, it sucked.
It sucked. He's not wrong. I mean, I appreciate the acknowledgement of him screwing up, because he screwed that up. And yeah, look, I wish he could go back in time too and change up the play calling sequence there. Hopefully we don't see that again. I mean, it's stubborn. It was stupid, and it was a huge problem. And when you lose the game by 4, you can't help but think that, a touchdown in that situation would have been the difference.
Oh, and if we really want to make this process as simple as possible, we can do what Kevin suggested on the post-game show, what I talked about yesterday, what others have talked about too. Do the brotherly shove until that play is no longer allowed. When you've got a yard to go, you're worried about Quinn Ewers, stick Malik Murphy in there, stick Savion Red in there, find another willing participant for that play. It could probably be, well, maybe not Jatavian Sanders on Saturday, but a Gunnar Helm or somebody like that. That is what makes that set of plays idiot-proof, by doing something that is hard to stop more than 90% of the time for most competent football teams.
You don't even have to do that. I mean, yeah, I'm with you. I want them to do that. But, dude, if you just put Malik Murphy under center in a normal QB sneak, you don't need guys pushing him in. He's 6'6", 240. Like, he's falling forward, dude. I mean, yeah, put guys behind him to push him in. Believe me, I agree. But, like, anything would have been better than putting 2 defensive players on the field. Where's Quinn Ewers? Put him in at cornerback against Houston. Let's see him play defense. Let's see Jonathan Brooks play safety. Why not? Let's just do that shit 3 plays in a row and see how it goes. Goodness gracious.
Everybody was laughing when Byron Murphy caught that touchdown pass against Wyoming. It's so funny. Texas is so talented. The problem with that is it gave this false sense of belief that that was a play worth running against decent competition. It wasn't.
You can do it once, and hell, you can even do it twice. You cannot do that 3 times in a row. What about the Red Cat? Has anyone stopped the Red Cat or Code Red or whatever the hell we're calling it? Like, that worked against OU, and that's worked against everybody.
Especially with them making the pass part of that play. Something that you have to pay attention to. I agree. I mean, there were so many better options than what they did, and it's something that we'll get to harp on until these two teams hopefully play again in early December.
Yeah, so they got to fix the red zone. To me, that is the thing that I'm most concerned about leaving Saturday, because that's been a season-long issue. The other stuff, it sucks. Cost you the game. You've got to get it figured out, but that's the one recurring problem that we've seen from this offense this year, to where it's like, okay, we have now played half of the games and we're still talking about that. 122nd in the country. Really? With the dudes that we have, with this supposed offensive genius. And I do think Sark is a great offensive mind, but like with him and a guy who was a Heisman candidate in Ewers and Jonathan Brooks, who's top 5 in the country in rushing, and these receivers, you can't score. You can't get into the end zone. 6 games. And 2 of those are against Rice and Wyoming. Hell, I should say 2 of those are against Rice and Baylor, because I think Wyoming would kick Baylor's ass right now if they played
this year. Yeah,
they beat Fresno State. They're going to win the Mountain West. They're going to win 9 or 10 games this season. I heard Brando and Tillman on the call of that Wyoming Fresno game. I wonder if we'll have them, because we got a Fox game at Houston next week, 3:00. That could be a Brando Tillman special.
I've thought about trying to get Brando on this channel. I guess I shouldn't say this out loud, but fuck it. He's not going to join us anyhow. I thought about getting Brando on this channel, on this show, BK, specifically so I could start the interview off like that Boston Cat did a few years ago when Rick Pitino was joining some local sports radio show in Beantown, and that's just to tell him to go fuck himself. That is what I would do if Tim Brando joined us. Hey, Tim, thank you so much for the time. You fucking suck. You're terrible at your job, and you clearly suffer a bias against the Texas Longhorns. Have a nice life, pal. Fuck off, and then hang up on him.
I'd love to see that. I'm going to reach out to Brando and see if we can get him on the...
You get him on, I'm going to do something like that, so just be ready for it.
God, I feel like you would hope he'd pull a Thom Brenneman or a Bob Huggins, where he just says something on a radio or TV mic that gets him canceled.
He calls me the N-word or starts using an LGBTQ slur towards me.
That's probably more likely than the N-word, I would think.
Well, he is Brando, so we already know that he's not paying attention to what's directly in front of him.
Yeah, that is true. So we'll see. We'll see about if we get that guy. But Brando's like, oh, if Wyoming had its quarterback against Texas, they could be undefeated right now. Like, okay.
CB, I don't normally brag when people blocked me on Twitter either. I actually think it's a sign that you're not worth the conversation. But Brando is a piece of shit. He blocked me too, and I have no issues with that.
What about Ricky Williams? How do you feel about him?
That one's disappointing. That one makes me cry myself to sleep once or twice a month.
A month? I feel like it's a week, isn't it?
Well, it used to be weekly, but time heals wounds. Time heals wounds.
Some wounds, not that one. Thanks for that, Socrates. All right, some love to some sponsors. Who else do we? Oh, Covert BK, of course. Oh, man. Yesterday was sad because I had to give back my loaner to Covert BK. They hooked it up big time. They love us. We love them. They're family. They're part of our TSU family. They can be part of your family too. They will treat you like family every time you walk in there. So if you're looking for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, look no further than Covert BK. 42 acres out in the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. It's ridiculous how many cars and trucks and SUVs they have out there. Great prices, but the service, that's what separates the Covert family. That's why they've been in business since 1909. Fantastic people who are going to take care of you all of the time. Plus, if something's wrong with your current car, they've got 86 service bays out at Covert BK. So you're not going to be like, shoot, I got to wait at this Valvoline place for 30 minutes while someone checks my car. No, they're going to get you in. They're going to get you out just like that. Anything car related, you got to go see our friends at Covert BK. And of course, they've got Covert dealerships all over Central Texas. They've got Covert Ford and Lincoln. They've got Covert Chevy. They're all over Austin and Hutto and Central Texas as a whole. Go see our friends out at Covert. Many thanks to them for their sponsorship. And some love to Olipop. I still like, dude, you're not getting your Olipop, man. I'm going to drink it before you end up getting this. I offered it to you on Saturday.
Damn, you did not offer it to me on Saturday. You said I've got Olipop in my car, but I know you wouldn't be able to take it into the game with you. And now you're just lying to the people.
No,
I'm trying to hog this Olipop for yourself, sir.
No. And then there was another time that weekend where you're like, I'll just get that stuff from you later. That happened. Yes, it did.
Fabrication.
Yeah. No way. Never my fault. Always your fault. You're not getting it. I still got it. I got to go to the store and buy my own. And Chip's a fan. Bucky's a fan. I'm a fan. A lot of you people out there have been texting and tweeting saying that you're a fan as well. This stuff is legit. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. It really is amazing what the folks at Olipop have been able to pull off. I don't know how the hell they do it. I don't know the science behind it. I just know that I enjoy drinking it, and it actually helps with my digestive health. With the crap that I eat, I really need it. So Olipop is the best. Pick it up. HEB, Target, Specs. I don't have it at Specs. There's no alcohol in there. HEB, Target, Whole Foods, Walmart, Costco, wherever you buy your groceries, you can buy Olipop. If you go to Specs, you can get your Altstad beer. But Olipop's going to be at all of those grocery stores that I talked about. All right, we'll have to save our NFL roundup for tomorrow. It is an off week. We'll have plenty of time to hit some other random happenings in the sports world over the next few days.
You keep pushing off talking about those Dallas Cowboys. I give you credit there. Way to milk that one. Way to milk it another day.
But you know what? They're getting set to play the Chargers on Monday. I guess we got to talk about that one instead, huh? The Kellen Moore revenge game.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, shoot. We'll get into all that. I don't know what the hell the Cowboys are going to do.
Congratulations. You guys may be playing one of the handful of head coaches who's a worse game day manager than Mike McCarthy tonight.
Yeah, that'll be a matchup of who can one down each other the most in that game on Monday night. All right, let's go recorded spot today for our friends at Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
Brought to you by Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers. It is your daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism and has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. And guess what? Today is at least in part one of those days, BK, because I have a story from the New York Post about the woke mob trying to cancel something that is extremely popular in modern times.
Zumba?
And I'm completely on board. The Zumba vacuum? No, those unfortunately, those robot vacuums are still going to continue to be
Oh, that's the Roomba. The Zumba's the old white lady dance deal. The Zumba classes, you know what I'm talking about?
Well, this is definitely going to affect your local Zumba class because the Washington Post is now taking aim at pumpkin spice season. That's right. Are you a pumpkin spice guy? I know you're not a coffee guy. Do you like pumpkin spice flavored things, which is way too popular this time of year?
No. What else is there besides coffee?
Everything, dude. There's pumpkin spice Oreos. There's pumpkin spice cereals. Like if it's something that has a variety of types of flavors, there's probably a pumpkin spice flavor.
Yeah. No, I feel like I don't indulge in any of that. I don't even know if I like it or not. Like, I don't know if I've ever tried anything pumpkin spice to where I could give a strong opinion about how I feel of it.
I actually don't mind the pumpkin flavor, but I just think it has completely jumped the shark. And that's something that happened maybe 5 or so years ago. My wife actually makes a delicious pumpkin chocolate chip cookie that I highly recommend, but most of you people will never have the opportunity to taste my wife's.
Highly recommend. What is it? Most of us, huh? Not everyone. So you're saying some people out there will have the opportunity to taste your wife's cookies.
Not going forward, but in the past, they might have had the opportunity.
Interesting.
Now, no.
What about the cake?
What's the cake?
She make a good cake.
What does the cake stand for?
What do you mean? What does the cake stand for? You know what a cake
what's the
is.
innuendo for cake is my question.
The rear end.
Oh, well, you definitely don't get to taste my wife's cake. That cake is me and me alone.
Yes, and enjoy that, my friend.
The report from the Washington Post is titled
Gross. Oh, man.
That's a new low on this show for me. The Washington Post has a new report titled Fall's Favorite Spice Blend Has a Violent History, and it examines the Dutch 1621 invasion of the Banda Islands located in modern-day Indonesia. Quote, thousands were killed, others enslaved, and many who fled to the mountains were starved out. From this piece from last week on October 6th. The Dutch company was later accused of carrying out what some described as the first instance of corporate genocide. The report actually comes from the University of Texas at Austin with a historian and professor at UT named Adam Clulow, serving as one of the primary authors on this report. And the kicker on this unfortunate genocide, corporate genocide, according to this report, is that it was all for nutmeg. The report notes that nutmeg is one of 3 key spices in the pumpkin spice blend and, quote, grew nowhere else in the world during the 17th century. A lot of commodities have terrible histories. There's sugar and tobacco to think about, but nutmeg, now used in pumpkin spice, has the most compressed terrible history. Thousands were killed.
So people used to kill each other for to get their nut. Do I have that right? Nutmeg?
To get that nutmeg.
So we're trying to cancel pumpkin spice because one of the ingredients in pumpkin spice was once obtained by people killing other people?
That's right. And because we're talking about the 17th century, BK, there were all sorts of magical attributes that were bestowed upon nutmeg. For instance, people believed its medicinal benefits included that it could cure the plague, sharpen memory, and calm the mind, as well as make people, quote, more beautiful.
Is that what people are doing, promoting pumpkin spice these days? I feel like people just enjoy it because it tastes good.
Oh, yeah. People enjoy it because it's a fun, delicious way to consume way too much liquid sugar.
Yeah. I didn't realize the nutmeg was that big of a deal where people are killing each other for it.
Now,
so what is this going to work? There's no way this is going to work. This guy's got no shot. And I'm also embarrassed to be affiliated with this dude who works at the university I graduated from. This is where our research money is going. What starts here changes the world. Really? What starts here is bullshit.
What starts here cancels pumpkin spice season, and I'm here for it. Damn it!
Oh my god!
You're expressing shame at this dude, Clulow. Clulow, good job. Way to use your research powers for good by trying to get pumpkin spice season canceled. It is ridiculous. It has overtaken grocery stores and coffee shops across the country for more than a half decade now. It's time this bullshit comes to an end. Thank you, Clulow, for having the guts to call out nutmeg for what it is, and that is a genocidal spice.
Clulow is clueless, man. Is this about to become Eyes of Texas Part 2, or this just is a huge university issue of people taking sides and what to believe in? We're gonna see some of the athletes protesting because of pumpkin spice and nutmeg.
Now, I do have to exonerate Clulo here because Clulo was just pointing out the history of nutmeg. He does say in this Washington Post report, where the Washington Post is clearly operating on an agenda, and they found somebody who's willing to talk about the history of something and say, oh, look, this has a negative history too. Time to cancel that. Why don't we cancel the whole world while we're at it? Because every aspect of the world has some sort of negative moment from its past. Clulo does say that today nutmeg has no negative connotation. So Clulo is not suggesting that we cancel pumpkin spice season, and all of a sudden I have an issue with Clulo giving his opinion to things.
You just praised this guy, and now you found out that he's on my side, and he's right. Right side of history, BK strikes again. Wrong side of history, Elling has made another appearance here. You're off on this one, pal.
Now, a nutritionist and owner of Body Designs named Mary Sabat did have something to add about nutmeg, that it's a versatile spice that adds a warm, nutty flavor to both sweet and savory dishes. She also revealed that one benefit of nutmeg is that it is rich in antioxidants, quote, that can help combat oxidative stress, an imbalance between the production and accumulation of oxygen-reactive species in cells and tissues. So nutmeg is actually good for you. And once again, nutmeg and pumpkin spice not getting canceled by this Washington Post report.
There you go. You could still get other flavors of coffee, right? It's not like they just stop selling everything else on the menu and replace it with pumpkin spice, right? It's just like an addition. It's like a seasonal bit.
Well, I could see if Starbucks were to catch wind of this report and think hard about it, then they would maybe try and virtue signal their way to calling it something other than pumpkin spice, or to say that our pumpkin spice lattes no longer use nutmeg. We use clove or cinnamon instead. The issue is that when you're talking about the spice trades going back to the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, there was a lot of horrific shit that was happening in the name of getting these spices from these lesser developed countries back to the first world in Europe and more specifically in the UK.
Is that right?
Yeah. Of course
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, you said it, so it can't be wrong. There's a lot of bad history with everything in this world, and you could probably cancel anything if you really wanted to. And sadly, there are people out there who are seemingly trying to cancel everything.
It's happening less in 2023, I will say. I'm not sure what it was that kind of pushed this ideology more into the background. But remember, we had a bit on our old radio show where we would talk about things getting 2018, 2019, 2020. It's hard to say 2023 now, one, because it doesn't roll off the tongue as well, but we don't have nearly as many as examples of things like this where it's trying to cherry pick moments from the past to get something completely canceled in the present.
Speaking of jumping the shark, you talk about pumpkin spice being everywhere. How about this? Pumpkin spice ammo at a gun store that you can now buy.
There you go.
I don't even know how that works. It's got to be a joke, right?
I'm guessing that when you fire the gun, there's maybe some spice combination.
And the gun smells good.
And the gunpowder, yeah, that causes it to smell like a pumpkin.
You
just fired your bullet out of a pumpkin?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. You eat the bullet or something. The casing after you shoot it. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
You get some of that flavor.
Yeah, Jake, you're right. That does sound like an article out of The Onion. Sadly, it's not The Onion. It's maybe a little bit more satirical. It's the Washington Post.
What's the difference these days? I don't know. All right, coming up on one, I see Zay. We're still waiting for Chip here, as Chip and Zay are about to take you from 1 to 3. This afternoon, it'll be you and Kevin Dunn with a little bit of Jeff Howe sprinkled in there, coming up from 3 to 5. So we're live, we're local for the next 4 hours right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Trey, real quick, maybe a word for our friends at Relax the Back before we send things off to Chip and Zay.
Yep, I am dealing with a little bit of back discomfort right now. So as soon as this show is over, I am going to grab that S-curve that I bought at the Relax the Back store in Barton Creek Mall, I believe, back in the late 20-aughts. I have been a Relax the Back customer for a long time now, going back just about 15 years. Started with the massage tools. It now includes furniture. This chair that I have in my office, my back would be in much worse shape if I didn't have such a great chair to sit in doing this show. I will eventually get that stand-up desk too from Relax the Back, and I encourage you to find it out for yourself. See all the great stuff that they have to offer by going to relaxtheback.com. While there, you can also find that location nearest you. It is Relax the Back and relaxtheback.com.
All right. I see the fellas in the waiting room. Let's bring them on now. It's Chip Brown. It's Zay Collier. Gentlemen.
What up, fellas?
Not much. We're working
What
overtime.
up?
So we're leaving. We'll leave y'all to it. Excited to listen. Y'all have a great show.
Good show, fellas. Appreciate y'all.
All right, fellas. In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and we're happy you're spending some time with us. Us being Chip Brown and Zay Collier. What up, Zay?
What's cracking, Chip Brown? How you doing, man?
Oh man, it is it's a Tuesday, putting it all together, trying to just put the pieces together, Excited about our show, though. We got Chris Hummer, our national college football analyst, coming on at 1:30. Little recruiting update from Hank South at 2:15. So we are off and running. And Zay, Tuesdays when you and I typically kind of catch up with the rest of the college football world, we tend to do that deep plunge on Mondays into what just happened with the Texas Longhorns. And of course, yesterday we spent a good amount of time kind of doing the autopsy on the Red River shootout. And I don't know what to make of this, but Quinn Ewers overcoming the 3 turnovers by completing 26 of his last 28 passes, including a school record 19 straight. That do anything for you?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it really does. A guy who last year, if he would have thrown 2 interceptions like he did in the OU game, probably would have had a horrible game for the rest of it, came around in year 2 and showed some serious mental toughness and some serious physical toughness, because that OU defensive line, they were in Quinn Ewers' house all day long, and it was brutal how much Quinn Ewers, the 5 sacks that OU had to maneuver just to get passes off. And yeah, that pick, second play of the game, one of the worst passes I've ever seen. I still put it on JT Sanders. If you're going to have it in your hands, you got to make that play, even though you and I talked yesterday. Quinn, if you want to get to the NFL like we know you want to, that trajectory of yours, it's been like that since those South Lake Carroll days. Well, you got to put it in a more secure pocket. But then he fumbled. That too was bad. But to overcome all that and still to have a solid performance and put his team in the best position to win. I mean, you sent me that picture of Malik Muhammad playing 15 yards off on that last drive for OU that went 5 plays, 75 yards, including the Terrence Brooks pass interference. But I thought Quinn Ewers, with all that went bad on Saturday, I thought he still gave his team life and put them in a really good position to win the game. And if he didn't get sacked on that last drive for the Horns, where Bert Auburn had to kick that kick to make it 30-27 at the time, then who knows? They probably would have went down and scored a touchdown. But you have a third-string center in there that got beat at times, and that's going to happen. So, yeah, man, the fact that he went 26 for 28 and, that last part of the game, that's pretty incredible. And I think Quinn Ewers, he should get a lot of love for his gutsy performance in the Red River shootout.
Yeah, I mean, it does show growth from Quinn Ewers, and it also, was his highest completion rate of his Texas career. So as we zero in at the midpoint of the season, Quinn Ewers has completed 128 of 184 passes, 69.6% for 1,704 yards with 11 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Of course, 2 of them came against OU. Last year, he completed 58% of his passes, 15 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He played in he missed 3 games. He played in 10. So, and the other thing is that if you take away the 14 times he's been sacked this season for minus 77 yards, for some stupid reason in college football, they put sack totals on the run total instead of the passing total like the NFL. If you take away the 14 sacks for minus 77 yards, Ewers has run 19 times for 137 yards. That's 7.2 yards per carry for 5 touchdowns. He's converted 8 third downs with his legs. 6 of those have either extended drives or directly resulted in a touchdown, including TD runs of 5, 29, and 30 yards. And that's the new slim down Quinn Ewers, the sleeker model. He's trying to be more of a Corvette than a pickup, Zay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. And again, we just talking about the growth of Quinn, like it's been huge this year from losing the weight. I know cutting the hairs definitely gets headlines and stuff, but his composure and just getting back to good mechanics and understanding what Sark wants in this offense. Like they put a lot on the freshman last year. And I love the fact that they mentioned it, Herb Streak and them. They talked about him seeing a psychiatrist. We talked about how big that was where we saw Kirk Cousins on the Netflix series Quarterback and how he saw a psychiatrist every week because the position that you play and the magnitude and just the magnifying glass that you're under at the University of Texas and being the starting quarterback in the NFL like a Kirk Cousins, it's a lot. It could be a lot for a 20-year-old, and being able to handle it and, know that you might get death threats and stuff, but know that there's a bigger picture out there. Like he's so big in his faith. And yeah, I just think Quinn Ewers is playing a lot looser out there. Even though he had 3 turnovers, I still thought he played a solid game. I give him a B- for that game, which it easily could have been an F. The Horns should have got blasted by 20 on Saturday. With all the mistakes they made, all the timely plays that OU made, all the non-timely plays that Texas made. If we want to talk about honorary call, here you go, people. Y'all wanted it yesterday. Sorry. Who's that, Chip? What are we doing?
What is wrong with him?
What are we doing, man?
What is wrong?
Hey, BK, sorry. You got something coming tomorrow around 9:20. I'm just going to call Buck and see what the hell happens. But yeah, they wanted that yesterday. Y'all get it today. But anyways, yeah, you're talking about Jaron Thompson missing the pick. You're talking about Jaron Thompson tackling Dylan Gabriel late, going for that just tough shot. You're talking about Terrence Brooks pass interference call. Like there's so many different things that happened in that game. Jalen Ford, Jahdae Barron playing way too many snaps. Way too many. I get it. Those are your dudes, PK, Sark. Those are your guys, your leaders. They should not play every single snap. That is ludicrous. That is absolutely bonkers. I still can't believe that when you told me that yesterday, Chip. That is absolutely nuts. So with all that crap that went on, to lose by 4, just 4, I gotta give it to Sark and them. Like the culture has shifted. Yes, that game hurts, but you could feel the culture changing because a lot of other Texas teams, they just would have taken that ass whooping during the biggest game of the year. And this team, they fought. They did fight. They had a lot of pride. They showed that. And now, hell, you got Danny Stutzman getting horns down tattoos and shit. Hell, let's make sure we put ourselves in a position where we could see those guys again.
What is wrong with people? He's from Windermere, Florida. Like, he didn't grow up in Ardmore, Oklahoma, or Tulsa, or Oak City. He's from Windermere, Florida.
Yeah. I mean, I respect it. I bought in. I bought in. I mean, Danny Stutzman, I feel like he's going to play on the next level. So I'm sure he's probably going to have Longhorn teammates eventually. So, yeah, that's
Oh, yeah.
going to be some awkward conversation. But that's the rivalry, man. That's what it is. That's why we love college football, for guys like Danny Stutzman, guys like Tim Tebow, even though a lot of Horns fans hate this guy, Brian Bosworth. Like, there's just certain guys out there that are certain characters that get a lot of love. And that's the reason why we love college football, even if a lot of people hate those guys.
Well, two of the characters who are prominent front and center in the OU world right now are Gabe Eichard and Teddy Lehman. They do the Oklahoma Breakdown podcast, and they spent 33 minutes breaking down the goal line stand of the Sooners and goal line futility of the Longhorns. 33 minutes. They literally go over each play and how it broke down for Texas and how OU disrupted it. And after watching it, Zay, I'm like, we had not seen the super jumbo package with Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat. And after seeing it, I don't know that we ever need to see it again, because, like, as they pointed out, Tavondre Sweat doesn't spend his time at practice trying to leverage a block against a moving target. And he had the most important block in the sequence when they were trying to run to the right. And, you know, why didn't they run toward Kelvin Banks? All this stuff. It's confounding, and it was a mess. I mean, it was a mess. Like, no one hit their targets for Texas. And, you know, as they pointed out, it was clearly a fresh wrinkle, a new surprise. And as everyone else has said, why don't you just put Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat behind Jonathan Brooks or behind Quinn Ewers and just push him into the end zone? Like, why are we doing all this footwork and movement and trying to get seal blocks on the edge when that's not what Tavondre Sweat spends his time doing? So if you really want to kind of bang your head against the wall, you can check out the Oklahoma Breakdown podcast. I wouldn't recommend it if you're kind of easily triggered, but you know, that's going to be remembered for years. There's no question about it. It's especially depending on how this season ends. Hopefully it becomes a footnote, afterthought on Texas's way to the Big 12 championship game. But that one's going to stick. That one's going to leave a mark.
Yeah, definitely. And shout out to our CODA text line, 512-222-9328. Somebody said they need to put Malik Murphy in those situations. The big 6'6" from Cali. Put him in there if you're afraid of light-ass Quinn Ewers losing all that weight due to the non-Chick-fil-A. And, yeah, do a little Philly push or whatever they call that. Brotherly shove. That's what they call it. Brotherly shove. Go Jalen Hurts on them, even though Jalen Hurts is different. Remember, that dude benches 700. Just so that dude's leg strength, he's a different type of cat. But still, yeah, maybe they should have put T Sweat and Byron Murphy behind Jay Brooks so they could push that guy in. I don't know, but there's so many different ways you could have went, like especially with Savion Red. Like all Savion Red has done in the games that you put him in the Wildhorn has gotten yardage. And now you got Gunnar Helm getting in the mix on that pass play that they had earlier in the game on 4th down. So if you put 17 in the game in that situation, I don't know if it would have worked, but it might have been better than what you threw out there with those two defensive linemen. And at the end of the day, you got to win that battle, point blank period. Sark's been talking about it all year long. When the defense knows that we're going to run the football, you still got to drill them and be able to run the football. And he had too much confidence in that team. He had too much confidence in that package that they just put in that they haven't worked on very long. And you're right, Chip. When is Byron Murphy and Trevondre Sweat? When are they spending a lot of time on run blocking? They're just big. They don't really, know everything that goes into it, know the real X's and O's. They don't work on it enough to do that. They don't have the time. You're only given a limited amount of practice time. You don't want to be like my dirty ass old JUCO coach, Tom Schubert, and get booted out of D1 because you practice too much. You don't want to be that guy. So it's very limited on what you can do, and you got to focus on whatever you think is the main focus going into your game plan and going into your matchup come Saturday. So, yeah, that's a play that we're going to be talking about for a very long time. It's definitely frustrating, but you live and you learn. And I think this team, they're going to rally from this. I mean, remember, they were missing a lot in this game. Like JT Sanders shouldn't have played at all. I'm going to stand on that until whenever I'm buried 6 feet deep. He shouldn't have played in this game. I love him. He definitely means a lot to this team. But with what he gave out there, he was more of a liability than he was any type of, decoy. He was more of a liability, especially with all the stuff that Sark had him doing when it came to blocking. Like, he had way too much responsibility. A lot of plays came his way, and he got blown up. And I'm going to have to look at it as just not being 100%, thinking a lot, it being a big game. And plus, that OU team, they were a bunch of rabid animals foaming at the mouth. So, yeah, there's just so much that went into this game. But all you could do at this point is get as healthy as possible and see what happens in this Houston game this week so you can prepare for them and hopefully have a good showing for these next 6 games.
Yeah. It's Sark said yesterday, I want this one to sit and sting a little. So because he feels like his team will respond and will, get healthy. Obviously, they got dudes. They need to get healthy. And we talked yesterday about how Cole Hudson will be back for the Houston game, which
that's big.
With Jake Majors out, that is significant. Cole Hudson, the second team center.
How long is Jake Majors out, by the way? Is there any word on
that? Not clear yet, but it's probably going to be a couple games.
And you said Kelvin Banks, rumor going around that he had an ankle injury and something else.
Yeah, and Hayden Connor.
Yeah.
So all those dudes need to get well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see how these guys respond because, look, the schedule works in Texas's favor. They got to handle business, and then they got to make sure that something crazy doesn't happen, like West Virginia emerge as this year's TCU.
Yeah, because Oklahoma, even though they won that game and they're 5th in the nation and they're feeling good and stuff, Andrew Anthony, him being out for the year, that might be a problem. Like Nick Anderson, here you go. Like, you've been playing really well. You have the game of your lifetime, with that game-winning touchdown and stuff. Well, now you're really the man. And Andrew Anthony, he's tough, even though Farouk's the one and Stoops are the main two that ate the horns on Saturday. Anthony, the transfer from Michigan, he's been playing well this season, and he was someone that Brent Venables and Dylan Gabriel could count on. And now not having him for the rest of the year, all right. I mean, everybody's dealing with some adversity right now at this point, halfway into the season. And the teams that are deep and can overcome with coaching, and still you got to develop these guys and develop. I like that Sark talked about those, second string and third string guys, getting them in the mix a little bit more, making sure they're locked in, not only for this year, but for the future. I like that because you just never know. You never know when that guy that's, getting a ton of reps is going to go down, and we have a Connor Robinson type situation. Like, that was as brutal as it was. The Westlake alum held his own. Like, I got to salute him. That's a very difficult scenario to get thrown in for your first game of your career, like that first real game. Like, I know he's played some, backup minutes on some blowouts and stuff, but serious, like, action, you get thrown in the Red River Shootout as a redshirt freshman, and he had some very timely mistakes, but all in all, he played solid. He did the best he could, and I'm good with that.
So here's our slate in the Big 12 with Texas having an off week. You ready? We got West Virginia at Houston on Thursday night. We've got Iowa State at Cincinnati at 11 a.m. on Saturday. Kansas at Oklahoma State at 2:30. BYU at TCU at 2:30. And K-State at Tech at 6 o'clock on FS1. I'm a little intrigued. I mean, I'm probably going to tune into West Virginia and Houston because Texas plays Houston next, and West Virginia is in Texas's way. And BYU at TCU, I got to see how Kalani Sitake's team is looking because they're coming to Austin. And then K-State at Tech. Texas will face both of those teams down the stretch.
Both teams that are seriously underachieved at this point. I did not think Tech would start off this bad, and I definitely didn't think Kansas State would already have 2 losses going into this point. I mean, I can understand Missouri. Missouri's a solid team, and they might have one of the best wide receivers in the nation, but losing to Oklahoma State, Will Howard 3 interceptions. I mean, that's a tough one for Chris Kleiman and them. That's a tough one.
Well, and Texas Tech has discovered Taj Brooks, and he's now 5th in the nation in rushing. It's kind of like they've sort of figured out that Taj Brooks can run the football. He's averaging 120 yards rushing per game. Or excuse me, he's averaging 114 yards rushing per game. Of course, our man Jonathan Brooks, 121 yards rushing per game. He's the number 2 rusher in the nation. But Imani Bailey of TCU, he's right behind Brooks. And we got 2 Brooks we're talking about here. And Taj Brooks. So this is interesting to see the identities of these teams developing, because when Tech played Wyoming, they didn't rely on Taj Brooks nearly enough. They were having Tyler Shuck running around. Now he's on IR, and they got Baron Morton in there. And so almost like out of necessity, they've figured out, oh, hey, Taj Brooks is pretty good. So Tech is starting to put some stuff together. We'll see. But that, I'm watching that K-State Tech game because K-State has owned Tech. I think they've won 10 of the last 11 in that series.
Damn.
I mean, it doesn't matter where they play. It doesn't matter who's playing. It's just been K-State over Tech. No problem.
Yeah, and you kind of wonder, is Will Howard, how healthy is he? I mean, he got hurt in that Missouri game and stayed in there and didn't look good and hasn't really looked good since. So I don't know, man. I mean, he ran a lot against Oklahoma State, so I guess he's healthy enough to have over 100 yards on the ground. But, yeah, this is a big game for both teams. I mean, Taj Brooks, the carries that he got in that Baylor game, like 31 carries. That's some old school football right there that Joey McGuire is throwing out there. And Dave Aranda, they couldn't do anything with it. So it might be one of those just grimy games, but both teams need this dub.
But the game of the week, Zay, Oregon at Washington. You got Oregon at Washington. You got USC at Notre Dame. I mean, all the action is in the Pac-12, for God's sake. You got Oregon, Washington, and that's for the driver's seat in the Pac-12, period. Yeah. I'm all over this game. 2:30 on ABC. Yeah. Who's with me?
Oh, yeah. I'm checking it out. You know, both high-powered offense. Bo Nix doing his thing up in Eugene. Michael Penix doing this thing up in Seattle. And, hey, whichever defense could get a couple of stops should be the team that comes out victorious. But they're such high-powered offenses, and they could go fast at tempo. They'll run the football every now and then. So, yeah, this is a huge game in the Pac-12. And, ironically, the Pac-12 just completely collapsing. This is the best season that it's been in a very long time, maybe ever. And you had, you know, Washington lose to UCLA last week and Colorado having to win off a game-winning field goal. Like, it's nuts out here to Arizona State. And, yeah, you just want to survive and do the best you can and, you know, see if you could finesse your way to the Pac-12 tournament or Pac-12 championship, because USC, they got a big one against a very angry Fighting Irish Notre Dame team that just lost to Louisville last Saturday. So, yeah, it's popping. It's absolutely popping, but I'll be checking out Oregon versus Washington for sure, because I love some Michael Penix. Ever since we saw him at the Alamo Bowl last year, and just knowing his story, coming from Indiana, dealing with all those ACL injuries, and now he's finally found a home at Washington State. And, you know, the way that he could rip it around to all those good receivers like Odunze and, you know, what's his name? Pollock or Polk? What's my man's name? What's the other receiver's name? Starts with a P.
Polk.
Yeah, Polk.
Caleb Polk.
Yeah, Caleb Polk. Yeah, that dude, absolute stud. So, yeah, it's going to be some exciting football on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, they're where all the action is this weekend. It is amazing that league is falling apart. But I don't know if you watched the USC Arizona State game. I mean, USC is just like evading
Arizona game. USC
Arizona. Yeah, it was crazy. In fact, let's bring in our man Chris Hummer, National College Football writer, analyst for 24/7 Sports. Hummer, how you doing?
Not as good as y'all on that picture I just saw on Twitter. Y'all are just like posing all over the place.
Oh yeah, man, we gangsters.
Something like that,
Hummer.
Y'all look like y'all are about to shoot like an R&B like a rap cover or cover from like the 80s or the 90s. I love that.
We got that in us. So yeah, this is exactly where I'm going with this. Our man CB. How is Alex Grinch still employed as the defensive coordinator at USC? It's gonna cost Lincoln Riley a shot with he's got the Heisman Trophy winner. He's got this crazy offense, and his defense can't stop anything.
Well, I assume like Alex Grinch has like some brisket picks on Lincoln or something from back in the day. He's got like a second camera roll of it because that's the only thing that makes sense. But yeah, it's interesting. For a little while there, Alex Grinch looked like he'd be the answer. I might be getting my years confused, but I think it was 2020 when Oklahoma had like a top 30 defense nationally. Right now, they don't have that and nothing close to it at USC. But you would think after a little bit, his speed defense would kind of catch up with the times, and it really hasn't. USC is abysmal on that side of the ball. And Lincoln Riley's lost the national championship a couple times before because they didn't have a defense that could catch up, and it's not any better now. And it's really sad to see because you like a lot of these other teams that went heavy in the portal to fix their defense were able to do it, and USC has just been a swing and a miss after a swing and a miss on that side of the ball. So I think you also have to look a little internally at how USC manages its recruiting.
Yeah, Hummer, they got to go to South Bend and play Notre Dame, who lost to Louisville, which Notre Dame, they easily have the toughest schedule in football to this point. I mean, it's been an absolute gauntlet for those guys. I know they didn't expect Louisville to be that good and Duke to be that good, even though they got the dub. But what did you see for the Fighting Irish in that game against Louisville?
I saw a team that really struggles to push the ball downfield with its weapons on the outside. You went and got Sam Hartman. You filled that hole. Like, I don't think this is a Sam Hartman problem necessarily, although he did throw 3 turnovers. I think he was forcing the issue quite a bit. And Sam Hartman has had times in his career where he's guilty of doing so and has too many mistakes. But I just don't think Notre Dame has difference makers on the outside. They don't have anybody that I would consider a number 1 or even a number 2 on a really good team in college football. And I think that's really hurting them right now. And when Notre Dame can't run the ball like you expect them to, I think they only averaged about 2.4 yards per carry on Saturday against Louisville. It's a recipe for disaster. That Notre Dame defense is very good, but you can't ask them to be on the field all game long like they were on Saturday and keep an offense like Louisville's in check. And right now, Notre Dame doesn't have the offensive pieces or the firepower to be a legitimate college football playoff contender.
Yeah, that's going to be that's going to be a shootout. It should be, but maybe USC can outscore them. All right, Hummer, we can't gloss over the Red River shootout. You got to get your thoughts on that one. OU wins at 34-30. Bert Auburn goes 3 of 3 kicking, nails the 47-yarder with 1:17 left, but the defense can't hold the lead. Texas can't make a yard on 1st and goal from the 1. Quinn Ewers, I mean, it was crazy. Quinn Ewers ended up bouncing back from the turnovers, 346 yards passing, school record 19 straight completions, 100-yard rusher and Jonathan Brooks, 2 100-yard receivers. But it's not enough, Hummer.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes college football is literally a game of inches, and we saw that on Saturday with Xavier Worthy's posterior landing on the wrong side of the goal line. Is basically what that game came down to. And I think in a game like that, you just really can't afford to make mistakes. And unfortunately for Texas, as well as Quinn Ewers played in the second half, as you mentioned, the way he rebounded, there were 2. The first interception particularly was really bad. There were 2 ill-timed interceptions in the first half. And then Texas' inability to punch the ball in on the goal line was really the bugaboo of the game for Texas. It's been a quiet program for this team all season long. They were below average in the red zone, and we got the largest possible illustration of that on Saturday when 4 straight plays Texas needed 1 yard and was able to get it. And that's literally the difference between Texas being 6-0 and Texas being 5-1. And now Oklahoma has the inside track in the Big 12, and Texas is going to have to be perfect the rest of the way if it hopes to reach its college football playoff goals for the year.
Okay, real quick on this. West Virginia's undefeated. They've beaten Tech and TCU already. Is it laughable to talk about West Virginia as a roadblock? Texas doesn't play them, but looking at the rest of the Big 12, does anyone scare you?
No. I mean, you might have been a little bit worried if you were Texas about TCU and Texas Tech near the end of the schedule, but both of those teams are already onto their backup quarterbacks, and TCU's quarterback situation is particularly dire right now. Kansas State, maybe. That's a good Kansas State team, but I think Texas is going to be – I would have to look at the schedule, but I would imagine Texas is a 7+ point favorite in every single game the rest of the way, at least, with the only exception potentially being that TCU game. But I don't even know about that TCU game. I think they'll be a double-digit favorite there because of that quarterback play. So with Kansas State being at home, no, like nobody on Texas' schedule really scares me if I'm Texas. I'd be a little worried about the Tech game at the end of the year. But no, I think this is an Oklahoma and Texas race in the Big 12. I think West Virginia is a really fun story, but they really don't move the ball through the air. Their quarterback situation's messy. They've had a ton of injuries on the defensive side of the ball already, multiple starters out for an extended period of time. And even though their schedule is really, really easy, West Virginia drew all 4 new Big 12 teams this year, I believe. I don't really see a path for West Virginia cutting off Texas in that race. So I think there's a world Texas could lose another game and still make the Big 12 championship. But I think this Texas team at least has higher goals in 2023.
Now, Hummer, is Kansas State really a good team? Because what I saw in Stillwater told me otherwise. Mike Gundy doing handstands and shit. Like, Will Howard, 3 interceptions. What's going on in Manhattan?
Yeah, Mike Gundy looks like he's done a keg stand a time or two before. That's for sure. But I think Kansas State is a good team. But I think Kansas State is a team built on ball control football and not making mistakes and out kind of playing your opponent, because they're obviously not more talented than most teams in the Big 12. You can just look at their roster and see that they develop well, but their actual like on paper talent is not as good as everybody else. And when your quarterback plays as badly as Will Howard did on Saturday night throwing interceptions, I think Kansas State's vulnerable to any team in the Big 12, but I would expect that to be the exception for Kansas State instead of the rule. You're not going to see Kansas State make that many mistakes in a game very frequently. So I do think Kansas State's a good team. Do I think Kansas State's a great team? No, I do not. And I think the Big 12 only really has 2 great teams right now, and that's Texas and Oklahoma. That's not to say Kansas State can't come into Austin and upset Texas. It absolutely can, but I think the deck stack against Kansas State in that situation.
You think Dylan Gabriel changed some opinions about Dylan Gabriel in that game? Is he a Heisman candidate? I mean, your thoughts?
I think he has to be a Heisman candidate, first of all. I mean, you look at his numbers, and his numbers, I will say, are slightly inflated just because of the system he plays in, but everybody's system dependent. Like Quinn Ewers is one of the best play callers in the country. Caleb Williams has one of the best quarterback developers in the country. Jordan Travis is one of the best play callers in the country, calling plays for him. You can go down the line. Michael Penix is in an offense that just puts up silly stats and has for a long time. So everybody benefits from their system. So Dylan Gabriel is doing the most with his opportunity. And yeah, he should absolutely be in the Heisman Trophy race. I sometimes forget how fast and how athletic Dylan Gabriel can be when he needs to be. And we saw that on full display Saturday. He changed the game with his legs. And if Dylan Gabriel is going to play that way the rest of the year, I think I wouldn't put Oklahoma in the same category as Michigan or Georgia or maybe even Ohio State. But Oklahoma is certainly a college football playoff contender. And Dylan Gabriel has every right to be in the Heisman conversation after the way he played.
Hummer, as long as you've been covering college football, watching college football, have you seen anything as sad as what Mario Cristobal and the Miami Hurricanes put out there in that last minute of the game against those Georgia Tech guys?
You know, I thought I hadn't seen it, and then I looked on Twitter and saw that Mario Cristobal did the exact same thing in 2019 while at Oregon. He didn't take a knee there. His running back fumbled. They went to overtime, and he lost to Stanford. So not only have I seen it before, I saw it from the same guy. It's really, truly incredible. The amount of text I got about that play from people in the coaching industry was crazy. It is malpractice as a coach to have that happen to you. And don't get me wrong, everybody makes mistakes. Like I make mistakes in my job. Everybody's going to be guilty of doing something dumb in their job. But it is the easiest play in the world in football. That is the play you work all game to earn. You earn the right to take a knee. I feel proud in Madden when I get to take a knee. I feel pride because I put it to them that day, and it's like rubbing it in their face. And Mario Cristobal, for some reason, wanted to make a statement to run the ball in Georgia Tech instead of just taking the victory when it was there. It's absurd. And frankly, it could cost Miami a spot in the ACC championship game. They now have a loss in ACC play. This is a good Miami team. Like, it's just I can't come up with the words to describe how awful that was on Saturday night.
Wow, unbelievable. I mean, and kudos to Haynes King, the former A&M quarterback, for going 75 yards in 2 plays to punish that mistake by Cristobal. But speaking of Oregon, Hummer, this is the game of the year in the Pac-12 this week. Oregon and Washington. They're going to play this in Seattle, 2:30 on ABC. How do you see this one playing out?
I would personally pick Oregon in this game. I think they're the more complete team with the slightly better roster. But given the game is happening in Seattle, and given that I really don't have any empirical evidence at this point saying that Oregon's pass defense is better. Oregon has dominated everybody it's played this year, but it hasn't really played anybody outside of Colorado. And that Colorado team was obviously wounded, limping into that game. No Travis Hunter. Total mismatch along the lines of scrimmage. And we did see Texas Tech move the ball against Oregon. So that does give me some pause. That was an Oregon secondary that was really bad a season ago. But I think top to bottom roster wise, Oregon is the better team. I do wonder how that Oregon secondary holds up. As I said, Washington's got the best wide receiver trio in the country, in my opinion. So that's going to be a difference in this game. But I think I would give Oregon the slight edge in that game. Although I think it's going to be one of the games of the year. I think it's going to be a total toss up, and I think it's going to be a shootout throughout. It should be a lot of fun. But I do like the Ducks a little bit going into this game, at least by the smallest of margins.
Hummer, what'd you think of that game in College Station this past weekend? Those Aggies, they fought hard and they made it interesting, but Nick Saban, Crimson Tide, they just pulled it off at the end, and Jalen Milroe, while getting tackled on the ground, finds McCullen to get that first down to ice the game. Big time win for the Crimson Tide. What'd you think of it?
I think Jimbo Fisher should be lucky Mario Cristobal what he did that night, because Jimbo Fisher managed that game in just a terrible, terrible fashion. I think Jimbo Fisher managed that game to lose. If you're going to go out and hire Bobby Petrino to be your offensive coordinator, if you're going to go out and trust your quarterback, even if it's Mac Johnson as a backup, you need to put the foot down against Texas A&M. And Jimbo Fisher consistently took his foot off the gas. If you go back, I think Texas A&M took a knee essentially at the end of the first half with 2 timeouts in their pocket, up 17-10. They had the opportunity to put their foot down there. They punted from Alabama's 45-yard line and only gained a net 20 yards on 4th and 1 in a situation where they had the opportunity to continue a lead against Alabama in the second half. They punted on 4th and 4 from the 45-yard line in the second half while down to Alabama. Like, there were just like moments in that game. Texas A&M could have trusted its offense, could have trusted Bobby Petrino to have the right play call on there. And instead, Jimbo Fisher was too conservative and he punted the football. And if I'm Texas A&M fans, I'm upset at Jimbo Fisher for that. You had an opportunity to beat Alabama. You had an opportunity to win one of the few games on your schedule that matters every year. And Jimbo Fisher played conservative. So that's what I thought coming out of that game. I think A&M had a team capable of beating Alabama, and they just didn't take advantage of it in the way they should have.
Yeah, Jalen Milroe looking better at quarterback. Alabama starting to put it together.
Texas fans have to be thrilled because Alabama looks like it can win the West, and that's going to be a good win on the schedule all year for Texas.
Yeah. What? Who's the best team in the country, Hummer?
Oh, I think it's Michigan. They're just crushing people right now, and I'm sure people will say they haven't played anybody, but I think. I saw a stat today from Max Olson, our old colleague in Austin, or at least our old beat reporter fellow in Austin, that said Michigan has not allowed a single team to have a first and goal situation this year because not a single team has been within the 10-yard line against Michigan defensively this season. That's how dominant they've been on that side of the ball. And that offense is clicking too with J.J. McCarthy. They haven't really had to do anything. But I'm looking at Michigan's results this year. It's 33 over East Carolina, 35-7 over UNLV, 31-6 over Bowling Green. And those are games that Michigan took the foot off the gas. Like, they didn't even try. Like, they were going as slow as possible. They were just trying to get out of it healthy. 31-7 against Rutgers, 45-7 against Nebraska, 52-10 against Minnesota. They are beating decent Big Ten teams and making it look easy. And I think this Michigan team is loaded. I think they could have 10 to 15 draft picks off this unit. I think Michigan's going to win the Big Ten again, and I think Michigan's the best team in the country.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, they look good. They look good. That's why Texas can't have any mess ups, because 2 teams could easily make it in the Big Ten to the college football playoff. But
yeah, Hummer, I hear different people say we're going to have a 2-loss team. What do you think the college football playoff ends up being?
I wouldn't be surprised if there were 2 Big Ten teams this year. I think the Pac-12 is going to eat itself I have a hard time. If a one-loss team gets out of the Pac-12, I think a one-loss team gets in, but I think there's going to be a difficult path to that. I think Georgia gets out of the SEC, and I think Florida State, as long as it has one or fewer loss, gets out of the ACC. So really it comes down to whether Texas and Oklahoma can get through the Big 12 with one loss. And if they don't, or a Pac-12 team doesn't, I think the Big 10 is going to get two. I think it'll get the winner. And then whoever, I think Ohio State or Penn State or Michigan, whoever ends up at 11-1 at the end of the regular season will get in two. Just because I think those three teams garner that much respect. So the field is narrowing a lot. I think there's two teams in the Big 12, really one or two teams in the ACC, and I think it's really just Florida State. No offense to Mac Brown's North Carolina Tar Heels. It's the three teams in the Big 10 East. It's a couple teams in the Pac-12, and it's Georgia, and maybe Alabama if things break right. That's it. So I think the Big 10's in a really good position right now.
Yeah. Hummer, one of the funniest things I saw this past weekend was Mark Stoops after they got blown out by Georgia. And I guess he's been hearing it from the fans and stuff. And he told the fans straight up, hey, I see they're giving money to the players over there at Georgia. How about y'all give us some money so I can get those types of players? And sorry, Mark, all that money's going to John Calipari. But yeah, Georgia, they look like they're finally looking like that team that could win it again. And Carson Beck, he's looking good right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting Georgia game. It's hard to take a lot from it for me because we haven't seen Georgia do it consistently. But if Carson Beck can play that way all year, Georgia's going to go back to the college football playoff, and Georgia could win a third straight national championship. Carson Beck was just missing throws early in the season. That defense is good, but it's not as great as it's been the last 2 years. So what they really need is that offense to at least kind of make up for some of that. And Carson Beck took a huge step in doing so against a good Kentucky team. I'm really encouraged by what I saw. If I was a Georgia fan, I'd be really encouraged by what I saw Saturday. I thought they really established a pretty deep group of receivers, and it helps that they're healthier now. Obviously, Brock Bowers, I think pound for pound, might be the best player in the country, not named Caleb Williams. He's that outstanding. But they brought in a couple of receivers from the transfer portal, Dominic Levitt from Missouri, Ra Thomas from Mississippi State, who were supposed to make an impact. They've been really quiet earlier this season. You saw both of them pop up on Saturday. Getting Ladd McConkey back healthy soon would be very helpful for Georgia. I think Georgia's going to be fine. I just think if there was something I'd worry about with Georgia, it's that their defensive line isn't quite as deep as it's been in years past. I don't think they're quite as good up front as they've been in years past. And their linebacker group, which I thought was going to be excellent, has been kind of shaky as well. But I still think they're the class of the SEC, and they certainly made a statement on Saturday.
All right, so speaking of Mario Cristobal and Mac Brown, they go head-to-head at 6:30 on ABC. It's in Chapel Hill. So how do you see that one playing out?
A lot of points. A lot of points. I think it's two very good offenses and although Miami's offense had some trouble with Georgia Tech this past week, beyond just I'm going to take a knee. But a lot of points. That North Carolina defense is better than it's been in years past, and I think that's something to watch. Mac Brown's done a really good job recruiting talent on the defensive side of the ball. It just hasn't really worked out. It's starting to kind of show some fruit this season. I think that'll be helpful. But more than anything, I'm curious how that Drake May Tez Walker combination will work in week 2. I think he had 6 catches his first week back after being cleared in waivers. And if Tez Walker's there and Drake May's firing on all cylinders, North Carolina is going to be extremely difficult to beat. That offense is really, really good. Good offensive line, good run game, one of the best tight ends in the country, quietly in addition to that receiving group. So I think Mac Brown's got his best team since it might be Texas' best team since 2009, and it might be Mac Brown's best team since 2009, to be frank. Kind of interesting how that works.
Well, he's got Gene Chizik running the defense. He's trying to put the band back together.
I will say, like, talking to people in the industry, that was a hire that was derided. It didn't get a lot of compliments talking to people around the sport, but Gene Chizik coming back to college football has been really good. That North Carolina defense is much better than it's been in a while, and they haven't even really been that healthy. They lost one of their starting cornerbacks like before the season even started, and that group has been better than it's been in Mac Brown's entire North Carolina tenure, at least the second time around. So credit Gene Chizik. He's been really good.
Yeah. Hummer, do you think that people are disrespecting Penn State? Because I watched them and they look really good. James Franklin, I love him as a coach. I just love the demeanor that he has with his ball club and taking over for Paterno and all that crap that he went through when he was there. I think that's huge. But I just think, with Michigan and Ohio State always being there, this Penn State team, they're not getting the respect they deserve.
Yeah, I think I'm of two minds with Penn State. They have a lot of pieces that you look for in a national title contender. They have the best, at least the best edge rushers in the country, or at least the most productive. They lead the FBS in pressure rate. They have an elite set of cornerbacks. They have two of the best running backs in the country. Like, there's a ton of pieces that you really like. They have great linebackers. I worry about Penn State because they have a difficult time consistently moving the football. Drew Alar, you thought would be a little bit better, but I think that's in large part due to an inconsistent offensive line. You would think with the two running backs Penn State has, they would run the ball effectively, but they're just 71st nationally in yards per carry. I think they're very dependent on those two backs breaking off big plays. They don't really have a high success rate rushing because they don't do a lot on most downs. That offensive line doesn't clear a lot of space. And Drew Aller also has a lot of pressure in his face frequently. That's not a problem for Penn State most weeks. Their defense is so dominant that I don't think it matters except for 2 weeks on the schedule. But when it comes to Ohio State and when it comes to Michigan, I do wonder how Penn State's going to stack up with that offensive line. Because if that offensive line struggles against those two teams, it's a much different story. So I'll be very curious to see how that Michigan game goes in a couple weeks. I think that's going to be the ultimate litmus test there. Obviously, if you hold up against Michigan, you can win a national championship. I'm just holding back some of my positivity with Penn State until I see a little bit more consistency on the offensive side of the ball, particularly from that line.
October 21st, Penn State at Ohio State. That will tell us a lot. Are we still, is the Big Ten still doing divisions?
Yeah, last year, the divisions. That's why Iowa scoring 10 points a game is still very relevant because Iowa could still win the Big Ten.
This is unbelievable. You
Yeah.
got 3 top 10 teams, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, and they're fighting it out for the right to club a baby seal from the West Division of the Big Ten.
You know, it kind of like if you're a Big Ten East team, I would say it kind of works in your favor sometimes. Like, obviously, you want to play for a Big Ten championship, but we've seen Ohio State twice now not win their division and make the college football playoff. Sometimes, if you can sit at home for championship weekend and you're 11-1 and you have a strong resume outside of one notable loss, like it can work in your favor in this 4-team era. But I agree. You know what team I actually feel really bad for? I feel bad for Maryland and I feel bad for Rutgers. Those two teams just get their face beaten by a giant club every year, 3 weeks out of the year. And if they were in the Big Ten West, like I legitimately think if Rutgers was in the Big Ten West this year, they might not win it, but they'd be competitive. And I think Maryland could certainly win the Big Ten West. So next year when USC, Washington, UCLA, and Oregon, those classic Big Ten teams come into the conference, I think there's going to be a lot of people in the East celebrating.
You mentioned that, Hummer, but that might end up screwing Texas. Having that team that in the East gets second with one loss, that might end up screwing Texas in the long run, even if they win the Big 12 championship.
It could. I mean, I have a hard time seeing, like, let's say Texas runs the table and they beat Oklahoma in the Big 12 championship game. I have a hard time seeing a non-conference champion beat out Texas in that scenario because Texas obviously lost very close to Oklahoma the first time. They would avenge that thing and they would avenge that loss and they would still have the Alabama win on their resume in addition to running the table in the Big 12. So I don't think Texas is in danger in that way. But let's say Texas drops another game and wins the Big 12 anyway. Goes what would that be? 11-2. Let's say they lose close to Kansas State. They beat Oklahoma in the Big 12 title game. Texas very much would be in danger of losing their spot to a one-loss Big Ten team in that scenario. And I think the Big Ten team would get in. So yeah, it could definitely mess with Texas the way that Big Ten East, what is that? Triumvirate works. Is that the right word there? Like that round robin. Yeah. Like all of those words. It could definitely have an effect on Texas's path to the playoff.
Who's the best G5 team. Is it Wyoming?
I think you could argue it's Wyoming. I think right now I would say it's Wyoming, James Madison, are the two teams I'd look at the most. Wyoming obviously has the best win of that group. They did lose to Texas, but they lost to Texas with their backup quarterback, and that was a game well into the fourth quarter. So yeah, I think you could say Wyoming, especially with what they just did over the weekend at Fresno State, which is an excellent football team. But James Madison is also really good. But yeah, I would say Texas beat one of the two best G5 teams in the country so far.
Yeah.
I take that back. I shouldn't dismiss Tulane and I shouldn't dismiss SMU. I think if Wyoming, SMU, and Tulane played, I'd probably pick SMU and Tulane to win both of those games. But I think Wyoming is one of the best G5 teams in the country. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that win's going to look better and better as the season goes on. They'll win the Mountain West.
Yep.
I mean, for whatever that's worth, kids.
I think it matters. Like you're not beating Alabama in 2 cupcakes. You're beating Alabama and a really good Wyoming team and a Rice team that's better than it's been in a while too. So it's not like Texas's non-conference schedule is soft.
What is Oregon State going to do? They just remodeled their stadium. They're paying John Smith a fortune. And if they don't have the Pac-12 money, are they going to have to take out loans to finance all that?
I think loans are definitely on the table. I think a lot of it hinges on if the Pac-12, just the brand itself, those two teams can keep their autonomy status for another year or two. Autonomy status means more money is flowing in your coffers over at least the short term. It wouldn't be a long-term solution, but it would give Oregon State and Washington State some breathing room. I think the most likely scenario, at least right now, is that they end up in the Mountain West and some kind of reformed league. I don't anticipate the Americans stepping in to help them, but you never know. There's part of me, and I think it's a small possibility that those two teams could just hold serve because we're not close to done with conference realignment. We're going to have other rounds of it in the next year or 3. I don't think the conferences of today are anything close to the conferences of 10 years from now. And I would be lying if I said I knew exactly how they were going to shake out. But I think Washington State and Oregon State are in a terrible spot, but they might have more options in the future depending on how things break, just because of the incredibly in flux nature that is college football right now.
Hummer, we love it, man. We love it every week. We love the conversation. It's an Around the College Football World Tuesday with Chris Hummer. We appreciate you, man. Thanks for taking some time.
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Hummer. Appreciate you, man.
Chris Hummer dropping bombs. Michigan is the best team in college football. Zay, you look a little skeptical.
No, I'm with that. I just don't like it. Michigan losing that game to TCU last year, that was a really good game to get to the championship game. And I know they're pissed off from that. And they're they brought back, a lot of guys from that team. And yeah, they've been on it. But I do think their schedule is a little lighter than others, and they'll show me something when, they play the Buckeyes for the last game of the season and when they play Penn State in these upcoming weeks. But yeah, if all those teams could beat each other at least once, Penn State beats Ohio State beats Michigan beats Penn State, I'd love that. That'd be the perfect scenario. I love that. That'd be terrific. I need that. I don't think it's going to happen. I can see Michigan beating both those teams, but that'd be perfect for Texas if they went out too with beating Alabama. And, you and Chris just mentioned Wyoming being one of the best G5 teams too. I think that would look better on the committee trying to put them in the CFP, but we'll see. A lot of football to be played, and all you could do is face who's in front of you each Saturday and handle your business there. Can't get too far ahead, even though we like to here.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Listen, you need to put a smile on your face worth smiling about. You need to go see our friend Dr. Greg Eckert, Austin's dentist. Dr. Eckert, Ueckert. We call him Dr. U. You know what I'm saying? But why not go to a dentist you enjoy going and seeing and talking to? Dr. Eckert's staff is amazing. They make it fun and friendly, and that's not typically what you hear about going to the dentist. So, whether you just need a checkup or some advanced dentistry, you've got Dr. Eckert ready for you. Just give him a call, 512-345-3166, or check him out online at drueckert.com. Dr. U is also doing great work with Brain Vault, the patented mouth guard proven to reduce the possibility of concussion. So if you've got an athlete in the family, then just go to brainvault.com and make an appointment. Zay, I'm almost afraid to ask if my man Perzay Hilton has done any more homework on the social media of a certain Texas football player. Oh, you're muted.
My bad. Yeah, he's clean. Quinn
Okay.
Ewers is good. He's
All right.
good. Nothing happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Everybody
nothing
can rest easy.
Yeah, everybody could be cool. Everybody could chill out. He's good. Nothing crazy. So
He wasn't out busting curfew.
yeah. Yeah. So
That's it.
that's it, man. Like
That's it.
They just played bad. They just played bad. It's all those uncharacteristic things that we haven't seen from the Longhorns. I mean, we've seen them at different times, but you would think that you'd be a little bit more buttoned up, as a whole in that type of game. And you would think that you'd be able to force more turnovers against Oklahoma, a team that up to this point, those 5-0, 5 games that they won before they played Texas, just weren't proven to us. Now they're proven. And I mentioned earlier in the show that Andrew Anthony, him being out for the year, they're really going to be tested now because that guy was a stud for them coming from Michigan. But still, I think they're going to win out. I think when they have that matchup against Neil Brown and the Mountaineers, they're going to handle that. And yeah, asking Chris Hummer about Dylan Gabriel being in the mix of the Heisman, he better be. I mean, that dude, as much as I hate to say it, that dude's a warrior. That dude is a dog. He got that dog in him. And, they're comparing him to Tua. He got that little Mariota in him. He's just a typical Hawaiian dude. He's just cool. He's just cool with it. And I saw people on social media, our girl, Fire the Cannon, Rocky and Megan, they talked about maybe putting the spy on Dylan Gabriel. I don't know, but hey, I think it caught everyone off guard how athletic that guy is. We saw Hummer mention it, that dude has some wheels. And that's what, when you look at him, you're like, oh, this dude ain't going to hit us for a 40-yarder with his legs. Shit. Okay. Give him them lanes then. Give him them lanes and watch what he do with it. And he was gutting the horns up all game just with those deflating first downs and using his legs to make more plays for himself in that offense. So, yeah, I got to tip my hat to Dylan Gabriel again on this Tuesday, even though we did it on Saturday till now. That guy, he could play some football, and he might not be the Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield, or Jalen Hurts that we've seen in recent years in that game, but he's pretty damn close. Pretty damn close. And that sucks, but hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, Dylan Gabriel, long run of 44 yards. That hurt. They kept the running backs in check. Tawi Walker, Marcus Major only averaged 3 yards a carry, but Dylan Gabriel, crazy legs Gabriel, that MFer, he made him pay. Yeah. He made him pay. Now we got to see. Someone asked earlier, how disappointed are you in PK? And I just thought they would play a little tighter coverage throughout, but especially on that last drive. And I get you don't want to give up the home run, but man, you got to play the way you play.
Look at this. Look at that spacing. Y'all see Malik Muhammad down there?
Bottom of the screen there.
Bottom of the screen. That is way too far.
That's what we,
That is insane.
That's not a cushion. That's a mattress. I mean, what are you thinking?
It's laughable at this point. Like, as much as I hate it, and he's a freshman, even though he's a big time player and has had a very good freshman year thus far. You just see stuff like that, and it's like, man, you can't be that timid in this situation. You gotta trust that technique. You gotta trust that training. You gotta trust that film, all the work that you put in, and say, hey, if they beat us, they're gonna beat us playing straight up. We're not gonna give them that mattress-like cushion, Tempur-Pedic type cushion. We ain't gonna give them that. We're going to play them straight up 5, maybe 7 yards at best. And we're going to trust this training, man. Hey.
For real.
What can you do?
That one hurts. That one hurts. I'll tell you what doesn't hurt, and that is getting that big screen, that surround sound, the new lighting, the electronic shades from Audio Visual Consultations. Our man Tom McKay has got it all figured out. From the free consultation to installation, Tom and his crew bring everything to you. All you have to do is call 255-8678, and you are going to be just impressed. You're busy. You got things to do. So it's time. It's time to set up that man cave or media room. Maybe you want to surprise the missus with a little remodel, little new lighting, whatever it is. You just call 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. And that's it. That's all you got to do. It's amazing. So Audio Visual Consultations, avconsultations.com, 255-8678. All right, Zay. So how about, did you watch the end of this Braves-Phillies game?
Yeah.
Wow.
Come on, Bryce Harper. Come on, man.
He just had a little too much faith in that ball being mishandled.
Yeah, that was a great
play.
Doubled up. That was a great play. And great comeback by the Braves, too. I thought they were done. I thought they were going to have to go back to Philly down 0-2. And, yeah, they had a little rally there late and, came up with the runs. And we saw at the end of the game, Bryce Harper, you're right, just too much faith in those legs. And they got that outfield double play to end the game. So, yeah, going 1-1 back to Philly, which me and Kevin Dunn, we talked about it last week when you were up in Dallas on Friday. That Philly atmosphere is bonkers. Like those, we know how the Philly fans are, but that atmosphere and that baseball stadium is bananas. And if you don't focus, the Braves coming in, which they know they played there before, that's the same division, but in the playoffs, it's different. It's a lot different. And shoots. Clayton Kershaw, one of the best pitchers to ever play the game, and he struggles in the playoffs. Always has. Struggled in game 1 against the Diamondbacks a few nights ago. Got lit up. Had to take him out. Roberts had to take him out in the first inning, Chip. Certain guys just don't have it during this time of the year. So we're talking about the hardest professional game out there, Major League Baseball, and you got to deal with those rabid-ass fans. Yeah, I can't wait for that game. Like, baseball's been good. Like, these 4 series, they've been really good. Like, and Wags, I'm sorry, man, down 0-2, losing both games at home. That's tough, bro. That's tough, but this might be the Rangers' year.
I'll tell you what, man. We had Lance Taylor come on the show Thursday, and he said, watch out for the Phillies. They were up 4-1 in that game last night and let it get away. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
But we'll see. They seem to be that team you can't kill. So let's see what they do in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Who knows?
They got some dudes, man. Philadelphia, like Schwarber, him batting first, tough. Trey Turner, who was on a slump, like he's one of the fastest players in the game, and he led the league in batting average one year, so he could raid. And think about Bohm and Relamuto and all those guys, and Harper, like they're tough. They're a tough squad. They're a tough squad with a lot of confidence and a lot of baseball played, so yeah, they had it, but I could see them regrouping and taking care of business, even though the Braves are a really good team also.
Okay, don't look now, but this game I'm going to this weekend, Lions at the Buccaneers, that's a battle of two first-place teams, Zay. Come on.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield and the Bucs.
Yo, talk about somebody that's confident. Baker Mayfield, he was laughing and horns down in all weekend long at the State Fair at the Cotton Bowl. Like, just makes me sick. He's riding this high. I feel him. He's an Austin Knight, so that a little part of me messes with Baker. A little part of me says, Baker, you're kind of my dude just because we're from the same city, and that's just a bond that you can't break. But him being a Sooner, how much he hates the Horns, that just overtakes that completely. Him and Bob Suits just had a podcast interview. It's just too much. So I think Baker needs to be brought back down to earth this weekend by your Detroit Lions. Like, I need that because it's just been, it's been too good for Baker lately. It's been way too good. And he, Chris Godwin, good player. Mike Evans, good player. But he needs to be brought back down to life. I'd appreciate that, especially from your Lions, who have been playing some good football themselves, even though Bryce Young threw one of the worst interceptions I've ever seen in my life to Aiden Hutchinson. Like, come on, Bryce. You better than that. You better than that, youngster. Come on, man.
Why can't we give Aiden Hutchinson credit for making an athletic play?
It was. You're right. We do need to give him credit for that athletic ass play. But man, he's right there, Bryce. He's right there. Like you gotta see him. You gotta have some type of awareness there. Like, and that just goes to show how fast the game is from college to the NFL. Because I thought, Bryce Young, he would obviously have his bumps in the road, but woo, I know Carolina fans, they looking down at Houston and seeing what CJ Stroud doing. They like, damn, we could have got him. And CJ Stroud has the more NFL body to play quarterback than Bryce Young, who, he's incredible in college, but still, does it translate to the NFL? It's still football, but it's two completely different games. It's college football and the National Football League. Does it translate? And it's only been 5 games, so it's not fair to call Bryce Young a bust. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying with what CJ Stroud is doing in Houston, I know Carolina fans are hurting. I know they hurting.
Well, let's bring on our recruiting guru from horns247.com, the one and only Hank South. Hank covered Bryce Young, his recruitment at Alabama, probably covered CJ Stroud as well. Hank, what do you make of these two so far? And obviously a lot depends on what you have around you.
Yeah.
But CJ Stroud looking good so far for the Texans.
Yeah, he's looking great. I think, he's got, Bryce Young has weapons. I think they're probably kicking themselves for trading DJ Moore after what he's been doing on the Bears. He probably would have been a big help for Bryce. But, Adam Thielen seems like he's been a pretty good, reliable target for him. Tommy Trimble has played well. But like you said, you got to have help keeping you upright. But yeah, you can't say enough about CJ Stroud put into that situation. I love D'Amico Ryans. I think he's an awesome coach. I think he's obviously got got it going in the right direction in Houston. They got a pretty good core of talent there. So, I thought Bryce would be having a little bit more success by now, but I think Peyton Manning started his rookie year, like 3 wins. So, you can't
like
we
27
all rushed
interceptions or something.
Yeah, we all rushed to judge him in their first year. I mean, I think Bryce will be fine. He's got the makeup of a pro, and I think he'll eventually, show off that number 1 pick and why they wanted him.
All right, Hank, let's break it down. What was the damage after the 34-30 loss to Oklahoma in terms of the recruit reaction? Or you tell us, was it not as bad as maybe Longhorn fans are worried about?
Yeah, no, this isn't the kind of win or kind of loss that's going to negatively impact Texas. That atmosphere. I had people texting me prior to kickoff, like in amazement. They had never seen an atmosphere like that. People watching the game, people at the game. You were there. It was electric. That kind of environment coupled with that kind of game, Texas lost the game in the final minute. It wasn't like they rolled over. It wasn't like they got beat 49-0 like Oklahoma did the year before. So, that's not going to negatively impact things. We saw a lot of good things from Texas. Obviously you wrote about Quinn and, how he responded to the early turnovers and, he battled back. Texas was right there in position to win the game. That last defensive series, I think they would have wanted to make some adjustments. The 4 plays at the goal line trying to get in the end zone. I think Sark would have made some changes probably, but I think kids, they saw 2 teams battling it out. It's not going to negatively impact Texas. It could positively impact Oklahoma. People taking notice more of them. Maybe they thought they weren't so sure about them and they showed up and played a really good game. So I think it could certainly help them. But in terms of negatively impacting this 2024 class or even, the recruits in attendance or beyond, I think it only helps them. I think they saw an exciting environment they could potentially be part of one day.
Yeah, Hank, looking back at the Red River shootout, one thing that shocked a lot of us was the line of scrimmage. We thought Texas on both sides would win that matchup, and they lost that matchup on Saturday. And I know Connor Robinson being the 3rd string center coming in doesn't help anybody, but how shocked were you to see Oklahoma's defensive line man up like that, especially on that goal line play that you just mentioned, just 4 straight stops, probably the biggest moments of the game. And then offensively, Dylan Gabriel being able to use his legs, getting over 100 yards on the ground.
Yeah, I was really surprised. That Texas defensive line has been just one of the strengths all season. They've been really fun to watch. Just dominating opponent after opponent. And Oklahoma came to play, and again on that goal line series, trying to punch it in. What Sweat and Byron Murphy were in there blocking, and they couldn't get in. It was kind of shocking to see. So that's something I'm sure that they can use as kind of a chip on their shoulder. I know one recruit I was talking to, I think it was Melvin Hills, who's committed to Texas, defensive lineman. He was talking about how, when we saw, it was a much different game, but that SEC championship a couple of years ago when Georgia lost to Alabama and really just got bullied on both sides, on both lines of scrimmage. And that was kind of, that was Georgia's strength at that point in the season. They get bullied, manhandled by Alabama. They meet them again in the national championship game a month later, and it was a different story. That was where they kind of won the game in 4th quarter. They were able to really, dominate and affect Bryce Young. So certainly I think that's an area Texas will address, and they have the guys. Those guys are going to respond, I'm sure. And maybe we'll see a different story, come December if Texas is able to see them again at Jerry World.
Hank, Horns fans need good news. They got 2 weeks to stew in this loss. You got any good news for them?
Yeah, this is going to be a big recruiting week. The staff has the week to focus on the recruiting trail. We're going to see, the entirety of the coaching staff out on the road at games this weekend, Thursday, Friday. They're going to go, make appearances, see guys, make sure, that if they haven't talked to somebody in a while, that they're going to be talking to these guys. So, that can always, get things going. But again, 2024, it's a situation where, there's a handful of guys left. They addressed a lot of their needs in the summer. And so, from September through, November, there really, it's not a lot of commitments or anything like that. It's more just, working to stay in it with these guys down the finish line. Because, if you wait this long in recruiting, most guys just kind of are like, hey, why don't I just wait till the early signing period? Unless they're, in jeopardy of losing a spot in the class. I think most guys kind of just, like to play the long game. And so, guys like Kobe Black, I think one bit of good news you could say there is we've confirmed he wasn't at his Texas A&M official visit this weekend, which was that's a pretty big piece of news. There's word he was at the Red River Shootout. I haven't confirmed that myself. I've seen it reported. No reason to doubt it. He hasn't told me yes or no yet. So that's something, especially in a situation where it's probably Texas versus Texas A&M for Kobe Black. Ryan Wingo, I know Chris Jackson, the wide receivers coach, he's going to be up in Missouri this weekend or on Friday night to see him. I think Texas is still right there for him and probably in pole position. And then, there's some other recruitments we're watching down the stretch. Solomon Williams, that's another one we're kind of seeing come down to Texas A&M, Alabama, Texas right there in it. They're working on flipping DeAndre Carter from Auburn. That's one that could potentially happen. So there's things in motion. I think it'll be, we're going to see a lot of more kids visit for the final 3 home games in DKR. And I think it'll be, pretty momentous last, 8 weeks of the 2024 class leading into early signing day.
Hank, let's talk about the current freshmen on this Texas team, to where they were, where you saw them in high school last year, to what they've been doing now, from Derek Williams to Anthony Hill, Malik Muhammad. I'm probably missing someone, but you get the picture here. Yep. What have you seen in all of those guys thus far this season, just on the transition from high school, now playing some pretty big minutes on the college level?
Yeah, I was covering Alabama this time last year, and I kind of look at it. I know Alabama really wanted Anthony Hill. They really wanted Malik Muhammad in their class, and when Nick Saban wants a defensive back, you kind of have it. You're like, oh, this kid's probably pretty good. And I think we've obviously seen him perform really well in the minutes he's been playing. Obviously, with Ryan Watts out. Anthony Hill, I know leading into his freshman season, there was, all the buzz last year was Harold Perkins at LSU, like that, what he could do at linebacker and, affect the game. That's what Anthony Hill's doing now. I mean, he is a star, and he's really fun to watch. He's really kind of found his rhythm and has really excelled. He's a fun one to watch. Beyond him, Jonte Cook, we've seen little glimpses. I know Sark said he wanted to probably get him more minutes. Maybe DeAndre Moore we'll see more of as well later in the season. But we've seen how special Jonte Cook can perform. I'm trying to think who are some other freshmen that we've really seen excel. But
Derek Williams.
Yeah, Derek Williams. He's shown out a lot. Obviously, with some of the injuries back there in the secondary. So they're all playing up to that ranking. When you're a 5-star guy, it's pretty much expected. It used to be, you get recruited, you're a star freshman, you need a year or two, you need a redshirt year. Now it's kind of, what can you do for us right now? And these kids are certainly doing a lot for Texas, particularly on defense.
Did you see Anthony Hill pick up Tawi Walker and just body slam him?
Yeah.
I mean, that was impressive.
Yeah.
That's a 200-pound man. He just picked up and dunked.
Lightweight.
Speaking of dunking, Hank, what's the latest on the Texas basketball recruiting front?
Yeah, we're starting to see some things go in motion. Last week we reported Josiah Mosley and Curtis Givens, 2 of Texas's basketball targets. One's a forward from Stony Point up in Round Rock, and then the other's a guard from I think Monteverde Academy. Anyway, they both committed elsewhere. We reported last week that's where things were trending. Obviously, see a local kid go elsewhere. Texas did like him, but you're going up against programs like Villanova and some other heavyweight schools. You're going to sometimes those kids are going to go elsewhere, and he did. He's going to Villanova. Givens committed to LSU, so that kind of leaves a handful of guys we're still watching that can join Cam Scott in this 2024 class. One of which I just wrote about this morning, Asa Newell, who's a 5-star power forward. Another guy at Monteverde Academy, which I don't know how those guys are going to lose a game this year. They've got Asa Newell, Liam McNeely, Curtis Givens, Cooper Flagg, like the top 5 players in the country all on the same team. But Asa Newell was just off of an official visit to Georgia this past weekend, and he actually has ties to Georgia. His older brother plays for the Bulldogs, and he has a really close connection with that staff, obviously with the family connection. So that's kind of been seen as the, maybe the team he's leaning to, for good reason. He has family ties there. And there's been reports out that it's Georgia versus Alabama for Ace and Newell. And I've written, that talking to people at Texas, it seems, that Texas believes that Texas is still part of the race for Ace and Newell. And I talked to Ace's dad last night, and he said they've actually cut off communication with everyone recruiting them because they're trying to make a decision. So it looks like everyone's made their final recruiting pitch, and a decision should come soon. So I'd probably lean towards Georgia, but he went to Texas for an official visit last month, had a really good time. It was while Texas was in Tuscaloosa, the football team. So I think he got to be part of that celebration when they got back at the Fountain. So they're in it, and then a couple more. Nick Cody, a 4-star power forward from Texas, he's announcing. I think Joe Tipton reported that he's announcing on November 2nd, which is about the timeline he gave us. That's going to be, I think he has a top 7, maybe top 6, but I think that's probably Texas, Houston with Nick Cody. Those are probably the 2 teams I'm watching closest. And then Trey Johnson, obviously, the 5-star combo guard, originally from the DFW area. I think he's playing his final year at Link Academy. So he's a guy that Texas has been pressing for. I think it's probably Texas Baylor battle there. But there's going to probably be like a 4-man class. So they got Cam Scott. We'll see who else they get. But I think the 2 names, or the 3 names to watch right now, are Newell, Cody, and Trey Johnson in terms of the targets to watch closest.
Yeah, Hank, even though we're in the middle of the football season, the orange and white game at Gregory Gym is next Tuesday. So basketball is coming right on up. How do you think this 2024 team is going to be? I know a lot of people have expectations of getting right back to the Elite 8 area, but that's very difficult to do. But Rodney Terry's done a hell of a job with this coaching staff, bringing in some high-quality guys that where you could probably get back to that point if you play some good basketball. What do you think this 2024 Horns basketball team is going to look like?
Yeah, I think, they've got the pieces. They're deep. They added a lot of veteran experience from the transfer portal. They're able to get some guys back, obviously. Dylan Mitchell coming back. And, I think someone reported, IT Horton's been lighting it up in practice already from UCF. So, I haven't followed them as closely since switching over beats, but, from what I've seen and, obviously covering recruiting for this 2024 class, guys are excited about them. A lot of people followed that Elite 8 run, should have been a Final Four run. That was still pretty wild, but, I think, they got the police, they got the kind of the mixture of the veteran leadership from the portal, and then, the talent they're bringing back from last year's roster, and, some of those guys in the 2024 class from the prep level, Chris Johnson. So I think they could be a really talented team. I think they'll contend for the Big 12 again, and could be another exciting year in Austin.
Last thing, Hank, I saw in the Stampede, you're already looking ahead to 2025. Just some general thoughts on how the Longhorns football recruiting is shaping up for 25.
Yeah, so Jordan Scruggs and I did a breakdown, kind of did a class projection or early class projection on the offensive side of the ball. We'll obviously do a defensive side of the ball later, but there's a lot of talent out there, and a lot of them were at the Red River Shootout. But it's a really deep class. I think you look at the wide receiver position. I think DeCorian Moore, the 5-star wide receiver from Duncanville, I don't think anybody's like a can't miss prospect, because there's always another person, there's always the transfer portal. But DeCorian Moore, like if there was, he's like the closest to it. I feel like that kid is insane. He's committed to LSU right now, obviously, but Texas isn't going to stop recruiting him. And I think Texas is honestly in an okay spot for him right now in terms of eventually maybe changing his mind. Teammates with Colin Simmons, Alex January, the 2 2024 commits from Duncanville. So he was part of that group we put together. The running back, I think. The running back position, Tashard Choice, I think, has another, wealth of options at his disposal. Guys like DeAndre Ryden, Jordan Davison from Mater Day. I think 2 guys that are probably the 2 of the top 3 targets. Harlan Berry is another, but I think the 2 we put in the class were Ryden and Davison. KJ Lacey, obviously, out of Saraland. He's been just lighting up the stat sheet this fall. He had 7 touchdown passes last Friday night, and they're that's 6A football in Alabama. They're the number 1 team in the state. He has Ryan Williams to throw to, so that makes things easier. But when you watch his games, he spreads the ball around. He's he's a really talented prospect. And then offensive line, there's a lot of guys out there that, especially in that DFW area, there's a lot of offensive tackles that are highly ranked. That Texas is right there in the mix for. And then the tight end position, we'll see. They've kind of started to press for this Emory Winston tight end from Georgia. He actually visited for the game this past weekend as well. But that's a spot you would expect Texas to really be in the mix for some elite tier tight ends when it's all said and done with what they've done with Jatavian Sanders and Gunnar Helm playing better as well. So it should be a pretty strong class, and especially if they can finish off this season with the expectations we've all had for them, they could roll into that 2025 class with some momentum.
Hank South, horns247.com. Hank, appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Hank. Appreciate you, dog.
There he is, Hank South. All right. Before we get to the chip shot, Zay, you want to tell everyone about the incredible folks at Covert BK?
Oh, yes, sir. Shout out to Covert BK and the Covert Auto Group, the family-owned group of automotive dealerships in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. And they've been committed to giving you just a high-quality selection of pre-owned and new vehicles. And the customer service is outstanding, and it will leave you very satisfied as a customer. So go visit that crew at Covert BK over at the 42 acres and check out all of those beautiful, luxurious cars, man. 7 wonderful brands: GMC, Chrysler, Cadillac, Dodge, Buick, Ram, and Jeep. You will find what you want at Covert BK. If you want that 2-door car, cool. If you want that big suburban-like car, big vehicle, big SUV type vehicle, then cool, they got you there too. And if you want to visit it online and see what they got on the latest inventory and specials, go to covertbcave.com and you can find what you want. Shout out to all of the Covert dealerships in the greater Austin area, but specifically Covert BK. Nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, not ever.
All right. And Olipop, baby, is my favorite. The cream soda. I'm just saying, it's good for you, healthy soda. I'm addicted to carbonation, so this has changed my life. I'm no longer doing the caramel sodas that apparently can eat through a penny.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
you don't want that, man. You don't
want that.
You don't want that. Hell no.
Get with the Olipop movement. Just saying.
Yeah. You don't want that stuff that's basically WD-40. You don't want that.
Exactly.
You don't want that.
What are we doing to ourselves?
Yeah.
And also, Great Blue Heron Furniture, that link right there that you see if you're watching us on YouTube, that's going to take you right to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. This is high-end furniture. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off. And we're talking about, I've bought furniture from Box Store, and it's put together with some cheap wood. Some of you've had bed frames collapse. That's not going to happen. Blue Heron Furniture is the best built. It's built for a lifetime, and it is high-end leather furniture. So check it out. Great Blue Heron Furniture. If you're watching us on YouTube, just click that link right there below. It's going to take you right to the promised land. Zay, Steve Sarkisian has homework to do. Today's chip shot is the homework that Steve Sarkisian has to make sure that he gets done in this off week. The red zone offense of the Texas Longhorns is killing them right now. It killed them in the OU game. 1st and goal from the 1, you don't get in. Now OU has a historical moment that will be remembered forever in the Red River series, especially if, depending on how this season ends. But this has been an issue all year, and Steve Sarkisian has got to get it fixed. And I don't think he needs to involve the defensive tackles. He needs to figure out some other ways to get this done, because against elite defenses, putting a 362-pound man who spends all of his time, splitting double teams and getting blockers off of him, he doesn't need to have that much to do with the offense. This needs to be about your best players on offense executing in the red zone. So whether it's, the getting the brotherly shove going, or Savion Red in a run pass option type of situation, or, whatever it is, maybe running behind Kelvin Banks wouldn't be a bad idea, but this has got to get fixed. I mean, if we look back on that moment and say, and somehow Texas, as a one-loss team, if say they go on to win the Big 12, gets left out of the college football playoff, we're going to look back at that moment and say, that's when it happened. And look, everybody's trying to, think positively about a rematch, and recent history would maybe give the percentages to Texas, because the team that loses the regular season meeting lately has gone on to win the Big 12. It's hard to beat a team twice. But we don't need to be talking about red zone problems anymore. Not with the talent on this team and the play calling acumen of Steve Sarkisian. So this has got to get fixed. We can't be talking about this anymore. We can't be talking about it after Texas plays Houston or K-State or TCU or at Iowa State. This has to be, oh, wow, look at from the OU game how the red zone offense took off. And Steve Sarkisian knows these coaches. These are smart guys. Kyle Flood, Jeff Banks, Paul Christ is in the room. They got to get this fixed and figured out, and they need to do it right now so that this is never a topic of discussion again. Because if you ever wanted to hammer home the point that, yeah, it's an issue, and this was an issue coming into the season. I mean, we wrote about it over at Horns 24/7 that there were short yardage situations last year that came back to bite Texas, and they needed to get it figured out. Now they're one of the worst teams in FBS in red zone efficiency, and it's almost unthinkable with the talent on this team. So it's got to get fixed. Don't let it get into the head of the players. They can't be going into the red zone thinking, they need to be going in the red zone thinking, this is where we live. This is where we eat. This is where we dominate. And it's got to get done, because you can't, the windows now, we've talked about it all year. You've got the talent. You beat Alabama. Once you beat Alabama, you put yourself in the driver's seat, and they were there. They were at number 3, and now they're at number 9. So they're going to have to climb their way back up, but the red zone offense can't be an issue anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And it sucks. You think about Sark and the confidence that he had going into that drive where they got stopped 4 straight times, biggest plays of the game. And just thinking that we got to run the football here and we're just going to manhandle those guys. And you get manhandled, and it's like, wow, I thought we were tougher than that. Well, Oklahoma that day was tougher than you. And that's kind of one of those looking in the mirror moments that you have as a team. Like, man, did I really buckle my chin strap for this game? Did we take Oklahoma too lightly due to the film that we watched on their first 5 games? Or did we take them too lightly because of what we did to them in 2022, going 49-0? I don't know, but you have to take that all into account. But at the end of the day, they punked you and you didn't get it done. So now it's back to the drawing board. And if you just look at all those red zone possessions in that game, Chip, it wasn't just that one, obviously. And Sark's play calling has a lot to do with it. When you go and have a jet sweep reverse to Jordan Whittington and the edge rusher doesn't get touched to the side that you're going to, that's a problem. That's a problem. Or when you don't have faith in putting the ball in your quarterback's hands, when going back to that 4-play, 4-stop drive for Oklahoma, let Quinn Ewers air it out a little bit because he's hot at the time. Those cornerbacks, even though it's the red zone and obviously you have little room to make mistakes, those secondary players for Oklahoma are struggling right now. So put the ball in the air, what they did to Adonai Mitchell in the Kansas game. That was a beautiful play. Like, there's different ways that you could use Xavier Worthy. One of the best red zone play calls of Sark's young career here at Texas was the game winner against Iowa State last year with Xavier Worthy and that whip route. We haven't seen that since. So even though they probably know about it on film, we haven't seen it all year long. That would have been a perfect time to throw that play. I don't know if Oklahoma would have given you that setup to where it would have worked, but we know that's in the bag. So there's things that Sark can do. And I like what people said on our Coda text line about maybe putting Malik Murphy out there. You have Savion Red. There's just so many different things that you could do in the red zone. And it was very rice cake bland in this game against Oklahoma to where you can't do that. And it's not like Sark was like that the whole game. You're talking about a guy that went for it on the 4th down on the second possession for the Texas Longhorns in that first quarter, giving it Jordan Whittington on that fake punt and going for it on the Savion Red wild horn throw to Gunnar Helm. Like, he did some plays where you're like, okay, Sark, you getting a little spicy now. But yeah, in the red zone, you just don't see that creative energy that you've seen on certain plays. And again, I don't know if that's just arrogant thinking that your offensive line is tougher than what they've shown so far, but there has to be a change. And I think they're capable of getting it done, especially with the next 6 games that they have. I don't think you're going to see a team like Oklahoma, but still, it has become a problem, and they're just too talented. I'm with you, Chip. They're just too talented all around to be this limited right now in the red zone, because this is the money spot. You got to be able to score.
Because like the second and goal run, you're running a toss sweep to the right, and you're asking Tavondre Sweat to get the seal block. He's got to get around the outside edge defender and seal him. And you're asking a 362-pound man to do that. You're not just asking him to go forward. You're asking him to go sideways and get around. Yeah. And it was a disaster. Like, it was a disaster. Everything broke down. And so,
and that's where, like, as good as Jonathan Brooks has been this year, that's when, if you're Tashard Choice, we're watching some old Pittsburgh Steelers Le'Veon Bell tape, because Le'Veon Bell during his heyday was the best at seeing and taking his time before he hit the hole, to where if stuff collapsed on the normal gap that you're going to take, he was so good at bouncing it out and taking it outside to where, you could get it outside the markers and stuff. And, it'll come. You're right. It was just a complete disaster, but it wasn't just on the blockers. Like, Jonathan Brooks has to be better and just can't force his way into something that's not there. You have to see that early and try to bounce it out as much as you can. I get it. I'd rather have a north-south back than an east-west back, and that's going a little east-west on you, but there's certain times where that's okay. The best backs know, okay, sometimes it ain't going to be there. I got to make something out of nothing, and I think that was a time where number 24 could have done that, but it clearly didn't go that way. And yeah, back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board, baby. Yeah. All right. Well, let's get to it. It's time for the right call. My man's Nate Collier.
Yeah, man. And basketball started. I got a little glimpse of the NBA last night, and who stood out? Number 1 pick, Victor Wembanyama, 20 points in 19 minutes for his first ever NBA showcase. He showed why he's number one. And, watching them overseas, because overseas is a different game. It's a completely different game. There's no defensive 3 seconds, just the way that they move the ball is different. The NBA, it's more ISO, pick and roll heavy. So Wembanyama's game translates more in the NBA than it does playing overseas. And plus, overseas, he's more of a traditional big, or that's kind of how they play him, even though he could do a little bit of everything. With what I saw against the Thunder in this game, the freedom that Pop is giving them already. I know it's preseason, I get it, but he was going up against Chet Holmgren, who's also 7'3", and he's going to be a good player too. He might not be Wembanyama good, but Chet Holmgren's going to be an all-star one day. But Wembanyama, Chip, some of the moves that we saw, he showed us everything. Oh, you want to see block shot? Okay. A dude basically had the ball over the rim. Williams for Oklahoma City for a nice butter roll, thinking that's 2 points. Wembanyama, it seemed like he came from out of bounds to get the block. Like he got hit on the move, got his legs broken down. My man went up for the layup, and Wembanyama with that 9-foot wingspan came out of nowhere and sent it out of bounds. A couple of plays later, he comes off a screen like a guard, hits a 3. A couple of plays later, he gets a steal. They throw it to him in the break. He runs like a deer. Usually at that size, it just looks gangly and unathletic and uncoordinated. No, he just looks like a 7'5" Kevin Durant running down the court. So I'm sold already. It's a preseason game. I'm sold. That dude is special. And I got NBA League Pass. It's going to be worth every penny, even though you get Spurs games on, with Sean Elliott here. It's going to be worth every penny watching the NBA this year and their new tournament stuff. And it's going to be different. But, yeah, I got to watch Wembanyama. He's out here doing spin moves, finishing with the left like he's Kyrie Irving. Like, it's stupid. It's stupid how skilled he is. And he's just going to get better and better. God forbid injuries, because somebody that big, we always worry about his foot. And
that's what I was about to say.
Yeah, you think about Yao Ming and Sean Bradley and stuff, and you watch Wembanyama do his exercises and pregame stretches and stuff. He knows. Like, they know that big men like that have a lot of foot injuries and bad foot history, so they're trying to prevent that any way they can. And it's the San Antonio Spurs. They're going to do some load management. They're going to take care of his body. They're going to make sure they take care of his body, so he doesn't have to worry about that. And, of course, he's going to be on the right diet and stuff. But, man, only in one preseason game, Chip, I'm already sold. Like, I saw what I needed to see in that 20 minutes. And, yeah, the Spurs got a star. They got a star, and they might make the playoffs. They might, because Wembanyama's that skilled, and they got a couple of other guys with Vassell and Johnson, and Jeremy Sohan's a solid player coming out of Baylor. They got some guys, and they're gonna beat a lot of good teams this year and shock a lot of good teams. I don't know for sure if they'll make the playoffs, but they'll at least make the play-in. And Spurs, they got their guy. They got their David Robinson, Tim Duncan dude, and he's special.
All right, what about the supporting cast? Like you said, they may make the playoffs.
Right.
What has to go right for the Spurs to make the playoffs?
Devin Vassell just got paid like big time money, so he has to be terrific for him. Keldon Johnson, who they're very high on, young player, he's really good. Came out of Kentucky, won a gold medal a few years ago with that Olympic team that Pop coached. The problem is Trey Jones. Can Trey Jones be that point guard to take the next step? Because point guard's such an important position in all of basketball, especially the NBA. So can he not be a liability versus the point guards that he's going to have to face all year long? Because they're just so tough. And the health. Victor Wembanyama, can he stay healthy, and play a full 82 games, including that weird tournament that they have in Vegas, at the beginning of December, which I think he can, but, it's basketball. Just one bad move that could be the end of your season, God forbid. So yeah, they got some guys. They got some pieces around him that can be pretty good, but the NBA is just loaded this year. The Warriors are going to be good. The Kings are going to be good. The Lakers, I think Timberwolves are going to be a lot better than what they were last year. You got the defending champs, Denver Nuggets. The Phoenix Suns just got Bradley Beal to go along with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. So it's an absolute gauntlet in the West, and just to make it out is going to be tough. But the Spurs, I think they're going to be in the mix. I do. I think they're going to be in the mix for that 7th and 8th spot. They just got to stay healthy and have a little bit of luck to go along with it.
All right. Like right when we get off the air, you got Astros at Twins. Series is tied 1-1. What's your gut feeling on that one?
I mean, one thing about the Astros, since they've been here so many times, nothing phases them. So them being 1-1 going to Minnesota, for a lot of people, that'd be, we can't lose this game. Even if they lost, they would probably still have a lot of confidence to win game 4 and 5. So yeah, they're not going to be phased. Altuve, we know what he could bring. Bregman, Pena, Yordan Alvarez. They just got so many guys. But on the other side, led by Carlos Correa with the Minnesota Twins, like, they're not scared either. And you saw Carlos Correa coming back to Houston. He likes Minute Maid. I ain't talking about the orange juice either. He likes that ballpark a lot. And he was raking all 1 and 2 in both of those last games. So who's on the hump? I don't know who's on the mound for the Astros.
Christian Javier versus Sonny Gray.
Yeah. I like the Stros, man. I like the Stros.
Okay.
It's playoff baseball, anything can happen, but I think the Stros experience is going to get them through, and we got to see the Rangers-Astros matchup. At this point, the Orioles, you might as well not even take that trip up to Arlington. Like, what's the point? Y'all are done, and, might as well start packing up the bats and the gloves and stuff. It's over for you. Sorry, Wags. I know that hurts to hear, but we're trying to see a Texas matchup, man. Astros, Rangers. That's what we want to see, and hopefully the baseball gods can give us that at this point.
Yeah, Orioles at the Rangers tonight, 7:03 on Fox. Dean Kremer versus Nathan Eovaldi.
Not looking too good, O's. Not looking too good. Like, you can't give up 11 runs, man. That's way too many. I know they got 8, but they can't be giving up all them runs.
All right, now where are you, Zay, on F1? We got Formula 1 coming in a week.
I mess with it. I'm going to have our guy Rodney Rodriguez breaking it down on Friday when he fills in for you, since you and your lovely wife will be going to Tampa. But, yeah, I mess with it.
Yeah, I mean, we got a sprint race this year at COTA. Of course, our text line is sponsored by COTA, but for those who've never – they're not familiar with the sprint race. It's like a 17-lap race to figure out the qualifying, the positioning for the big race on Sunday. This is awesome. I mean, you get 2 races basically for the weekend, and I'm like jacked. I know Verstappen's already clinched the championship, but it's the best drivers in the world getting after it right here in Austin, Texas. And I mean, God, a couple of years ago, Lewis Hamilton was fighting Verstappen for the chase for the championship, and like almost caught Verstappen. It was intense. And man, when you get around those cars going 200 miles an hour, it's insane.
Yeah,
it absolutely is insane. So if anyone's on the fence about heading out to COTA for F1, man, you'll be amazed. And go out for the practice days. I mean, go out Thursday, go out Friday. It's amazing. So just saying, I was not an F1 person. My wife is a huge F1 person. Like,
she put you on?
Oh, the day we met, she's like, I had a show on another station. She's like, you talk F1? I'm like, no. Like ratings. And she was like, oh, yeah, okay, whatever. And then like I watched the Drive to Survive series on Netflix.
Yeah,
And
that's cool. Yeah.
that gets you into it.
Yeah.
You realize, okay, we got 20 drivers, 10 teams, and there's all kinds of drama between the teams, between the drivers. And it's almost like a soap opera on wheels. So I'm in, man. I'm in. I'm fired up. And you got what? Queen and the Killers.
Yeah.
They always have a big concert. They've got last year they had Shaq. Like
DJing, right? DJ
Yeah.
Diesel. Yeah.
Shaq Diesel, man.
That. I gotta see Shaq in action. That's my dude. It always hurts me that he wasn't more focused on basketball. I mean, how can you beat 4 rings? Like, he had a pretty good career, but if he was just focused on hoops, Chip, he would have been better than Michael Jordan. Not like he would have been better than all of those guys, because he doesn't get credit for being one of the greatest of all time with like Magic or LeBron or so, even though he's one of the greatest centers of all time. But just how much better would he have been if he wasn't a DJ or a fake cop or Kazam or rapping? And I had his album. That might have been the first rap album I had back in 93, Shaq Diesel. I was 2 years old, but I had that album and I jammed it. And I'll still jam it to this day. Can we rock? What's up, Doc? That's a hit. So if Diesel would have focused on just hoops and not all that other stuff, which he's probably glad now because you can't play basketball forever. Talk about endorsements. Like that dude, General, Icy Hot, that dude, Papa John's, he gets some serious paper. But man, like Shaq, just what a
Brett
guy.
Yormark had him at the Big 12 basketball tournament last year.
That's what I'm saying. He got nothing to do with the Big 12. Zero. SEC guy, Louisiana State. Like, what are we doing? Zero. But he's Shaq. Like, how can you not? Now he's with Ernie and Kenny and Charles. He's been with them for over a decade. Like, the dude, he don't sleep. He don't sleep.
He don't sleep. Yeah, I saw him up there. He was working the post-race after party. Shaq Diesel. I'm like, man. That dude, what does he get per performance? 50K?
At least.
For spinning the hits for an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, he's talented, man. He's a businessman. I give him that. I give him that. He's a businessman. And yeah, he's making that serious paper. So I can't knock it. Just, man, if he would have just put all that energy in the straight hoops.
Zay, tell me you were a better free throw shooter than Shaq.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not even close. My pops will always say, I can help Shaq with his free throws because my dad is like a shooting guru. He would always say every time Shaq went to the line and shot that weird push shot shit he shot, always say how he could help him. And like when somebody's that big and your hands are that massive and the ball's like a grapefruit to us normal folk, it's going to be difficult to shoot free throws. It is. And that's kind of going back to my Wembanyama point that makes him so ridiculous because he has the purest shooting form that you're going to see from somebody that big. And yeah, it takes some serious skill, even though free throws are free. It takes skill to knock them down at a high rate and be 85 to 90%. But yeah, I was better than Shaq. Sure, not even close.
What was your career free throw percentage?
82.
All right.
Yeah, I was knocked down.
All right.
Yeah, I was knocked down. I love going to the line. Didn't get there much, but yeah, when I went there, I was knocked down.
All right. Well, I see our man Trey Elling. Trey, what's going on, man?
Just not surprised that Zay was an 82% free throw shooter.
Yeah.
Although I am a little bit surprised you didn't get there more. I figured you had an aggressiveness to you. Although you have talked about some of the mid-range stuff that you did in the past, I figured that there would be an assertiveness there, like you're almost forced to as CeCe's kid to ensure that you get to the hole, to draw fouls, to get the other team in foul trouble, and to also take advantage of what was clearly a strength for you offensively, knocking down those charity stripe shots.
Yeah, I had I wouldn't say LeBron and Shaq effect because I'm nowhere near as good as those guys, not even close, but I was big. So when you're big and you go down the lane, you do not get calls. And I didn't fall when I got fouled. I should have sold it more. I wasn't about that because CeCe would give me shit if I fell a lot. They'd be like, come on, you tougher than that. So I would always make it a point to get hit and not fall. And that wasn't smart. I should have sold it more. I should have been more like Ginobili when I threw something up. And I probably would have went to the line more. But yeah, I drove, just didn't get the calls. And some refs in the Austin area are terrible. We have the worst refs in Texas, in the Austin area. Sorry, especially when I left. When I retired, it got so much worse.
I was about to say, weren't you an Austin ref for a little while? But that brought the overall quality up then.
Yes. And they're still Ken Patton, the director. Yeah, you're my guy. Yeah, I know you still want me to come back. It ain't happening, bro. It ain't happening. The price went up for me. If I get back there, the price goes up for me that I ain't doing that normal rate. I'm better than that.
I hate to call it a crisis because crisis invokes something much more serious, but there is a serious shortage of officials at the high school levels and below because the job just isn't worth it anymore with the amount of verbal and occasional physical abuse that those guys and gals have to deal with from just trying to do their jobs. And that's, if you're decent at your job, you still deal with that. If you're completely incompetent on that job, I'm not saying it's deserved, but you're also going to draw more of the ire of the fans watching the game, many of whom are parents of kids on the field of play.
Yeah, man. I've been seeing a lot of refs getting in the fights recently, and luckily I was so good. I never had those problems dealing with the fans and stuff and dealing with the coaches. And
so good or so big.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the Shaq effect kicking in again.
Maybe so. But I've seen refs get chased out to the parking lot by moms. You know, it's worse in girl sports too. Like, it's way worse. Like,
is that right?
Oh yeah. Don't let baby girl get hit on the ground and something crazy happen. Then girls throw elbows more, and yeah, you'd be surprised. You'd be really surprised. But yeah, you're right, Trey. It's just not worth it for a lot of guys to what the pay is. You know, it's a lot of these guys, well, mostly all these guys, second job. So you're getting off of work and you're already tired for doing the 9 to 5. And then you have an 8 o'clock game at night. So those dudes mentally, they're not there. And physically, you know, and plus there should be a limit. Once you hit 70, once you're around Dick Bavetta's age, you're done. You can't ref no more. There's guys still going out there trying to get cardio in and stuff, and the game has completely passed them by. If you're out there calling John Havlicek's games back when he was in high school, or you knew him, you shouldn't be calling now. And there's a lot of those refs, and they look at it as experience instead of these old geezers mucking up the game because it's passed them by.
I am on the record as believing that anybody over the age of, let's say retirement age, over the age of 65 needs to take an annual driver's test to ensure that they are still capable of operating a 2,000-pound potential killing machine on a regular basis. Similar test, not the same test, not the same exact test, but similar test needs to be given to aging officials. You said 70, I'll go 65. Yeah. You're starting to get suspect at the age of 65 that you can keep up with the times.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you might be right about that.
Katie is running just a couple minutes late, guys. I know BK is on the other end right now, so he may pop on for a few minutes to relieve you guys a few minutes later than usual. I do appreciate the crosstalk as always, though.
Yeah,
Of course.
appreciate you, man. By the way, before we get off, because you and BK are talking about cancel culture before we jumped on.
Yeah,
I haven't been more hurt about my girl Lizzo like that. That one really hurts. That, as all the cancel cultures that's happened, none have really affected me. But Lizzo kills me. That kills me. She was supposed to be, for all the big girls, she was supposed to be the one, the leader. She was the leader. And how you gonna be fat and hate all the other fat women? That don't make no sense.
She kills you because she's been trying to eat you, Zay. That's the problem.
At one point in time, I would have loved that. I love me some big girls, BK. Ain't nothing wrong with a little cushion for the pushing. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Wow.
But she messed it up for everybody.
Hey,
Now big girls are afraid to go outside.
Lizzo getting canceled for fat shaming is one of the great stories of 2023, as is Lizzo forcing her backup dancers to eat bananas out of the vajayjays of whatever's going on in Amsterdam.
No,
those two stories together. My goodness, Lizzo. Thank you.
Wow.
She's just a freak, man. She's just a freak.
I don't know that banana story. I got to do some research tonight. Hold on now.
Oh, that was part of the lawsuit, is that those girls were forced to eat bananas out of the bonus holes of Amsterdam. I don't know if you call them prostitutes, strippers, whatever was going on, where they were hanging out. That was a part of the bit, that Lizzo was pressuring them into consume the banana out of the dancer's glory hole.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, she messed it up for everybody.
I might have to get to Amsterdam then. All right, fellas. You guys.
Appreciate y'all.
Hey,
y'all
have a good one.
Y'all too.
Thanks,
See y'all
fellas.
tomorrow. There they go. Hello.
What up, buddy? So Kevin was coming back from a meeting, stuck in a little bit of traffic, but he will be here as soon as possible. So I appreciate you hanging out for a few more minutes than you thought you would have to with me today.
Very good. No, just got home, so the timing worked out very well.
How'd the meeting go?
Good. Hopefully productive. I'll give a shout out to the folks we were talking to, the folks at Big Hat Spirits and Cocktails. Fantastic canned cocktails. Want to give them some love. Hopefully getting them on board as a sponsor here for Texas Sports Unfiltered in the not too distant future.
Yeah, they've got a pretty badass presence at DKR this year.
They do. Yeah, they've got the Big Hat Lounge right there by gate 25. I think north end zone.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I haven't been there yet, but they were telling me, they were showing me some pictures, and it sounds like if you've been to a game at DKR this year, you know exactly where that place is. So, yeah, they're making moves down there on campus, and they're making moves all across the state. So hopefully one of those moves is joining forces with us here at TSU.
Fingers crossed for that. All right, let me ask you about this, BK, because I popped in on a conversation Zay and Chip were just having, and I doubled down on it by saying it also needs to apply to driver's licenses. But Chip and Zay were talking about, Zay proposed the idea that refs over a certain age need to be tested annually to see if they can still do the job, or maybe just banned altogether over a certain age.
Tested for what? Like AIDS?
To just officiate.
So
that they can keep up with the games. And I said that also needs to be applied to the driver's license process, where over a certain age, you got to pass that test, the written and driving test, every year to prove that you're still able to operate a 2,000-pound potential killing machine on the roads with how dangerous roads have gotten, with nobody paying attention anymore because everybody's staring at their cell phones. DJ said the proper age is not 65. It's actually 70 for the driver's license bit. What say you?
I'd say it's 20. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Year?
Yeah. Look, older people are generally worse at driving than younger people because everything just slows down a little bit and vision gets worse and everything else just gets worse. But it's not only olds getting in wrecks on the roads these days. So part of me thinks that we should do that like every 5 to 10 years, where you got to prove that you can pass a basic driving test. You don't need to be parallel parking and doing all of that ridiculous stuff that you had to do when you're 16, but just hey, can you get from point A to point B without making everybody around you freak out that they're about to lose their lives? I wouldn't hate if that test happened more often than it does.
Well, I feel like part of the driving test also needs to be that person's phone is sitting in the middle cup holder the entire time too. And let's say you have to drive around for 15 or 20 minutes. You reach for and pick up that phone, you fail the test. Like you got to come back and take the test again because your hand has gone to the phone.
Well, congratulations to everybody, because there will be no more traffic because nobody else will be driving if you're not allowed to touch your phones on the road.
That would be a problem. I agree.
Well, it's funny you guys are talking about this because I just ran into a wreck, not me on Mopac. So, BK, I appreciate you standing in. So, they were young too.
There you go.
Guessing they were on their phones. And Kevin, you were one of the few people that I know stays away from his phone behind the wheel. I am occasionally guilty of it, as embarrassing as that is to admit. And I'm also in that category of people that on road trips, now I do this responsibly because there is a responsible version of this, will sometimes have live sports on my phone while I'm making the road trip.
Yeah, both y'all do that. I've got buddies that do that. And y'all are both great drivers and very responsible people, despite what their show sounds like every day. But y'all are, and I just can't do that. I'll say this though. I mean, I've been flying around today. It's been one of those hectic days, and it was at a red light, but I was checking it, right? Because I was getting text about a meeting and someone honked from behind because I was a little late. And you know what I did though? Instead of shooting them the finger like I get, sorry about that. My bad on me. I'm going to speed up. I'm going to make up this distance here that I gave up to all of us. So if you hit a yellow light or a red light and you at that 1 second, and I'm the reason for it 2 miles before, I'll wear that.
Yeah, I'm a TV and movie watcher when I'm driving. It used to just be on long road trips, but now it's everywhere I go.
Yeah, but you're also a really good driver. I worked with a guy who was an awful driver and was doing that. And we're coming back from Houston last year, and I said, "Hey, just pull over, man. I'll drive. I don't need to watch the Carolina Panthers on the ticket here on Sunday. All right." You obviously have money on this game.
Oh yeah. No, I hadn't seen Shawshank Redemption on TV in like 3 days, so I figured I needed to watch it in the car the other day. All right, fellas, y'all have fun. I will be tuned in.
Thanks, BK.
Thanks, brother. Real quick, Jake says part of the driving test should be, can you freaking yield to people getting off the highway, and can you actually accelerate when getting on the highway? Yes, you should have to go through the zipper method in a couple of different scenarios. And if you can't recognize how you need to operate or how other people need to operate around you, then yeah, you fail the driver's test. I'm sorry. You are not certified to drive a car for the next however long.
Well, you know, I used to go on a loop. I mean, clearly I had nothing going on, but right on Mopac and Lake Austin Boulevard. And if you're taking it from, that would be 6th Street. And I used to do that loop a couple times just to test people with yields. But
well, I was in the car on a few occasions.
Yeah.
And I saw the bad results for the other car that wasn't properly yielding.
Yeah. Boy, talk about being 23 and wow. Like, I mean, I wouldn't waste my time or the gas money right now. But yeah, no, there was a wreck on Mopac and it was a non-blinker situation. I could tell this happened to be the one time.
How dare
that she's young, yeah, and on the phone, and you know, I mean, it wasn't serious. I would have pulled over if it was serious as a fender bender, but it still, you know, stopped us for a little while.
Yeah, sadly, Austin has become a melting pot for the bad habits of the entire country because people are moving here from everywhere, and every part of the country has its bad habits. For instance, Austin's bad habit used to be people driving 5 to 10 below the speed limit,
right,
in the far left lane on the highway. And that does still exist to a degree, but Austin's bad habit is now just everybody else's bad habits.
I will rip on the soul and core of Austin and how that's changed. I'm also a lifelong Austinite that says there are a lot of better things here. You and I aren't eating at Uchiko for Justine's 40th, all right? There was no Uchiko. We're probably going to Dan McCluskey's. Rest in peace. But so Austin's gotten better in a lot of ways, but the soul and core has changed, like any city does when they grow. This one especially because of the migration. But the driving was bad back then. There just wasn't any traffic, so It didn't matter. So if a guy's stoned going 10 on Mopac in the left lane, you just zip around. And you can't do that.
You do, but sometimes it was still a nuisance because it wasn't as simple as zipping around him. And it's like, all right, dude, you're screwing up the flow of traffic because you're going this slow in the left lane. But I also came from Dallas when I was dealing with this back in the mid-1990s, which is a city that notoriously goes 10 to 15 miles an hour over the speed limit.
Yeah.
And Dallas used to be a decent driving city, even with
I like that, though.
So Dallas used to be good at it, but unfortunately Dallas is now a lot like Houston in that people are driving 15 to 20 over the speed limit, but not paying a lick of attention around them. Like Houston's always been a fast driving city, but it's like, good luck everybody else. Like it's every man or woman for themselves. And there is zero consideration for anyone else when you're thinking about a lane change or getting on the highway or off the highway. And Dallas sadly has turned more into that than how it used to be, but that's also probably just a sheer numbers issue too.
It is. Austin's always been bad driving. That's kind of continued. It is just different now how the driving is, and it's so much more clustered now. But there's some type of emotional issue that America has, and is only getting worse. We've always had fights, and now we have cameras. But some of the fights that are going on, you're a grown-ass adult with your kid next to you and you're getting into a fist fight at a baseball or football game. What's going on in your life? And then also with the road rage to where I just don't even mess with it anymore. I just say, hey, it's all good, man. You know, just go home, get home.
Definitely less road ragey now than I was even 10, 15 years ago.
No, your rage is saved for coffee shops and dogs.
That's not even a rage. That's just me having to admonish somebody for treating the coffee shop like their living room. But like my road rage is significantly less now, but I will find myself occasionally like getting annoyed with how poorly somebody is driving in front of me. And so it'll just be a drive and just like a little look to see like, what the hell are you doing? Are you distracted by your phone right now? Like you nearly just caused an accident right there. That was completely unnecessary. And oftentimes I'll see that it was somebody who was distracted on their phone and just kind of shake my head and keep going on. But you're right. It's not worth it because people are so unhinged now. Like just the way society has broken a lot of people's brains.
Yep.
You can add the COVID thing in there, which has done its own set of problems. Like people are no longer rational when it comes to conflict situations now, to where you can't take for granted the fact that somebody's just going to blow it off like you've been able to.
Right.
Because we see way too many videos from Astros games or Raiders games or Cowboys games where people are just beating the ever-loving hell out of one another. And the second saddest part about that is, because the saddest part is the fight. Let's not get this.
Someone's filming that?
Well, not just filming, but everybody's just standing around watching it.
I know.
Almost cheering for one side or the other versus trying to step in for humanity's sake to keep these two people from killing one another.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think there's a lot of things that have broken us emotionally and psychologically. It's hard for us because it's real time within the last 10, 20 years, but the internet, social media, there's way too much information. Our brains and bodies weren't built for this. And it's overwhelming. And it's like a computer fritzing out. And a lot of times that gets into your emotions. And that's true for everyone. That's why the best thing about OU beating Texas was me not really being on Twitter for 3 or 4 days. Because I just don't even want to see, it's a good reset to where you don't, because our minds and bodies are not meant for this, period.
This research was out 15 years ago, before cell phones and tablets and screens became nearly as prevalent as they are right now. It is extremely healthy to unplug from modern daily life, especially in an urban setting, and just go find a patch of nature to hang out in, even for like 20 or 30 minutes, 2 or 3 times a week. The positive benefits for your mental and physical health too, by the way, are pretty profound. And again, it was 15 years ago. It was a study out of the University of Michigan. And I think it was 30 minutes in nature 3 times a week is what the parameters were. But people need that now more than ever because of what you just mentioned. It's just the nonstop data stream that we're dealing with, and our attention always or constantly rather being pulled in one direction or another. And by the way, this is something that is essentially hacking our brains. In doing so, they've done the research to figure out how to get us addicted to these screens, and as a result, taking total control over our behaviors.
So I'm sure I'll get some shit for it because people can't help it. But I know it's dark right here. I usually do this in my office where I've got a good light, and I've got good lighting here for a human. It's not good for Zooms or any of this stuff. So, but I'm here because one, I got here flying here and just trying to get this going, but I'm also watching the Astros game. And Trey, you're not going to like this, buddy, even though you are still in my heart a Houstonian. Okay.
I predicted Houston would win at least one, if not both, these games.
Abreu, they got a run. I didn't see it. Then Abreu, who's really gotten hot. Jose Abreu did not look like a good signing. You know as much about him as I do, covering him on the South Side. You know, he really kept a lot of those young guys together. They've got a real young core. Cuban dominated too. He was the older Cuban. He was the older Latino. Hell, for the white guys, for the American black guys, he was the guy who really kept them together. It looked like the bat speed had just gone away, but he's starting to hit the shit out of the ball now, and he had a 3-run homer. It's 4-0 going to the bottom of the first.
Yeah, Houston is a really good baseball team on the road this year, and that looks to be continuing, at least in the early part of today's game. A pivotal, as some would say, game 3. I think that if the Astros were to lose today, they still win the series, though.
Yeah, they probably do. No, it looks like it's going to be Texas and Houston, and I can't wait to watch it.
It's going to be a lot of fun if that happens. I'm not taking for granted the fact that Texas is up 2-0 on Baltimore, because this Rangers team has suffered collapses for to varying degrees throughout the second half of the season. So it very well could happen again. Nice that you're up 2-0. You have 2 chances to clinch at home. Let's make it happen in one of these next 2 games. And Texas has, I think, an ideal scenario tonight with Nathan Eovaldi on the mound, who is, I would say, even with Jordan Montgomery, with Eovaldi stretched back out now, is the guy that you probably went out there the most in a pivotal playoff start, just because of his success in the past, not just as a starter, but in a variety of roles, including coming out of the bullpen. So you have Nathan Eovaldi in that lineup that looks to be clicking on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, Eovaldi is a career, I think we talked about this a couple of months ago, career 4 ERA, and his stuff should be a lot better than that. He's had arm troubles. He's had injury issues. Stuff's always been good, though, if you go to Tampa Bay, Boston. And it feels like he put it together this year, and he's pitching with a lot more confidence. Mike Maddox has been a good fit with him. And so I like the matchup. You're in good shape, but that's not you being a nervous fan, and I get why you are as a Rangers fan. That's also been the Rangers this year. The Rangers would win 7 and then lose 5.
Yeah.
Win 9, lose 6. During that run where they were actually probably the other way around, when they were losing ground, that's kind of been who they are. So the fact that they're on a tear right now, the first thought for you is, oh, we could lose 3 straight. We have.
So tell me a little bit about the Orioles starter, Dean Kremer, tonight, if you don't mind. Obviously, I know that Baltimore's been a fun story this year.
I think it's Kramer, too.
Kramer, that has gone from sucking for a long time to best record in the AL. What's going on with Dean Kremer?
I don't know a ton about him. I've watched him. So by that, I mean, I've watched him 4 more times than most people watching right now. But I really like their pitching. I like him too. He's got good stuff. and they've got a lot of guys with good stuff. You guys caught a break with the best closer in baseball getting Tommy John surgery. It hadn't really gotten to that because you won 3-2, got up early in game one, and then blew them out essentially until they came back in game two. But they built a really, really damn good organization. I hope they can keep some of these guys. Grayson Rodriguez is the one I'm most familiar with outside of who's the guy they traded for from St. Louis. Sorry, my brain's
Gordon Montgomery.
No, what the Rangers did, who the Orioles got, Jack Flaherty. So I've seen Kramer a little bit. I'm not going to speak too much out of turn. He's got good stuff, and he could shut y'all down. But the way that lineup's rolling right now, I don't see that going. I mean, the Evan Carter call-up has been so huge. Defensively, he runs well, but his bat, he got a call. It's funny, too, because I know you hate this, but major league umpires will get your rep really quickly. And he had a 3-2 two-seamer that if you look at the box or you just watch it without that, it clipped the inside corner and he got the call. And they even said it on the telecast. They go, he started getting that rep to where the home plate umpire thinks, all right, but if he thinks it's a ball, it's probably a ball.
So that was in the first inning of game two, and I feel like it may have loaded the bases for the Rangers in an inning where I guess ironically they didn't get any runs. So yes, it looked like he got a bit of a call there, but the pitcher also missed his spot where the catcher looked like he was going up and outside, and he ends up missing inside, which obviously works against the pitcher in that situation. And that's where the idea of robo-umps gets interesting, Kevin, because it's like, how far do you have to miss for what would normally be called a strike to be called a ball? And that's where I wonder about not the sanctity of the game necessarily, but the way the game is called in a manner where I actually understand the idea that human error is not such a glaring error as just looking at that basic strike zone and saying, well, that ball hit right there, so it should obviously be called a strike. It's where is the ball in or just outside the strike zone where missing your spot like that, you shouldn't be rewarded by still getting the strike call.
That is a fantastic question. Because we have enough, I think, info now that there should be some type. And by the way, still have a human being back there, but there needs to be a buzzer or like you've talked about where you can challenge stuff. And they've already tried that out in the minor leagues, and it's pretty efficient and pretty quick. And these games are going by like college football games now. Sex with me at 19. It's a quick process, but a lot of fun for me. No, so I think that there's a way to make it better, but that would be the one element that it's interesting that I do kind of understand that. If it is completely borderline and you did yank the catcher all the way over and missed your spot that bad, and it's a 50-50 call, you're not getting it. The computer may just say, you're getting it because it clipped the zone, right? That's the way they talk, correct?
Yeah. We assume that computers still talk like we assume they talked in the 1980s. Yes.
I was just thinking that, like some of the 80s movies we watched, Real Genius was a good movie.
Great movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Val Kilmer, who's the guy who's in the closet.
I don't
remember. I don't mean that figuratively. I mean literally in the dorm closet, like lived below, had some hollow that he had built.
Yeah, you took like a little mine car to get to this laboratory.
Right.
I was always jealous of all of Val Kilmer's shenanigans and Real Genius, including filling that the entire house of that professor with popcorn.
Yeah.
Although that was probably more of a health threat than what ended up playing out with the fellow student who was a complete narc getting caught up in the popcorn house. I'm pretty sure he would have been dead. I don't think he survives the popcorn house.
No way. Yeah, Val Kilmer's character in Real Genius and Ferris Bueller were two of my very big idols growing up, which probably explains a lot.
You know what happened? What has happened with Val Kilmer, right?
He's really sick, isn't he?
I think he had throat cancer, maybe.
Okay.
To where he has to speak with a box now. And so, yeah, that's Val Kilmer's reality. Like, they wrote a part in for him in the new Top Gun movie. And I think they did some audio CGI or CGI to give him more of a normal sound.
Wow.
But yeah, that's why you haven't seen Val Kilmer in a movie in a long time, is because he is no longer able to do that.
Here's the deal, though. If you could still get laid like Val Kilmer and not have to speak, do you take that deal?
No, I like to talk.
You do.
In spurts. I don't like to talk all the time, but I like to talk in spurts.
Yeah, you and I like to talk when we want to talk.
Right, and get downtime to recharge.
Yep.
Like, there are people that you and I both know that can just continue going on nonstop. I am married to one of those people. I love Justine. I admire the fact that she can talk as well as she does and also keep it interesting too. That's not me.
Yeah.
That is not me.
Yeah, she's a better person than both of us. So let's go ahead and...
Yeah, there's no doubt about that one either.
Yeah.
All right, we've put off talking Texas OU long enough now.
Oh, God. You want to talk about Hollis Price here, Quantis White, and Aaron McGee in that game in 03? I'm into it. You want to talk Ryan Minor, Damon Minor, Javier Flores? Hell, I'll talk about the 94 regional when Minor went yard over the Green Monster.
Ryan Minor. I hadn't thought about that name in a while.
Yeah, Damon went yard. But yeah, Ryan Minor is one of the best two-way athletes I've ever seen. Ryan Minor was an All-American basketball player when college basketball actually that meant something, and was a damn good college baseball player. In fact, played in the Orioles system.
So as far as the game from a couple of days ago.
Oh, that game.
What did you see as the biggest problem for Texas on Saturday?
I said it on post game. There are a lot of different directions you can go here. So I've had a lot of Texas fans show me 11 different holds, some on the perimeter, screenshotted. Like, yeah, it looks like a hold. And they didn't call one on either side. And I saw Texas hold a couple times, and they didn't call that.
I wonder if they've continued that bit this year where neither Texas or Oklahoma are getting holding calls on their opponents in conference play.
Well, it's the same bit that all sport. Yeah, a little bit, but that's what all sports are doing now. I'm not seeing holds all the way across college football when I see him. So it's not just Texas games. I'll see him and thinking and have no dog in the fight. Say, well, guy just beat a guy off. And they love to do it on 3rd and 15. 3rd and 15, if you're a left tackle, swallow a guy. Just jump on his back. They're not going to call it. And so I think it's the whole bit that sports is doing at every level, which we will play with the rules and play with the fairness of the game to make sure the offense scores points, because that's what it's all about, that and commercials. And we definitely see that with college football. So anyway, I've gotten all those texts. We've gotten all those tweets. I get it. That was just a small component of this. Oklahoma came with more emotion. First off, Oklahoma's a lot better than they were last year.
Yes.
Don't know how good they are, but give Venables a lot of credit. The guys they brought in the portal, they've coached them up. They're tackling better. Their angles are better. Defensively, they're light years better. And Texas didn't see Gabriel last year, who we saw at UCF, a pretty heady, funky guy and not a fun one to play. But the emotion was there. The physicality was there. And then Texas not only showed up flat, didn't play very well, and Oklahoma played very well. And although they left stuff on the table too, which actually allowed Texas to get back in this game. But at the end of the day, this should be just a learning experience that wherever you thought you were, you're not there. And you and I have talked about it. The rat poison was the number one thing I was worried about. I'm not even sure it was that. I think a lot of it was, it's on Sark at the end of the day. He didn't get them emotionally ready. And then also, I think there were some questionable play calls. If you have 1st and goal from the 1 and you don't get in, I know it's an old Durwood adage, 1940, but I still think it holds true. You don't deserve to win the game. Texas was too sloppy. They didn't show up until it was too late emotionally in an emotion-filled game. And boy, OU did. They weren't as physical as they should have been. OU had 50 more rushing yards. They had 5 sacks. pressured Ewers. Oklahoma, at the end of the day, yeah, Texas, if you just make a stop, if PK does his job, the last 112, you get the W. But I would certainly be here right now after a 30-27 win saying, whoo, Texas got away with one. And for any OU fan worth their salt, and I thought there were a lot more than there actually probably are, then you can also say, yeah, well, we probably should have lost that game, and y'all are probably more talented, but we outplayed you. That's what happened.
Yeah, I go back to the first and goal from the 1 and having 4 chances to get in and failing each and every time. And you're the first person that I spoke with that brought this up, and it's 100% valid right now. If you have a whatever in short, first and short, second and short, third and short, fourth and short, and you are not taking what is a cheat play in college football in 2023 that will probably not be around next year, almost certainly at the NFL level, but probably the college level too. If you're not doing the brotherly shove play, then it's completely on you as to why you aren't successful in that situation, because you have that play at your disposal right now. I guess I get it if you're worried about Quinn Ewers getting hurt. The good news there is that you have Malik Murphy, who is a mountain of a man on the sidelines, who I'm sure would love to help fire the team up by getting in the end zone in a situation like that. Or even somebody like Savion Red, or I don't care if, Jatavion Sanders is clearly not healthy on Saturday, so maybe not him. Somebody along those lines, though. Put them under center and allow them to take the football and push and have their teammates help push them into the end zone.
Or hand that off to Byron Murphy. But yeah, getting back to the whole rules, how everything is set up for the offense and scoring, it's not about the fairness of the game or the fact that most of us want a fairly called game and a fair game, win or lose. That the Bush push, tush push, whatever they're calling it, like I told you, it's a cheat code. And don't give me I'm worried about Ewers. Don't give me Connor Robertson. You can run that off guard too. You didn't have far to go. They've got no excuse to not get in there. And the third down call was horrendous. I don't love the fourth down call, but it also kind of tells you who this team is. If you've got to throw a quick little slot screen or comeback screen to Xavier Worthy there, because you can't get in, that's where this team is right now. They're not as physical as they were the first 5 weeks. It may just be 1 week. OU's obviously a lot better, so we'll see how it plays out. But they really got to regroup and kind of look at who they are right now and also get healthy.
What was the issue for Texas defensively? Because you expect Quinn Ewers to turn the football over at some point. It's a shame that he turns the football over 3 times against Oklahoma in a game where even a single turnover can make a big difference, especially when the opposing quarterback doesn't turn the football over at all. But the defense getting gouged like they were throughout the course of the afternoon was a huge shock, because the confidence that I had in what this team can accomplish this year rested on the defense always keeping you in the game. But in reality, the way that game played out is that the offense was having to pick up the slack and come back in that game because the defense was a sieve far too often throughout, but especially in the second half.
Yeah, the last drive especially, because they did a pretty good job on Gabriel through the air if you really look at it. And they gave up some plays and one long one down the right sideline. That was still my biggest concern to you. So there were some things I wasn't concerned about anymore, and now I may be. I was still always concerned about this secondary. I just think talent-wise, it's the toughest position group to play right now. The offensive line can get away with holding. Defense, you can't breathe on a guy. And you've got a lot more space. So even the really talented secondaries still get beat. But there are certain, you lose 2 guys. Watts doesn't play, then Catalan goes out. And so Derek Williams, who I thought played pretty well for the most part, he's going to be a really good player, came in. Muhammad played really well. And so they were okay until that last drive, I felt. But it's Dylan Gabriel, because Marcus Major and Tuan they averaged 3.5, I think, a clip if you combine it. They didn't really get Texas. Now, Texas couldn't get pressure on Gabriel the way they should have, and that surprises me. I don't think PK dialed up enough stuff when he probably should have, certainly on the last drive. But it's Dylan Gabriel going for 8 a clip, man.
Yeah.
And just, Jalen Ford played the worst game I've seen him play here. And I think he's a hell of a football player. He's a great young man, and he'll be fine. But he didn't look like himself. And some of that obviously is credit to Gabriel, who's slipperier than the eyeball would tell you.
Yeah, some of it is that, but he was also getting picked on in the passing game, which if there's an aspect of Jalen Ford's game that I thought he would be okay in, it's dropping into coverage and not getting beat. But they were going after him there too. And David Benda, for as nice of a story as that has been up to this point, he was also a problem. And I know that last OU
As
touchdown,
nice of a story as that has been. I like how you made it sound like a Make-A-Wish Tom Rinaldi piece.
it's not exactly that, but he wasn't great in that Alabama game, but everybody focused on that one highlight play. Like there were some moments in that game where he was out of position or he was getting burned and Alabama just didn't execute. So the play didn't look as bad as it could have been. And he also had that incredible hustle play turn sack where he gets cut rushing the quarterback on a passing down, and he gets back up quickly and ultimately does get the sack. There was a great play for him, and he had a nice game against, I think it was Baylor, where he was going sideline to sideline, but that was also a really bad Baylor offense too. The reality is that if there was a weak link out there amongst the 11 regular starters for this Texas defense, it was Benda, but he was probably a little bit better than Jalen Ford on Saturday, which is certainly a head scratcher. It makes me wonder if Jalen Ford he maybe suffered an injury at the beginning of the game, or there's an issue there that we don't know about right now. But if that's the case, then he shouldn't be playing 100% of the defensive snaps either. Like
he wouldn't. Yeah.
JT Sanders was clearly hobbled on Saturday.
Big shock, by the way.
What's that?
Big shock.
I know, right?
Nobody comes off an ankle injury and is the same a week later. I don't care if you're 19 and one of the best athletes in the country, which he's probably 20 and one of the best athletes in the country, or 21, but that just doesn't happen. Not with ankles.
You and I talked about it when that injury went down, and I think I had seen it before you, and I was like, JT Sanders may be done for, 2 to 4 weeks. Like, your knee is not supposed to move in that direction. His ankle gets rolled up on too. And while he was out there trying to test it out after that and trying to talk his way back out onto the field, you're exactly right. Human physiology, even for the toughest dude, the exception is Bijan Robinson in a situation where pretty much every other person on the planet would have gotten decapitated, somehow bouncing back up and playing the next week. But for JT Sanders, for his leg to go the way that it did and getting rolled up on, inevitably he wasn't going to be at full speed. But you could make the argument that he was hindered enough that it may have been in his best interest not to play, but it's also hard to tell a guy like that, who is obviously a big-time competitor, that he doesn't get to play in what will be his final Texas OU game. So I give him a tip of the cap for getting out there. He made some plays here and there. He also had what I guess would be considered a drop on a nice play by the OU defenders that turned into that second interception, but he clearly wasn't right, and he didn't play nearly as much as a result. Like, the coaches saw that too, which is why he was a decoy at times, but there were just moments where Gunnar Helm was the one tight end out there as a result.
Yeah, they had Juan Davis on a couple, 2 tight end, I think it may have been 12. It was 12 personnel out there, but he wasn't going to do anything. So Bowman made the play on Sanders, and I do put that on Sanders. Some of that's on Ewers, but I give Ewers 2.5 turnovers in this game. And that one, another one in the end zone. I mean, think about all the points that Texas gave up. The first Ewers one gave them a short field, also got that momentum started. Not to say they wouldn't have gone 80, but make him go 80 and punt that ball. The other one was Sanders. That's more on JT, but also Billy Bowman. We talked about Bowman and Stutzman. There were certain guys I knew were damn good ball players and would be playing or starting at Texas. And both those guys, I think, kind of fit the bill, and they played their ass off. But then you've got with a Bowman and then Peyton Bowen, who's a kid.
He made
who's
some
really
plays
talented.
too.
Yeah, Notre Dame, then Oklahoma. He was all over the place as a commit, but he made some plays. You know, they've done a good job, so I'll give them credit. But the biggest thing with JT that I noticed, he's been a good blocker. He got destroyed blocking in this game. He looked awful.
Perimeter blocking for Texas is something that has not been talked about enough as to why this game didn't go better for them, because there were way too many moments where the wide receivers, who for the most part have been willing blockers this year, either completely whiffed or let their block go way too soon, and it got the ball carrier blown up.
Yeah, I would disagree. Maybe they've been. I don't think AD's been as willing as he needs to be with his size. Xavier, I get. Whittington is a good blocker, and I think's been a good blocker.
And Whittington has had a couple of moments in that Oklahoma game where all of a sudden he's releasing his guys like, dude, what the hell are you doing right now? You just got your guy blown up as a result.
The OU perimeter blockers, and yes, I got the texts and tweets, and you guys are right. The perimeter ones are obvious on TV because you can't get inside and hold like a good offensive lineman will, where I've got you right here. The problem is we see too many where they're outside and it's obvious holding, or a guy's getting around the edge. But on the perimeter receivers, you see it. And they had a couple that sprung that were like that, and you got to call that. With that said, Oklahoma also had a lot of legal blocks, and they were more willing on the perimeter to block. And Texas was not. That's a great little comparison. If you go, their receivers blocking, our receivers blocking. They won that.
Yes, they did.
Well, and also stop with the screen game as much.
Oh my God. It's so predictable.
Yeah, but why aren't there double moves after that? It's so predictable. And that and running inside zone, like you have Alabama's offensive line from 4 years as 95% of your run game without some counter or trap concepts. As we bring in Jeff Howe here, I see him laughing.
Got old line talk going on now. I came in at the right time.
Yeah, you did. But Texas is not there yet. The offensive line is better than it's been, probably going back to, hell, you can even say before 2009 or 2008. Like, it's good.
Yeah.
But it's not 4 first-round picks next year. I'm going to hand it off to my 240-pound Alabama back, and we've got 3 first-round picks on the perimeter, so the safeties can't come cheap. Is that fair?
Well, especially with Jake Majors going out the second drive of the game.
Yes.
Like he did. That changes the entire dynamic of the offensive line at that point.
But, going back and looking at it, guys, I mean, Connor Robertson, I had the opinion that Sark shared Monday. Like, I thought to be in that environment, as inexperienced as he was, I don't know that you could have asked him to play better than he did. That said, I'm kind of with you, KD. I've been a proponent of a diverse run game for a while, and like we saw it against Alabama. Like we started to see some more counter stuff, some more pin pull concepts. A lot of what Kyle Flood and Sark do is based on double teams with their power run game and some gap concepts. Where I wish they would be a little less diverse in the run game is in the red zone and in short yardage, because it's been a problem going back to last year. And even when they had Bijan and Roschon, short yardage stuff was a problem. They were, if you look at some of the metrics, they were kind of middle of the road, like average, maybe even below average in some areas as a power in terms of power success rate and being a good short yardage offense. Because if you look at the drive, if you look at that goal line stand by OU, go back and watch the first play and then go back and watch the third down play, because as Sark said, they were the same call. You're trying to just overpower people. And one thing, I feel like Brent Venables watched a lot of the Wyoming tape. Because if you watched how Wyoming played Texas in short yardage, Oklahoma did the same thing, where they're not playing a lot of games pre-snap, but they're shooting a ton of gaps and just blowing it up. And as much as, and this is where I said you need to be a little less diverse in short yardage and goal line, as much as Texas likes to pull their guards in short yardage and goal line, man, if you shoot gaps and you hit it right, you blow that stuff up to where it doesn't have a chance. Like, you remember the Wyoming game when they shot a gap and DJ Campbell just kind of looked like he was running into the end zone looking for somebody to block? It's because his guy, the guy he was technically responsible for, was 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage making a play. Yeah. So I think a little less diversity
in the run game in the red zone would help you out. But I like the diversity they're getting between the 20s.
Wasn't this a great game though to just totally break tendency and have something set up that you had not shown all year? And by that I mean in one of those deals having Malik Murphy, and they're thinking, all right, this guy is huge, he can run, and then have some type of either jump pass or flood concept with that off of a fake zone read, with an option to run it in and just go hit the pylon. Like, I felt like this was the time to break tendencies. Do you remember who was Len Amity was the OC for Texas in the late 80s, early 90s?
Yeah.
Was not Kyle Shanahan dialing up plays or concepts or schemes, all right? But he still had he kind of knew. He said, this is the game where you break tendencies. And I didn't feel like they did.
You know where I felt they did? Special teams.
Oh, they did there. You're
Special
right
teams,
about that.
because Jeff Banks will even tell you.
Offense and really more red zone here.
Yeah. Jeff Banks will even tell you, like, he's not, he thought they were really aggressive last year because he's more of a conservative type special teams guy. But this is game. I mean, they had the throwback that for whatever reason didn't get executed on the opening kickoff. They had the fake punt where Whittington had the 20-yard run. They blocked one up the middle. So I thought they broke tendency on the special teams. As far as the offense goes, we talked about this on our Longhorn Blitz podcast today, KD. Like the first drive, those first two plays were Oklahoma was so ready for them because Texas has run them before. The first play was really similar to the first play Texas ran against Oklahoma 2 years ago. You remember where they throw they throw the screen to Worthy. He takes it 70.
Going the other way, but he popped it on the left side.
Yeah, because it's a guy. If you get the initial block, then it's 1-on-1, and my guy's better than yours. He's going to make it. Worthy did that. It's just you got percentage. What percentage was Jatavian Sanders on Saturday? Like a 30%, 40% Jatavian Sanders?
People were telling me all week he's clear, and I was like, you may be clear, but it's an ankle injury.
I mean, we heard he
blocking was awful.
We heard he didn't hardly. Yeah, we heard he didn't hardly practice all week. That's what we heard.
Of course not.
Yeah. So he misses that block, which again, was he best served there? I don't know. That's Sark's calling the training staff, whatever. But they missed that play. The play where Quinn threw the interception was the exact same concept that they used on the first play of the game against Alabama. Remember, they had an empty backfield. They had trips to one side.
Double slant concept?
Double slant on the twin side. And you had
you read that inside out, correct?
Yeah, but Oklahoma played that perfectly.
They did, yeah.
If you look at how Canick undercuts Xavier Worthy as a number 2. He's in the right spot. I think Billy Bowman is the field safety on that play. He comes down knowing it's a double slant. And the corner, if you watch the corner on that, KD, he doesn't backpedal at all on the snap. He gives himself about 7-8 yards off the line of scrimmage, and he just flat foot reads it the entire time.
Yeah.
And I mean, I just thought Oklahoma was just really well prepared.
No doubt.
Not to say that Texas wasn't, but Sark didn't. It's not like he saved something special for
right. He didn't take this game as seriously as he should have. And I know he did. I'm just saying in retrospect, he needs to look back at this and say, if I was saving bullets, don't. What are you saving them for? And he's such a better offensive mind than Greg Davis. And but it felt like a couple times or too many times getting back to that 5-year run where the Stoops brothers apparently put the film in and hit eject after 20 minutes and started laughing because they knew everything was coming on Monday, and where Oklahoma was so well prepared that it felt like they knew what was coming. And I know that wasn't the case because Sark it also pisses me off more because Sark is so bright and I know has it in him, and it wasn't there. And it felt like the team kind of mirrored that.
Well, I felt like this is a game. They're so, and
they still put up 567.
Yeah,
or whatever it was,
and average 6.8 a play. Yeah,
right.
Anybody that's listening right now or watching this, whatever, you're in the chat. If you haven't been to this game, man, I don't care if you're a fan of Texas, OU, you're a college
Go.
football fan, you're a sports fan, go just one time. It's
Yeah.
It's the best rivalry game in college football. I mean, you can
Period.
take Michigan, Ohio State, Army, Navy, the cocktail party, whatever.
Notre
This is
Dame,
it.
USC, two
Yeah.
top 5 programs. It's the best.
This is it. Iron Bowl. Give me Texas OU because there's so much that's unique about it. And it's a big body language game for me, Katie. Like the first one
Agreed.
I covered was 2012. Texas loses 63-21. And you read the body language from the Texas guys. Remember, they gotten blown out the year before.
Yep.
And it's almost like they were waiting for, okay, what's that really bad thing that's going to happen to us? When's it going to happen? And it was D.D. Lewis when they were coming off the goal line and he had that 96-yard touchdown run. This was one of the Oklahoma. I got that feeling from Oklahoma. And you watch the way they reacted to the interception. You watch the way their bench reacted.
Yeah.
That was the play that's like, all right, we're okay. We can go win this thing.
Yeah.
To me, that was the shot in the arm OU needed. I felt had Texas gone down and scored on that first drive, had they gone down and put it in the end zone, we might be talking about a completely different game. Because if you're coming off 49-0 and then the bad stuff starts happening again, the way momentum builds in that game, it almost doesn't matter how talented you are, how good you are. Sometimes you just can't overcome it. You know, Kevin, we've seen really good OU teams get blown out in this game. We've seen really good Texas teams get blown out in this game. How many times have we watched this series where the better team didn't win?
Hell, I mean, for a majority of my life, in the first one I was at, 89,
yeah.
Oklahoma was a better team and Texas upset them. So I looked at this one the same way, and I'm sure OU fans will get pissed off hearing this, but the objective ones know if you're looking at the talent level, Texas has more talent.
OU fan, yeah.
OU is a lot more talented than last year, and they're a good football team, and they deserve to win for a lot of the reasons we've talked about. But the better team or the more talented team oftentimes doesn't win. It's the team who's the most prepared, emotionally is there, and executes the best. And that was OU.
Yeah, it just shows you too in the portal. If you really need to retool, your roster, man, you could do it in 1 year.
No,
you can go from sugar to shit in the blink of an eye, or vice versa,
right?
With the portal,
it's why Dabo deserves crap right now, because you've got a first round pick who's at Florida State at receiver, and they need receivers. And Clemson has all this capital that they've built up by winning 2 national championships and being a little mini dynasty there for a little while, and they're not hitting the portal. Brent Venables does, and there was question marks. Not the type of positive momentum that OU had with Stoops and with Lincoln Riley, and it's still OU though. It's Oklahoma football, and they go in and grab some guys and bring them in, and and got them coached up. I mean that defense, that is a quick turnaround because they were awful last year.
Well, the other thing too, Katie, is it shows they can develop talent. Like, look how the guys that were in that system last year that we watched, Danny Stutzman. Danny Stutzman was a good football player. He understands that defense now and what he's doing. Same thing for Kanik.
Stutzman was the best linebacker on the field.
Yeah, Key Lawrence has gotten a lot better. Billy Bowman looked the last 2 Texas OU games. He's looked completely lost.
Yeah,
dude looked like if you watch, go back and watch
Woody Williams got killed.
Woody Washington.
Or Woody Washington, yeah.
We're not talking about
fired
fired Texas pitching coaches.
Yeah.
But no, if you go back, and watch Billy Bowman on the play where he separated JT from the football in the red zone where they get that interception.
That was a good play, man.
It's like he just stayed true to his keys. He never looked at the run action. He said, I'm going to stand right here. And the minute, it's like he didn't even see JT. It's like the minute the football left Quinn's hand, he knew exactly where he was going, beats him to the spot, and they get a turnover. OU was just real well coached, real well prepared. And I'm not going to throw Sark and PK under the bus. I'm going to say they were terrible in this game.
No, they were terrible.
But Brent Venables and Jeff Levy were just better. I mean, I think OU fans, Katie, and we'll see how the rest of the season plays out. But if it stays on this trend, like we both think it will, like everybody thinks it will, these are clearly the 2 best teams in the conference, and it should be playing each other in Arlington.
In a very, very bad conference for the Big 12.
Oh God, it's horrible.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we can get to that in the time I'm with you. But if it keeps trending the way it's going, OU fans will look at this game and remember this game the way Texas fans remember the 08 game.
Yep.
As this was a great game between two really good football teams, and their coaches made a couple better calls than the other guys did, and their players made a couple more plays than the other guys did.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. I feel like that was a cleaner game from both sides because I feel like both teams were sloppy to some degree. Texas a lot more. But yeah, I mean, in your overall comparison, I agree with in terms of fans looking back on it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Sark and PK were awful. They're two really good minds, good play callers, and have been really good this year. But they got outcalled by two really good minds too. And I would say, getting back to your point about special teams, thing I love the most, they were very aggressive, but also like on the fake punt, Jeff Banks got that on Monday, or he may have gotten it 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You know this. That is you recognize on film, I can't believe they're lining up this way. If they do and stay there, you're going to check with us. And we're snapping into Jordan Whittington, and he ain't getting 4 or 5 to get a first down. He's getting 20.
Yeah. I'll say this, between the special teams calls and how Sark managed the game really up until the end of the first half and the end of the second half, they were as aggressive as they needed to be. I mean, they set up their fourth downs very well with third down calls. I thought, other than the goal line series, their fourth down calls were really good. We were in our group text during the game. I texted him like, "Dude, that play Gunnar Helm scored on, that's the old TE Flood play from NCAA football on the PlayStation."
And it's so funny. Jeff put NCAA 06, and I think Jeff probably knows this, but that's what I still play. I play it on my PS3 that converts to PS2 games. And I've got a Dynasty working, man.
I ran that damn thing with David Thomas way too many times to not recognize TE Flood when I see it.
I ran it with David, and then I ran it with Jermichael in a Dynasty, and I thought, oh, man.
I'm sure your yak was a little bit better with J. Mike.
It was a little bit better, but
we love David Thomas.
I juiced up David to where he needed to be.
But I'll play devil's advocate for you on the preparedness thing.
Yeah.
In Sark's defense and in PK's defense, they did have the Alabama game in non-conference, and you probably felt the need, whatever tweaks, whatever wrinkles. I understand saving something for OU. Don't get me wrong. I'm not completely excusing that, but the fact that you had Bama on the schedule, whatever bullets you had to unload them in week 2. And Oklahoma didn't. There was no reason for Oklahoma to do that when you play the kind of schedule they did. And I'm sure Brent Venables thought, regardless of what I'm again, this is just me spitballing, regardless of what the outcome is, whether we win these games by 70 or we win them by 7, we're not going to show our hand. We're not going to show anything, because there are things offensively and defensively we've got to save for Texas.
Totally agree with OU. It's a good point. And OU did save their bullets because they didn't have to spend any.
No.
I would say this, though, considering that you had one drive where you just kind of ran inside zone for 9 minutes to melt the game against Alabama. And you're right, they did show some stuff. But I expect Sark and PK to have a lot more bullets than that. If they only have bullets for Alabama, then we got to get checked for low T, and I wonder, you got to have more game than that if you can only talk to one chick and you've got nothing after it.
Man, did you have you broken down OU's last drive, their game winning drive? Have you really looked at that thing yet?
No, I started to watch 2 quarters of it, and I thought, you know what, I'm doing 2-hour shows, and I love talking about it, but. So I just hit delete. So no, hit me up with it.
So the first play of that drive is they hit the little crosser to Stoops, which is what it is. The second play is a play that OU actually had a lot of success with, because Texas had some tackling issues at inopportune times. Is a little comeback to Jalil Farouk, and all of a sudden they're in plus.
He's a good player, by the way.
Yeah, good player. I could tell that last year.
Yeah, no, you could. You're right.
I didn't. Is he a number 1 receiver? Is he a number 2? I don't know, but he is on a top 15 team. He's in your top 3 or 4.
Yeah,
for a lot of teams in the country.
You can also run with him a little bit too.
Yeah, give you some diversity. He can wildcat whatever. But the play, the 28-yarder to Drake Stoops is the one where Sark said it was a miscommunication with coverage. Look who you had on the field there on that series. You had Manny Muhammad playing field corner. You had Derek Williams as a field safety. That's where you need Jaron Thompson as the veteran in the secondary. That's where you need him to make sure.
Yeah.
It's the most critical drive of the game. And I'm not putting it all on Jaron Thompson, but if you go watch that KD, he tells Derek Williams to scoot up. So I don't know what signal he's giving Derek Williams, but basically Williams gets up. He's pretty much playing the sticks, and Jaron Thompson ends up like 35, 40 yards off the ball.
Yeah.
Stoops just runs to the vacated area. I mean, yeah, it ended up being a scramble drill. He just ran where Texas wasn't.
Right.
So I don't know what the deal was there.
Stoops played with Gino Toretta. He transferred. You didn't know about that, but he's in his 27th year with Carlos Huertas, kicking for Utah State under an alias right now.
Under the assumed name.
But he's been around forever, and it gets back to, I said it on postgame, I never thought, even if you talked to me on Friday night, I didn't think Texas was going to go undefeated this year, right? You're 5-7 to 8-5. It's things can, as long as it stays linear, then you're good, but they rarely shoot up like that in life or in sports. So I expected some losses, and some of that was probably that Texas has been injury-free for the most part. Certainly had gotten off pretty well with that. And when you start to test that depth in a program like that, like this, that is building but doesn't have that elite depth, then you got 5 stars who are going to be great players that are put in spots like he was. Connor Robertson's not a 5-star. Hopefully he'll be a really good player. Had some good moments like Derek Williams did. But when you got 2 new secondary guys in there and a position group for me, which was still and is still the biggest question mark, it's not shocking that you got 7-year guys like that they're going to read that and cerebrally, kind of beat them to the punch. And that's what happened. It felt like that last drive, and obviously the blown coverage at the very end.
Yeah, that was rough to go back and watch that. That's rough. But I mean, I like I said, the on that last drive, the only thing I had a real problem with was just the clear coverage bust on the Drake Stoops catch. What killed this team, Katie? Like I think
I will say, Jeff, you don't apply a little pressure when you realize, because that's got to be part of your mindset too, is that I don't have the Philip Buchanan, Ed Reed, Sean Taylor, and Mike Rump in my secondary here, right? To give you a good old school secondary. I've got younger guys and now I've got guys thrown that we have to go after them a little bit. That felt very Mike Hankiewicz, 1998 against Major to set up the Chris Stockton 26-24 game.
Let me look here. I'll look at Pro Football Focus for a minute.
Was that Hankiewicz? Was that Hankiewicz in 98?
That sounds right.
Yeah, I think so.
It wouldn't have been Carl Torbush, right?
No, I was thinking Torbush too, but it wouldn't have been Torbush yet, I don't think. But you know what I mean? It just felt.
Yeah, Mike Hankiewicz was the DC. Yep.
As you feel it going on and knowing what you have or don't have back there, or the liabilities you may have with really just lack of experience, then I think that has to be part of your play calling. So you've gone back and rewatched it. I have not watched that last drive. Am I wrong? I mean, he's obviously getting the ball out of his hands quickly too.
They bring
something at some point, right?
They brought pressure. They brought pressure on that Stoops play on that 28-yard catch.
Okay.
It's just Gabriel. They didn't close right. They didn't close properly, and they had nobody at the second level. So I don't know, like Jalen Ford's dropping back into covers, but Derek Williams is kind of creeping up towards the line of scrimmage. Like I said, it was just you were all discombobulated on the back end. Like the only thing I disagree with Sark on was not taking a timeout there at some point. Like you probably do it when they cross into plus territory because it's a first down. The clock stops anyway, and they're out of bounds. Just bang a timeout and say, hey, everybody, just regroup, just refocus. Let's know what we're doing here because they're in plus territory. So now we have to assume they're going to get 3. Just hold them to 3. he was saying that he didn't call a timeout because he said, they were scrambling a little bit. I'm like, dude, your defense was scrambling like a mother on that last drive. So now they brought it, but it's just what else? Well, the other thing that killed him too, KD, were missed tackles. And missed tackles, they had Pro Football Focus had them down for 13. I counted.
It felt like a lot more than that.
Because you know why? It's because when they happen, because I counted 7 of them between OU's last drive of the first half and their last drive of the game. That's why it felt like more, because of when they happen.
Got it.
And at the end of the first half, the one where Gavin Holmes was just, he was just so far out of position on the little comebacker to Farouk, he turns it upfield. If he tackles him at the marker, it's a first down, but they're still on the minus side of the field, and the clock is going to run because you'd have tackled him in bounds. Instead, that missed tackle, he gets, I think it was 28 yards after the catch on that one play. Dude, now you're in field goal range.
Yeah.
And it's not like a sack even is going to take them out of field goal range at that point. So that one missed tackle, you basically let them from, hey, maybe we can keep them off the scoreboard, to, all right, we definitely know they're getting 3 at this point unless they turn it over.
Where are we at with injuries right now? What are you hearing? Is Jake Baker? So I have totally tuned out from everything, which is great, right? I'm not on Twitter. I've gone on a couple times, but no Texas OU stuff. Is Jake Majors out for the year?
No, don't expect him or Ryan Watts to practice this week. And we heard Watts practice,
which is fine. It's an off week, then you're at Houston. You got 2 weeks, right?
We heard Watts. Yeah, we heard Watts practice very little last week anyway. So I wouldn't expect to see much of them. Good news: Cole Hudson's supposed to be back, available for the Houston game. So that's
great.
Good. You figure
that's also big too, because I said at the time, I was pretty sure, but not completely sure, that Hudson would have been the backup center and knows all those calls and is a really good lineman. So that's the depth we're talking about. And it's funny, when you've got a guy who can play multiple positions, even if you don't start him, sometimes he's more valuable than a guy who just plays one. And I'm not talking about Kelvin Banks, but as much as I love Hayden Connor, and he's been really good, Cole Hudson may be more valuable, even though you may start DJ Williams, because, dude, we have him play every position.
Yeah, I said while he was here, there were some positions Derek Kerstetter played better than others, but he was probably your most valuable guy, because at least if you've got an injury, whether it's any of those 3 positions, you're going to have a starting caliber guy somewhere along your front, as long as you've got him. And go back, that 18 season, they had that, what was that stretch? It was like USC, TCU, and I think K-State. When Zach Shackelford got hurt, I mean, you had to roll with, I think, was Kerstetter your center or right guard, or maybe they moved Elijah Rodriguez over. I forget now what it was. But basically, Derek Kerstetter saves your bacon, because, hey, we'll just put him in there. We can at least manage for a few games until Shackelford gets back, and the thing didn't completely fall apart. We've seen a lot of years around here, KD, where one offensive line injury would just sink the boat.
I know.
You're just screwed.
Trust me, I know. Hey, Jeff, are you leaving right now or not? Do I have time to go pee? You talk to Trey for a second?
Yeah, I can talk to Trey for a second if you got to go number 1. Make sure it's number 1, not number 2. What's up, Trey?
Or if it's number 2, make it snappy there, buddy.
Yeah.
Not a lot, man. How you doing?
God forbid it's number 3. No, I'm good, man. I'm good. I was talking to my guys earlier on our Longhorn Blitz podcast. I love going to Texas OU. It's my favorite thing I do all year, whether it's NCAA basketball tournament, College World Series, whatever. But that's a game that I probably should watch from home, because I get not borderline. I cross the line from, wanting to see, excited because you're watching a good college football game, to just being unprofessional. I cross that line. That's the one game I do it for. I have no emotional attachment to any other game that Texas plays, but that one, it's like I was bitching about. What was I bitching about?
You're saying in the press box?
Yeah, there was a penalty or something I was bitching about. I go, I was like, no effing flag for that. And I'm like, the OU SIDs are sitting right above me, so I should probably not cuss out loud.
Was it that blatant pass interference call that Texas ended up punting a play or 2 later? They should have got down on, because
yes,
definitely a goal worth complaining about.
It was the one on the field goal drive, where Xavier Worthy, Woody Washington was all over him down the sideline.
Yeah. I mean, it was right in front of the ref too. Like, It's pretty cut and dry in college football. If you're making no effort to turn your head and you're essentially making contact with the receiver in that situation, you get the flag called on you.
Or maybe that was Billy Bowman. I don't remember who it was. But now we were just talking about how well prepared Texas was for that game. Hang on a sec, Trey. Yeah, I got to run, Trey. I got to go handle some business. I'm sure Katie will be back here in just a second. But no, it's one of those deals where I didn't tell Kevin this. This game for Texas felt a lot like, minus the one just catastrophic play, felt a lot like the Texas Tech game in 2008, where, man, it just seemed like you never really got your footing. You found it at the very end. You just probably left the other team too much time. Like you fought your ass off to get back in the game. You had times where it could have gone the other way.
Does feel like that.
You had them on the ropes, but at the end, you just left them too much time.
Well, you know what the commonality is there, Jeff? Blake Gideon. No, I'm sorry.
All right, guys. I will see y'all down the road.
See you, Jeff. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, he's right about that. It's weird. It was weird too to see Sark operate with almost too much of a sense of urgency near the end of the game, that second to last drive, where it felt like he could be taking a little bit more time off the clock and trying bleeding it out to where you're either close enough to score a touchdown at the end, or better yet, you're at a comfortable distance where you feel like Burt Auburn can make a field goal, but he got a little bit rushed. And it's strange because we've seen him operate with a complete lack of urgency at the ends of halves far too often over the last 2.5 years now.
Yeah, too much so, right?
Yeah, exactly, to where it's like they make it all the way to the 25 or 30, and it's like, well, you still have all 3 timeouts here, and your offense is good enough to at least take another couple of shots, but you're running it on second down from the 50-yard line with a minute left, keeping the clock running. So it was a strange sequence for sure, and unfortunately, a lot of Longhorn fans in the section that I was in, and probably just watching the game in general, felt like it was too much time left on the clock, that OU at the very least would have been able to take it down the field to get the field goal. And unfortunately, it turned into the worst case scenario where they score a touchdown where there's not nearly enough time for you to try and get it back down the field to have a realistic chance to answer with the touchdown of your own.
Yeah, I think he was trying to do that. The sack really killed them, getting back to Texas not protecting, and that put them behind the chains and screwed them up.
Well, even on that third down though, like he ran it on 3rd and 7, which we commonly see these days, right? You try and cut that distance in half for a reasonable 4th down play. It's almost like he second guessed himself in that situation because OU called the timeout. He brings the offense back on the field and tries to bait them into an offsides or a penalty to give them the easy first down. And then when that didn't happen, he calls timeout again and sends the field goal unit out there. I feel like he should have just gone with how he was initially planning on playing that set of downs and going for it on 4th. I know it's, hindsight is 20/20, of course, but even in the moment, I'm like, I would be okay with him trying for it on 4th down here, even if you run the risk of keeping the game a tie score, allowing Oklahoma the opportunity to take it down the field for a game-winning field goal.
I thought he was going to probably go for it. I'm glad he kicked the field goal. I agree with that decision.
Do you?
They've got no timeouts, and the clock just runs like it does now with 1:22 to go, and your defense can't stop them from getting into either really good field goal range or scoring a fucking touchdown. Kick the field goal.
I think it was a matter of having more faith in the offense in that point than you have in your own defense.
Yeah, but I don't have faith in the offense. They weren't protecting. Guys weren't getting open. Whatever routes you're running outside of some of the comeback routes. And so, they opened it up a little bit in the second half. Sorry, I didn't have faith in this game that they were going to get that. So how do you like them apples?
I like having disagreeable conversations with you.
4-0 Astros, top 4 right now. Sonny Gray's still in.
So Sonny Gray is leveled out since a rough first inning for him. And remind me who's pitching for the Stros today.
I don't know because I've honestly been this focused on this, so I could have done this in my office probably. But I've only looked up whenever they're at bat. So who would it be?
Javier.
Christian Javier. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Christian Javier.
Yeah, everyone's got question marks, which is great. I don't know if you watched the Braves game last night.
I did, and I saw that final play that everybody was going crazy over, but I did not watch the game.
That was a great playoff game. These are the two best teams, maybe in baseball, but certainly in the National League. And they should be playing. I don't know how you could have reseeded this. They should be playing a 7-game series, and it should be to get there. Now, if it's in this divisional round, whatever, you're still going to face each other at some point. But it should be a 7-game series. This has been fun back and forth, but that was a hell of a win by the Braves. Yeah, Austin Riley hit pretty much a one-handed left 2-run homer on a 3-2 count in the 8th, down by 1. And Philadelphia was ready to just take all the momentum. And I don't know if you've seen whatever they call it. I still call it the Vet, Bank Trust Park, whatever it is, that in Philly. But that crowd is like an SEC atmosphere. It's like going to Auburn at night or LSU at night.
Yeah, it's a bunch of jobless degens or hopped up on meth. It's a Philly.
Well, I didn't say why, but I mean, it's still the case.
And in the SEC case, it's a
I'm about to say same thing, right?
Jobless degens who are hopped up on meth. Yeah, it's a very similar crowd. I agree with you there.
Yeah, coming from a guy who would go to games on the south side of Chicago over here.
Well, look, Southsiders, they certainly have their reputation too, but the Philly crowds are something different.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not many crowds. They're going to be booing and throwing snowballs at Santa Claus and openly cheering opposing players who are hurt with career, if not life-threatening injuries.
Yeah, which for all the kiddos out there, when we're watching that live, it looked like Michael Irvin was paralyzed.
Yeah. As somebody who doesn't like the Cowboys,
right?
I was watching that game like just with a terrible feeling in my stomach, and then also completely disgusted by Philly fans and how they were handling that situation.
I'm a Texas guy, and they never played them, but I'm a Notre Dame guy, and I'm a 49ers fan. I hated Michael Irvin. I thought he was a 4-7 receiver who pushed off all the time and didn't get called for it. He was also a great receiver. So, but that was the last thing in my mind at that point. Like at some point, you turn into a human being, right? Unless you're from Philly.
Yeah, it's why you and I stopped laughing at Johnny Manziel's downfall at a certain point.
Yeah, I mean, like
there were people who are still trying to have fun with it, and it's like, guys, this isn't.
It's not
like
funny.
I realized up to a point it was funny. This is just sad now. This is a human being who needs to get their shit together because they're in the process of completely ruining their own life.
Yeah, no, right. I mean, at some point, you may see the train wreck coming and laugh. Once the train wrecks, you shouldn't laugh. I think. I mean, hell, what do I know?
Some people are going to laugh. We do have bloodlust after all.
Yeah, go for it.
Chris
Just don't do it in public.
Who do y'all think gives Texas the biggest challenge the rest of the way? At Iowa State, K-State at home, or Tech at home?
Or 28-year-olds who will physically push you around and be cerebral, even though they're not very good this year.
Yeah, well, look, you can't take BYU for granted if you're a Longhorn fan because you have memories of 10, 11 years ago, both home and away, and how those games went. But I'm less concerned about the Mormons this year. I don't know, probably that Kansas State game.
Right. Iowa State does look better, by the way. They're getting better.
I agree.
They had a long way to go.
Their defense is solid. I will give them that. Their offense is still a hot, steaming pile of garbage. So even though they get into the upper 20s point-wise last weekend and they do win that game, that was all on their defense. I think they forced 4 turnovers in that game and gave their offense some short fields to work with because if you look at the offensive stats, their quarterback wasn't very good. They didn't have a ton of yards rushing the ball. They still struggle to move it on offense. So if you can avoid the turnover bug in Iowa State, you should win that game. And in Texas case, you should win that game by at least a couple of touchdowns, even if it is in Ames. This is not your typical Iowa State team. You know, I even say Kansas State with a little bit of reluctance after watching them completely shit the bed versus Oklahoma State in Stillwater on Friday night. Like, I have been singing Will Howard's praises going back to last year. I thought Texas lucked out last year in that Chris Kleiman started Adrian Martinez over Will Howard because, much like this year's Texas team, quarterbacks that can throw the ball down the field can find success against this Longhorn defense. He was terrible. He was far and away the biggest reason why they lost that game on Friday night.
Yeah, no, he was bad, but I'm with you. I mean, he can run and he can throw the ball down the field. I think the answer is K-State. The real answer is the Big 12 blows this year.
Yeah.
And if Oklahoma goes undefeated and wins the Big 12, they're getting in, I would think. But don't expect for either of these teams with one loss and winning the Big 12 to get into the playoffs this year. And you know what? It's way down the road, so I don't want to get too hypothetical here. But there are a lot of scenarios where I, trying to be objective, would go, yeah, I get it.
So I think that if Texas goes undefeated the rest of the way and Oklahoma does, and then Texas beats them in the Big 12 championship game, Texas makes the college football playoff because they will have avenged their one loss. Oklahoma at that point would be probably a top 5 team.
Yep.
It's maybe
that's fair. Yeah.
Maybe a bit of a stretch in terms of the assumption, but I mean, they're going to be top 6 or 7 at least, right? Where are they right now? I haven't even checked the AP poll.
I haven't either.
They're probably somewhere at 6 or 7 right now. The teams in front of them are going to lose. If they continue winning games, they're not going to lose that much ground, if any. They're probably going to gain ground. And so Texas will have another top 5 win on their schedule on a neutral site. And you have to then compare their body of work versus Oklahoma's body of work. And it's not even a fair comparison. Like, Texas wins that argument. So at that point, maybe it's possible that Texas and OU both make it into the playoff, but Texas makes it in first between those two teams.
Well, OU's schedule is going to kill them. Texas has the Bama game. I'm pretty sure they have a tougher Big 12 schedule too. We'll see how that plays out, but neither are very tough because the Big 12, man, I don't remember the Big 12 being this down.
The thing, yeah, the Big 12 is terrible. The thing I will say about Texas non-con too is it looks like Wyoming is actually to win the Mountain West Conference this year. So that's actually going to turn into a good win on their schedule too.
You're exactly right about that. And SMU, I think right now, obviously outside of Texas, would be Oklahoma's biggest win. So yeah, if Oklahoma goes undefeated, they're in. If Texas goes undefeated and beats Oklahoma and certainly does it handily or beats it by 14 and OU's undefeated at that point in top 5, Texas gets in most likely though. If Florida State stays undefeated, if you have, and they're going to have better wins in the ACC, you've got 3 teams in the Big 10 that are probably what you hope for is that the Big 10 and the Pac-12 beat each other up.
Yeah.
And end up just eating their own. But Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, someone from the Pac-12, you've still got an SEC team. Now, the good thing at that point is that Alabama, if they only have one loss and win it, but I'm thinking more Georgia. So I can very easily see Georgia, Michigan, Florida State, and take your Pac-12 team getting the edge over the Big 12 champion because of how bad the conference is.
You make a great point. You also wonder, though, if the Pac-12 ends up eating itself, like what the hope is with the Big 10, that each of those teams gives the other a loss. I think Michigan probably has the best chance of making it to the playoff right now out of those 3 teams, although Penn State, as much as you want to call a top 6 team in the country a sleeper, Penn State's a bit of a sleeper right now just because everybody is putting their focus into Michigan and Ohio State. Like, I have a hard time believing Ohio State is going to.
Can I rank those 3 teams right now with my eyeballs?
Can you rank? Yes, please do.
Michigan, Penn State, Ohio State.
Ohio State way below those other 2 teams. I agree with that.
And a lot of that is me being a domer, also realizing Notre Dame, as I told you, there was no separation. And I also told you after Ohio State, yeah, it hurts, but there are question marks. Could have, the Ohio State Duke, they went 1-1 as they should have, right? Because those were 2 tight games. But then the Louisville game, Notre Dame's a good football team. And that's really all Ohio State is right now. And a lot of it, too, is comparing to how good they were. But Michigan's the best team in that conference. My question is, how good is Penn State? And maybe McCord and Ohio State will get better. Their defense has compared to last year. Maybe they'll continue to get better. We know they have talent. But that's how I'd rank those teams right now in that conference. What do you think?
I'm with you on that. Yeah. Michigan, Penn State, and then Ohio State a distant third. And a lot of that comes down to McCord. And I think he's very average at the quarterback position right now. Like, he obviously has good receivers to throw it to. And I'm a big Travion Williams fan.
He's great.
Like, the defense is a little bit better this year too. But if you get average play out of the quarterback position, you have a much lower ceiling, generally speaking, in football. But right now in college football, with as even as things are across the board, you need somebody who excels talent-wise at quarterback to separate yourself, especially in the Big Ten right now, because Michigan's good at quarterback and Penn State is also good at quarterback. I'm not even sure who's going to be representing. Is the Big Ten going 2 best teams for their conference championship game this year? Or are they still doing this stupid divisional deal where we'll end up seeing freaking Iowa or Minnesota or somebody?
That is a great question. I think they're still doing divisional. So yeah, it'd be Wisconsin or something like that, which is so dumb because this is a great year to have those 3 teams play each other in the regular season and then get the matchup in the final, in the championship game, and winner goes to the playoff, because I think the Big Ten's that good this year. I'll say this about the Pac-12. The Pac-12, God, it's so weird. The Pac-12 has been dog shit for so long now. And the last year, it's about to break up. And it is clearly the best conference in college football. And they're going to beat each other up. A team, I know that Morgan Scalley got to Dante Moore as a young kid and really got into his head. And we know Utah can be physical, and they're really well coached on both sides, even though they haven't had a quarterback all year. You wouldn't know that with Ludwig and what they're doing offensively. But Scalley really is a great DC, and they won that game, I think, 14-7. UCLA, because Moore's really talented, once he gets going, I think UCLA, the other 21 guys, are the best team in the Pac-12.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I think Washington and Oregon are really damn good. I may be wrong about that, but UCLA has some studs, man.
I'm trying to think of who I would have as the best team talent-wise in the Pac-12, because obviously, you can make the argument for USC offensively, and even still, it's like the Caleb Williams show, but defensively, they're terrible.
USC may be the 4th or 5th best team in that conference, in my opinion, right now.
Talent-wise, I agree with you on that one. I probably give the nod to Washington right now because their defense is solid.
Fair.
They are just so good on offense, and look, Bo Nix, as much as we like to joke about how terrible he was on the road for Auburn for the couple of years that he was playing in the SEC, that script is completely flipped. He is good road or home right now for Oregon. And Lanning has that team playing really good ball. I can't wait for that Washington-Oregon game. I'm not even sure when that game is. Wait, that game is this weekend, isn't it?
This weekend, man.
Yeah,
this weekend.
Far and away the best game in college football this weekend. And I think whichever team wins that game ends up winning the Pac-12 and is probably playing in the college football playoff too.
You know what? Totally. And look, my UCLA deal is a little bit of a not a Hail Mary, but just kind of a hot take, if you'll take it as that. But yeah, because the right answer is either the winner of this game is the best team, and they probably are. But I'm just telling you, if Dante Moore can really grow this year, UCLA is, I've been surprised at how talented they are. I don't know how deep they are. So if 3 of the guys go out, but talking to some NFL scouts too, or people that agents and people that actually are looking at the talent, they've got a lot of dudes. And so look, Oregon State can play, Washington State can play. The Pac-12 outside of Cal, Stanford, and maybe I'm missing one. Hell, Arizona's got their backup quarterback. They got 3 receivers, and their backup quarterback's pretty good. They got 3 receivers that can go. They got a 6'6" volleyball player who looked like Michael Pittman out there. They've got a guy who I really wanted, and it was down between Nayor or Jacob Downing, right, from UTEP. And I think you may have been with me. I wanted him. And dude, that guy had 11 catches. Arizona gave USC all they could handle. USC's just not that good right now. And it's not just the defense. There's something missing. Caleb Williams is phenomenal. He's the best quarterback in college football. He is just so hard to stop, as we found out in his freshman year in Dallas. But they're not totally there yet. But Arizona's pretty good, man. Arizona State actually is not good, but they're better than they were a year ago, it feels like.
They're showing some fight right now. Their coach went on that rant a few weeks ago, and that was before the USC game. And they obviously gave USC everything that USC could handle while still winning a close one in the end. But I'll trust your opinion on UCLA. I'll admit I haven't watched a ton of them. I thought that UCLA not being favored in Utah, even though that game was at Utah, was ridiculous. Now, Utah ultimately won the game, so credit to Vegas for getting that one right.
Ugly game, man.
UCLA had more talent, and they're better at quarterback right now, too, by the way, because Cam Rising has still not played this year, finally admitted that knee injury was much more serious than they'd been letting on this entire time.
Well, no shit. Thanks for telling us now.
I know. What the sad reality
wasn't he a game time decision for the first game a month and a half ago?
Yeah, according to Kyle Whittingham, he was. But Kyle Whittingham is, he's trying to play as coy as possible with his quarterback, even though he probably knew that there's a good chance Cam Rising doesn't end up playing this year. And so even if he does end up playing at this point, you now know that Cam Rising is going to be half of as good as he is capable of, because a big part of his game is using his legs, and that's out.
You're right. He can run. But yeah, that's wide open. Let's just hope that the Big Ten and the Pac-12 cannibalize each other. But I'd also say don't hope too much. Don't worry about it too much. Get this team to double-digit wins. They may have a loss in front of them, and we can go into all the woulda, shoulda, coulda. Man, it was on a silver platter. It's his third year, and they're moving in the right direction. Maybe not as fast as some people want, but it's a better football team and better program than it was last year, than it was a year ago. And maybe I'm just a beaten up Texas fan now, but I'm also long-term in this. I'm a long-term investor. I don't need the short return in 6 months. Although I'll take it if you want to give it to me.
Progress is not always linear, but the progress of this Texas program under Steve Sarkisian actually has been linear.
Yeah, it's funny. So I said that to Jeff when you were gone. It may not be this 5-7, 8-5, 13-0, but it's still going like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and for all the second-year success, or in some cases first-year success that we see new head coaches have with that new program, that's the aberration. That's not the norm. It's like seeing a true freshman excel at the Power 5 level and then expecting all true freshmen to be that good as soon as they set foot on campus. Like, be thankful when that situation plays out in a positive way for you, but also understand that not everybody's operating on the same timeline. And so we're having to use our eyeballs to see if this Texas football team is better than they were 2 years ago, which they certainly are, and if they were better last year too. And I think in both cases, you can pretty comfortably say yes. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And one of the reasons is that Steve Sarkisian has proven once again that he is really good at developing quarterbacks. I don't care that Quinn Ewers is a 5-star guy. Quinn Ewers was one of the worst quarterbacks in college football last year. That's not just me saying that as a bitter fan from last season. That's what the stats bore out. So even with Bijan Robinson, who is one of the best running backs to ever play for this program, that has seen some pretty darn good running backs, and Roschon Johnson and a good defense, you were still only able to get to 8 regular season wins and 8 wins total because you lost the bowl game. But we see more buy-in. We see a continued improvement of the culture. We see a continued stocking and developing of the offensive line. The defensive line remains good, and you continue stocking those cupboards. And you see guys who step in at positions where there either has been a need or there is a need because a former multi-year starter has moved on to play professionally. And so Steve Sarkisian, I think his overall mindset is one that has been healthy for his players in this program. And we're seeing guys step up in the right ways to where even if Quinn Ewers had 3 interceptions on Saturday against Oklahoma, he still played a pretty darn good game, especially considering that his offensive line was having a hard time protecting him for much of the afternoon after Jake Majors went down with that injury. Whereas last year, Quinn Ewers throws 3 interceptions. He's not getting anywhere near 300 yards passing. He's probably finishing somewhere south of 200 yards. And he's going to be moping on the sidelines too. His demeanor never returned to 2022 form because it's in his head now that he is instrumental in whether this team is able to achieve the goals that they set out for themselves or they fall short.
Yeah, I think Quinn's actually a good example of, and a lot of it's credit to Quinn, but also Sark kind of building maybe even the psyche of this team and changing it. That you're right. I mean, he would have melted. He wouldn't have gone 31 for 37 and kept Texas in that game and made some really good throws, some pretty good reads. And so, yeah, I'm with you on that. It's moving in the right direction, but Sark is also still learning as a head coach and growing as a head coach.
True.
And he's got room to grow. We've seen that. You go, well, what are you talking about, man? This is his 3rd time around. He was at Washington and USC, and here's his overall record. Totally get it. Saban didn't really become a great head coach until his 4th go around. He was good at Michigan State, won a championship at LSU, but they also wanted to kick him out.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, God, dude. I was listening to a post-game show after Alabama beat them 38-0. And I know we shouldn't judge all things on post-games, but I can get a feel for the fan base, right?
Yeah.
And people were just fed up with the offense, fed up with everything. Obviously didn't work out in Miami at the pro level and kind of turned into what he has at Alabama. He was always a really good coach and was already a better head coach than Sark has proven. But Sark has shown us stuff to where, especially managing the program, that was stuff I worried about. Are you just a play caller? Because we've gotten that before, and I don't need John Makovic in here. But he's running a pretty good ship. He's got things to work on. The program does, but you're not going to go from 49 to 100 overnight.
Well, and I think he surrounded himself with people who value relationships on the primary coaching staff, but also some of the secondary coaches too. Like Paul Chryst is a great example of that. And I know Paul Chryst has helped out with the run game a little bit. Paul Chryst is a guy who is beloved at Wisconsin. Even though everybody realized it was time for him to go, people were still ticked off because there was genuine love up there. And so Paul Chryst comes in and fits in perfectly with what Steve Sarkisian is trying to do, which is to instill a level of trust between coaches and players, coaches and coaches, players and players too, by making sure that everybody understands that everybody else in the room cares about them. Success or failure, win or lose, that these are relationships that you're going to be holding on to years from now.
Agreed. I think he's done a good job with that. All right, what else is on your mind here? I'm trying to look at it. I'm looking at what other games we have this weekend, which could be fun. Man, you got to give Georgia a lot of credit. They took it to Kentucky, and it does look like a Georgia-Michigan type feel right now. Oh, the other thing I was going to say, speaking of top 25, is it was easy because Texas is 5-0. You look at their schedule, and they've looked really good for a lot of the time, most of the time. But one of the reasons why it was easy for me and any other Texas fan, or really any fan rooting, an Oklahoma fan right now, you've had much better teams than this. The reason you're thinking we may have a shot to get in the playoffs and win the Natty is the rest of the field.
Yeah.
And no one's really pulled away yet. Does feel like Georgia and Michigan maybe a little bit, but that's still up in the air. But so is the whole field. So yeah, look, Texas could still end up in the playoffs, and something that 3 or 4 years ago I would never say. They don't feel like a playoff team to me, but no one has for most of the year. Georgia did on Saturday. I'll say maybe Michigan. But I thought there was another one. Oh, Miami, North Carolina. So, man, I don't know if you saw the Miami thing. This should be 2 undefeated teams, 2 5-0 teams. And Miami, if you feel bad as a Texas fan, and yeah, we felt like we left a lot out there and woulda, shoulda, coulda. How the hell did this not happen? Miami is got to be at the top of the list today.
So much like with Charlie Strong and the whole coin flip debacle, which happened maybe in year 1 or year 2 that he was here?
I forgot. I was on the sideline. It was against UCLA at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah.
LHN.
That was a pretty giant red flag that he was in over his head. The fact that Mario Cristobal, and apparently this is a second time something like this has happened.
Happened at Oregon.
With him, yeah. So it happened at Oregon too. Like, that's inexcusable that it happens once. The fact that it's happened a second time, I'm sorry, that means that you're not fit to be a head coach. Like, you cannot be responsible for that basic a level of game management, that you cost your team a game there. It's strange, though, because watching the end of the A&M game, I need to go back and watch this.
A&M did the same thing, man.
Why did Alabama do that? Why did they throw the football to the outside?
I'm sorry, Alabama did. You're right. On first, so Alabama gets a first down mathematically at this point with the first down, the clock running. Once they set the chains, take a knee. It was over. Ball game. They snapped it with 21 to go on the play clock and threw a screen that Milrow triple hopped to the guy out there. And I mean, like, what the, like, for that to happen to them? Whew.
Nick Saban was furious, but then they threw it the next. I mean, I guess at that point, you're not going to be able to kneel the clock out. Like, you are either going to have to pick up a first down to ice it, or you will end up punting back to A&M with like 15 seconds left or whatever it was, which they did. Nick Saban was furious on the sideline. I almost feel like he was more furious for when they snapped the clock than the fact that they ran that play. It was such a head scratcher for me. It's like, why did this just happen right now? Nick Saban is not Mario Cristobal. I realize it's a very sturdy limb I'm out on right now, but Nick Saban doesn't make stupid play calls like that. I hope somebody asked him about that after the game, because I have no idea why he would do that. There is no reason why he should.
That wasn't Saban. That was, first off, you go to the OC, so it's Tommy Rees, but that's also, I mean, that's where Milrow, who's getting better, but that's where it's just, what the hell are you doing? You have to know at that point, we're not going to hurry up. Yeah, actually, it's not even on Milrow. That's on the coaching staff somewhere in there, because you have to do the math, and you just tell him victory formation knee, period.
Yeah, even if Reese is trying to call a play in there, doesn't Saban look at the clock and say, oh, hold on. No. We'll call timeout if we need to make sure that we do this right.
They went to Kent State.
They could have called timeout with 20 seconds left and still knelt the clock out.
Where do you go to Kent State? I don't think their math department's that good. But yeah, no, I mean, Saban makes that mistake. Cristobal, who actually coached with Saban, funny enough, but Cristobal was an offensive lineman for Miami during their heyday. I want to say 88 to 92 was where he was his years. So he could have won 3 or 4, won a couple. That's probably not his strength, and he brings a lot to the table. And you can roll your eyes, but hey, look, Mac Brown couldn't draw up 11 guys with X's and O's, and play Tecmo Bowl with it by the time we'd gotten to him being the coach at Texas. So he was a hell of a head coach, though. So you can work around deficiencies your head coach most likely will have.
Yeah, I roll my eyes because you don't necessarily need to be some savvy X's and O's guys to understand that handing the ball off when you could just kneel it out.
I get it.
On a completely unnecessary risk.
Different deficiency, and it's a big one. But not all of my kids are thinking straight, okay? So you don't need to pick on whatever flaw they have. No, you're totally right. I mean, Miami's at such a point. Miami's in a weird spot. They're a lot like Florida State, but even different, and probably even more so, where they were this and Florida State not as much, but Miami was a microwave dynasty, which they've admitted, and started in the 80s, and there were nothing before that. Florida State was really nothing before that. But they don't have the alumni base to really write people off and to buy people off as much as they probably should with the capital that they've built, college football capital of winning. So I think this was their big move. You're kind of stuck with them. You got to work around that,
Well, they're definitely money whipping hot twins to play women's basketball for them, and money whipping
Whoa, who's that?
At the Cavender twins. I'm not going to go too deep on this one. I think that
I tell you what, text me and then Justine and I can laugh about it later.
Yeah, well, here's the funny thing about that, to get back to what happened a few months ago, is I would text you saying, I don't see what the hype is about. Like everybody loves twins. I get it. But like everybody lauds them like it's Nikki and Chrissy Taylor. I realize that they're not twins, but people are like putting them on a pedestal like they're that attractive. And it's like, they're all right.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're blonde and they look alike and they play a sport, is that what's getting you going right now? Okay, I guess.
They are very, very hot for women's college basketball.
Relatively speaking, sure. But are they really, really hot?
Couple of these photos, yeah.
All right, let me send you some photos of them not looking very attractive.
Well, get their green bikini one. Yeah, because there are a couple on the court where they're not hot. I mean, they're still good looking, but there are a couple where they got all dolled up here, and yeah, pretty good stuff, man.
So Nigel Pack is another example of Miami money whipping a player who was at another school who then takes his talents to South Beach. And like there are examples like that too, but maybe you're right. Maybe they're stuck with Cristobal for a couple more years, and it's unfortunate because they should be undefeated right now, but they're not because their head coach made a really stupid decision to try and run the ball. Running back fumbles, and then Haynes King of all people, former A&M quarterback Haynes King.
Was that Haynes King?
Doubles his passing yardage total to drive Georgia Tech 75 yards downfield for the game-winning score.
Oh, my God. By the way, you got UCLA at Oregon State. Oregon State a 4-point favorite. USC at Notre Dame. It's not a bad weekend, man. Texas A&M at Tennessee. A&M has really struggled on the road, and Tennessee's been really good at home since 2021. Let's see what happens there. Because A&M gave Alabama a fight, but Alabama was certainly the better team. Not a ton of margin. I get that. Max Johnson, like we had talked about, played pretty well, I think, for the most part. Alabama's it's one thing I'll give Saban. This is not one of his most talented teams, although they're loaded with talent. That's a statement of where they've been. But, God, they get better throughout the year. And that's my biggest question with Sark and other young coaches or guys that haven't proven it yet, whether it's Lanning or Cristobal. Can you continuously get your teams to be better? I don't care. Bill Snyder would do that. They'd lose to Crockett by 21 here in Austin in a scrimmage in October, and then come down here a year or a month later and beat the shit out of Texas. Can your teams get better?
It has felt like Texas was getting better up until the OU game, but
right.
They also have the benefit of playing mostly backup quarterbacks.
Fair.
The backup quarterback they didn't play was a guy who was very early on in his career. And by the way, Milroe, and look, I understand that Texas got a lot of pressure on him. It made his life miserable. He is doing a better job of going through his progressions right now. I've noticed that 2 straight games. He is a much better quarterback right now than he was versus Texas.
No doubt. I kind of like this whole dark thing because I didn't have time, and I almost did it when I take a leak. I could have gotten a light up here and it would look a lot better. But I almost feel like witness protection program, which as a sports fan, I kind of want to be in right now after Saturday.
I just want you to tilt the camera down a little bit more.
Are you laughing or joking?
Oh, I'm being serious.
We're good. If anyone's watching this to watch me, most people listen to this on their podcast, and you should be listening to us, okay? Stop judging me for how beautiful I am and how you can't see it, all right? Like you pig, you stereotypical pig, you. I'm talking to all of our beautiful women that are watching.
Well, you may be calling me a pig. You just need to stop being so good looking, and I won't look at you.
Yeah, right. Look at you, the man. Look at the man in shape right now. How you feeling? How's your stool been?
I'm so glad you just asked this.
I totally meant it as a joke here as we're wrapping stuff up, but yeah, go ahead.
No, I am very serious about what I'm about to tell you, because you know that there are a few times every year where I completely let the diet go to shit.
All
Thanksgiving.
right, first off, hold on, stop. People, when we let our diet go to shit, it's when he says that, it's the equivalent of us saying, you know what? We're going to clean stuff up and get healthy for 3 days. His going to shit is not our going to shit.
Yeah, I don't eat anything except the one meal that I'm planning on consuming on Thanksgiving or Christmas. So I get all 2,500 of my calories in there, and there's a whole lot more sugar than I'm normally eating and more carbs. But the other day, other than the holidays, is Texas OU Saturday, where I will eat like crap. I will go eat whatever fried food I want to at the state fair. I had the state fair breakfast of champions on Saturday, 2 corn dogs and a beer. Had 2 more corn dogs and more beer when we stepped out at halftime, and had a pretty decadent dinner too. You saw one of the dishes that I had at dinner, the uni done 4-way.
Oh man.
I was not very healthy with my dietary choices on Saturday, but guess what I didn't suffer from? I did not suffer from serious heartburn. You know why? Because Encapsulate. Because of this mushroom supplement that Kevin and I have been telling you about for a couple weeks now.
Oh, it's great.
And I'm cycling off of Encapsulate this week because we talked to Dave and Paul, and I asked them specifically about that. And they're like, yeah, after you've been doing it for a while, take a couple days, take a week off, and then get back to it. That's what I'm doing right now. And I'm a little bit reluctant because we're going to eat at Style Switch tonight, which is barbecue, and it's on the richer side. And so I'm concerned that I might be suffering from some heartburn because I know how much of a shield Encapsulate provides for me with the digestive issues. On top of that, it's great for brain function. I've been thinking so much more clearly over the last, we've been doing this for like a couple months now at this point, it feels like.
Yeah.
And these Encapsulate pills are something special. And I wanted to let you know that, Kevin, but the fact that we're getting to tell other people about that right now makes me happy too, because I just assumed that for the rest of my life, I was going to have to either start drinking Pepto-Bismol, just deal with the reflux that was going on at nights after I was eating certain things. Now, it's not a fail-safe. You can't eat whatever you want with Encapsulate, but if you keep things fairly dialed in and occasionally slip, and have a state fair day or Thanksgiving or Christmas or go out to celebrate a birthday or anniversary or something, Encapsulate, at least for me and my system, which is typically that of a sick old woman, it helps it immensely.
It's been great for me, and I do not. I mean, I think I eat healthy maybe to the average American, but I don't know how far that goes. I'm nowhere near people like you, and just naturally I have a bad diet. And if I diet 71 instead of 80, because I enjoyed most of my meals, at 45, I'd say yes. Get me to 70, and I'll be like, oh shit, I should have done something different. But yeah, I mean, I still eat really rich stuff and stuff that I just could not. I was getting to the point where I couldn't eat anymore because it wasn't worth it. That I've been able to. It's been fantastic with a lot of stuff. They're cool people. We're not getting paid for this, but we did get this. So Dave sent me this. We have a code for everyone listening, all of our fans at TSU, $10 off in TX Sports. So all capitalized TX Sports, and you get $10 off any product orders. Like, they love people from Austin calling in, and this is also a company that I want to do well. I'm selfish about it now. I want them to do well because I want them to exist, because this is something, it's rare. You know this. It's rare that I get something, and I think you're the same way. You experiment more than I do, but new life hacks and what is this? Is this holistic? What's that? What's that? I just usually call bullshit or don't try it. And the ones that I try that truly affect my life, and I'm thinking, I want this the rest of my life, man, I'm all in at that point. So I'm at the top step cheering.
Yeah, exactly. Boy, I am forgetting the website off the top of my head. Is it?
It's encapsulateusa.com.
encapsulateusa.com. Try it out. If you deal with digestive issues, or maybe you just want to feel better overall, there's a chance that Encapsulate will be able to help you out, like it has helped both Kevin and me. I am not bullshitting you when I tell you this.
Yeah.
That unfortunately, the reality with me having to eat healthier is because food just has more of an adverse effect on me, and just has over the last, decade plus now. And so to find something that eases those issues up is an absolute godsend. So thanks to Dave and Paul for what they are doing, and we're excited to get to partner with them and helping to spread the word.
You're like a sick 81-year-old woman with malaria in what would have been like 1800. Because my system's pretty fragile too, but like you treat your system so well, but you still have to. Like,
It started.
I thought it would have corrected course after your bender days in your early 20s.
Well, it started in my mid-20s, and it was actually Texas OU weekend where I stopped at health camp, and I had a burger at health camp to go along with tots and maybe a shake. And the rest of the weekend, I felt like absolute crap, to where Saturday night, I ate the burger on Friday. Saturday night, after the game, I literally had to puke the burger up. I hadn't eaten anything else that day.
Were you drinking though?
Sitting there in my gut. Didn't drink any beer. Just went to the game. Came home, felt sick, had to puke it up. Call me bulimic if you want. It was unfortunately a puking of necessity so that I could get on with my weekend. And so that was the start of it. And ever since then, there are things that I have to be careful about what I eat. Like, I pay close attention to this. And I recognize the stuff that causes me not to feel very good. And so as a result, I also recognize the stuff that helps me to feel better. And that's where Encapsulate comes into play. encapsulateusa.com. Great show, my friends.
Great show. Appreciate you as always. 5-0 Astros right now. I want them to win this. I want them to actually win. I don't mind Minnesota. And they got some good young players, including Royce Lewis is at the plate right now. This guy's going to be a stud, man. He was a #1 overall pick, 5-star type kid, and just had some health issues, but he's getting going. But I want y'all to win, especially y'all, to get your pitching set up. I want a 7-game set between both y'all. And it's weird, man. I've turned into a Rangers fan this year, quasi, so I'm not like, you jumping on the bandwagon? No, I'm a Cubs fan and always will be, but I watch this team all the time, so it's a quasi fan. If they win the World Series, I'm not going to be jumping up like Trey and Brad. I'll be happy for them, though. But I've also liked the Astros, and I know that bugs you. And I don't want to like the Astros. I didn't like them when they were in the same division with the Cubs, when they had more likable guys. I obviously don't like, just by nature, Alex Bregman, who comes from the biggest cheating college program of all time and goes to do that with the Astros. He must have felt right at home with that. Why didn't we start this when I got up here, guys? But they've got likable baseball guys. And as a baseball player, the aggressiveness they take on the base paths, the way they ambush people, Altuve I like, Alvarez I like, Tucker I like. I love Brantley. You were all over Brantley in fantasy way before I was. The guy's a professional hitter. They've got likable baseball players on both sides. Take outside, take apart the cheating stuff. So this should be fun. Plus, it's Dallas and Houston, man. You guys let it go after each other.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun if and when these two teams get to meet up in the AL Championship Series with a trip to the World Series on the line.
It's happening. I'm calling it right now.
Houston absolutely owned us this year. Baseball is the most unique sport with regards to things flipping on their heads in terms of how it's been versus how it goes over the next 5 to 7 days.
Dodgers dominated the Padres. I think they won 14 out of 19 and finished 22 games above them last year and lost in the ALDS, I think, in 4 games. They dominated Arizona and have owned them. And they're down 2-0 right now and finished, 17, 18 games, maybe 14 games, whatever it was, way ahead of Arizona. And I understand the Dodgers are dealing with some stuff right now, but Yeah, baseball flips like that. Hell, Atlanta was an inning away from being down 2-0 to Philadelphia, and you want to go to that mental center and that just talk about a third world country when you walk into Citizens Bank or whatever it is. Great crowd, but you're down 2-0. I doubt you're coming back from that. That was almost 2 years in a row that they were dominant. So that's the way baseball is, but I think that plays out well for the Rangers because the Rangers seem to be pretty hot right now.
Yes, it does. We will be watching, and I will talk to you on Thursday.
I will be out of the witness protection program, but I kind of like this. I'm going to start doing all my Zoom dates like this. It'll help me out.
I can't wait to see that sexy face behind the backlit curtains on Thursday.
Backlit curtains and the serial killer glasses.
That's right.
I feel like Charles Whitman at times with these.
Or JFK investigator in the
right, exactly. I just need a top hat and a pipe.
That's exactly right. Have a good night, man.
All right, see you guys.
Thank you to everybody for watching and listening today. If you are watching on YouTube right now, please do click the thumbs up button. And as always, subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you have not already, download that free app as well through Apple or Google. For Kevin Dunn and everybody else here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, I am Trey Elling. Talk to you tomorrow starting at 8. In the meantime, have yourselves a great rest of the night and hook 'em.